Liu Qian has crossed over and become the villainous playboy of the top family, the Liu family, in the Great Xia Empire. At the beginning, he sees the drunk destined female protagonist, Liu Ruyue, lying in front of him, motionless. Meanwhile, the destined male protagonist, who is Liu Ruyue's bodyguard, is nowhere to be found. Wait a minute, this plot. Ding, detected a comatose destined female protagonist within 10 meters ahead. Villain simulator, activated. Using villain points, you can simulate a villainous life. Beginner gift pack opened, host gains 3 chances to simulate a villainous life. Ding, starting villain life simulation. You are the second young master of the Liu family. Having made a mistake in the capital of Great Xia, you come to Magic City to avoid the storm, yet you become a feared existence in Magic City. At this moment, you are preparing to go out for some fun when you accidentally discover the drunken school beauty, Liu Ruyue. Liu Ruyue is the daughter of the Liu family, the school beauty of Magic City University, but she has fallen into a deep coma. Her bodyguard, who seems to be blessed by destiny, is not by her side. You fear that Liu Ruyue might catch a cold, so you simply get out of the car and take her away. Tonight, it's settled. An hour later, the rushed destined protagonist, Yi Chen, looks at the missing Liu Ruyue and lets out a tragic howl. No. You were taken away, Supreme Emperor Bone, you died. Chapter 1, Villain Simulator. Activate. Great Xia Empire, Magic City. Young Master Liu, the manager of the Magic City estate, just called and said that a few foreign scholars have recently arrived, with high artistic accomplishments. Please feel free to go and learn some foreign language and provide guidance. Got it. A handsome young man, exuding an air of nobility, lazily leaned against the leather back seat of a Maybach, yawning slightly at the driver's report, and nodded lightly. The young man's name is Liu Qian, 18 years old, a time traveler. In his previous life, he was an extreme enthusiast from Blue Star, often traveling between countries to explore exotic customs and learn various languages. As a result, he accidentally encountered a plane crash on his way back home and crossed over. He directly crossed into a high martial world with a cultivation system and strange alien races, becoming the second son of the top family. The Liu family, in the Great Xia Empire. The Liu family is one of the powerful families in the entire Great Xia Empire, with an ancestor who has reached the 8th stage Tianren realm overseeing them. In the absence of any 9th stage earthly true immortal intervening, the Tianren realm already represents the pinnacle of this world. As the second young master of the Liu family, he has not suffered the humiliation often depicted in mindless light novels. Instead, he is extremely cherished by everyone in the Liu family. Chapter 2, Supreme Emperor Bone. A comatose Ice Mountain school beauty, a high and rich playboy villain who picks up the pieces, and a Dragon King bodyguard arriving last, yet it all works out. This kind of plot is just too typical. However, it really is as I expected. This world is truly a high martial world composed of light novels. At this moment, Liu Qian, feeling as if he has split personalities, amusingly watched the unfolding scenes in the simulation world and the other version of himself, sighing in contemplation. Having crossed into this world for 18 years, he didn't expect to only begin to understand its secrets now. Clearly, the waters of this world run deep. This sudden situation has naturally piqued his interest in the upcoming simulated plot even more. As for the reality where the drunken school beauty Liu Ruyue lies still, starting to catch a cold, women are no match for a simulator's fun. No rush, let her lie there a bit longer. The furious destined protagonist Yi Chen, through nearby surveillance, learned that Liu Ruyue was taken away by you half an hour ago, and he immediately exploded with rage. Forcibly seized a motorcycle, and rushed to pursue. But as a time traveler, you have clearly anticipated everything, having made some preparations in advance. You instructed the driver to call some departments in Magic City, resulting in all traffic lights at the entrance to the Magic City Hotel being red, and Yi Chen, riding the motorcycle, is stuck in the middle of the road. Just as he was about to run the red light, he saw several traffic police in reflective vests approaching and impounding the vehicle. Chapter 3, You died, simulation ended. You regained your sanity, began to awaken, and realized the danger approaching. You heard a loud crash, and Yi Chen's furious voice along with the sounds of smashing came from downstairs at the hotel. After 2.5 hours, he finally arrived. The other party seemed to know your location, charging straight towards the top supreme suite. In this place, where no one dared to stop him, you sensed something was off. The bodyguard arranged by the Liu family had not intervened. Before coming to Magic City, the Liu Family arranged for a 7th-stage Sate-level expert to secretly protect you. With such an expert present, you could easily roam in Magic City. You immediately called for the bodyguard, but received no response. Either the bodyguard is in trouble, or someone has stopped them. Someone wants to take action against you. As the destined protagonist, Yi Chen is merely a pawn. The mastermind intends to use his hand to kill you, and Liu Ruyue's initial appearance is also suspicious. However, the mastermind likely did not anticipate that you would break the curse and awaken the Supreme Emperor Bone because of Liu Ruyue, advancing to the 3rd stage of comprehension. You sense Yi Chen's presence rapidly approaching, just a wall apart. The opponent's aura is surprisingly at the 4th stage of divine ability, clearly gathering some powerful divine ability. At this moment, you possess the Supreme Emperor Bone and are not afraid of him, but you are wary of the mastermind who has drawn away the bodyguard. Without hesitation, you choose to grease your feet and run away.
Chapter 4, Second Villain Simulation, starting with killing the fated protagonist. For the 5 options provided by the villain simulator, Liu Qian had almost no hesitation. The first option, Ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra 3rd layer, understanding the profound, was enough to allow him to leap from an ordinary person to a cultivator, possessing his own extraordinary power. Although he was still not as good as those monstrous talents in the imperial capital, he was certainly on par with ordinary prodigies, and even stronger in some aspects. Reaching the 3rd realm of understanding the profound meant he had initially grasped mysterious powers, making ordinary firearms useless, combined with powerful Dao techniques and martial arts. He could easily annihilate a fully armed gang. Even entering the imperial system could grant him certain positions and various privileges. In some remote small towns, it wouldn't be impossible for him to reign supreme. Right now, he was about to fall into a deadly situation and face significant dangers from behind the scenes. So he had to master his own power. As for the second option, awakening the Supreme Imperial Bone, it was even more crucial. Without the awakening of the Supreme Imperial Bone, and with his curse still in place, the spiritual energy in his body would quickly dissipate, causing his cultivation to regress and ultimately turning him back into a mortal. Without the enhancement of the second option, the first option's understanding the profound cultivation would likely dissipate in just a few hours, returning him to his original form. Chapter 5, No, I've Caught You. Having read countless web novels, you know the absurdity of those fated protagonists, who can always turn danger into safety through sheer luck, naturally. Lu Zhong would not hold back at all, to avoid any accidents, and also to see what abilities this fated protagonist Yi Chen possesses. As your protector and driver, Lu Zhong was puzzled but still resolutely executed your orders, his physical body tearing through space and disappearing. Boom! The hurriedly arriving Yi Chen suddenly felt a chilling sense of fear, and the next moment, he saw a giant golden hand reaching for his head. A Saint Realm expert. Yi Chen let out a terrified cry, feeling a great disaster approaching, but the next moment, a soul light suddenly emerged from his body, causing his cultivation to surge briefly from the 4th realm of divine powers to the 5th realm of mountains and rivers, narrowly escaping Lu Zhong's attack. Rip! One of Yi Chen's hands was torn off by Lu Zhong, but it was quickly covered by a soul light, fleeing into the distance. At this moment, he clearly could not care less about Liu Ruyue. His own life was the priority. What bravery! To hide a remnant soul within. Chapter 6, Being bullied as a minor, one must seek support from the elders. No, I've caught you. Seeing that you were not as afraid as he imagined, but instead showed a mocking smile, the driver's grotesque face slightly changed, as if he realized something. Rip! A black hand suddenly emerged from the back seat, eager to dig out your spine. You maintained your composure and simply said, "Make your move." Boom! Terrifying flames suddenly erupted from the ground, incinerating that black hand. Lu Zhong, who had previously gone to hunt Yi Chen, suddenly appeared. A giant hand engulfed in golden flames grabbed the driver's head, ignoring his terrified expression, and violently yanked him out. Dragged out, the behind-the-scenes mastermind, who had been ruthlessly attacking, suddenly realized this was a conspiracy against him. Lu Zhong's earlier pursuit of Yi Chen without returning was clearly intentional. No. You calmly watched as the previously arrogant mastermind was ruthlessly beaten by Lu Zhong, his limbs and flesh brutally torn apart. A slight smile creeping at the corner of your mouth. Just as you had anticipated, although this mastermind was powerful. He was far from being Lu Zhong's match at this moment, otherwise, he wouldn't need to resort to schemes to ambush you. Chapter 7, Thousand Shadow Demon Technique. As your protector, Lu Zhong, while loyal to his family, is also loyal to you. Since he promised to keep your secrets, he won't leak anything. You instructed Lu Zhong to completely destroy the behind-the-scenes mastermind's corpse to avoid any accidents, then inquired about the fated protagonist Qian. After dealing with the mastermind, you remembered the fated child who was being hunted at the start. Hearing your inquiry, Lu Zhong looked somewhat ashamed and stated that Qian had many secrets and powerful trump cards. He couldn't manage to behead him, but managed to sever one of his arms and even took some items. Lu Zhong took out a severed arm of Qian along with a bloody storage bag from his storage ring. You raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. On one hand, you were astonished that Lu Zhong managed to keep one of Qian's arms and took a storage bag. On the other hand, it was remarkable that Qian, merely at the fourth realm of divine powers, could escape from Lu Zhong, who was at the seventh realm of entering the saint, indicating the terrifying nature of his hidden abilities. You took Qian's severed arm, contemplated for a moment, but did not destroy it. Instead, you placed it into your storage ring. This world is filled with strange and secret techniques, along with curses, and this severed arm will surely prove useful in the future. Chapter 8, The Clash of Two Great Celestial Families. It's no wonder Lu Qian appeared utterly shocked at this moment. The effects of the Supreme Imperial Bone, in the villain simulator, were too astonishing. Normally, cultivating a technique takes years, decades, or even hundreds of years. Even those unparalleled prodigies, with terrifying comprehension, can shorten the time to just a few years or months. However, with the enhancement of the Supreme Imperial Bone, he only needed a few breaths to grasp the basics, and he surged forward, breaking through to the fourth layer, and condensing a shadow divine power in just a few days. Each divine power condensation is one of the core essentials of the cultivated technique, requiring immense willpower and comprehension to succeed. The Thousand Shadow Demon Technique, an ancient evil technique, is extremely difficult and requires a specific constitution. According to Lu Zhong, even the previous mastermind had only reached the fourth layer, and that was after countless years of cultivation. Lu Zhong had previously advised me to only try it out lightly, lest I become overly immersed and get stuck in a rut. If he knew my progress now, he would be utterly astonished. Chapter 9, Identity in Confusion. The Liu and Ruyue families clashed, with even the ancestral figures of both families personally intervening, nearly sinking the imperial capital. Ultimately, it even attracted the mysterious and unfathomable emperor of the Great Xia to intervene. Lu Qian's eyes were filled with astonishment, clearly. The situation in this second simulation far exceeded his expectations. According to his original thoughts, after receiving the plea for help, at most, it would be his older brother Lu Shou taking action against Ruyue, this second-generation heir, to teach him a lesson and scare the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, the assassination attempt at the start of the second simulation had not succeeded. In this situation, the conflict would only be limited to the younger generation, preventing a large-scale outbreak. What happened next was beyond imagination. Not only did Big Brother Lu Shou come, but also Lu's father and the ancestors of the Liu family, almost all mobilized, appearing as if they were ready to settle blood debts and seek justice. This reaction was indeed too intense and abnormal. It is important to note that the ancestor of the Liu family, who was a celestial being, had not shown himself for decades and was extremely mysterious, always in seclusion. Yet now, he had directly come out of seclusion, even declaring that he would ruin the Ruyue family. Chapter 10, The Destruction of the Zhao Family. The Gathering of Divine Powers. Under your orders, Liu Ruyue was brought in. She looked at you with a somewhat shy yet composed and complex gaze. After all, 5 days ago, you had already been candid with each other. Although the circumstances at that time were special, and you had a tendency to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Liu Ruyue, the destined female protagonist, had clearly accepted her fate. Liu Qian, I don't know how Yi Chen offended you, but he is no longer the bodyguard of my Liu family. I can be your woman, and I hope you can spare the Liu family. Facing the actively presented destined female protagonist, you clearly felt the joy of being a villain at this moment. The destined protagonist Yi Chen was ordered by you to have Lu Zhong severely injured and flee, while the destined female protagonist willingly bowed her head for her family. No rush, let me think about it. Faced with the eagerly offered destined female protagonist, you did not agree immediately, but instead inquired about Yi Chen's background. You were very interested in this destined protagonist, and wanted to explore his background. Liu Ruyue was somewhat surprised. You didn't care about a beautiful woman who presented herself, but instead were concerned about a male bodyguard. Was it possible that you had some special preference? After hesitating, she explained. Chapter 11, Using the destined female protagonist as a scapegoat. You were awakened from your cultivation state. And the terrifying chill this time was more than 10 times stronger than during the first simulation. You sensed danger approaching. You found it hard to believe. At this moment, you were in a villa arranged by the Li family, surrounded by countless defenses, and outside, Lu Zhong, the guardian at the 7th level of the Holy Realm, was protecting you. How could anything go wrong? Unless this threat was far beyond your imagination. And the next moment, your guess was confirmed. Suddenly, the sounds of battle echoed in your ears, and the sounds of fighting were alarmingly close to you. With 3 bursts of pressure reaching the Holy Realm level. One of these 3 Holy Realm auras belonged to your guardian Lu Zhong. But the other 2 were extremely unfamiliar. Liu Qian, the ancestor of the Zhao family, and a masked Holy Realm expert, along with a group of powerful men in black, had barged in. Elder Lu Zhong was entangled by them. Quickly open the secret door. I will take you away. Liu Ruyue's anxious voice suddenly came from outside the secret room. Your expression changed drastically, without hesitation. You chose to believe her and quickly used the secret door to peek at the outside situation. You saw the anxious Liu Ruyue and a group of black-clad men battling the guards. In the sky, the ancestor of the Zhao family and a mysterious masked Holy Realm expert were locked in a fierce battle with Lu Zhong. Chapter 12, The second simulation ends. Seeing you unleash your divine power, the masked Holy Realm expert immediately exclaimed in surprise. However, compared to your cultivation level, this person was evidently more shocked by your use of the Thousand Shadows demon technique. His unusual reaction confirmed all your previous speculations. He was indeed the mastermind behind the scenes. At this moment, using Liu Ruyue as bait, you had truly seized a glimmer of hope. With the Thousand Shadows demon technique, and the blue talent of slippery feet enhancing you, the speed you unleashed now was even more terrifying than that of the 5th level of the mountains and rivers, instantly leaving the black-clad men behind. The ancestor of the Zhao family and the masked expert were being firmly held back by Lu Zhong, and could only watch you escape without being able to make a move. It seemed that this time, you could avoid death again. Liu Qian looked at the villain simulator, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the version of himself in the simulator lived longer and grew stronger, it would only benefit him more. This time, the reason for falling into a death crisis was fundamentally due to the second simulation version of himself, who had become overly proud, slacking off, and indulging in a life of comfort after gaining power. Chapter 13, Red Talent, You Can't See Me. Ding. The host's mentality has begun to align with that of a true villain, having a profound impact on both himself and the future of this world. Reward, 500 villain points. The mechanical voice of the villain simulator suddenly appeared, interrupting Liu Qian's thoughts. Unexpectedly, this time, he accidentally aligned with the villain's mentality, and received a reward of villain points, truly a case of fortune and misfortune intertwined. Liu Qian was somewhat surprised. Just his own reflections could trigger a reward from the villain simulator. This demonstrated his importance in this world. However, compared to these so-called 500 villain points, the current mindset and reflections were undoubtedly more precious, enough to save his life in the future. Simulator. How many villain points do I need to conduct a solo simulation now? Liu Qian had not forgotten that he only had 3 free villain life simulations at the start. Now, having used 2, he had only 1 left. Once that was used up, he would need to use villain points to start the 4th villain life simulation. He had to take one step at a time and see how it went. At the very least, he needed to understand some of the startup rules and procedures of the villain simulator. Chapter 14, Liu Ruyue has a problem. She is a celestial being. You can't see me, read when you silently chant you can't see me. There is a certain probability that those present will be unable to see your existence. The higher their power compared to yours, the decreased effectiveness. Red talent. And it is a conceptual talent. Liu Qian was taken aback. His excitement clearly visible in his eyes. In some sense, this red talent might even affect celestial beings and true immortals. Just a red talent involves a conceptual level. How much more powerful would higher-level purple and gold talents be? Could they elevate him to the skies in one leap? It seems that this time, the villain life simulation would be different. Liu Qian's lips curled up, and he became even more eager for the upcoming simulation. Simulation start. You look at Liu Ruyue, who is drunkenly unconscious outside the car, and do not choose to get out and pick her up like in the previous 2 simulations, but instead have other thoughts. Since Liu Ruyue's appearance is part of the trap set by the mastermind, why should he foolishly get involved? It is worth noting that you have now awakened the Supreme Emperor's Bone, and possess the combat strength of the 4th level of divine powers. Currently, Liu Ruyue's usefulness to you is minimal, at most providing some fateful luck enhancement. Chapter 15, Supreme Mode. Suppressing the Fate Protagonist. I thought Yi Chen was already exaggerated. But it turns out there are still experts. Liu Qian's lips twitched slightly. Previously, he thought the sudden explosion of the Fate protagonist Yi Chen was already shocking enough. From the 4th realm of divine ability, he instantly stepped into the 7th realm of entering the Sage, which was truly terrifying. However, Liu Ruyue, the Fate female protagonist, genuinely taught him a lesson, directly transforming into the 8th realm of celestial beings. This was beyond any explanation of having an advantage. These 2 are aiming for the heavens. If it weren't for his villain simulator, he might have been killed by these 2. This really shows that they don't take villains seriously. However, he currently used the villain life simulation to expose their weaknesses, allowing him to prepare various contingency plans in advance. It seems that the Magic City is indeed filled with hidden talents, far more complex than imagined. Based on the current situation, Liu Ruyue should have no intention to kill me, otherwise, I would have died countless times by now, even Lu Zhong wouldn't be able to withstand it. Thus, it appears that there are 2 groups targeting me, one is the so-called mastermind, and the other is Liu Ruyue. Chapter 16, Self-Exploding Cultivation, Deceiving Lu Zhong. The Supreme Imperial Bone actually has such capabilities. Liu Qian's pupils shook slightly, and he became even more amazed at the Supreme Imperial Bone on him. It should be noted that during the 2nd villain simulation, Yi Chen was able to escape from Lu Zhong, a strong sage. His own combat power was definitely extraordinary. In his expectations, even though the villain simulator had some assurance, it shouldn't be this easy. But everything exceeded his expectations. In the villain simulator, his self in the supreme mode seemed like a sponge crazily absorbing everything, rapidly enhancing himself. Yi Chen's combat experience was almost analyzed, imitated, absorbed, and optimized. In this state, he felt like he could foresee the future, knowing Yi Chen's every move and the next killing move in advance, allowing him to avoid and interrupt them. This is impossible. The suppressed Yi Chen let out an unbelievable roar, his face showing a ghostly expression, staring at you as if he was seeing a monster. Swish! You seized the moment when Yi Chen showed a flaw, your eyes indifferent, manipulating a shadow giant blade to emerge from the ground, instantly severing Yi Chen's right arm, along with his storage bag falling down. Chapter 17, Making Up for Deficiencies, Cultivating Killing Moves. Currently, in the Magic City, Lu Zhong can be said to be one of his biggest life-saving charms. Some matters, of course, cannot be hidden from the other party, he definitely needs their cooperation. Therefore, a certain degree of honesty is also required. As for why not directly contact the Lu family to deploy more high-end combat power? Lu Qian understood in his heart that the self in the third villain simulator this time probably intended to remain low-key and dormant. In this case, hastily contacting and mobilizing more combat power could attract the attention of the mastermind. The Lu family, being a celestial family, is too conspicuous. Every move they make will be monitored. Especially those above the sixth realm of extraordinary beings. Just deploying one would draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. It might even alert the existence of the mastermind. Currently, it can be roughly confirmed that the Jiyu family, also a celestial family, has some relationship with the mastermind. If that leads to them disregarding everything and inviting the celestial level from the Jiyu family to hunt him down, it would be troublesome. Right now, he only has a life-saving blood escape talisman that can unleash celestial powers. It is still uncertain whether he can escape from the celestial pursuit. Chapter 18, Kangmang Overlord Fist. First level talismancer. The jade slips sent by the Lu family come in 3 pieces. One is the specialized killing martial art Kangmang Overlord Fist. Another is a special skill jade slip talisman True Record, and the last is a sinister curse method called Soul Nail Technique. These 3 jade slips were requested by you from Lu Zhong in his personal capacity, and they are the most suitable for you. Kangmang Overlord Fist belongs to extremely sage-level domineering martial arts, but its power can even rival celestial-level martial arts, possessing the strength to split mountains and seas. This domineering martial art is extremely demanding, requiring a strong physique. If not handled well, it can backfire. However, it perfectly complements your terrifying power of the ancient dragon elephant overlord technique. Previously, you had not yet become a systematic killing move. Kangmang Overlord Fist is just right for you. The talisman True Record belongs to the foundational classics of talismans, containing tens of thousands of talismans. Ever since you discovered the miraculous effects of the Supreme Imperial Bone on cultivation, you realized you could assist in learning a secondary profession. Among them, the profession of talismancer, which is quite versatile, is undoubtedly what you have your eyes on. As for the final soul nail technique, this curse secret method is prepared for the fate protagonist Yi Chen. Chapter 19, Magic City Manor. Encountering Liu's school flower again. Li Yang. Lu Qian's eyes moved. His face slightly taut, appearing somewhat surprised yet also somewhat expected. The Li family in Magic City is related by marriage to the Lu family of Daxia. 20 years ago, the head of the Li family, Li Ji, married his distant cousin. Later, the two had a son, who is Li Yang. In terms of generation, although Lu Qian is younger, he holds a higher status and background. Li Yang, who is 2 years older than him, even calls him uncle. However, he has never cared much about such generational titles, and has gotten along well with Li Yang since arriving in Magic City. Perhaps considering that young people have more common topics, it has always been Li Yang who connected with him, responsible for all his needs. Activities like listening to music and such are certainly included. Normally, they already had a friendly relationship, and with a layer of kinship, they were quite close. However, all of this is based on the premise that the Li family has no issues. When Lu Qian was besieged during the second villain simulation, he seriously suspected that the Li family had problems. Otherwise, how could those assassins know his residence and find him so accurately? And at that time, with such a huge commotion, not a single person from the Li family came to support him. Chapter 20, Chaos erupts, assassins appear. Perhaps due to the background of the Liu family, the substitute almost became the center of attention on the scene, being praised by countless people. Several female classmates with good looks showed friendly gestures. Even Liu Ruyue frequently glanced at the substitute, her brows slightly furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing that even the school flower Liu appeared to be moved, undoubtedly made all the males present feel a mix of envy and jealousy. As a pursuer of Liu Ruyue, Zhao Kun's face twisted in anger, but he did not dare to act out, fearing it would bring trouble to his family. As the atmosphere gradually heated up, Li Yang also stood up and came to your side, whispering, "Senior Liu, do you need me to arrange some entertainment for you?" You knew that Li Yang's move was likely to divert your attention, making it easier for them to deal with the imposter posing as you. Understanding this, you did not refuse, instead, you nodded heavily and agreed. The current situation was already within your expectations, and at the same time, you did not want to stay here too long, being too close to the unstable factor that was Liu Ruyue. However, for some reason, you felt that Liu Ruyue in front of you seemed a bit strange, as if she had changed compared to the Liu Ruyue you encountered in the previous 2 simulations. Chapter 21, Now, everything is in chaos. Got you. Liu Ruyue let out an eerie laugh in front of everyone's astonished gaze, her skin becoming dark and rough. Hiding in the shadows, you realized what happened to Liu Qian when he was pierced through the chest, and you finally understood the strange feeling you had sensed earlier. It turned out she was the Thousand Shadow Assassin, who had been lurking outside the hotel, cultivating the Thousand Shadow Demon technique, and preparing to assassinate you. However, because you had not entered the game, the other party chose to lie low, and today, she made her move again. This Thousand Shadow Assassin was clearly the biggest trump card in this assassination plot. The others tried to rush in to save him, but were easily slaughtered by the 6th stage Thousand Shadow Assassin, with only Li Yang escaping. Seeing such an easy success, the Thousand Shadow Assassin couldn't help but laugh, preparing to kill her target and pull out his spine, but suddenly sensed something was off. Cough, cough, cough. If you kill me, the Liu family won't let you off. Liu Qian looked at the huge wound in his chest in shock, letting out a furious roar. And suddenly a special talisman appeared in his hand. Chapter 22, Hidden behind the scenes, the new destined female protagonist. The black-clad strong man was dumbfounded, with Zhao Kun dead. There was no scapegoat, and who would bear the wrath of the great Xia Liu family? That fleeing Liu Zhong was most likely going back to report, and soon. The entire magic city would be in big trouble. Damn! Realizing the situation was dire, but with Liu Qian, the target, also having fallen, the black-clad strong man could only swallow his anger. Who dares to kill my grandson? A powerful aura from the Holy Realm rapidly approached. It was clearly the ancestor of the Zhao family. Evidently, the other party had sensed Zhao Kun's demise. This is bad. Old Zhao is stubborn, and if he sees me, it won't end well. The black-clad strongman sensed the danger and directly made his move, striking down the remaining survivors in the manor, and leaving with Li Yang. Naturally, this scene was witnessed by you, who were hiding in the shadows. Due to your deliberate interference and scheming, the entire Magic City manor was thrown into chaos. With various forces all mixed together, a complete mess. After the golden cicada shed its shell, it seemed that the mastermind behind the scenes would no longer cling to you, but would have to consider the issue of facing the wrath of the great Xia Liu family. Chapter 23, Infiltrating the Li family to investigate enemy conditions. You discovered that when you were close to Sumai, your success rate in drawing talismans significantly increased. And within just a few days, you had drawn numerous low-level talismans. Although their lethality was not strong, they had remarkable effects in special situations. Over the course of 5 days, your strength and hidden cards had been comprehensively enhanced. At the same time, you had been closely monitoring the situation outside. However, you were surprised to find that the capital of the Great Xia remained calm, with the Liu family showing no signs of action at all. You had to know that during previous simulations, once it was confirmed that you had been assassinated, the entire Liu family would move out without hesitation to reclaim their face. Could it be that Liu Zhong did not convey the situation back? Or was there some incident in between? You realized that there might be some problems in the Great Shu imperial capital, or perhaps the Liu family was plotting something and keeping it under wraps. Another new change. Liu Qian looked at the new changes appearing in the simulator, and his heart sank. According to his expectations, once the Liu family received the information, there would surely be some commotion. Even replicating the battle with the Jiyu family from the second simulation was not impossible. Chapter 24, Run Quickly. To firmly restrain the Liu family so that they could not intervene in the Magic City, relying solely on the Jiyu family was definitely impossible. There must be other forces involved. The mastermind behind the scenes seemed to be even more powerful than you had imagined. Upon hearing this news, Li Yang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, as long as the Liu family cannot make a move, then in the Magic City, my Li family has nothing to fear. That bastard Yi Chen actually dared to make a scene in my Li family and even injured the ancestor. Losing face for my Li family. However, that kid was captured by the respected one 2 days ago. And soon the results of the soul searching of that secret method will be known. Yi Chen was captured. Hearing this news, you were somewhat shocked. You hadn't expected that the destined protagonist Yi Chen would actually be captured by a being known as the respected one for soul searching. You neglected the fact that you had not received any further information about him for the past few days. Originally, you had wanted to take the opportunity to seize Yi Chen's 9 steps to heaven, but unexpectedly, someone got ahead of you. However, who was this respected one mentioned by the Li family father and son? You were puzzled and wanted to continue eavesdropping. But the father and son of the Li family seemed to be very wary of it, and only mentioned a few words before no longer bringing it up. Instead shifting to other topics. Chapter 25, Celestial Being. Looking at Sumai, who seemed to have her eyes gouged out, a chilling sensation surged from your spine, making you feel as if you had fallen into an ice cave. You instantly realized that you had entered the game and had been caught like a turtle in a jar. The people from the Li family, no. The people from the mastermind behind the scenes had arrived. Bang! Without hesitation, you drew on spiritual energy, severed your heart veins, and activated the blood escape talisman, causing a blood-colored demon bat's phantom to appear above your head, ready to help you escape. What a decisive little boy, but can you really escape? An eerie laughter emerged from inside the room. Like the brilliance of a dazzling galaxy suddenly blooming, it condensed into a gigantic chain, infused with spatial power, instantly sealing the blood-colored demon bat and forcibly interrupting the escape effect of the blood escape talisman. A celestial-grade talisman. Moreover, it was the rare spatial attribute, the legendary sealing talisman. As a talisman master, upon seeing that spatial shackles, your pupils constricted, and your heart instantly turned cold. The rarity of the sealing talisman surpassed that of the blood escape talisman, specifically designed to seal the surrounding space and break all escape techniques. Chapter 26, Liu Qian, old thing, who says that in the Magic City, there is only one celestial being. You are somewhat surprised that the ghost doctor is actually coveting your red talent. You realize that the other party doesn't dare to monopolize your supreme imperial bone, but still has their own greedy heart. Indeed, you cannot see the effect of my red talent, which is truly coveted by celestial beings. This is also the reason why your current strength is too low. If you were also a celestial being, just relying on this talent that can obscure the 5 senses would be enough to make you the most terrifying assassin, causing countless big shots to tremble in fear. Alright, but the law is not to be easily passed on. Since you want my secret method, come over, and I will dictate it to you directly. I hope you can keep your promise and let me leave smoothly. You pretended to hesitate, eventually letting out a sigh, knowing the other party's greed. You plan to take full advantage of it. From the previous performance, the other party's personality is extremely arrogant, showing no regard for you. After all, in their eyes, You are nothing more than an ant trapped in a cage. He, little boy from the Liu family. I hope you can see the situation clearly and not pull any tricks. The ghost doctor coldly stepped forward. Chapter 27, 5 Turn Celestial. Not just one celestial being. The ghost doctor was first taken aback, then disdainful, thinking this was yet another of your tricks, naturally unwilling to believe it. Where did so many celestial beings come from? This is not a cabbage. Cunning little, if you don't make a move soon, someone will really die. You suddenly shouted. This sudden move startled the ghost doctor, who looked around suspiciously, but saw not even a hair. He immediately became furious, his head smoking. Knowing he had been tricked again. You little bastard, you have some guts. Let me see if I don't take your life root, and let you experience the taste of unbearable pain. Facing the furious ghost doctor. You remain calm, and just coldly meet his gaze. Rip. Just as the ghost doctor was about to make a move. Suddenly in front of him appeared a flurry of crimson blood-colored petals. The blood-colored petals suddenly transformed, extending a pure white arm, with no pressure at all. As if returning to simplicity, and reached out to pat the ghost doctor's forehead. Boom! The once arrogant ghost doctor was instantly smashed, half of his head shattered. His face stiffening, his body shuddering, collapsing to the ground, convulsing. Chapter 28, Liu Qian, the vermilion mark is gone. Boom! The atmosphere in the scene instantly became awkward. You could clearly see Liu Ruyue's seemingly indifferent face suddenly showing a hint of anger. Her fist tightening for a moment. Seeing this reaction, you knew your guess was correct. Earlier, during the 2 simulations, you found that Liu Ruyue was always easily picked up by you. This mysterious celestial being seemed to be coveting your body. However, interestingly, the other party didn't seem to genuinely like you, as during the last moments of the previous 2 simulations, they did not make a move to save you. On the contrary, in this simulation, you didn't pick up the drunken her at the beginning, but ignored her. Yet she made a move to save you at the critical moment. If I'm not mistaken, the other party's true intention is to obtain my bloodline. Go father. Leave son. Before achieving this goal, the other party would not watch me die, and would protect me. It seems that in the Magic City, there have always been 2 forces, one wanting to kill me and one wanting to protect me. You are unclear about Liu Ruyue's purpose for protecting you. Perhaps she wants to replicate your supreme imperial bone through your bloodline, or for other reasons. Chapter 29, Magic City does not allow such a powerful existence. You are dead. Simulation ended. Liu Qian's pupils dilated, staring intently at the blood-colored text displayed on the system screen, his fists unconsciously clenching. He wasn't overly concerned about dying in the 3rd villain simulation. At this moment, what shocked him the most was the last sentence from the mysterious existence that suddenly appeared in the secret realm. Destroy the traitor of the Liu family. This celestial family, the Liu family, was destroyed in just half a year, and was branded as traitors. Liu Qian now understood why he could stay in the secret realm for half a year during the 3rd simulation. It was likely that during that time, the behind-the-scenes force could not find him, so they first busied themselves with exterminating the entire Liu family, completely cutting off all his paths. He could imagine everything the Liu family suffered during that half-year. His elder brother, father, mother. Liu Qian gritted his teeth, suppressing the anger in his heart. Showing not a hint of it, afraid of being noticed by Liu Ruyue outside. Liu Qian will remember the owner of that last voice, one day. I will kill you. Starting the final settlement, the host can choose 3 options from the 6 below. Chapter 30, Directly assault the yellow dragon. Crash the banquet. Yes. Young Master Liu. Regarding young Master Liu's sudden outburst, Liu Zhong was somewhat accustomed to it. After all, this troublemaker had previously caused quite a stir in the imperial capital because of women, even resulting in a Jiu family brat being born with 2 heads. Now, again because of women wanting to stir things up is also normal. Just as young Master Liu said. What happens in the magic city before he arrives is of no concern. But after he arrives, apart from him, no one else is allowed to be so powerful in the magic city. This is the weight of the Liu family of the Great Xia. Century Hotel, Supreme Private Room. A special birthday party is currently taking place. Those who can attend the birthday party are almost all prominent figures in the magic city, including some powerful big shots. This is because the host of this birthday party is Zhao Kun, the young master of the Zhao family. Zhao Kun is one of the 4 major families in the magic city, the heir of the Zhao family. The strength of his family almost spans the entire magic city. In the hearts of many in the magic city, the 4 major families are the true masters of the magic city, the true heavens. Even officials appointed by the royal family of the Great Xia must maintain good relations with these local aristocrats. Chapter 31, that is someone who walked out of the heavenly palace. I heard that someone wants to make it so I have no place to stand in the magic city. Liu Qian had a mocking expression on his face. Holding a drunken beauty in his arms, with a nonchalant demeanor, showing no regard for everyone present. His gaze did not pay attention to the astonished faces around him, but briefly focused on Zhao Kun's face. Then, with a sidelong glance, he meaningfully glanced at the drinking Li Yang. Sure enough, this brat from the Li family was also here. This means that the previous first assassination attempt was also orchestrated by this brat Li Yang. Just right, tonight. I will deal with this little bastard properly. Let this little bastard know how many eyes the King Ma has. You want to hide in the background and avoid trouble, right? I will definitely drag you out. The protector Lu Zhong, sitting in the front, also got out of the car silently and followed this living ancestor. His task was to ensure the safety of this living ancestor, the rest was none of his concern. Phut! Originally looking elegant and wanting to watch the show, Li Yang instantly sprayed out the $1 million romantique the moment he saw Liu Qian. Chapter 32, your words are unpleasant to my ears, so I'll give you 2 slaps. Slap! Slap! Young Master Zhao, I heard you're quite impressive in the magic city. Liu Qian smiled, but there was no softness in the strength of his hands. At this moment, he did not reveal his cultivation level, and only used the strength of a mortal. However, Zhao Kun, a practitioner of the 4th realm, did not dare to resist with spiritual energy, and had to weaken his physical defense, taking the slaps on his face. He was even afraid of being injured by the impact. Ding! The favorability of the destined female lead Liu Ruyue 1, the host receives a reward, 500 villain points, ding. The favorability of the destined female lead Liu Ruyue 15, the host receives a reward, 600 villain points, ding. The favorability of the destined female lead Liu Ruyue 5. The host receives a reward, 450 villain points, with a continuous influx of villain points. Liu Qian almost transformed into a money-making machine, beating his opponent until his mouth was full of blood. In less than a minute, Zhao Kun had already received more than 10 slaps, and the marks on his face looked like they were branded on. Consequently, Liu Qian also gained significant favor from the mysterious celestial Liu Ruyue, and over 6,000 villain points, enough for him to conduct another villain life simulation. Chapter 33, Good Courage. Daring to point a gun at young Master Liu. Drag him out and execute him. Your words are unpleasant to my ears, so I'll give you 2 slaps. Liu Qian's domineering voice echoed throughout the hall, shocking everyone present into silence. This young Master Liu from the imperial capital is truly arrogant and impressive. His words showed no regard for Li Yang as a person. However, this made Li Yang, who usually appeared elegant and sunny, but was actually petty and dark-hearted, unable to hold back. At this moment, he covered his face, his eyes trembling, staring fiercely at Liu Qian. Deep down, he looked down on Liu Qian, the playboy from the imperial capital. In his heart, this playboy was destined to be dead tonight. Yet here he was, publicly slapped by a dying man. In an instant, he nearly lost his rationality. Liu Qian, you dare to hit me? How dare you? I am from the Li family, and my mother is your cousin. You came to the Magic City, but you stayed at my house. Slap. Liu Qian's face turned cold. And he delivered another slap. Who do you think you are? You insolent thing, even if your father came, I would still give him 2 slaps. Slap. Just because you married a distant relative of the Liu family, you think you can be related to the Liu family. Where does my Liu family have so many poor relatives? Chapter 34, Liu Qian, I am very angry now and want to execute a leader. After receiving the orders from the Liu family, Vice Director Qi Wei rushed over without stopping. He didn't even take a minute. There was no other choice. He was too eager to make progress. Currently, he was in an awkward position. Although the director of the Magic City Security Bureau was nearing retirement age, he was still unwilling to step down easily. Another deputy director with background support was also eyeing him, wanting to step on him. In this situation, if he wanted to rise, he would inevitably face a lot of resistance. During this time, various forces in the Magic City and several top noble families had secretly sent him invitations, wanting to win him over. But in his mind, there was naturally a better candidate. That was the young master Liu Qian in front of him. The Liu family of the Great Xia is truly a big leg to hold on to. Back in the day, the reason he could rise from a poor boy to become the deputy director of the Magic City was that the old man of the Liu family passed through the Magic City, recognized his talent with keen eyes, and casually gave him a chance to stand out. Since then, he had regarded himself as a disciple of the Liu family. And with such a substantial support from the Liu family, would he go and hug someone else's short leg? Chapter 35, 2 Great Ancestors Descend. Show of Power. Liu Zhong was somewhat surprised. It seemed that this young Master Liu was not as simple as he imagined. He was nothing like the rumored playboy. His political and strategic skills were definitely not lacking. With just a few words, he had incited Li Yang and Zhao Kun to fight among themselves, directly leading to mutual destruction. It seemed that the previous reputation for being lecherous was merely a layer of protective color. It makes sense. Being one of the 12 marquis of the Great Xia Empire, which descendant of the Liu bloodline is useless. Liu Qian was naturally aware of Liu Zhong's probing gaze. But at this moment, he did not care. Instead, he calmly watched Li Yang and Zhao Kun fighting fiercely. Though they appeared to be fighting to the death, they were actually holding back, not going all out, and were more likely stalling for time. It seemed they were waiting for reinforcements to arrive. With such a big ruckus, there were surely people from the Zhao and Li families present, starting to send out signals. It seemed they still had some brains and hadn't completely lost their wits. Liu Qian sneered, instantly seeing through their little scheme. However, what of it? Even if the King of Heaven came today, it would be useless. Chapter 36, Killing to Silence. Should I let my protector compete with the two? As soon as these words were spoken, the ancestors of the Li and Zhao families both changed their expressions drastically. Liu Zhong, who had reached the 7th level of sanctification, was clearly not someone they could contend with. If they really fought, it would be them who would suffer. Moreover, if they truly offended the Liu family behind Liu Qian, both families would likely lose their lives. Just a mere protector, tasked with protecting the younger generation, possessed such terrifying cultivation. One can imagine how formidable the true power of the Liu family is. We dare not. We dare not. Young Master Liu, you misunderstood. I was just overly anxious to save my grandson just now and offended you. We are both willing to present a 6th-grade king weapon as a token of apology to young Master Liu. Saying this, the two hurriedly took out 2 king weapons from their storage bags. Treasure, mortal weapon, law weapon, mysterious weapon, spiritual weapon, treasure weapon, king weapon, emperor weapon, immortal weapon. King weapons belong to the 6th realm of the extraordinary. However, since there are few weapon refiners, they are rare, and the items are even more precious. Even a transcendent expert, at the sixth realm, may not possess a king artifact. Chapter 37. Oh, Heaven! Great Lord! Just as he was about to be engulfed by the wave of energy, Li Yang's expression was one of shock and disbelief. He never imagined he would become a discarded pawn. He saw the murderous Li family ancestor and Lu Qian, who had a mocking smile on his lips, staring directly at him. In the final moment, a look of realization seemed to appear in his eyes as he understood everything. So you knew all along. Puff! Zhao Kun felt a terrifying wave of energy erupt, followed by a scalding liquid splashing onto him, covered in blood. His mouth fell open in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. His mind blank, as if he had been scared by the scene before him. Just moments ago, a living person next to him had been directly blown apart, turning into a mist of blood that splattered all over him. This had almost created a psychological shadow. Ah! 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 They are dead. They are all dead. Zhao Kun, frightened out of his wits, screamed. And he was not the only one shocked by this sudden turn of events. Everyone present, except for Lu Qian, wore expressions of astonishment. Who could have imagined that the Li family ancestor, who had been protecting Li Yang just a moment ago, would suddenly turn on him and kill his most beloved grandson? Chapter 38. The Chosen One. Go ahead. Young Master Lu, is this too much? Qi Wei looked at the jade Ruyue in front of him, his pupils constricting, his voice trembling slightly. This is a 6th grade king artifact. Even he, as the deputy director of the Magic City Security Bureau, considered a 6th grade king artifact to be an extremely precious item. In this empire controlled by the Daxia royal family and powerful clans, refiners have almost all been courted by various factions and treated as esteemed guests. Under such restrictions, cultivators' magical artifacts are undoubtedly rare. Born a commoner, even after reaching the position of deputy director, he had only managed to accumulate one 6th grade king artifact. But now, Lu Qian made a move and produced a king artifact. This was almost equivalent to decades of his hard work. At this moment, he did not want to take it, but feared that if he did, he would have no further connection with the noble in front of him. Director Qi, take it. It's just a small item. I've seen plenty of such small items. You will obtain more in the future. Lu Qian immediately saw through Qi Wei's hesitation and spoke directly. Currently, Qi Wei was a person behind the scenes, making it highly unlikely he would pose a threat, almost negligible. Chapter 39. 4th Simulation. 10 consecutive draws at the start. Outside the Century Hotel, Deputy Director Qi Wei was making arrangements. He gathered all the substitute, off-duty, and mid to high-ranking personnel above the 2nd realm in the Bureau, and rushed them to the Century Hotel as quickly as possible to oversee the inspection. All guests in the hotel were evacuated, with no safety hazards allowed. Anyone within a 2-mile radius was forcibly removed, and any suspicious individuals were to be captured, with lethal force authorized if necessary. In order to climb the ranks of the Lu family, Qi Wei was truly risking it all. In less than 10 minutes, teams of black-robed enforcement officers from the Security Bureau appeared outside the hotel. They were responsible for guarding the area and driving away all unrelated individuals within several miles. Even the remaining guests, who originally stayed at the Century Hotel, were forcibly asked to leave. Qi Wei, a transcendent expert and deputy director of the Magic City Security Bureau, directly led an elite team to guard the hotel entrance, neglecting all other matters. Clearly, he did not intend to allow a reckless individual like Yi Chen to offend young Master Lu again. Now, the entire area around the Century Hotel was almost surrounded like a steel barrel, with defenses tightened to the utmost. Chapter 40. Purple Talent. Talisman Dao Seed. Looking at the 10 temporary talents drawn, Lu Qian immediately ignored the low-level talents in yellow, white, and grey. Only Steel and Iron Bones, green, Endless Nonsense, green, and Talisman Genius, red, made it to his shortlist. Among them, the first one, Steel and Iron Bones, green. While capable of enhancing combat power, was undoubtedly the least valuable in his eyes, and was the first to be eliminated. Soon, his gaze wavered between Endless Nonsense, green, and Talisman Genius, red, seemingly indecisive. It had to be said that the effect of Endless Nonsense was undoubtedly tempting. What one said could, to some extent, make even ghosts not believe it. But humans would. What a concept. This was practically an alternative brainwashing technique. To some degree, it could fool people completely. The specific effect could be referenced by a certain failed art student. Who wouldn't be tempted by this? If he were in the villain life simulator, he could probably extract some special information by fooling the behind-the-scenes mastermind. But unfortunately, this draw also had an even stronger, and more suitable, Talisman Genius, red. Chapter 41, The Secret Realm opens, all demons dance. Because you suspect that Qian is in the secret realm that appeared in previous simulations, and obtained the 9 steps to heaven. You instructed Lu Zhong to pay attention to the situation in the Magic City Sea before comprehending the talisman. After a brief moment of thought, you realized that if you were to go openly into the Magic City secret realm, it would undoubtedly attract attention from all sides and might be viewed as a perfect opportunity to capture a turtle in a jar by the mastermind behind the scenes. You decided to go secretly and did not plan to bring Lu Zhong, as his disappearance, as a saint-level expert, would surely attract too much attention. You called Lu Zhong in from outside. This time, you did not reveal your cultivation level, only instructing him to bring Su Meng, the assassin from the Lu family. Young Master Lu, how do you know about this Su Meng? Lu Zhong was somewhat astonished, as in his eyes. You were just a spoiled rich kid who shouldn't know about such matters. But seeing that you had no intention of explaining, he could only comply. Soon, a young man of similar age, Su Meng, appeared before you, somewhat anxiously. Su Meng, I will be leaving for a few days. Next, I need you to impersonate me. You stated your plan. Chapter 42, The Fire Dragon shows its might, re-entering the secret realm. Oh? Another unlucky fool is trying to give it a go. In tattered clothes, it's clear he is not a genius from a prominent family. Judging by his age, he appears to be in his early 20s, probably struggling to reach the 3rd realm, at most the 4th realm of divine powers. With so many bizarre otherworldly beings around, even a 5th realm expert would find it troublesome. Only a transcendent expert would have a chance. Where does this kid get his courage? Seeing your sudden appearance, the crowd gathered at the harbor gasped, but they were all skeptical of you. You ignored the noise from those people and erupted like a sharp sword, rushing out from the port. With your right hand gathering spiritual energy, you drew a talisman out of thin air, and in an instant, a 4th-tier wind-driving talisman appeared. Wind, come. Boom. The howling wind instantly enveloped you, making you seem as if you were flying through the air, rapidly heading towards the secret realm. After obtaining the purple talent of Talisman Dao Seed, you found that your understanding of talismans seemed to reach a terrifying level. Any talisman you controlled could condense without the need for external objects. Chapter 43, Interrupting the Fate of the Main Character, Securing the 9 Steps to Heaven. After confirming Qian's location, you no longer held back. You instantly unleashed the ghostly speed of the Thousand Shadows demon art, enhanced by the wind-driving talisman. At that moment, by using spiritual energy without hesitation, your speed surpassed the mountain and river realm, reaching the threshold of the transcendent realm. You rode the wind, transforming into a fleeting shadow, charging rapidly through the air and creating sonic booms that drew the attention of many creatures in the secret realm. Roar! A bizarre giant python exuding terrifying cold suddenly lunged out from the forest, trying to bite you. 4th-tier Fire Thunder Talisman. You remained expressionless, and with a thought. A talisman condensed, unleashing fire and thunder that obliterated the bizarre giant python, turning it into a mist of blood that stained the sky. Is that the method of a talisman master? One strike to kill a bizarre giant python of the mountain and river realm. What terrifying power! Such terrifying speed! Could it be a senior from the transcendent realm? Where did such a young talisman master come from in the entire Devil City? I don't remember. Your divine might is impressive. I am Wu Jiahao from the Wu family of Devil City. May I join you in searching for opportunities? Your bold actions caused quite a stir in the secret realm, leaving many others who entered in shock. Chapter 44, 9 Steps to Heaven. Heaven and Earth Loan. You quickly stopped your pursuit, wanting to retreat and avoid confrontation with Yi Chen. The brief burst brought by the 9 steps to heaven was not something you could withstand right now. But the next moment, you were shocked to see that the imposing Yi Chen suddenly had his aura plummet, his figure flickering and enveloped in grayish-white flames, as he fled into the distance. You took my opportunity. I have remembered your aura, and I will repay this in the future. Yi Chen's voice echoed from afar, filled with resentment. Seeing this scene, you immediately realized you had been deceived. Clearly, Yi Chen did not truly master the 9 steps to heaven, he was merely using it forcefully to trick you. Having witnessed the terrifying power of the 9 steps to heaven in previous simulations, you were genuinely frightened, and Yi Chen successfully escaped because of it. What are Yi Chen? I underestimated you. Your expression grew serious as you muttered to yourself. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone. Even though you knew you had been deceived. You chose not to chase after him, as your goal had already been accomplished. Moreover, as the destined main character, who could say whether he would gain enlightenment again, at a life-and-death moment, and truly comprehend the 9 steps to heaven? Chapter 45, 9 Steps to Heaven Achieved. Annihilating the Transcendent. Your current realm was the 4th stage of divine power, and the first 4 steps of the 9 steps to heaven posed almost no obstacles for you, allowing you to complete the training in just under 2 days. Half a month later, you successfully cultivated the 5th step, and a special mountain and river talisman appeared in your mind. Whenever you wished, you could burn your lifespan to obtain power from the talismans of heaven and earth. Stepping into the 5th stage of mountain and river. A month and a half later, you successfully cultivated the 6th step, condensing a new transcendent talisman in your mind. By burning your lifespan, you could step into the 6th stage of transcendence. 3 months later, you successfully reached the 7th step, condensing the spirit-entering saint talisman in your mind. By burning your lifespan, you could step into the 7th stage of entering saint. At this point, you had fully mastered the first 7 steps of the 9 steps to heaven, capable of unleashing the entering saint realm at any time, possessing a powerful trump card. Finally, it was in your hands. You obtained the 9 steps to heaven, even if it wasn't complete, just the fragments were enough to secure your position. Seeing such smooth progress, Liu Qian, lying on the bed, couldn't help but punch his fist, secretly cheering in his heart. Chapter 46, Leaving the Secret Realm. Trouble in Devil City. Boom! The elder of the Li family, swallowed by 5 fire dragons, was instantly reduced to ashes. He probably never imagined he would encounter such a monster with cheats. Snap! Amidst the ashes, the elder's storage bag was bitten by a fire dragon and delivered to you. Can you withstand the cost of 20 years of lifespan with this move? You held the storage bag, looking at the elder of the Li family, who was now a corpse, calm on the surface, but the excitement inside was hard to suppress. At that moment, you finally understood what it felt like to have cheats. No wonder in previous simulations, the destined main character Yi Chen acted like a reckless child, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. This feeling was truly exhilarating. The only downside was that the price was a bit steep. Your aura began to drop from the transcendent realm back to the divine power realm. A sense of inexplicable weakness surged into your heart. At that moment, you felt a significant loss of vitality within you, and the whole person felt somewhat unaccustomed. The battle just now took a total of 1 second, it seemed brief, but it burned away 20 years of your lifespan. Chapter 47, Mysterious Visitor, Stand-in Captured. It seems that the Century Hotel is not safe at all. Liu Qian's expression darkened as he saw this scene. He had thought that being surrounded by layers of protection would significantly increase safety. But reality slapped him hard. There was still a problem. He guessed wrong. The reason for the situation in the simulator was most likely due to his own arrangements being too good, excessively so. Coupled with the severe injury of the Li family's ancestor, the Thousand Shadows assassins were unable to act, leaving the task uncompleted and stuck. Ultimately, this attracted the mad investment of the forces behind the scenes, who disregarded everything and summoned many powerful individuals to break the Century Hotel apart, capturing Sumeng, this stand-in. Thinking he was him. Although shocked by the peculiar time flow of the mysterious secret realm, what you care about more now is the current situation. What happened to Lu Zhong and the others? In just 9 days, you had left Devil City for the secret realm, and unexpectedly, so much had happened. And you had narrowly escaped a disaster. If you hadn't left Devil City these past few days, you might have been kidnapped a week ago. And the outcome would not have been good. Chapter 48, Lu Xiao, by the time you see this letter, I think I have already died. Is the cloaked man the ghost doctor? Lu Qian looked at the content mentioned by Qi Wei in the villain simulator, his eyes flickering. And instantly thought of the ghost doctor, a powerful being. He was able to easily defeat Lu Zhong, who was at the 7th level of entering sainthood. As well as the fated protagonist Yi Chen, an extraordinary existence. In the entire Magic City, perhaps no one could accomplish such a feat. Only a true celestial realm could achieve it. From the timeline, the most suspicious figure was the ghost doctor, who appeared during the last simulation as the deceased eunuch. It was evident that the mastermind hiding within the great Shu royal family was becoming restless. With Li Yang killed, the Li family's ancestor incapacitated, and the killing scheme disrupted, the opponent was disappointed in the Li family, thinking that he had learned certain things. Moreover, he had also recruited Qi Wei, the deputy director, gaining part of the armed forces in Magic City, and had been hiding in the Century Hotel, making it difficult for the opponent to mobilize forces against the Li family. Ultimately, he chose to invite a celestial realm expert. However, the cloaked man did not appear directly at first. Instead, he hid behind the scenes, seemingly cautious about something. If it weren't for the interference caused by Yi Chen, the fated protagonist, the cloaked man might not have shown up at all. Chapter 49, Lu Zhong's Last Will. News from the Lu family. Lu Xiao, by the time you see this letter, I think I have already died. The fact that Qi Wei could deliver this letter to you proves that he is still trustworthy for now, but human hearts are unpredictable, so be cautious. Although I am not sure if the mission you mentioned is real, it doesn't matter now. Lu Xiao, next, I have something important to tell you. When you left in a hurry, you didn't know that Sumeng had something to say to you. In the end, he had no choice but to tell me. Sumeng expressed that as a substitute, he might run into trouble next, and he has a younger sister whom he hopes I can arrange protection for. I agreed. I secretly went to Sumeng's home, wanting to take Sumai away, but unexpectedly discovered that this little girl was actually the legendary Cursed Eye. The Cursed Eye is one of the 10 divine eyes, possessing a rare and unique physique that allows one to curse and kill powerful beings across realms. Each time a curse is cast, it will incur backlash, shortening lifespan and risking the shattering of the Cursed Eye. Lu Xiao, this little girl's bloodline is extraordinary. The Cursed Eye has awakened, and her ancestors must be some powerful and strange foreign race. Once activated, even a celestial realm expert could fall victim if they are not careful. Chapter 50, Threats from the Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Big Brother is in trouble. Looking at the contradictory dialogue from Big Brother, you feel a chill run down your spine, realizing that Big Brother Lu Shou might have encountered something. You know Big Brother Lu Shou's character too well. He is the type who is domineering and straightforward, never jokes easily, especially not with frightening jokes. More importantly, Big Brother never calls you second brother, always addressing you as a Qian. You are very clear that the one talking to you is not your big brother, but the true mastermind behind the scenes. However, the opponent clearly does not know that the communication within the Liu family is special. Every message disappears after being read, so it is impossible to determine what Big Brother just told him. He even tried to disguise himself to lure him back. Do they really think you are some naive little kid? Perhaps sensing that you had not responded, the opponent sent another message, dropping any pretense. With a strong threat, kid, obediently return to the imperial capital, otherwise, all members of the Liu family will die. Fool. Smash. Without hesitation, you immediately replied. Then crushed the bloodline communicator in your hand, burning it with symbolic fire to sever any possibility of being tracked. Chapter 51, Crazy Layout. Luring the snake out of its hole. Brother is dead. As a blind person, I won't live long alone. If I go with you, I can still live and have a chance to avenge my brother. Sumai's voice was calm, not at all like she was talking about herself, but rather like she was speaking about a stranger. Looking at the composed Sumai before you, you realize how determined and terrifying this girl's will is. Although blind, her courage far exceeds that of ordinary people. Clearly, during the last villain simulation, you disguised yourself as Sumeng. And the other party seemed to have seen through it, but did not expose you, instead cooperating fully. In fact, after being captured by the ghost doctor, she even took the initiative to give you hints to escape. I have my own troubles, going with me might not guarantee a long life either. You did not hide it and chose to be honest. Magic City is already unsafe, and the journey to escape will certainly not be peaceful. There may even be situations where you are pursued. You roughly explained your situation and revealed your real name, Liu Qian. Liu brother. Can you tell Maya who killed my brother? To your surprise, Sumai did not dwell on the dangerous matters, but instead asked this question. Chapter 52, 9 Dragons Burning the Sky. Fighting against the Celestial. Dear passengers, I am the captain of this cruise ship. Due to aging machinery within the ship, we can no longer proceed, and this trip will temporarily cancel its final destination, docking at Linjiang City. The next ship will arrive in 3 days. To express our apologies, all accommodations for the tourists in Linjiang City for 3 days will be covered by our company. Damn! How can this be? It will take 3 days, my business is worth millions per minute. By then, it will be too late. What the hell, everything was fine when we set sail. And suddenly it breaks down. Do you know how much this will delay me? Bastards, I'm going to file a complaint against you. The sudden announcement on the luxury cruise ship sparked dissatisfaction and curses from all the passengers. But no matter how they cursed, the Magic City cruise ship continued to approach Linjiang City without stopping. Linjiang City is still over 10,000 kilometers away from the 10,000 Great Mountains. Faced with this sudden change, you, who had been hiding in the VIP room of the cruise ship, showed no surprise, instead remaining very calm. As if you had anticipated it all along. Chapter 53, All Cards Revealed, Slaying the Celestial. Is it better to be a useless coward for a lifetime, or to be a true man for 3 seconds? This is a difficult choice to make. Now, you have made your choice. With a lifespan of 300 in the divine ability realm, it is enough for you to take the 7th step of stepping into the sky. Briefly entering the sainthood realm for 3 seconds. Under the enhancement of the supreme mode, your thoughts instantly enter a higher dimensional existence. And the recently surged sainthood cultivation is completely controlled, perfectly exploding forth. The purple talent of the talisman path has been brought to its extreme, transforming the 5th level fire dragon technique into a new combined talisman, 9 Dragons Burning Heaven. The power of this move is so immense that it can even threaten celestial beings. Roaring. The ghostly medical master had his celestial domain torn apart by 900-foot fire dragons, striking him and causing him to let out a painful howl. At this moment, he was shocked not only by your terrifying cultivation, but even more so by your talisman techniques. You are actually a talisman master. Wait, fire dragon talisman. Who is Wan Fuzi to you? Chapter 54, Ghostly Medical Master, Your Highness, I will not let you go. Cough. 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 The ghostly medical master clutched his throat. His pupils constricted, turning around to look at you in disbelief. You dare to kill me? Puh. Another fist-sized ice spike pierced through his chin, instantly impaling his brain. In the supreme mode, you remained expressionless, completely ignoring the pain from your injuries, staring intently at the ghostly medical master. If you want to kill, then kill. What is there to be afraid of? Do I need your permission? Puh. You forcibly controlled your arm, pulling out the ice spikes from your chest and returning them. No. 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 Your Highness, I will not let you go. The desperate ghostly medical master issued his last threat, as his injuries and the calamity of celestial decline began to surge, countless black gases completely engulfing him. Your Highness. What is the true identity of the mastermind behind the ghostly medical master's arrival? It really is the royal family of the great Xia. Is it a prince? Seeing this scene in the simulator, Liu Qian instantly clenched his fists and then quickly relaxed. Unexpectedly, the ghostly medical master would reveal information about the mastermind before dying. Chapter 55, The Struggle for the Heir, Always Like This. Looking for Liu Ruyue, isn't that behind you? Upon hearing your words, Yi Chen sneered. Thinking it was another of your schemes to toy with him, but from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure behind him that had appeared unnoticed. Swish! He suddenly turned around, and what came into view was Liu Ruyue, dressed in a snow-white gown. This school beauty of Magic City University, who had disappeared for many days, suddenly reappeared. However, compared to the previous Liu Ruyue, she now exuded an aura of aloofness akin to a celestial being. Yet, at this moment, Yi Chen, who was more delighted than shocked, clearly did not notice the change in the woman before him, his face filled with excitement, as he instinctively wanted to rush over and hug her. Ruyue. I finally found you. Slap. Liu Ruyue, expressionless, casually slapped, and Yi Chen flew out like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a rock and his head sinking into it. Crack! 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 The legendary king of licking dogs, Yi Chen, first twitched his body, blood dripping from the rock, uncertain of life or death. Throughout, Liu Ruyue's gaze never glanced at him, her cold eyes fixed solely on you. Chapter 56, Liu Qian, Liu Ruyue. I see you like the Monkey King on the journey to the west. How is it possible? How could he know? Liu Ruyue was stunned, looking at the man on the bed, who was resting his head on his arm, yawning, appearing sleepy, and her heart suddenly surged with waves of shock. Or is it just a slip of the tongue? Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the shock of the mysterious celestial Liu Ruyue, altering part of the future. Reward, 15,000 villain points. Liu Qian, who had just yawned, squinted his eyes, ignoring the gaze from below, appearing as if he was oblivious. It seemed he was unconcerned about this mysterious celestial being, nor was he afraid she would have any special reaction. In the previous villain simulations, Liu Ruyue did not dare to move against him at all, even having to desperately save his life, which showed that she was still leaning towards him to some extent. Just right this time, he intended to test her reaction. However, beneath the calm demeanor of watching the show, his right hand pressed down, gripping a blood-red talisman, ready to activate it at any moment. This time, the villain simulation produced a shocking revelation, but there were still too many doubts. Initially, he thought he had uncovered the true face of Mount Lu, yet he still found himself within this mountain. Chapter 57, My Master's Wan Fuzi, Scaring Off Celestials. Seeing that you have played with her again, the mysterious celestial Liu Ruyue was almost furious, losing all semblance of a strong person and cursing. Without a sealing talisman to counteract, she could not control you or stop you. In the last villain simulation, you had asked your brother Liu Shou for a second life-replacing blood escape talisman, which led to the mastermind learning about it in advance and preparing. But this time, you deliberately left a hand, hiding it from everyone. Even Liu Ruyue did not know you had this trump card. And since the life-replacing blood escape talisman randomly teleports away, wanting to lock onto you is not an easy task. While the self in the simulator was toying with Liu Ruyue, Lu Qian in the real world was contemplating other matters. As long as they are not enemies, they can become friends, aligned on the same side. There is a saying in the previous life that to have many friends, naturally, there will be fewer enemies. If he could pull Liu Ruyue and her backing forces into his camp, it would be enough to counter the mastermind's forces. Liu Ruyue represents the neutral fence-sitters, who also have their own interests, otherwise, she would not secretly want to execute the plan left by her father. Chapter 58, Pulling the Tiger's Skin, Raising the Flag. Until Liu Ruyue voluntarily lay back down, covered herself with a quilt, and went back to sleep. Lu Qian's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the talisman true record in his hand, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, under the control of supreme mode, his emotional fluctuations were suppressed, remaining calm and unperturbed. After experiencing the terrifying sensory ability of the celestial realm in the simulator, Lu Qian would naturally not make such a low-level mistake again. If he had shown even a hint of unusual emotion just now, it would have been noticed by Liu Ruyue, directly exposing him. He gambled correctly. This tactic of using a tiger's skin to scare the tiger indeed scared her off. Previously, in the villain simulator, the name Xuan Fuzi had nearly terrified the ghostly medical master to death, as if this name involved some special taboo. This sudden situation made Lu Qian realize the extraordinary nature of this mysterious talisman master, Xuan Fuzi. Therefore, he planned to use it to intimidate Liu Ruyue, who had ulterior motives, to see if it would work, whether it could shake her resolve. But he did not expect the effect to be explosive. Liu Ruyue's performance as a fifth-turn celestial was almost indistinguishable from the ghost doctor in the simulator, leaving everyone stunned. Chapter 59, Lu Qian, My life is like walking on thin ice. You seriously suspect that the so-called villain simulator may want to cultivate you into a future great villain. Being chased and targeted every day, an ordinary person would have blackened and retaliated against the world, but your will is strong enough. What is going on here? Looking at Sumai, who has been driven to ruin because of you and ended up in such a miserable situation, you still feel soft-hearted. You died. Which was straightforward, but the other party is a blind person, stuck in a wild mountain forest filled with beasts, and the outcome is naturally predictable. In these 3 days, Sumai has been able to keep you alive thanks to the talismans you gave her earlier. Consider it a moment of kindness before death, leaving her a way out. Perhaps sensing something, the deeply sleeping Sumai suddenly opened her snow-white eyes. Her face filled with excitement. Brother Lu, you're awake. Looking at Sumai, you paused for a moment but chose to tell her the truth, in a way. You harmed her. But unexpectedly. Sumai seemed to have known all along. Brother has told me since childhood that if it weren't for the Lu family supporting us back then, we would have frozen to death in that winter. Chapter 60, Shattered Hopes and the Deal with Liu Ruyue. Is this a revelation? Or perhaps a hint? Liu Ruyue frowned slightly, feeling a wave of annoyance. It should have been simple, just obtain the true scripture and then escape. However, things have gradually spiraled out of control. It seems everyone underestimated this man before her. The other party seems to have known her identity and the existence of the forces behind her. Is she planning to win them over? After waiting for a long time, the silence behind her persisted, and there was no response. Lu Qian remained calm, and did not believe that just a few words would make Liu Ruyue express her stance, change her mind, and choose to support him. He did not possess that so-called kingly aura. The other party's silence and lack of engagement were, on one hand, due to uncertainty about how much he knew. On the other hand, it was likely that she did not have a high opinion of his current situation. But he was confident that he could bring Liu Ruyue onto his ship. With a fifth-turn celestial by his side, many troubles could naturally be avoided. There was no need to express her stance so quickly, just watch the next few events unfold. Slap. Lu Qian took out the communication token from his body and sent a message to Lu Zhong outside. Chapter 61, The fourth simulation ends. You feel like Tang Seng. Your Tang Seng flesh always attracts demons and monsters. Everyone wants to take a bite and get something from you. Among them, there are the masterminds plotting for your bones and Liu Ruyue, who is determined to obtain the scriptures. However, this Tang Seng of yours does not have a long life. Instead, he is going to die and can only make a deal with Liu Ruyue to leave a way out for Sumai. However, just now, Liu Ruyue, who was easy to talk to outside, began to reveal her true nature. Slap. So you think your son Wukong? You treated me like a monkey before. Didn't he you? Those chasing me can line up from Demon City to Imperial City. Do you think I'm heir? I have the figure if needed. And I have beauty if needed. You go flirt with a blind person, blind your eyes. Who do you think you are? Bastard. Perhaps because you toyed with her twice in a row and treated her like heir, Liu Ruyue is a woman who holds grudges, wishing she could kill you. Shocking. A 300-year-old man was brutally beaten by the campus belle of Demon City. Is this a moral decline or? Realizing that this seemingly cold and proud woman might be a bit petty, you understand that she won't even spare the elderly. Chapter 62, Celestial Treasure, Zhuan Yin Treasure Mirror. I choose the first, second, and third rewards. Seeing the 6 rewards appear, Lu Qian almost didn't hesitate, and directly selected the first 3, giving up the rest. 9 steps to heaven, and with the talisman Dao Seed purple talent, he can naturally comprehend it again in the future. Yin-Yang Infinite Pill could help him break through the 5th realm, but with his talent, it was only a matter of time. At worst, he could go to the mysterious secret realm and kill the elder of the Li family to obtain it. Kang Mang Overlord Fist is the least cost-effective choice, so he directly passed on it without hesitation. Whoosh! 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 A light golden Dao fruit, a deep purple Dao fruit, and a light purple Dao fruit that were floating above the old man instantly fell. They represented 9 steps to heaven, talisman Dao Seed, and a celestial inheritance. Drifting towards Lu Qian. Boom! With the integration of the 3 Dao fruits, Lu Qian felt a surging wave in his mind. Countless talisman inscriptions were deeply engraved into his soul. In an instant, he completely mastered the first 7 steps of a 9 steps to heaven, and the power of a talisman Dao Seed. A vast and mighty force rooted deep in his soul instantly allowed him to step into a new realm. Chapter 63, Alchemist Inheritance, Hidden Assassins in the Dark. Besides the Zhuan Yin Treasure Mirror, the space ring was filled with dense medical books, herbs, jars of pills, and a high-grade alchemy furnace. But in terms of value, it was absolutely unimaginable. Unexpectedly, this ghost doctor was not only a third-turn celestial, but also an alchemist, and his rank was likely not low. It makes sense. His previous identity, as a ghost doctor, was a well-known physician in the Great Xia. In the villain simulation, it was no wonder that after killing the ghost doctor, the reaction from the mastermind behind the scenes was so huge. On one hand, it was due to the loss of a third-turn celestial, and on the other hand, it was the loss of a high-level alchemist. Could the reaction not be significant? Lu Qian looked at the wealth in that space ring, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was almost uncontrollable. Not to mention the numerous pills and herbs inside, just the books alone were an unimaginable fortune. Whoosh! He casually hung the treasure mirror at his waist, took out a recipe book out of thin air, and ignored Liu Ruyue's shocked gaze as he flipped through it casually. One recipe after another instantly came into his view. Human face pill, human scorpion pill, 100 insect pill, blood poison pill. Chapter 64, Lu Qian's first strike, Liu Ruyue's shock. The Li family's waste can't be relied on. I have to rely on myself to turn the tide. In 4 days, the revered one will arrive in Demon City. By then, this so-called impregnable fortress will be nothing but a pile of dirt in front of the revered one. Kid, enjoy your last moments of joy. In a few days, you won't have this opportunity anymore. The shadow assassin sneered, clearly treating Liu Qian, who was hiding in the Century Hotel, as if he were already dead. After determining that the Li family was abandoned and feeling isolated and helpless, he urgently called for help from above, dispatching a more powerful presence. Unexpectedly, he received a big surprise from above, as they sent a mysterious respected elder. Those who are honored as respected elders within the organization are all super elites of the 8th realm. He didn't know which esteemed elder had come this time. If he could connect with such a big shot, he might have a chance to obtain the true core of the Thousand Shadow Demon technique. Just as the Thousand Shadow Assassin was lost in thought, his expression suddenly changed. The figure that should have been at the top window of the Century Hotel had disappeared without a trace. How did it suddenly vanish? Chapter 65, Liu Qian, I am your father. Mischievous. Liu Qian smiled and shook his head, not saying much. His tolerance for Liu Ruyue was still quite high. After all, during the previous simulations with villains, both sides had developed a deep bond. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the room. Lu Zhong's voice came from outside. Young Master Lu, Su Mingren, has been brought in, and the others have been arranged. They were quite prompt. Smack! The door opened, and the two people outside immediately came into view. Next to Lu Zhong stood a young man, with a resolute face and a slightly thin figure. Liu Qian's gaze lingered on the young man for a moment, revealing a fleeting hint of subtlety and complexity, before he slowly spoke. Lu Zhong, help me train this person. I feel something is off these past few days, and I need a visible substitute for insurance. Yes, young Master Lu. Lu Zhong nodded, without any objections. Such substitute tactics were not uncommon among noble families. Although he believed that as long as he was in Magic City, with his 7th level of saintly power, no one could harm young Master Lu. Since young Master Lu had given the command, he would naturally choose to obey. Chapter 66, Entering the Secret Realm Early. Ambushing the protagonist Yi Chen, seizing the golden finger grandpa. Say, what did you just do to me? Liu Ruyue questioned coldly. At this moment, she was nearly livid. She had actually called you a little brat dad. What a humiliation. If it were anyone else, she would have killed to silence them long ago. But you were special, with a unique identity, not easily killed or insulted, so she could only grit her teeth and beat you up. However, despite her anger, she realized that something was very wrong just now. As a 5-turn celestial, her divine sense was not easily shaken by external forces. But she had evidently been interfered with by some power. You, a 4-realm divine ability user, could actually affect her, who was an 8-realm celestial. It was simply inconceivable. But that's not important. I do have something important to tell you. You rubbed your chest, wincing in pain. The furious tigress had been both striking and biting. She was ferocious, and it was only thanks to her holding back that you weren't killed. During this time, you did try to use the green talent endless nonsense to make her stop, but it was ineffective. Chapter 67, Sudden Changes, Breaking Through 5 Realms. You had long coveted Yi Chen's golden finger grandpa. Throughout the simulations, Yi Chen's ability to escape unscathed each time relied on that so-called golden finger grandpa. Otherwise, with his reckless and brainless personality, he would have been killed long ago. How could he keep bouncing around? If you could seize him, whether to destroy his soul, plunder memories, search for techniques, or coerce him into trading to protect you, it would be a considerable treasure. The value of Yi Chen's golden finger grandpa was definitely not inferior to the Step to Heaven 9 steps, and perhaps even surpassed it. Previously, Yi Chen knew about the existence of Step to Heaven 9 steps because of the guidance of that mysterious remnant soul, which meant that the other party was aware of many hidden opportunities. I want to break through to a higher realm faster. And what I lack most is assistance and ample opportunities. In your mind, you had already regarded Yi Chen's golden finger as your own. You took Liu Ruyue and hid in the dark, preparing to wait for the rabbit to come by and seize him in one fell swoop. Under normal circumstances. With Liu Ruyue's personality, she would never be this obedient, but perhaps your display of mystery and strength made her considerably more compliant. Chapter 68, Head South. To the 10,000 Great Mountains. Is it a trap? You broke through the 5 realms, and the ancient Dragon Elephant Sutra reached the 5th level, making your body even stronger. At the same time, your lifespan increased from 300 years to 500 years. You noticed that the progress of the celestial talisman condensed in the depths of your soul sword instantly, going from 20% to 40%. After your realm breakthrough, you sensed that the consumption of Step to Heaven 9 steps seemed to have decreased. You no longer needed 100 years of lifespan to temporarily break into the Saint realm, but only 50 years, halving the consumption. With your current lifespan, you could support a brief entry into the 7th realm of the Saint for 10 seconds, which was 3 times better than before. At this moment, your strength underwent a qualitative leap. Clearly, the higher the cultivation level, the lower the cost of using Step to Heaven 9 steps. Is this the correct way to use Step to Heaven 9 steps? The higher the cultivation, the better the effect. You gradually understood everything and learned its proper usage. In a great mood, you controlled the yin and yang energies within you, harnessing gravitational force, and gained the ability to fly without relying on talismans. You arrived beside Liu Ruyue. Let's go back to Magic City. Chapter 69, You, the evil bloodline of a regicide, nearly brought ruin to the Daxia. Going to the imperial capital is a 10-death, 1-life situation. Heading south to the 10,000 Great Mountains could allow you to live. When you learned these 2 completely different answers from Liu Ruyue, your expression grew serious, as you weighed the pros and cons. Clearly, Liu Ruyue could only tell you this much: the matters and causalities involved were likely significant and beyond her participation. Thus, it was evident that both paths carried considerable danger. Among them, heading south to the 10,000 Great Mountains was likely a trap set for you, just waiting for you to fall into it. The imperial capital is a mixed bag, with powerful figures everywhere, and is the base of the mastermind. Even if several celestial experts emerged, it wouldn't be surprising. With my current means, dealing with an ordinary celestial is already my limit. Going there would indeed be a 10-death situation, but what does that 1 life represent? Is there something I don't know? Well, since they have been trying to lure me south to the 10,000 Great Mountains, this time, I will head south in this simulation to scout the way for my main body, to see what kind of dragon's den and tiger's lair it is. And how many people want my life? Chapter 70, Lu Qian. Oh no, the villain is actually me. Ah! In an instant, the ghost doctor, a third transcendent celestial being, turned to ashes, dying completely, leaving only a storage ring that fell to the ground. All of this happened too quickly, to the point where you and Liu Ruyue could not stop it. The evil bloodline of the King Slayer. What is going on? I'm not from the Daxia royal bloodline. How did I suddenly become the bloodline of the King Slayer? And what does it mean that Daxia was almost destroyed? Did my father or mother, or perhaps an even older ancestor, nearly destroy the Daxia Empire? This plot doesn't make sense. Lu Qian was dumbfounded, bewildered by everything happening in the simulator. How did the situation suddenly flip? Shouldn't he be the poor prince and victim being hunted down, forced to hide his identity? How did he suddenly turn into the bloodline of a criminal who almost destroyed the Daxia Empire? Could it be that the old eunuch, the ghost doctor, intentionally misled him? Wait. Lu Qian seemed to suddenly think of something. It seems that during the last simulation, Liu Ruyue had mentioned that the most sinful, most evil, most insane blood flowed within him. It seems like it matched up. Chapter 71, Half-Step Celestial. Battle against the blood-robed man. All right, then you owe me one more favor. Help me out, take Sumai away and keep her safe, and consider it settled. You noticed Liu Ruyue's odd behavior. She seemed unwilling to enter the 10,000 Great Mountains, so she agreed. Sure. Liu Ruyue did not hesitate, nodding in agreement. Sumai. With one of the 10 great divine eyes, the cursed eye is one thing, but she also has an extremely strong alchemist talent, making her a treasure for any major power. Such a big treasure, of course, she wouldn't refuse. With Liu Ruyue, a 5 transcendent celestial being's guarantee. Sumai's safety goes without saying. Brother Liu, Maya doesn't want to part with you. 18-year-old Sumai was in tears, clinging tightly to you. Looking at the reluctant Sumai, you could only persuade her gently, whispering, and handing over all of the ghost doctor's alchemist inheritance to her, indicating that when you meet again in the future, she could become a powerful alchemist. In this, you actually had some small schemes. The status of an alchemist is noble, a target of contention among various forces, and with Sumai's alchemist talent, she might be valued and drawn in by the forces behind Liu Ruyue. Chapter 72, Celestial Sword Cultivator. One sword scares off the blood-robed man. It's on. In the distance, Liu Ruyue, who was taking Sumai away, suddenly looked in your direction, showing a hint of surprise on her face. She could sense that at this moment, you were not relying on her talisman sword. But the combat power you unleashed was nearly on par with a real celestial being. Such terrifying might. Even the previous ghost doctor had to put his life on the line against you, with no chance of survival. Brother Liu, I want to find Brother Liu. Sumai suddenly struggled, trying to break free to help you, but was ruthlessly knocked out by Liu Ruyue. With your half-baked cursed eye, you could only deal with ordinary celestial beings. To deal with that person was simply a delusion, going there would only add trouble. That guy is more formidable than you think, plus with my talisman sword, he won't die easily, and once he enters the mountains, there will naturally be people to protect him. Boom. With all your might, you questioned yourself, even ordinary celestial beings would be killed in an instant, with no chance of survival. But the next scene was beyond your expectations. Boom. The ice-fire giant dragon was suddenly torn apart by a bloodlight, turning into countless shards of ice and flames scattered everywhere. Chapter 73, Breaking Through 3 Barriers, the Dragon in the River. The true strength of that blood-robed man had evidently far exceeded Liu Qian's expectations. He had already prepared for the possibility of being killed in this simulation, ready to end it early. Unexpectedly, the villain simulator version of himself could actually use a scheme to ultimately defeat the opponent and scare them off. The true combat power of the blood-robed man must be at least that of a 5 transcendent celestial being, or even higher. His blood-colored cloak was also an extremely strong defensive celestial treasure, nearly blocking all of Liu Qian's attacks. No wonder during the 3rd simulation, the blood-robed man claimed he could slay all the traitors of the Liu family. His strength was indeed terrifying. Previously, Liu Ruyue had mentioned that the blood-robed man's combat power was not beneath hers, but now it seemed she was too humble. As a celestial sword cultivator, with one sword strike, she nearly incapacitated him. Had she delivered a few more strikes, the blood-robed man would undoubtedly be dead. This villain simulation not only made Liu Qian encounter the blood-robed man, who had previously destroyed the Liu family, but also allowed him to probe Liu Ruyue's true profession and extraordinary combat power in advance. A celestial sword cultivator. One sword unleashed, all laws shattered. His strange gaze turned to the sleeping beauty beside him, curled up like a ball under the blanket, occasionally twisting around as if wanting to push him away. Chapter 74, Little Master, the old servant has arrived. Celestial Realm Dragon. At this moment, being coldly stared at by the enormous dragon, you felt your soul almost escape. Your body's hair standing on end, nearly overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure. The oppressive feeling from this giant dragon was even more terrifying than that from the blood-robed man. It was indeed a celestial realm dragon. In front of such a terrifying existence, you felt like a snack being served up, and even if you activated the 9 steps to heaven again, you wouldn't be able to harm the opponent in the slightest. with the celestial dragon in front and the blood-robed man behind. You were caught in a pincer attack, almost plunging you into a desperate situation, with no chance of survival. For a moment, you seriously doubted whether the information given to you by the big brother in the imperial capital, Liu Ruyue, was essentially to send you to the 10,000 Great Mountains to die. But you still clearly remembered Liu Ruyue's words, head south. Come to the 10,000 Great Mountains, and you can live. This means that this definitely should not be a dead end. Moreover, if they really wanted to kill you, why set up 3 barriers? They could just slap you dead directly, why make it so complicated? You instantly entered the supreme mode, breaking through the limits of ordinary thought, entering absolute calm, staring intently at the giant dragon before you, locking eyes with it. Your right hand turning over to reveal a life-replacing blood escape talisman. Chapter 75, My name is Yang Hong, you can also call me Uncle. When you see a half-human, half-dog, yellow-faced, white-mouthed majestic yellow dog rushing toward you, speaking human words and calling you Little Master, what would your reaction be? Wow! This sudden scene completely stunned you. The contact person turned into a contact dog. And this dog can talk. Also, Little Master. Is that what it calls you? Step. You saw the big yellow dog running on all fours, stepping on plum blossom prints, kicking up a whirlwind of yellow sand, and in an instant, it was right in front of you. The next moment, a giant dog face leaned in front of you, affectionately licking your confused face, chattering like a talkative person. Little Master. I rushed to find you as soon as I caught your scent in Hidden Dragon Valley. I've finally made it. Do you remember me? You used to hold me in your arms back in the day. That useless old dragon, his brain got muddled by the river water, couldn't even stop a dog. Almost scared the Little Master. He really deserves a beating. Don't worry, Little Master, you've passed the 3 tests left by your master and successfully made it here. Even if the king himself came, he wouldn't be able to touch you. Chapter 76, The Mysterious Truth, the Eerie War God Uncle. Yang Hong. Your pupils contracted. And you thought to yourself, it really is him. You are not unfamiliar with this name, in fact, you are quite familiar with it. For the people of Great Xia, the name Yang Hong is a thunderous presence. The war god of Great Xia. The soul of the imperial army. The invincible hero. These are all titles of Yang Hong in Great Xia. In the eyes of countless people, this individual is almost a living legend. From a commoner, he joined the army, quickly rose to prominence, and in just a few years, reached the pinnacle, becoming a leader in the Great Xia military. He once single-handedly fought against 18 strange foreign beings at the celestial level on the imperial territory, killing them with a punch and a sword, forging an invincible name. Leading the elite of Great Xia, he defended the empire, making foreign enemies afraid to invade, and instilling fear in the enemies of Great Xia. Decades ago, it was Yang Hong's era. He suppressed the proud scions of noble families with his invincible talent, leaving them unable to lift their heads. He promoted talented individuals in the Great Xia Empire, disregarding their backgrounds and ignoring the unspoken rules of noble families, employing commoners from humble origins. His military discipline was strict. Anyone who offended him, even the scions of noble families, would face death. Chapter 77, Advancement. 6th rank Talismancer. Something is off. Something feels wrong. Since ancient times, the heavens are vast, the earth is vast, but the uncle is the greatest. Normally, as your uncle, Yang Hong's protective attitude towards you would be fine. In the absence of your parents, he can be considered your only relative. But he seems unwilling to let you know about the events of the past, not even a hint regarding your parents. Now that you are safe, why won't he reveal even a bit of the truth? Could it be that there are hidden circumstances regarding the events of that year? Moreover, he seems to keep emphasizing that you should just live, just live. This series of oddities fills your heart with doubt. And just as you want to voice your questions, you are tugged at the pant leg by the dog uncle, being dragged outside. All right, Little Master. The master is tired and needs to rest. Let's go first, don't disturb him anymore. I'll take you to find a place to rest. Dragged by the big yellow dog, you have no choice but to follow it outside, but you can't help but frequently look back at your Uncle Yang Hong. Chapter 78. You fell into a coma. A 6th-rank talismancer is comparable to a 6th-stage extraordinary. If prepared in advance, one can overpower several peers, being invincible at the same level. With the blessing of the purple talent of the talismancer Dao seed, my understanding of talismans remains far ahead compared to my cultivation. Having broken through to the 6th-rank talismancer, you are exhilarated and can't help but continue to immerse yourself in the sea of talisman knowledge. But at that moment, a sudden feeling of dread surged in your heart, instantly awakening you from your state of comprehension. You suddenly realize that at some point, a shadow has appeared behind you in the room. Excellent mental strength is the foundation of becoming a talismancer, and you have qualified in this regard. A familiar voice suddenly appears. At the moment you hear the voice, your tense nerves instantly relax. You turn around and see your Uncle Yang Hong, whom you haven't seen in a long time. He stands behind you, looking at you calmly with his hands behind his back, casually commenting, "You are quite good, Uncle." You call out a bit awkwardly. It's been a long time since you've seen this uncle, who feels both familiar and strange. Chapter 79. Uncle. Do you also want to dig out my bones? Something has indeed gone wrong. Liu Qian's face turned ugly as he stared intently at the events happening in the antagonist simulator. The only one capable of making a move in Hidden Dragon City is none other than Bang. The door was opened. Someone walked in. You, still unconscious, were taken away by the newcomer and placed on a carriage, unsure of where you were being transported. Silence all the way. In a daze, a domineering force surged from your spine, instantly dispersing the fog within your body, gradually awakening your sleeping mind. As your consciousness began to awaken, you felt an inexplicable chill, as if the supreme imperial bone within you was issuing a warning, urging you to save yourself. Something has happened. I've been captured. Yang Hong is indeed problematic. What happened? I was originally vigilant. Why did I suddenly slack off during this time? Could it be that I was affected by some means? You feel a mix of anger and shock in your heart. The only one capable of making a move against you in Hidden Dragon City is your uncle, Yang Hong, the war god of Great Xia. Moreover, at this moment, you can vaguely sense that there are two familiar auras inside the carriage. Chapter 80. Blood Demon has met the true monarch. The 6th prince entrusted me to greet you. You have been forcibly extracted of your supreme imperial bone. It is a dazzling spine radiating a dark golden light, exuding a noble aura of the great path. This is the first time you have seen your supreme imperial bone. But for some reason, at this moment, seeing it gives you a strange feeling, as if something is missing. However, this feeling is fleeting. When it was completely stripped from your body, it felt as if you had lost the most important thing, leaving you in a daze, feeling empty. You watched helplessly, as your supreme imperial bone was handed to Yang Hong by the butcher. But Yang Hong did not take it, he just stood silently, not even glancing at it. This seemed to be somewhat beyond your expectations, because in your calculations, Yang Hong was supposed to take your supreme imperial bone to heal and restore his peak condition. But then, the appearance of an unexpected guest stirred up another storm in your heart. At some point, the blood-robed figure that had previously chased you suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Respectfully greeting Uncle Yang Hong, the blood demon has met the true monarch. The 6th prince entrusted me to greet you. Chapter 81. Reunion with old friends, explosive news. The mastermind is killed. Chen Tai, the 6th prince of the Great Xia Empire, is exceptionally gifted and talented. Before reaching 30, he had already achieved the Saint realm, earning the title of the greatest prodigy of the Great Xia royal family. He is expected to break through to the celestial realm before the age of 50. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the older generation of celestial powerhouses. His mother hails from the celestial lineage of the Chu family, and is currently the most favored consort of the great Xia emperor. Due to his intelligence and outstanding cultivation talent, Chen Tai has always been the center of attention and deeply loved by the great Xia emperor, with countless people viewing him as the next heir to the throne. He is truly a child of destiny. In terms of family background, status, and qualifications, he is among the top in the great Xia Empire. Information about Chen Tai began to surface in Liu Qian's mind. If it really is him, then everything makes sense. With his status and the support of his maternal family, it wouldn't be impossible to manipulate the old castrated dog, the ghost doctor, and the blood demon, that old monster. Wait! Liu Qian suddenly realized something was off. Liu Qian. Chen Qian. Did I accidentally take the script of the discarded crown prince, Li Chengqian? I was exiled to the demon city right from the start, and now there are so many people trying to kill me. Chapter 82, The True Identity of Liu Qian. The mastermind behind the sixth prince is dead. Killed by Yi Chen, the protagonist who disappeared for 10 years. Looking at the explosive news in the villain simulator, Liu Qian was a bit dazed, momentarily unable to react. That deeply scheming old coin, Chen Tai, was killed just like that. And so tragically. Was it really that reckless? Beheaded and had his bones dug out. What kind of hatred is this? Although it seems absurd, it's not entirely incomprehensible. The protagonist of Destiny doesn't play by the rules. Although he lost heavenly steps, he could have other opportunities. Give him 10 years to develop, and you'll see what it means to not underestimate the youth. Although that little bastard Chen Tai took my supreme emperor bone, he is not the original owner, and may not be able to fully utilize its true effects, so it's not surprising that he fell to Yi Chen. However, do they have such a deep grudge against each other? Liu Qian tilted his head, unable to figure out the cause and effect. But with Yi Chen's special mindset, it's hard to understand what he is thinking. You learned from Sumai that Yi Chen seems to be lurking in that mysterious secret realm of the demon city, suddenly erupting and ambushing Chen Tai, who was still holding a blood knife at the time. Chapter 83, The Truth of Filial Piety. Boom! Liu Qian's pupils shrank, and his expression instantly froze. Although he had anticipated some of this, he was still shocked by the sudden news. I am the Taizong. My father is the crown prince. My grandfather is the great Xia emperor. I also have an uncle who wields military power, the great Xia war god. What an incredible background. There is power. And there are troops. In comparison, the sixth prince Chen Tai, the mastermind behind the scenes, is weak as hell. From the perspective of great Xia's etiquette and ethics, he is the true heir among heirs. But how did it end up like this? He is the Taizong of the great Xia Empire. What kind of insane things did my estranged father do back then that also implicated me? You are the Taizong. Your heart shakes violently, clearly startled by the sudden news. In the end, you are the T0 of the Empire. But how did things end up this way? Uncle, can you tell me about my father? You are eager to know the truth of what happened. Now, you are already living on borrowed time, naturally wanting to know what happened back then. At the same time, you also want to know why you are referred to as the most sinful, the most evil, the most insane bloodline. Chapter 84, Yang Hong, Child, I killed your father. Upon learning that the great Xia has a rebellion succession system, you secretly curse. They are all a bunch of madmen, not a single normal person. Grandfather rebels, father rebels, and the only one left is you who hasn't rebelled. On the day of the war, I, your uncle, was urgently summoned by the great Xia emperor, and dispatched to the border to suppress the bizarre foreign tribes. Clearly, at that time, due to your father's involvement, your grandfather had already begun to distrust me. Yang Hong sighed and began recounting what happened back then. When I resolved the rebellion of the bizarre foreign tribes and returned, I learned of everything. At that time, I didn't know what kind of drug your father had given your mother, but he actually stole my military token, disguised himself as me, and managed to sneak a troop silently into the capital. Your father is ruthless. He took the initiative before your grandfather and used several brothers as shields, letting them take the hits while he hid in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. After paying a great price and clearing all obstacles, your father finally made his move. He alone walked over the corpses of his brothers, stepping on the pile of white bones, and entered the great Xia palace to face your grandfather, the Earth Immortal, in a decisive battle. Chapter 85, Self-Destructing the Trump Card. Yang Hong's strange reaction. Upon hearing that someone sold you and the Liu family, leading to today's situation, your expression instantly turned extremely ugly, and at the same time, you roughly guessed and suspected the culprit. Since the other party wants to sell their master for glory, they will naturally try to please their new master by throwing you under the bus and creating trouble for you as a loyalty test. In your impression, there happens to be a very obvious target. Is it the Jiyu family? Exactly. Yang Hong nodded, highly approving of your quick wit. Being able to identify the traitor so quickly. The Jiyu family was originally one of the backup plans left by your father, but clearly, over time, they began to change their hearts and sold you out to the 6th Prince Chen Tai for profit. They even went so far as to set a trap, causing you to come to the Demon City and actively enter a killing game, wanting to kill you. Even the reason why the Liu family perished probably cannot escape the backstabbing of the Jiyu family. While you are filled with anger, you also realize that the backup plans left by your dead father might be hard to distinguish between friend and foe. Uncle, since my identity has been exposed, why hasn't the great Xia Emperor taken action against me? Instead, it's that 6th Prince Chen Tai who is starting to jump around, wanting to kill me. You realize. Chapter 86, Yi Chen, Liu Qian, I finally found you. Wait, don't you dare die. A note? Why did Yang Hong give you a note? Why can't he speak plainly? Why does he have to pretend? Why was he always silent when certain issues were mentioned before, unwilling to bring them up? You should be dead by now, even if you knew. You would carry these secrets deep underground. Unless, there are eyes watching him closely, observing his every move and our conversation. Your pupils constrict, and you instantly realize the problem at hand, a chill surging up your spine. At this moment, it seems you feel as if there are eyes in the dark, fixated on the distant figure ahead. It is precisely because of this that Yang Hong is forced to use such means, wanting to remind you of something. Had you not actively revealed the secret of rebirth, your uncle would likely not have taken the risk to inform you about this matter. In the Great Xia Empire, the only one who could make someone like Yang Hong, the war god of Great Xia, wary and hesitant to act recklessly, is perhaps the emperor of the Great Xia capital. Chapter 87, Semi-Divine Weapon, Soul-Devouring Demon Blade, You are dead, simulation ended. Phut! Liu Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Clearly, he was amused by some destined protagonist. No wonder that guy Yi Chen was running around for 20 years in the villain simulator. He was seeking revenge. Even the mastermind Chen Tai ended up bearing the brunt of it, getting stabbed. By the time he found someone, he was shot by Yang Hong. His life and death uncertain. Yi Chen is really abstract. I never know what he is thinking, but he always surprises me. Just when the plot reached its conclusion. Don't think it's over. A big Easter egg popped up. Why do I feel this guy is a bit cute? If I had known this, I would have gone easier on him back then. Looking back at the 5 villain simulations, it seems Yi Chen, the destined protagonist, has been severely harmed by him. Yet none of them genuinely threatened his life. Instead, there were several key moments where he helped him. However, while Yi Chen's attacks on him caused no real damage, his strikes against others were truly lethal. Even Chen Tai, the mastermind, had been killed once, showcasing an extraordinary performance. Compared to the previous miserable simulations, this one was relatively perfect. Although he lost his cultivation, and had the Supreme Emperor's bone extracted, he still managed to survive and gained quite a bit. Chapter 88, Northward. Back to the imperial capital. Devour souls, plunder part of lifespan, temporarily stack, burn lifespan, enter the undying blade soul. Lu Qian's eyes lit up. Staring intently at the description of the soul-devouring demon blade in his hand, looking as if he had found a treasure. He didn't care much about the so-called undying blade soul that could enhance recovery and combat power. What truly moved him was the ability to plunder others' lifespans and temporarily stack them. This ability is simply a perfect match for 9 steps to heaven. The more he kills, the more lifespan he can plunder. Although it is only temporary, it can invisibly turn 9 steps to heaven into a regular technique. Offsetting the flaw of insufficient lifespan. Using others' lifespans as the main fuel, with his own lifespan as a supplement, he can activate 9 steps to heaven for immense power. As for the heaven and earth loan, as long as someone can continuously supply him with spiritual energy, it can naturally be ignored. In this case, the side effects of a 9 steps to heaven are almost minimized. The combination of the soul-devouring demon blade and a 9 steps to heaven is simply a perfect match. Chapter 89, Golden Talent, Blessing from the Heavenly Official. Mysterious Secret Realm. As soon as Lu Qian entered, he sensed an overwhelming amount of terrifying spiritual energy. 10 times that of the outside world, rushing toward him. In an instant, he felt his peak cultivation begin to stir, as if there was a tendency for some breakthroughs. The richness of the spiritual energy here is indeed extraordinary, along with a different flow of time, and it even conceals treasures like 9 steps to heaven, indicating an unusual origin. Lu Qian's eyes sparkled. During the 5th villain simulation, if he hadn't been stripped of his cultivation, he would have been close to breaking through to the 6th realm of the extraordinary. But now is not the time to break through. He must first handle the important matters. After briefly identifying his position, Lu Qian transformed into an afterimage, recklessly heading towards the ruins. Along the way, even when strange alien races appeared to obstruct him, they were easily cut down with a single knife. The souls and lifespans devoured by the soul-devouring demon blade temporarily stacked onto him, entering the undying blade soul state. However, the stacked lifespan would soon dissipate rapidly, necessitating further hunting. Otherwise, he would start burning his own lifespan. In the undying blade soul state, Lu Qian felt his vitality and mental strength enhanced to a terrifying degree. As if he could kill gods and destroy everything in his path. Chapter 90, Lu Qian, Liu Ruyue. Tell the person behind you that I still need a few more dispatched dogs. Blessing from the heavenly official. Gold. You have received a blessing from the unseen. Gaining good fortune, driving away evil and avoiding disasters, not subject to curses, and enjoying good luck. Blessing from the heavenly official. Golden talent. Lu Qian's pupils shook. Instantly ignoring all the other talents in front of him, fixating on the last special talent enveloped in golden light. This 10 consecutive draws actually yielded a golden legend. Could it be that he is the legendary lucky one? I choose blessing from the heavenly official. Before blessing from the heavenly official appeared, he might have considered other options. After all, this time there were several red talents. But once the golden talent, blessing from the heavenly official, appeared, Lu Qian did not hesitate. This golden talent, involving the unseen fortune and blessing, was clearly extraordinary. It was just like the destiny of a destined protagonist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the temporary golden talent, blessing from the heavenly official. Beginning the 6th simulation. Lu Qian put away the soul-devouring demon blade, and directly sat cross-legged before the broken statue, as if in meditation, completely unguarded. The uniqueness of the ruins determines that no one would dare to step in easily, making it a safe place. Chapter 91, Return to the Imperial Capital. Bad news for the Liu family. How is that possible? Could he have already discovered my true identity and the forces behind me? Gather the remaining old subordinates. The former waste prince Chen Zhuan really left him many old subordinates and contingencies. What my master said is true, there is not just one Liu family. Liu Ruyue listened to your arrogant words, her expression frozen. Not only was she not angry, but she was also momentarily overwhelmed by your sudden dramatic change. Your previous actions had already shocked her greatly, and coupled with the upgraded purple talent of speaking nonsense. At this moment, despite her anger at your metaphor of the forces behind her as dogs, she subconsciously began to believe your words. Are you really planning to go back and fight for that position? Liu Ruyue bit her lip. It seems that things have far exceeded her expectations. You, who were supposed to be a pawn in the schemes of various parties, actually want to jump out of the chessboard and become the chess player. The wall grass, swaying with the wind, can easily attract trouble. The accounts for previous conspiracies have yet to be settled with you. You coldly look at Liu Ruyue in front of you, heavily patting her face, leaving several red marks. Chapter 92, Liu Qian. The more monkeys there are, the more valuable the Jiyu family's chicken will be slaughtered. The Liu family, a celestial family, has encountered problems, and even some ordinary people in the imperial capital have begun to realize how critical the situation has become. In order to protect you, the Liu family has probably endured immense pressure these days, with countless lives lost, nearly reaching their limit. It seems that you have come a bit late. You frown, thinking that you were still a little slow. The Liu family is now almost half destroyed. If only you had come a bit earlier, you might have been able to save the head of the Liu family and several celestial powerhouses of the Liu family. You still need to return to the Liu family first to know the real situation. You quietly set off, as if you were a person who did not exist in this world, heading towards the Liu family. Under the influence of your invisibility, those around will subconsciously ignore your existence. The Liu family is one of the 24 dukes of the Great Xia Empire, holding a noble position and residing in the core area of the empire, not far from the Great Xia Imperial Palace. You are naturally familiar with the way home. However, just as you are about to approach the Liu family, you suddenly sense several different auras lurking around the Liu family, spying in the dark. Chapter 93, From today onwards. Below the earthly celestial, I, Liu Qian, am invincible. Imperial bone. Activate. The Jiyu family, as one of the 24 dukes of the Great Xia, although positioned at the bottom, is still an enormous presence in the eyes of ordinary people. Especially recently, after the Jiyu family suddenly sold the news that the only bloodline of the was still alive and actively defected to the 6th Prince Chen Tai, their reputation has soared. Whether for better or worse. Although during this time, the Jiyu family has gained a lot of benefits from the Liu family, regardless. A traitor seeking glory will inevitably bear a bad reputation. Yet, despite the disgrace, the birthday banquet of the Jiyu family's ancestor still caused a sensation in the imperial capital, with countless celestial families sending envoys to attend. Among them, the Chu family sent a celestial powerhouse to deliver generous gifts. At this moment, in the Jiyu family's ancestral courtyard, the Jiyu family's ancestor is discussing something with a celestial from the Chu family. Accompanying the Jiyu family head are several core members of the Jiyu family, and a certain instigator, Ao Shang. The Liu family is already vulnerable, lacking celestial power. And the remaining people from the era have not stepped in to help, clearly having their own thoughts. The Jiyu family's ancestor has a fierce look, waving his hand. Chapter 94, Slaughter the Jiyu family. The imperial capital trembles. Supernatural realm. Entering the holy realm. Celestial realm. A terrifying pressure from the celestial domain instantly envelops the entire Jiyu family, startling countless people into terrified screams. A horrifying blood-red light erupts from the soul-devouring demon blade, enveloping you, and your dark hair begins to turn blood-red, as if dripping with blood. At this moment, you seem like a killing god emerging from the Shura hell. Bang! 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 Under your terrifying supreme pressure, one Jiyu family disciple, after another is instantly crushed and bursts into blood mist, dying on the spot. Unbeknownst to anyone, their souls and some lifespan are absorbed by the soul-devouring demon blade and added to your own. In an instant, the top combat power of the Jiu family is alarmed, and several celestial beings appear, rushing towards you. Ha ha ha, today I want the entire Great Xia imperial capital to tremble because of me, Liu Qian. You madly burn your lifespan, resolutely urging the celestial talismans deep within your soul to their limits. Boom! Amidst countless terrified gazes, your cultivation, after breaking through to the first turn of celestial, does not stop but continues to surge wildly. Chapter 95, 9 Turns Celestial. Madman! Madman! Seeing you behead the ancestor of the Jiu family for all to see, the imperial capital falls into a dead silence. Even the powerful families watching the show feel a chill, their necks cold. The sixth Prince Chen Tai's face turns ashen, looking at you as if you were a complete madman. Recklessly killing a duke of the empire is almost akin to tearing the heavens apart. Even Chen Tai would not dare to do such a thing. This is far too taboo. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Otherwise, why would Chen Tai, the mastermind behind the scenes, step by step force the Liu family into a desperate situation, then find ways to pin a traitor's label on them? At this level, one must abide by the rules, otherwise, problems are sure to arise. But you, right now, have directly come to slaughter the Jiu family cleanly. That is a behavior of a commoner. How can one act so recklessly at this level? You son of a dog, how dare you? Blade slave! Kill him for me! Chen Tai roars in anger, but his eyes betray a hint of fear. Your sudden outburst has indeed cast a huge shadow over him. Chapter 96, Liu Qian. With Fei Wu's son, there is Fei Wu's father. I am a 9-turn celestial. Who can stop me? Who else? A terrifying blood-red light bursts from your body, suppressing the entire scene, and you declare your invincibility. At this moment, you seem to have touched the pinnacle of existence in this world. At this moment, everyone present pales in disbelief. The entire place falls into silence. The aura of the 9-turn celestial on you, combined with the enhancement of the purple talent endless nonsense, seems to make everyone subconsciously acknowledge the fact that you are invincible below the earthly celestial. Even the 9-turn celestial leaves Chen Tai dumbfounded, trembling in fear, feeling as if the end is near. Just as you step forward, ready to kill Chen Tai, you suddenly feel a pressure descending, like that of a true god. You feel as if a mountain-like burden has been added to you. Enough! The source of this voice is the Great Xia Imperial Palace. It is the Great Xia Human Emperor. This extremely mysterious and rarely appearing earthly celestial of the Great Xia Empire has finally lost patience. Chapter 97, Liu Qian, the Crown Prince. I did not come to be a grandson, I came to be the Grandmaster. Previously, without strength, it was understandable to endure. But now that you have gained strength, if you still endure, then all the previous simulations and suffering were in vain. Although you are the Crown Prince of Great Xia, this time you enter the capital, you are not here to be a grandson. So what if it's the Great Xia Human Emperor? Just an old fool who was almost beaten to death by his own ancestor. What is there to be afraid of? If you have the ability, break through the simulator, and come out to confront my real body. Liu Qian. Moreover, I also have the blessing of the heavenly official. My fortune is at its peak, how could it be so easy to die? Your gaze is fixed on the direction of the Great Xia Imperial Palace. Your eyes revealing an unabashed arrogance, and a hint of supreme pressure unconsciously emanates from you. Strangely, the Emperor of Great Xia seems to have an extraordinary tolerance towards this, and does not seem to care much. After speaking a sentence, he shows no further reaction. Could it be that this is the legendary preferential treatment across generations? The old emperor dotes on the young one. Gululu. The many celestial beings watching from the sidelines are dumbfounded, not expecting you to be so fierce. However, considering your previous hardships, being hidden away, And even being assassinated by Chen Tai, it's not hard to understand your grievances. Chapter 98. Sumai goes missing, guests arrive. Being able to retreat unscathed from that battle back in the day, benefiting from it, and briefly taking control of the great Xia Empire. My uncle seems to be quite deep in his concealment. More importantly, back then, even my deceased father couldn't fool him, right? Lu Qian's gaze paused, but showed no signs of underestimating. Just the fact that he wasn't tricked by his own father during the Xuanwu Gate incident is enough to show Chen Ang's extraordinary nature. In comparison, the sixth Prince Chen Tai, as the mastermind behind it all, seems a bit weak. However, why has this low-profile prince, who rarely makes an appearance, suddenly shown up? Just as you realize that your Uncle Chen Ang is not as simple as you imagined, you see him smile kindly at you, then turn to leave. Seemingly having come just to have a look at you. You frown slightly, feeling that something is off, but you can't quite pinpoint what it is. Let us go back first. If I can't figure it out, then there's no need to overthink it. You choose to return to the Liu family first. It's no problem for Liu Shou and the others. After returning to the Liu family, you go back to the room you previously lived in. And then quickly use a talisman array to shield against probing. Chapter 99, Lu Qian, you are all loyal ministers, there are no traitors. You have wondered how many hidden cards your old emperor left you, just how impressive was he in his prime, but there has never been a direct comparison. But now, looking at the guests who have come to pledge allegiance, you finally have a rough understanding. Director of the Imperial Capital, Tong Qing. From the Celestial Family Tong's collateral line, with a cultivation level of 4 transitions. By Long, from a humble background, a rogue cultivator. Former Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards, with a cultivation level of 2 transitions. One of the 24 Dukes of the Empire. The head of the Merchant Family ranked 19th, with a cultivation level of 3 transitions. One of the 24 Dukes of the Empire. The head of the Marshall family ranked 18th, with a cultivation level of 4 transitions. Not knowing is one thing, but knowing it can be shocking. The 8 celestial powerhouses now stand before you like henchmen, respectfully, behind them, some have their own networks, while others belong to great clans. We pay our respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. You sit casually in the Grandmaster chair, with an easy demeanor, your eyes slightly lowered. While Liu Shou and the remaining 3rd transition celestial being, your uncle from the Liu family, stand beside you, casually surveying the people before you. Chapter 100, Cooperation. Liu family traitor. Among the people before you, many have made multiple bets, feeling that you cannot see through their hearts. You decide to use a knife to cut open and see their true intentions. Your gaze is cold as you look at the figures before you. Preparing to select another when you see one person, who does not avoid your gaze, boldly stands up and half kneels before you. By Long. Willing to be your Royal Highness's vanguard. By Long. A rogue cultivator. Once entered the military, served as Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guards, skilled in spear techniques. With a cultivation level of 2 transitions. You stare intently at Bai Long and immediately see the ambition in his eyes. Being a rogue cultivator and able to break through to celestial status is a miracle, but without significant opportunities, that is the greatest limit. For those great clans, they can connect with celestial guest cultivators like Bai Long, but would not increase their investments if they had that many resources. They would naturally supply their own celestial powerhouses first. It is clear that Bai Long intends to take a gamble, fully betting on you for wealth and glory. Such a person without a strong foundation, background, or many concerns can, instead, be useful at critical moments. Chapter 101, Stand Up. No kneeling. Seeing your sudden violent and ruthless actions, Liu Ruyue's starry eyes reveal a hint of anomaly, her fists momentarily tightening. At this moment, you do not resemble the esteemed Crown Prince of Great Xia, but more like a brutal tyrant, truly a bit too evil. She originally intended to use some evidence to point out, but you directly killed the person. However, comparatively, She is even more shocked that your cultivation seems to have increased rather quickly. Pa. You casually crush the useless corpse in your hand, and see 3 celestial treasures from Liu Zhao's spatial ring. Including a longevity pill that can extend life by 10 years, clearly, these were the price for selling you. It seems you were quite valuable before. I accept the first gift. You look calmly at Liu Ruyue. Being able to identify a traitor within the Liu family in advance is undoubtedly a good thing, saving you from continuous leaks of information and problems from within. At the same time, this also gives you a preliminary understanding of the intelligence capabilities of the women from the Misty Rain's Sword Pavilion. Now, tell me about the second gift. At this moment, you seem to have developed an interest in the next 2 gifts. Chapter 102, Great Qian National Master, Crown Prince S Master. First Celestial Talisman Masters 1 Fuzi, you don't even regard the old Emperor of Great Xia as anything. How could you possibly fear a few useless eunuchs? A few worthless things dare to be noisy before you, they are simply seeking death. With your command. The special effect of your words makes people fearless as they step forward, starting to drag a few dead eunuchs out, preparing to feed them to the dogs. Your Highness, spare me. I dare not, it was all the order from Concubine Chu that forced me to trouble you. Your Highness, spare me. I am willing to follow you and become your vanguard. Seeing that you are serious about killing them, the previously arrogant angels are now dumbfounded, begging for mercy frantically, shamelessly betraying their backers, and the other eunuchs do the same. The concubine Chu they mention is Chen Tai's biological mother, a direct descendant of the Chu family, and currently one of the most powerful women in the entire Great Xia Imperial Palace. Because of your appearance, the chances of Chen Tai and many uncles and brothers rising to power have significantly decreased, naturally provoking jealousy from many. No one has seen you as good. Chapter 103, Lu Qian, Qi Wei, go down and give him 2 slaps. You did not hesitate and directly agreed to the cooperation request, even signing a blood oath with Liu Ruyue. Bound by the blood oath, once violated, it will backfire, and your cultivation cannot progress further. Seeing you so straightforward and unflinching, Liu Ruyue was shocked, secretly admiring your decisiveness and lack of hesitation, possessing the demeanor of a ruler. However, what she did not know was that for you, winning everything was naturally good, losing meant no worries. If you lost, you might lose your life. And if your life was gone, what would a blood oath matter? In a sense, you were guaranteed to profit. Let us eat first. After finishing the discussion, you called Liu Ruyue to eat, during which you began to inquire about some matters concerning the Misty Rain's Sword Pavilion. During this time, you asked Liu Ruyue about her cultivation level. She believed that you were already the first person under the true immortals on land, with hopes of reaching a certain position. No longer the previous dandy young master, so there was no need to hide anything. She straightforwardly stated that her own cultivation was only at the Saint realm. But she possessed an innate sword body, having recognized a mysterious sword soul as her master since childhood, allowing her to temporarily fuse with the sword soul and unleash the combat power of a 5-turn celestial being. Chapter 104, Lu Qian, if you move, I will destroy the Chu family tonight. Remember this well. Boom. Qi Wei did not hesitate, his eyes filled with desire for power and a thirst for progress, directly pushing open the car door. He was too eager to advance, let alone that there were people from the Chu family outside. Even if it was his own father, he would still get 2 slaps. Slap. 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 The chattering Chu Zhong was stunned after receiving several slaps. The Chu family, a 1,000-year-old family, one of the 24 dukes of the empire, ranked 3rd, with at least 20 celestial beings. And the ancestor of the Chu family was even a 9-turn celestial being, far stronger than the Jiyu family and the Lu family, truly a behemoth. He, a senior member of the Chu family, a celestial realm expert, maternal uncle of King Wu Chen Tai, and future uncle of the human emperor of Great Xia. was slapped by a mere inconsequential punk at the extraordinary realm. Swish! The entrance of the imperial capital university instantly fell silent. Everyone staring in disbelief at this scene. Wow! This is too crazy. Who the hell is giving whom a hard time here? How dare you? Vice Principal Chuzhong instantly exploded with rage, his eyes bloodshot, and an overwhelming pressure of four-turn celestial realm erupted from him. Wanting to kill Qi Wei in front of him. Chapter 105, Your father reported me, so I will hit his son. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of many. You brought by Qian, followed by Lu Zhong and Qi Wei, striding in boldly. Lu Qian. Your gaze swept around. Finally stopping on a stunned couple, revealing a malicious smile, clear the room. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Zhong and Qi Wei, your two lackeys, did not hesitate to step forward, driving out the great Qian nobles and the bloodlines of nobles from various countries who were present in the classroom. Among these people, many recognized your identity and did not dare to act rashly, obediently leaving. While some overseas students, who were unclear about your status, also chose to follow the crowd upon seeing you were not to be trifled with. Of course, there were still some stubborn ones. Hey, what are you trying to do? I'm a prince from Guokang, how dare you? A dark-skinned prince just raised a doubt when Lu Zhong twisted his arm and threw him out like garbage. If you say any more nonsense, I'll kill you directly. Hearing that noisy voice, your brows furrowed with murderous intent. Most of these people were nobles from Great Xia and various overseas countries. Killing them would cause quite a problem. Chapter 106, Lu Qian, I am also a barbarian. Jian. King Wu Chen Tai was excited. Rushing over and hugging the unconscious Chen Jian, his body trembling. When he saw the two egg yolks on the ground, even his voice changed. This is simply going to ruin him. Chen Jian, as his legitimate son and also his most beloved child, was almost like a piece of his heart. But now, he was nearly ruined. How could this not make him furious? Several celestial beings from the Chu family were now watching you like a formidable enemy. Standing in front of Chen Tai, afraid that you might suddenly go mad and attack. Ever since you arrived in the imperial capital, what you did could be described as extremely crazy. They could not guarantee that you wouldn't suddenly act. With a smile on your face, you looked indifferently at the scene before you. In the previous simulations, the Liu family was nearly destroyed, and everyone related to you suffered a terrible fate. Under such circumstances, how could you let Chen Tai, the culprit, die so easily? Naturally, you had to make him feel the taste of suffering. He. Don't be so excited, he is not dead, he just went to a route of misfortune. Even if he did die, it's just losing a son. Not his own father. Why be so miserable? Crying out loud. Chapter 107, It has turned against me, with a rebellious father, there is a rebellious son. Old ghost. Come kill me. Overbearing aura, King Wu Chen Tai couldn't help but recall a familiar, extremely domineering, and unruly tall figure appearing in his mind. At that moment, your figure almost overlapped with that image. He never expected that a royal bloodline lost in the world would have such an overbearing scene. As if he were a born emperor. The old emperor of Great Xia promised that as long as you passed the test and learned the etiquette of the royal family, you could inherit the title of crown prince, which was equivalent to giving you a ladder. But now, you called yourself a barbarian, refusing to be disciplined. Openly withdrawing that ladder and smashing it to pieces. This was simply a blatant act of defiance. And you were openly putting your rebellion on display. Are you crazy? This is a fight to the death. Chen Tai's face changed dramatically, instantly guessing your true purpose for coming to the imperial capital. You were not there to obey and be a grandson, but to kill your father. He originally just wanted to cut off your path to the crown prince. But it turned out you truly didn't care. Chapter 108, Heaven Official Bestows Blessings. Xuan Fuzi appears. The great sage of Yellow Wind comes to protect his master. Step. 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 You took several steps, and your aura instantly entered the celestial realm. The soul-devouring demon blade in your hand erupted with a sky-high blood energy, instantly merging with you, entering the immortal blade demon state. The blood light of soul-devouring erupted, sweeping in all directions, condensing the field of blood. Those who had not had time to escape were instantly devoured, their souls and lifespans drawn away and fused into your body. Several slower celestial beings from the Chu family, along with the unconscious Chen Jian, also could not escape your deadly grasp, letting out screams. 3-turn celestial. 6-turn celestial. The lifespan of plunder is insufficient, you brazenly burn your own lifespan. At this moment, feeling the threat of death, you are almost playing with your life. Boom. 9 transformations of heaven and man. At this moment, you re-enter the realm of 9 transformations. Rumbling. That terrifying pressure spreads from you, almost shattering the space, and all the powerful figures in the imperial capital are startled, incredulously looking this way. Amid countless astonished gazes, a blood kingdom exuding an evil aura descends upon the great Xia. Accompanied by a loud boom, a terrifying blood-colored demon suddenly appears, wielding a blood knife, charging towards the thunderous dragon in the sky. Chapter 109, the insidious Elder Emperor with the heavenly official's blessing on you, with luck empowering you. You should not be able to die. Looking at the wildly reckless version of yourself in the villain simulator, Liu Qian also feels a bit helpless. Am I really that reckless? However, the outcome is still acceptable. At least this simulation hasn't ended so quickly. At least there are gains. Confirming the existence of Zhuan Fuzi, and that the other party indeed possesses the strength to briefly rival the Emperor of Great Xia. However, why does the other party have chains on them, and is imprisoned in a secret realm? Was it done by the Emperor of Great Xia? Also, does the sudden appearance of the big yellow dog mean that Yang Hong has been paying attention to the situation in the imperial capital? He seems to have been assigned to the hidden dragon land in the 10,000 Great Mountains, but still has insiders in the imperial capital. The many details revealed in the villain simulator also provide him with an excellent reference for his upcoming journey north. At present, the villain points on his body are only 3,500, which is insufficient for the next round of villain simulation. This means that the upcoming actions can only rely on his true self. Chapter 110, Liu Qian, I have countless lives to play with you. How many lives do you have to fight with me? Damn, this old man is so insidious. You suddenly wake up, realizing that you have underestimated the other party from the beginning, thinking you had become the chess player, but instead, you are being suppressed and ultimately turned into a pawn. Since you arrived in the imperial capital, the other party's game has already begun against you, but you were completely unaware. Even Chen Tai, this fool, was just a pawn deliberately pushed out by the elder emperor to confront you. No wonder the previous terrifying lightning tribulations kept striking down without killing him, instead. They left him with a breath. The purpose was to fish for Zhuan Fuzi to come out. The elder emperor's methods are silent, like spring rain, showing almost no trace. And he has removed Zhuan Fuzi, your greatest life-saving charm. No wonder the wasted Prince Chen Zhuan lost back then. Dealing with such an old monster makes winning extremely difficult. From ancient times to the present, how many people who can kill their fathers and sons and laugh to the end are simple. The elder emperor's apparent leniency towards you is actually more like a form of pampered killing. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone. You can't help but exclaim. Chapter 111, Liu Qian, Uncle Dog, help me deliver this sheepskin scroll to my uncle, just say I miss him. It's not Chen Zhuan. You are a bit surprised, seeming that your guess was wrong. So who was it that acted against you when you were still in swaddling clothes? You have seen your uncle Yang Hong, and he does not wear a blood-red ring. Then, you ask the big yellow dog if it knows anyone who wears a blood ring. But the big yellow dog thinks for a moment and just shakes its head. It clearly has no impression of this. Obviously, the clue has been cut off. How could this be? Your brows furrow slightly, feeling inexplicably irritable, as if you have overlooked something. Little master. Let's leave the imperial capital with the old servant and return to the 10,000 Great Mountains. The master said he can ensure your safety for a lifetime. Which is better than staying here? The big yellow dog speaks, clearly indicating that this is its true purpose for coming. At present, your lifespan is only 10 years left. Staying in the capricious imperial capital, while facing various conspiracies and tricks, you probably won't live long. But if you can return to the 10,000 Great Mountains, there is still a way to survive, and you can live a stable life. Previously, your situation was special, making it difficult to act easily. It did not take you away, but now that you have awakened and your body has improved quite a bit, it is indeed possible. Chapter 112, Liu Qian, This Glory. I will not enjoy alone, you will all be the heroes of the empire. The big yellow dog left, walking away without a trace of nostalgia. It also took away the sheepskin scroll you gave, which records the 9 steps to heaven, preparing to find reinforcements for you. You have a premonition that there will definitely be major events happening in the imperial capital next. And it will be hard for you to bear the weight on your shoulders. Therefore, you urgently need reinforcements to arrive. An ally at the level of a true immortal on land. Your uncle Yang Hong's true cultivation should be at the 9 transformations of heaven and man. Just one step away from becoming a true immortal on land, but he has never been able to cross that step. If so, you will send the 9 steps to heaven to assist him. As long as he takes the 9th step, he can achieve the body of a true immortal. Currently, only the 9 transformations of heaven and man, and Yang Hong, who has also cultivated the Qingdi Longevity Sutra, with a high lifespan, can maximize the true effect of the 9 steps to heaven. Plus, with the possibility that Yang Hong has a complete Supreme Emperor bone hidden away, he can definitely have a confrontation with the Elder Emperor. It should be enough to give the other party a big surprise. Old man, you won the last round. But this time it's my turn to play the game. This time, I will go all in with all my cards to see your depth. Chapter 113, A Forbidden Level Bloodline. A female assassin holding a blood knife. Tonight, we'll make our move. Seeing Liu Ruyue hesitate not at all and agree immediately, you feel a sense of reassurance. The willingness of Liu Ruyue's mysterious master, the leader of the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion, to take action personally means that they are prepared to continue investing in you. You decide to start moving tonight to avoid dragging things out. Taizong. Just call me Liu Qian. Seeing that Liu Ruyue still has something to say, you directly interrupt her title. Since you need something from her, you naturally don't mind being a bit closer. At present, the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion still has great use for you. All right, Liu Qian. Regarding the Sumai you asked us to investigate earlier, our overseas forces recently found out something. She is still alive, and has become a cursed saintess of a strange alien race. Her bloodline relatives are suspected to be a forbidden-level existence. Liu Ruyue pauses for a moment before dropping a shocking piece of news. What did you say? Your pupils constrict. Clearly shocked. The Misty Rain Sword Pavilion has information channels overseas besides in Great Xia. It seems you underestimated them. But that is not the most important thing. What is more important is that Sumai unexpectedly became the cursed saintess, and her bloodline relatives are a taboo-level anomaly. Chapter 114, Heavenly Official's Warning. Is there someone in the secret realm? In the Great Xia Empire, Yang Hong is undoubtedly a very special existence. As a commoner with outstanding military achievements, he has risen to the top of the Great Xia Empire, and was even conferred the title of a royal by the old emperor. The peak period of the Yang residence was bustling with activity, with countless people wanting to visit and build connections. Unfortunately, he has a lovesick sister and a troublesome brother-in-law. This Great Xia war god has been miserably tricked. The once bustling Yang residence has now become an empty ghost house, with no one daring to approach, guarded by heavy troops. During this time, there were attempts to sneak in and steal, but they were all caught and executed. At this moment, you have quietly arrived nearby, lurking in the shadows. Observing your surroundings, waiting for the right moment. We have been guarding here for decades, not knowing exactly what we are guarding against. Who knows, the Emperor's might is unpredictable. And surely has its profound meaning, we just need to do our jobs well. Have you heard? In a few days, it will be the Emperor's birthday banquet. And all countries will send envoys to celebrate, presenting gifts for a grand feast of nations. Chapter 115, Divine Ability, Ever-Changing. Oh? You instantly realize. Someone, or something, is hiding in the secret realm, waiting to ambush you. It is just waiting for you to go in and take you out. Could it be that the address given by Uncle Yang Hong has issues? Is he trying to harm you? Impossible, if Yang Hong really wanted to harm me. He wouldn't need to go through so much trouble, especially knowing that I can be reborn. Therefore, the dragon temple inside the secret realm must be hiding something meant for me. But the current situation can only be explained by the fact that besides me, someone else knows about Yang Hong's layout and my specific movements, lurking silently in the secret realm, wanting to set me up. Whoever knows Yang Hong's methods and is aware of my every action must be someone close to me or familiar with me. Could it be that the old emperor is still alive and wants to take over my body? Your expression fluctuates, instantly entering a supreme mode. Looking at the clothes-covered tomb before you, countless thoughts flashing through your mind. Chapter 116, The Old Emperor's Birthday Banquet. The death of Liu Qian. What the hell is that thing? Liu Qian's brow is nearly twisted into a knot. All along, the presence hiding in the secret realm has not revealed its true form. It has only shown a hand, seemingly hiding something. This means that the other party is certainly not a mindless monster, but a being with intelligence. Or perhaps it is a human capable of tearing apart the life replacement blood escape talisman with bare hands. This is something he had only seen with Uncle Yang Hong before. The strength of that ghostly thing is definitely not weaker than that of a celestial being in the 8th transformation, and its physical power is still an unknown. Once again rescued, you realize that this must be the golden talent of the heavenly official's blessing activating again, allowing you to turn misfortune into good fortune at a critical moment. However, this golden talent seems to have its limits. The power is starting to weaken. And this time the brilliance is becoming dim. It seems that your repeated death tribulations have somewhat exceeded the tolerance of this golden talent. You suspect that the ghostly thing might be the headless corpse of the Chen Zhuan, but then you quickly realize that this is incorrect. Chapter 117, The Emperor's Birthday Banquet. All nations pay homage. In the past 3 days, you have been in a daze, seemingly falling into some kind of state, having a strange dream. In the dream, you are in the Great Xia Imperial Palace, under the gaze of thousands, like a sacrificial offering, grasped by a large hand, devoured completely. You can even clearly feel the intense pain of being bitten, as well as the eerie laughter around you. In the end, a ray of golden light of blessing suddenly shines, dragging you out of the dream. However, that golden light is no longer as dazzling and gentle as before. It appears extremely dim, almost like a light that could extinguish at any moment. Was that really a dream? You look at your unscathed flesh, and the scene of being served on the dining table and devoured flashes in your mind, causing turmoil in your heart. Perhaps this is your next fate, or maybe not. The heavenly official's blessing seems to be reminding you that it's time to escape at all costs, otherwise, what awaits you is death. But at this moment, you have no intention of escaping. The overall situation has already been set. How long can you survive by fleeing? Since this is the case, it's better to fight and see whether the Great Xia Emperor is human or ghost. Chapter 118, Chen Tai, I suggest sending Liu Qian to marry. To win the favor of the nations with Great Xia's grandeur. The sudden appearance of the old emperor instantly interrupted your conflict with Chen Tai, drawing the attention of everyone present. Boom! A pressure akin to that of an earthbound true immortal suddenly descended, shaking the entire hall, causing countless people to tremble uncontrollably. Bowing down, A golden gauze screen suddenly appeared at the top of the hall, with jade beads hanging, and a tall and majestic figure had descended without anyone noticing. Pay respects to your majesty. In the face of such terrifying celestial power, even celestial beings appeared like ants, without any power to resist. However, among the many kneeling figures, there is one figure that stands out, remaining motionless in place. At this moment, you also sense a terrifying pressure from your bloodline, making you want to submit. But the Supreme Emperor bone within you emits a domineering aura, resisting the pressure. This is your first time confronting the old emperor up close. You ignore your surroundings, gazing upwards, wanting to see the true face of this extremely mysterious ruler of Great Xia. Unfortunately, that layer of golden gauze screen blocks your line of sight, and the surrounding space trembles, only allowing you to vaguely see a tall and majestic figure, making it difficult to see his true appearance. Chapter 119, Old Emperor, I am old. Liu Qian, I see you want to die. Mindless fool. Perhaps it involves kinship and the bottom line of family. Or perhaps for other reasons, the old emperor is undoubtedly angered by some fool, scolding sharply, in front of everyone, discussing marrying a royal grandson, and even wanting to depose him is simply making a joke of the entire Great Xia Empire's face. Such matters can also be discussed in public. Just this point is enough to cut off Chen Tai's future chances of ascending to power. A person who dares to harm even their own nephew will surely not spare their own brother in the future. Such a person, once they rise to power, will bring misfortune to everyone else. Slap. Chen Tai, who was originally proud and self-satisfied, suddenly realized what was happening, as if cold water had been poured over his head. His expression changed dramatically, and he cursed himself for being foolish, quickly kneeling to plead for mercy. Father, please spare me. I was just momentarily confused. I still have love for my eldest nephew, but. Chen Tai desperately tried to explain, but he stammered, unsure of how to argue his way out. Drag him out, give him 50 lashes, strip him of his princely title, and after the longevity banquet, confine him in the manor for 10 years, prohibiting him from entering the palace. The old emperor said coldly, clearly genuinely enraged. Chapter 120, Liu Qian, Old by Deng. I have invited a true immortal to fight you. Clang. Someone's hand trembled, causing their chopsticks to fall to the ground, which sounded extremely jarring in the silent hall. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on you, who stood next to the first prince, Chen Ang. The haunting voice just now had unmistakably come from you. At this moment, you became the center of attention once again. Your words just now were akin to dropping a nuclear bomb in everyone's minds, leaving many of them momentarily dazed. Did you just curse the old emperor to death? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Chen Ang's face stiffened as he shifted slightly to the side, trying to distance himself from you, fearing he might get splattered with blood next. Damn. I knew that ominous feeling earlier was a problem. I didn't expect you to suddenly escalate things. The last person who dared to speak to the old emperor like that was Chen Xuan, and he is already gone. Perhaps you will be next. Slap. Liu Qian. You are simply lawless, committing a grave offense by attempting to curse the emperor of the Great Xia. It is intolerable. Where are the imperial guards? Seize him at once. Chapter 121, The battle begins. Yi Chen makes an appearance. Old Deng, let me see just how many trump cards you have hidden. In that battle years ago, did you truly encounter a problem? What are your ulterior motives? Liu Qian's eyes were icy as he fixed his gaze on the impending changes in the villain simulator. In the upcoming battle, whether the simulated avatar lived or died was inconsequential. As long as he could hold on long enough to see the final result, that would suffice. Protect the crown prince. Today is the day of the dragon's merit. The old emperor is already frail. How could he possibly match the new true immortal Yang Hong? This battle will surely be a victory for His Highness the Crown Prince. You treasonous rebels! How dare you lay a hand on the Crown Prince? You seek death. His Highness the Crown Prince is the true sovereign of peace. Protect the carriage. Protect the carriage. In an instant, countless people frantically rushed to kill you, but at the same time, many stood in front of you to shield you. Bai Long, Tong Qing. The ancestors of the Shang family, the ancestors of the Wu family, and the ancestors of the Liu family had all gone mad, roaring with bloodshot eyes, filled with fervor. At this moment, the brainwashing you had undergone finally manifested its unimaginable effect. Chapter 122. The highest realm of deceptive words is not to deceive others, but to deceive oneself. It's you. Chen Tai looked at the suddenly appearing young palace maid, his face filled with shock. Instantly recognizing her as the mysterious female assassin who had appeared in the royal palace a month ago, killing all his descendants and severing one of his hands. She had actually infiltrated the palace. Wait. The one who couldn't help but laugh mockingly in the hall earlier also seemed to be this female assassin. Chen Tai realized this and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Phut! Yi Chen's stunning face was filled with murderous intent, as the blood knife in her hand erupted with blade light, instantly disemboweling Chen Tai and sending him flying. Ah! 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 He can only belong to me. No one is allowed to take him from me. Yi Chen seemed possessed, uttering some special declaration. Completely disregarding the dying Chen Tai's agonized cries from a distance. This sudden scene also startled many around. A first transformation celestial from the Chu family suddenly rushed in, wanting to avenge Chen Tai, but was also instantly slain by Yi Chen's knife. His feminine and ethereal beautiful face was stained with blood, staring intently at you. And he suddenly let out a strange laugh. Liu Qian. Do you know how much effort and cost I expended to find you? Do you know? Chapter 123. Who is strong? Who is the true self? What is the highest realm of deceptive words? It is not to deceive others, but to deceive oneself. You looked at the reflection in your wine cup, deceiving yourself. Your rationality began to falter, your body trembled violently, as if experiencing a seizure, occasionally emitting strange cries. This sudden scene instantly attracted the attention of countless people, their expressions varying. Is the Crown Prince mad? Is this madness? Or is he pretending to be mad? The old eunuch paused, frowning, but quickly resumed his demeanor. Whether you're mad or not, I'll first break your limbs and dig out the imperial bones. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you are at least not weaker than your father, why pretend to be mad? He, don't worry, when it's in my hands, I will treat you well. Ha, really mad? Pretending to be mad? Who am I? I am Liu Qian. I am Chen Qian. I am the Crown Prince. I am the Avatar, screw the true self. Kill. 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 You slowly raised your head, your eyes began to turn pitch black. And your aura began to undergo strange changes. You successfully deceived yourself, your thoughts began to spiral into chaos, and you started to lose control. Chapter 124, Liu Qian. Run quickly. This is completely mad. Liu Qian's gaze was calm, as he seemed to lock eyes with the unruly and furious simulated avatar in the villain simulator. Unexpectedly, deceptive words actually had such an effect. Earlier, he had speculated that deceptive words could be used not only to deceive others, but also to deceive oneself, achieving some special effect. And this time, the simulated version of himself had solidly verified this point. Through deception and anger, he temporarily forgot about his injuries and the side effects of the heavenly loan, restoring him to peak condition. In a way, one could say that the effects of deceptive words exceeded his expectations. This purple talent was almost being played out to its limits. Combined with the divine ability transformations, the effects were unimaginable. However, the side effects were also enormous. He had become so mad that he spoke of the avatar as if it were a separate entity. Was he truly out of control, or was it his true nature revealing itself? Was I really this insane? However, it hasn't gone completely insane to the extent of fully exposing the villain simulator. Chapter 125, Elder Emperor, Want to Leave. Liu Qian. Hurry and go. Yang Hong's voice became distorted, as if interfered by some power. Hard to hear clearly. Crack. Crack. In the sky, among the two giants engaged in battle. One began to show signs of collapse, but still clung tightly to the other, which exuded a powerful aura. Seemingly uninjured, the elder emperor seemed not to be as severely injured as rumored. With little lifespan left, the phenomenon in the sky has already attracted the attention of countless people. Little master, hurry and go. The big yellow dog reacted and shouted at you, wanting to rush over, but was blocked by an evil dragon. Step. 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 At this moment, you, who were walking towards Chen Tai, seemed oblivious, your steps heavy, your mind was chaotic, nearly insane, seemingly wanting to act solely based on instinct. However, for some reason, you began to feel your body becoming heavy, your breathing becoming labored, and even your consciousness quickly becoming blurred. Nephew, sixth uncle was wrong, sixth uncle was wrong. Please spare sixth uncle. Chen Tai cried out, clutching your thigh, begging frantically. Chapter 126, Now I lack nothing. Seeing you suddenly resurrect. The elder emperor was undoubtedly the happiest, prepared to capture you and do something. For this, he didn't hesitate to withstand Yang Hong's self-explosion to free a hand to seize you. With his cultivation as a true immortal on land, he was far from something you could contend with now. That terrifying giant hand almost enveloped the entire Great Shu imperial palace, leaving you unable to escape. Not good. Seeing Yang Hong defeated, you were about to be captured. Those who supported you and wanted to ride the coattails were suddenly horrified. Their faces pale as death. Master. The big yellow dog howled, its eyes bloodshot, seemingly sensing Yang Hong's death. Your uncles and elders looked at you with fear, regret, and some suppressed anger. Clearly, they also realized that the elder emperor had played them. What nonsense about being injured. What nonsense about having little lifespan left. This old man could still fight, and even killed a true immortal on land. Only the eldest prince, Chen Ang, remained expressionless. Frowning slightly, silent. Chapter 127, You were beheaded by a sword, unable to close your eyes in death. Damn. This is simply me. Liu Qian's eyes widened. Unable to help but immerse himself in it, his blood boiling. This time, the simulation avatar was simply showing off, flipping the script time and again. Not only exciting others, but even himself. No wonder it's me. It's simply too cool. Boom. At this moment, under the complete enhancement of the Supreme Emperor Bone, you are already infinitely close to a true immortal on land, but still lack something ultimately. It still turns out that even grandiose words have limitations, they are not invincible. And your foundation is too unstable. If it weren't for the repeated blessings of the heavenly official, and the fact that a certain destined protagonist, Yi Chen, had given you some of his luck, you would have been dead long ago. Right now, you could hardly maintain such a form for too long, but even so, it was enough. Next. It's your turn. Boom. The two half-immortal grade soul-devouring demon swords in your hand suddenly shone brightly, forcibly merging into one. Transforming into a blood-colored giant blade, faintly exuding the aura of an immortal weapon. Chapter 128, Sorry, this is His Majesty's order. Sorry, this is His Majesty's order. Peng. The ancestor of the Liu family seemed very wary of you unleashing certain methods again, ready to strike, sword aura crisscrossed, instantly obliterating your head completely. You died. Simulation ended. Silence. The entire ruined wasteland fell into absolute silence. Liu Qian stared intently at the villain simulator before him, his expression changing, his mind in chaos. He had thought he might die at the hands of Chen Tai, thought he might die at the hands of Chen Ang, thought he might die at the hands of the elder emperor, even at the hands of the white-clad sword immortal, or the sword pavilion master. But he never expected to die at the hands of the Liu family. The strongest protector of Liu Qian, the ancestor of the Liu family. turned out to be the one in his dreams who had tampered with his supreme emperor bone. The Liu family, which had raised him since childhood, actually had problems. The person the white-clad sword immortal spoke of was indeed the Liu family, and the ancestor of the Liu family, who had treated him best since childhood. Who would have thought that a relative from his childhood would betray him at the last moment? Liu Qian's mind was in turmoil, clearly impacted greatly. Chapter 129, Bastard, remember to avenge me. Boom! The river of time suddenly descended, instantly enveloping the entire wasteland, wrapping Liu Qian within. The sixth segment of the villain simulation flowed from the river of time, revealing itself. Heading north to the capital, returning to the Liu family, slaughtering the Jiyu family. Humiliating King Wu, entering the Imperial University, battling the Elder Emperor, the appearance of Zhuan Fuzi. One battle after another, reflecting like a 3D blockbuster. Soon, the scene finally froze at a mysterious secret realm, revealing a dilapidated dragon temple. Swish! The river of time slowly parted, immediately revealing a floating, unblinking head. Those pair of unblinking eyes were staring intently ahead, seemingly in disbelief. 8 fruits of the Tao, each a different color, exuding a rich fragrance, surrounded the head. Liu Qian silently looked at the identical head before him, suddenly feeling a strange sense of emotion. It seems that this time, the villain simulation ended the most tragically. Just a head left. Beginning final settlement, the host can choose 4 from the following 8 options. First option, Qingdi Longevity Scripture 6th Layer, Peak of Extraordinary, Chapter 130, Survival of the Fittest, the Strong are Respected. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Liu Qian put away the heavenly demon stone, and promised the already dissipated head. Being backstabbed for no reason, killed on the spot, and dying so tragically. This debt must be accounted for. If he had once wanted to repay the Liu family's nurturing grace. It was all cleared after the ancestor of the Liu family beheaded him from behind. Bastard! Liu Qian felt that in the previous villain simulations, the ancestor of the Liu family must have been watching him die tragically from behind the scenes, even fanning the flames. They all treated him like a monkey. Damn! Not a single one of them is a good person. These scoundrels will eventually be killed, not leaving a single one. The original plan has been postponed. And there is no rush to go to the capital. Over there in the capital, the old emperor and the ancestor of the Liu family want to put on a show, so let them perform to their heart's content. After learning that the Liu family is the true traitor, Liu Qian naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to return so quickly. He will go back to the capital. But not right now. First, I will break through to the extraordinary realm, and then return to the capital to find Sumai. I believe the strange clan will soon come looking for her, so I need to establish a connection with Brother Liu first. Chapter 131, Your brother entrusted you to me before he died, you can call me Dad, Brother Liu. Century Hotel, ruins. In this battle, countless lives were lost. And aside from Qi Wei, who narrowly escaped, everyone else met a tragic end. Among them, even Liu Zhong, this guardian, was no exception. Liu Qian knows well that his guardian's first principle is loyalty to the family, and then loyalty to him. The family always comes first. Perhaps among the entire Liu family. Only the ancestor of the Liu family is the traitor, while the others are still in the dark. But when the time comes, Liu Zhong will likely still be loyal to the family, not to him. If things go wrong, the next one to stab him in the back will be Liu Zhong. Although it is cruel, this is the truth. Liu Qian cannot keep a nail beside him. Swish, swish, swish. The battle has ended. And the bodies are being collected and the situation checked. Your Excellency, this Liu Qian is fake, a substitute. The masked ancestor of the Li family exclaimed. The Liu Qian in front of them had his human skin mask torn off, revealing another face. They initially thought they could capture Liu Qian in this battle, but unexpectedly, they only ended up killing a substitute. The people around exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat grim. The ghost doctor beside them looked even darker, clearly not expecting such a result. Chapter 132, Sumai, Brother Liu, who is that sister? Liu Qian, irrelevant. Sumai. What's going on? Just a second ago. She had not yet come out of the sorrow of losing her brother and losing her support. The next second, a dad, Brother Liu, suddenly filled that void for her. An extreme one-for-one exchange, right? But how could her brother have such a friend? It all felt strange to her. In an instant, Sumai felt her head spinning. Subconsciously accepting Brother Liu's identity, while still maintaining a trace of rationality. Brother Liu, who are those people? They come from the capital, they are people of King Wu. Chen Tai. They killed your brother, and wanted to capture you to threaten me. Before your brother died, the thing he was most worried about was you. He asked me to protect you for life. Liu Qian's words were half true and half false, delivered without a blink of an eye. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. If I had been a step late and you fell into their hands, you would probably suffer a fate worse than death. I heard that King Wu, Chen Tai, enjoys torturing women. He quietly placed one accusation after another on Chen Tai. Sumai was immediately frightened and shivered. Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen to you. From now on, we will rely on each other. Chapter 133, A mere human dares to covet our clan saints. Unaware of their own death. Just kill them. Irrelevant. Boom. Liu Ruyue felt as if struck by lightning, standing dazed in place. She stared blankly at the intimate actions of the two, a strange sourness rising in her heart. How did it become irrelevant? At that moment, she didn't know what emotion she was feeling, but she felt somewhat wronged. Perhaps it was the task her master had given her to seek knowledge that made her subconsciously regard Liu Qian as her own. Maybe at first she looked down on this playboy, but as he revealed his mysterious abilities time and again, her feelings changed. But now, he turned his back on her. Perhaps sensing her gaze, the girl with snow-white eyes also turned to her, revealing a faint, friendly smile. However, Liu Ruyue couldn't help but feel that there was a hint of mockery in it. After all, she had arrived first. Compared to Liu Ruyue's complex emotions, Sumai appeared much more indifferent. Since Brother Liu said it was irrelevant, then they were just unrelated strangers. Brother Liu wouldn't lie to her. Chapter 134, Liu Qian, to take someone away in front of me, do you think I don't exist? The Strange I clan. As one of the top clans among the strange races, places great importance on bloodlines. Among the strange races, the stronger the bloodline, the greater the cost required to procreate. As a descendant of a forbidden bloodline, Sumai is the saintess of the clan, and has a strong possibility of growing to the forbidden level. Becoming the future forbidden empress, so her identity and status go without saying. Now, a lowly human brat dares to reach for her. This is absolutely intolerable for the tall, elegant blood-eyed woman. As one of the personal guards of the Blood-Eye Empress, she is responsible for carrying out the Empress's will to bring the saintess back. If anyone dares to obstruct or do anything, they must be eliminated. The noble bloodline of the Empress cannot be stained, and that human brat must die. Boom! The Blood-Eye slowly stood up, a terrifying 8th-level pressure erupting from her. Her voice turning extremely cold. A mere extraordinary human, in her eyes, is no different from an ant. Yet this ant dares to stain the noble bloodline of her clan. Chapter 135, Liu Qian, a mere projection dares to be arrogant in front of me, get lost. Let the real body come. Ah, my eyes. The blood-eye covered her forehead, blood gushing forth, the pain piercing deep into her bones, nearly unbearable. She didn't expect to encounter such a tough opponent this time. From beginning to end, she had not realized how a mere extraordinary ant managed to silently teleport in front of her, and so easily gouged out her eyes. This was indeed too careless. Three-eyed beast, kill him. The furious blood-eye let out a sharp scream, not believing that Liu Qian was that strong, just now. It was merely a sneak attack. Her strongest curse and mental techniques had yet to be unleashed. Moreover, when it really comes to blows. An 8th level 3-eyed beast is not something a mere extraordinary little cultivator can contend with. Roar! The 3-eyed beast let out an eerie howl. Its terrifying spiritual domain instantly enveloping the surroundings. At this moment, Liu Qian exuded an overwhelming aura, arrogant to the extreme. Almost ignoring the pressure from the mysterious Eye Empress before him. During the last villain simulation, he had faced the super boss, the Elder Emperor, directly. How could he possibly fear a mere projection of the mysterious Eye Empress? If she had the capability, let her true self come for a one-on-one fight. Blood Eye. Sumai. Yi Chen. Liu Ruyue. Mysterious Eye Empress. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Liu Qian, who held the blood knife. Liu Qian and Liu Ruyue were shocked, unable to believe it, their bodies trembling. Almost overwhelmed by the imposing figure before them. Even the fear they felt was instantly cleared away. At this moment, she seemed to truly recognize the man's real nature. Which was so overwhelmingly domineering and fierce. So this is the real you. Brother Liu. Sumai's white eyes gazed deeply at the figure holding the blood knife. Brave and fearless, overwhelmingly powerful. Although she couldn't see clearly, a rough image formed in her mind. Chapter 137, Mysterious Eye Empress. So it's the son of an old acquaintance. Sumai left. Although she was reluctant, she still followed the mysterious Eye Empress. Perhaps she had already guessed that she did not belong to the human race. Her existence was bound to attract a lot of trouble. Su Meng was dead, and she didn't want Brother Liu to face any danger either. Although Brother Liu said Su Meng died because of him, Sumai felt it might be related to herself. Perhaps she was the one who caused Su Meng's death. But the kind Brother Liu didn't want her to be sad and lied to her. To some extent, a woman's intuition is terrifying. She actually guessed half of it right. Even as she left, her white eyes remained fixed on the figure holding the blood knife, standing tall and unmoving, as if she wanted to remember it deeply. Brother Liu. You must remember me. Liu Qian stood silently in place, motionless. Everything seemed to be proceeding as he had anticipated, yet it also felt somewhat out of his control. He initially intended to use Sumai as a bargaining chip to connect with the mysterious Eye Empress, hoping to call on her to deal with the Elder Emperor at a critical moment. But now it seemed he had already succeeded halfway. Sumai seemed to truly have fallen in love with him. Chapter 138, Dragon and Phoenix Qualities. Dragon and Phoenix Qualities, born supreme, imperial bearing, inestimable nobility. Every move possesses true dragon pressure, can manifest aura, making others subconsciously submit. Dragon and Phoenix Qualities. Liu Qian's pupils contracted as he stared at this purple talent. Almost unable to look away. He had an inexplicable premonition that this talent seemed to be the most suitable for him. Boom! Even at this moment, a warm sensation emerged from behind him, as the Supreme Emperor Bone sent out some kind of message. Moreover, this dragon and phoenix qualities, talent seemed to have certain benefits and assistance for his upcoming plans. However, besides that, he also had his eye on the late bloomer purple talent. Purple talents are rare and hard to come by, each possessing unimaginable special effects. This talent would be suitable for use in the later stages. During the last villain simulation, other purple talents had also appeared, but due to a lack of villain points, they couldn't be retained. But now, he still had nearly 100,000 villain points, so he naturally couldn't let this opportunity slip. Villain Simulator, retain late bloomer, for this simulation. I choose Dragon and Phoenix qualities. Ding, 5,000 villain points have been deducted, late bloomer, retained for the next villain simulation. Chapter 139, Chen Tai, a joke. Does he think he can return as a king? Blood Demon. Go take him down. The sudden disaster made you realize that the new purple talent, which seemingly allows you to slip away, is also quite useful. As long as you run fast enough, disaster will always be a step behind you. If you run slowly, then you have to consider starting over. What a pity, if that mysterious realm hadn't collapsed. It would have been possible to hide there until invincible, then come out to challenge the elder emperor, but now that's impossible. You feel a bit regretful. The tenfold flow speed of the mysterious realm is absolutely an excellent cultivation ground. If only you had another 10 years, you could condense the true immortal talismans. Currently, it seems you've been in the mysterious realm for a year, but only a little over a month has passed outside. Now, there are 5 days left until the elder emperor's birthday banquet. You wonder what chaos the imperial capital is in, and whether the Liu family has been wiped out. Liu Qian, what on earth have you experienced? The still shaken Liu Ruyue stares at you, her eyes filled with confusion, unable to hold back her question. Clearly, her curiosity about you has reached its peak at this moment. Just a year apart, and you've broken through to a major realm, reaching the Saint entrance level. This speed is simply more outrageous than a rocket. Chapter 140, Born Supreme, True Dragon Bearing. Yes? Prince Wu. The blood demon in a blood robe revealed a sinister smile, full of confidence, and accepted the order directly. Being able to kill a noble bloodline of the great Xia is undoubtedly a tremendous pleasure for someone with a twisted psyche like him. Moreover, that little bastard's powerful bloodline will likely elevate his blood nerves further. It's a heavenly opportunity. As for whether he will fail, impossible, absolutely impossible. Gu family, damn, that little bastard is still alive, and has returned to the capital during such a sensitive time. You know that the Emperor's birthday banquet is in a few days. If His Majesty is in a good mood, he might directly recognize him as a grandson. And the Gu family could face annihilation. Don't worry, that won't happen. Prince Wu is even more anxious than us. The ancestor has already gone to Wu Wangfu, and there will be answers. In the face of your return, not just Chen Tai, but also the Gu family. This traitor is anxious. This open traitor is vastly different from the Liu family. Have you heard? The imperial grandson is returning to the capital. Chapter 141, Dragon and Phoenix Qualities, Nonsense, Words Become Law. Ah! 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 The blood demon screamed in terror and madness. His body trembling as if having a seizure, drooling and snot running everywhere. At this moment, in his eyes, you are no longer human, but a transcendent being. Towering above the world, residing in the underworld, breathtakingly noble, a true dragon by birth. It is indeed the purple talent, dragon and phoenix qualities. Under the gaze of the true dragon, he appeared as small as an ant, not even the size of a scale. You are a true dragon. True dragon. Son of heaven. He majored in the physical body, neglecting the soul, which is almost the greatest weakness of the blood demon. At this moment, he was intimidated by your true dragon form, instantly revealing a flaw, leading to a mental breakdown. Not only him, but the eyes of everyone at the port of the imperial capital were filled with astonishment and terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as they witnessed your imposing true dragon. True dragon form. Emperor's form. This is a natural emperor. Could it be that this child is destined, born with the dragon form, priceless, truly priceless? A chorus of exclamations erupted, with everyone's expressions varying, all bowing their heads, not daring to look directly at your true appearance, clearly intimidated. Chapter 142, Sixth Brother. Long time no see. Old thing. It really is you. Your gaze paused for a moment on the blood-red ring, a glint of ferocity flashing in your eyes. Initially, it was just a guess. After all, it was possible that someone had deliberately transformed into the appearance of the old ancestor of the Liu family during the last villain simulation to kill you. But now, the evidence is irrefutable. In the last villain simulation, the one who stabbed you in the back was none other than the heavily injured and unconscious old ancestor of the Liu family before you. However, you did not explode in anger. Instead, you held the old ancestor of the Liu family's hand, probing a bit. discovering that he was indeed severely wounded and in a coma. But with the Qing Emperor's longevity scripture, you are extremely sensitive to vitality and sensed a huge life force hidden in the old ancestor's heart. As long as it is activated, he can instantly recover and wake up. Old thing, how cunning, putting on a complete act, pretending to be dead so realistically, even using methods to conceal it so deeply. Your heart sneered, instantly seeing through the old ancestor's intentions. You suspect that the old ancestor of the Liu family might not have initially intended to deceive you, but was planning to deceive others. Such as the remnants of the literally waste prince or abandoned prince, Chen Zhuan. Chapter 143, Chen Tai, second brother, you're not dead. Sixth brother. Long time no see. Boom. Hearing that familiar yet strange voice, Chen Tai's furious cursing suddenly froze, his pupils contracting. His body trembling uncontrollably, as if he realized something. The old ancestor of the Chu family in front of him instantly exploded in anger. At this moment, this nine-turn heavenly being sensed a nearly suffocating supreme aura. Swish! That figure, with its back turned, slowly turned around, revealing a face with a dragon and phoenix appearance. Radiating the aura of an emperor, a face that seemed both youthful and middle-aged, smiling as he looked at them. Clap! Chen Tai's legs went weak. Collapsing directly to the ground, his eyes vacant, as if he had lost his soul. Second brother, you're not dead. Liu Qian. Damn! This time, the villain's avatar plays so well. Directly choosing to impersonate his own old ancestor, the crown prince of the great Xia, Chen Zhuan. What an opportunity, this directly doubles the generation gap. And it also has various buffs stacked on top, directly filling it up. Liu Qian's eyes shone, instantly realizing the profit to be gained. Chapter 144, I really want to be the human emperor. Do you want to be the human emperor? Boom. Chen Tai, who was crying, suddenly had his mind explode, instantly throwing aside the matter of reporting to the old ancestor, staring blankly at you, seemingly momentarily unresponsive. Wait. This is a test. Just as Chen Tai was about to speak, he suddenly realized that he had previously sent someone to assassinate you. How could you possibly be so nice to him? Moreover, what's worse is that he had crippled the Liu family, and now everyone in the Great Xia Empire knows that the Liu family is the die-hard loyalist of Chen Zhuan. Just based on this alone, he knew that it would be difficult for him to reconcile with you. Second brother, please don't test me. I still want to live a few more years. Chen Tai said with a mournful face, looking like he was begging for mercy. I asked you if you want to be. You suddenly shouted sternly. This useless thing. Even at this point, still hasn't he realized what's going on? You still have to build a ladder for him. Swish. Chen Tai is not a fool. Seeing your attitude, he sensed something was off. If you really wanted to kill him, why would you need so much nonsense? Chapter 145, Mysterious Note. Transforming enemies into friends is indeed a good strategy. Rather than wasting most of your energy and trump cards fighting with the clown king Chen Tai repeatedly, it's better to solve the root of the problem fundamentally, at least not benefiting the old ancestor. Moreover, among the princes, aside from a certain inscrutable individual, Chen Tai's strength is definitely in the first tier, backed by several heavenly families, and there are people in the palace who can contact the old ancestor. At critical moments, he can play a significant role. Liu Qian's eyes lit up, realizing the part of the villain simulation's avatar's thoughts. Clearly, this time the simulated avatar's opening was grand. Setting aside past grudges and mixing with Chen Tai. Who knows if it's due to the dragon and phoenix appearance this purple talent. In the last villain simulation, it lost due to intelligence, fighting too fiercely with Chen Tai, consuming too much energy, leading to being led by the nose by that old emperor, thoroughly schemed against. This time, taking the initiative to attack at the start, pulling Chen Tai into the camp to join forces against the old emperor, uncle and nephew working together. Their combined strength is formidable. Old thing, this time, you will have a good time. After briefly discussing a rough framework for cooperation with Chen Tai, you decisively stopped the resource-consuming transformation technique. Chapter 146, The Hidden Snake Behind the Scenes. In the Yang residence, under the grave of clothing and crowns, there is something you want. You stared intently at the note in your hand, your eyes slightly cold. Your first reaction was that the second uncle of the Liu family before you was a person of Yang Hong. But soon, you noticed something was off. Recognizing that the handwriting on the note was different from your uncle Yang Hong's. So, you can be sure that this note did not come from Yang Hong's hand. Unlike the special situation in the Hidden Dragon Land, Yang Hong was being monitored by the old emperor, and could only convey messages through such special channels. Right now, if the second uncle of the Liu family were truly his person, he could easily inform you of what was hidden in the secret realm of the Yang residence's Dragon Temple. Why would he need to be so secretive, and even choose to commit suicide? This shows that there is another person behind this note. And the second uncle of the Liu family underfoot is just that person's pawn. But if it's not Yang Hong, then who could it be? Who has noticed Yang Hong's arrangements? Your mind raced, suddenly a pitch-black arm appeared. It was the ghostly thing that had attacked me while hiding in the secret realm in the Yang residence. This note was written by it. And it wanted to hint at and lure me to the Yang residence to attack me. Chapter 147, Night Raid on the Palace, the head of Chen Zhuan. From beginning to end, you have been tracking Liu Shou, following him to the secret room. Witnessing everything as he awakened the ancestor of the Liu family and communicated with him. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. The elder emperor's elimination plan refers to potential threats like Xuanfuzi Yang Hong, which quietly began after his return. Initially, the Liu family ancestor didn't want to target me, but someone else. However, compared to that, what is more important is the share they mentioned, for a long time. The Liu family ancestor has been extracting something from me and sending it to the imperial palace without stopping for 18 years. Transformed into a mosquito. You coldly watched the conversation between the grandparent and grandchild before you. In this light, it is no wonder that the Supreme Emperor's bone has been sealed and in a weakened state all these years. It turns out that certain things have been continuously extracted and sent to the Daxia Imperial Palace for the Elder Emperor to consume. The Elder Emperor has been consuming your bone and blood, which is why he has become so powerful and has not suffered the injuries of the past, truly ruthless. Chapter 148, Severed Head, You Smell So Good. The head of Lao Deng. Your expression changed slightly, you didn't expect to find such a thing. Originally searching for treasure, you unexpectedly found Lao Deng's head. It seems that what Yang Hong said earlier was true. He indeed killed Lao Deng back then, and brought his head to negotiate with the elder emperor. Around the altar, there are piles of eerie white bones, blood circulating. These bones are radiating the pressure of celestial beings, clearly the remains of celestial beings. White bones, corpse blood, altar, severed head. The scene before you is extremely bizarre, chilling to the bone, far surpassing many horror films. Why did the elder emperor place Lao Deng's head here? He even set up an altar. Could it have some special significance? What exactly does this old Lao Deng want to do? Cast a curse on Lao Deng, causing his soul to scatter, with no chance of reincarnation. Or is there another reason? You began to realize that something was off. But you didn't know where the problem lay. What does that old immortal really want to do? Using his own son's head for sorcery. Liu Qian frowned slightly. Chapter 149, Chen Tai, damn, did second brother fight with Lao Deng ahead of time? So damn strong. Carelessly being schemed against, your anger is immense, in your fury. You didn't care about the fact that this was your own Lao Deng's severed head. You've even chopped up the elder emperor. A mere Lao Deng is nothing more than a dead head, and you will chop without hesitation. Wait. Lao Deng's severed head still wants to struggle, but is intimidated by your true dragon pressure, unable to move. Clang. Surprisingly, the skin of that severed head seems indestructible. Even when struck by the soul-biting demon blade, a semi-divine weapon, it only left a shallow blood mark. This shows how terrifying Lao Deng's strength was in life. Chen Zhuan's severed head. Doing all this, and it turns out to be a wax head. Ha ha ha, not painful at all. Emperor Bone. Activate. Your eyes turn blood red, instantly activating the 9 steps to heaven, burning your lifespan. Your aura suddenly breaks through the celestial realm, surging like an erupting lava volcano. Chen Zhuan's severed head. Clang. 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 In that moment, the soul-biting demon blade in your hand instantaneously turned into an afterimage, madly chopping towards the severed head before you. Chapter 150, Soul-Fixing Pearl. Lao Deng is really not dead. The next day, 2 heavyweight news stories swept across the entire imperial capital. First, a female assassin disguised as a young palace maid appeared in the Daxia imperial palace last night, alarming the royal court and the elder emperor, causing quite a stir. Strangely, this female assassin mysteriously vanished despite being surrounded under the watchful eyes of a true immortal and surrounded by many celestial powerhouses. Along with the most heavily guarded imperial palace of the Daxia Empire, she simply ran away, something unheard of for centuries. In contrast, the second piece of news. The Jiyu family was attacked by a group of mysterious powerhouses, leading to the complete annihilation of their clan, which seemed somewhat trivial. Indeed, it must be the destined protagonist. In such a situation, they could still escape, truly deserving of their fate. Upon hearing the news, you immediately felt relieved. And after checking that the heavenly official did not continue to issue warnings, you understood that this calamity had been passed, stopping your escape plan. You had planned to trick King Wu Chen-tai into acting early, using him as a shield to buy you time, but now it seems that is unnecessary. The current situation is undoubtedly the best. It did not allow things to spiral out of control, only letting a certain destined protagonist take the blame. Chapter 151, Re-entering the Yang Mansion, using myself as bait. We have seen His Highness the Crown Prince. The traitors from the Jiyu family have been escorted here. Led by the ancestor of the Shu family, a group of celestial ancestors and scattered cultivators, at this moment, all expressed their willingness to submit in front of you. The previously treacherous Jiyu family ancestor and the core members of the Jiyu family have been bound and brought before you. Since you returned to the imperial capital openly, revealing your true dragon form, coupled with the elder emperor's favoritism wanting you to inherit the throne, many have sought to ally with you. Moreover, unlike the previous reckless simulation of the villains that deterred many, this time you, in the form of a dragon and phoenix, made many old subordinates and remnants of Lao Deng feel as if the old master had returned. 18 years of enduring a life of debauchery. Now the king returns, exuding the aura of an emperor. Even King Wu Chen-tai has avoided your sharpness during this time, having dealt with a blood demon, not daring to retaliate against you. Who dares say you are incapable? You are the true lineage of Daxia. You are the future master of Daxia. Thus, last night, a group of people actually gathered together, working together to annihilate the entire Jiyu family and capture the core of the Jiyu family. Chapter 152, Liu Qian, Uncle, it really is you. Who? Who? The cold wind howls, like a vengeful spirit wrapping around, making one shiver. Damn it, thought you had me. So arrogant. You coldly smile in your heart. Unafraid, holding the incense candle in your hand, not heading directly to Lao Deng's tomb, but instead walking towards your mother Yang Xiu's former boudoir. In Yang Xiu's room, there is still a piece of heavenly demon stone, which is a good thing, capable of rapidly forming demonic path techniques. Your ability to change forms is produced by the mutation of the heavenly demon stone. That ghostly thing must be hiding in the secret realm. Rushing in would only lead to ambush, and would be useless. You want to lure it out, to avoid truly engaging and risking losing the things in the secret realm. In addition, there is a little thought, which you naturally decided to keep to yourself for now. Snap! You pushed open Yang Xiu's boudoir and walked in, skillfully heading towards the painting, ready to take out the heaven demon stone hidden inside. But the next moment, your hand passed through the painting, only to grasp at nothing. Nothing. Chapter 153. How should I address you? Is it Lord Liu or? Regarding the true identity of that ghostly entity, you had already made some guesses. After all, there are very few existences in the entire imperial capital that you cannot see through. Moreover, being able to manipulate the second uncle of the Liu family, a celestial being strongman, who willingly goes to his death to deliver information, means that the person behind it must hold significant power. Among them, your uncle. The Crown Prince Chen Ang undoubtedly occupies the top position in your heart. This man, who survived the war back then and briefly took control of the entire Great Xia Empire, is definitely not as simple as he seems. For this, you did not hesitate to set a trap for him, wanting to expose him. Lao Deng regarded me as food, continuously extracting certain things from my supreme imperial bone for his consumption, already considering me as his possession. How could he allow others to interfere? I deliberately revealed your existence to be reported to him by the Liu family's ancestor. How could that old immortal not harbor murderous intent? Uncle. Since I came to the Yang residence, the moment you decided to take action, you were destined to meet a fatal end. That old immortal will not allow me to die easily before achieving certain goals. Chapter 154. Father does not see me as a son. Mother does not see me as a child, grandfather sees me as bait. Lord Liu or Yang Xiu. Smack! Lord Liu trembled, as if struck hard. The sword in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter. This action seemed to confirm her guilt and validate your words. A gentle breeze brushed by, lifting the white veil on her face, revealing a countenance that was not stunning but radiated a gentle aura. This gentle face was almost identical to that painting. This extremely mysterious leader of the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion is none other than your mother, Yang Xiu. You knew it all along. The flustered Yang Xiu never expected that, despite hiding so deeply, you would guess her true identity. Over the years, she had been paying attention to your growth, but it seemed that during this time, you changed too rapidly, to the point where she could not see through you. The reason she did not want to contact you was that she feared you would discover her true identity and a trace of guilt in her heart. Looking at the panicked Yang Xiu before you, you remained indifferent, showing no tenderness, as a family member or mother. Chapter 155. Chen Ang's Gift, Heaven Demon Disintegration and Destruction Technique. Yang Xiu, as if struck, stood dazed in place, almost collapsing to the ground. At that moment, it seemed your scolding had awakened the maternal instinct within her, amplifying her feelings of guilt infinitely. She reached out, seemingly wanting to grasp you. But as soon as she stepped forward, it appeared she remembered something and stopped, watching you walk away. Qian. In the end, it's just crocodile tears. You paid no heed to the call from behind, your heart unwavering. Time and again, you simulated, time and again, you died, making your will ever more resolute. You knew very well that the reason the other party was so moved and emotionally stirred was because you revealed extraordinary abilities, your value continuously rising. They even suspected that you had awakened the complete supreme imperial bone, or that some mutation had occurred. Otherwise, how could there be such a drastic change? Otherwise, why would there be so much pretense? If there were true maternal love, where had it been all along? You knew that during the initial simulations, you had suffered numerous gruesome deaths, yet this Lord Liu never appeared once. Chapter 156. The Ruthlessness of the Elder Emperor. Wanting to kill his sons and grandsons to inherit the throne, you have become the target of everyone's hostility. The Heaven Demon Disintegration and Destruction Technique. After Uncle Chen Ang's death, he surprisingly left you such a gift. Your pupils constricted, your brows furrowed slightly, as if you realized something. It seemed Chen Ang had already calculated that he would die and even left a backup plan in advance. Moreover, he could conveniently find you. Which seemed a bit strange. Did he give you this gift to deal with Lao Lao Deng? Or did he want you to free yourself at a critical moment? Or was there some other purpose? Upon reflection, it seemed the other party had been plotting for a long time, and had even seized a piece of marrow extracted from you, snatching food from Lao Lao Deng's mouth. He was even aware of Yang Hong's arrangements. Was this guy really that easy to kill? Was the one who just died truly the Crown Prince Qian? You did not reach out to take it, you just coldly stared at the effeminate eunuch before you, pondering whether to capture him and search his soul. But thinking about it, the other party dared to appear like this, he must have been prepared. Beep. 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 The effeminate eunuch still maintained a respectful demeanor, holding the heaven demon disintegration and destruction technique, but under your gaze, he began to bleed from all 7 orifices, dripping onto the ground. Chapter 157, Nephew. There were too many people outside just now. 6th uncle is sorry. 6th uncle kneels to you. Seeing you still calm and composed, as if victory was assured. Liu Ruyue was unknowingly influenced by you, her mood calming down. She was well aware of the terror of the elder emperor. This act was undoubtedly a form of flattery towards you, and if things went wrong, it would mean becoming enemies with everyone. Those who aspired to the throne or those who had no hope of it would want to kill you to survive, otherwise, they would be the ones to die. Ruyue. If one day, at a critical moment, someone wants to kill me, that person might be your closest one. If you had to choose, would you help me? Your expression became serious as you looked at Liu Ruyue before you. In your heart, you had already prepared to turn against everyone, including your mother, Yang Xiao. When that time came, it would just be a matter of revealing true colors under the knife. Liu Ruyue was taken aback, seemingly frightened by this question. Her mind a bit chaotic. Even as clever as she was, it seemed she had already grasped the meaning behind your words. The close person, was it her master? But wasn't he her master supposed to protect Lu Qian? How could things have escalated to this point? Chapter 158. When something goes wrong, first stir up the water. Begin to lay plans, seek the Zhuan Fuzi. The clown king Chen Tai knelt respectfully before you, a smile plastered on his face, no longer displaying the arrogance from earlier. He was cautious, like a dog chasing after a goddess. Clearly, he had not been affected by the rumors of killing sons to support grandsons. Still loyal to you and hoping to rely on you for fun. Nephew, don't worry, no matter what happens, 6th uncle is on your side. All right, Uncle Liu. Get up, we are all family, no need to act like this. With a smile on your face, you reach out to help Chen tie up. But inside you can't help but sneer, not being deceived by the performance of the person before you. If it were not for this simulation, you impersonating Lao Deng and tricking this guy to the point of being crippled, along with the tempting prospect of the emperor's position, the Clown King would definitely explode and turn against you at the first sign of news about killing children and supporting grandchildren. This guy is far from a good-natured person. During the last villain simulation, no matter how strong you were, he fought you to the end, exhausting all his trump cards, more proactive than anyone else. Truly a tenacious pest. To be honest, with Chen Ang as a warning, it seems that the bloodline of that old immortal isn't simple. This old 6 in front of you can't really be an old 6, right? Chapter 159, Zhuan Fuzi, long time no see, I have grown old and frail. But the young master still has the same charm. How quickly things change. This time, the simulated avatar has become quite cunning, actively getting involved. Already calculating against Lao Lao Deng. Compared to the last villain simulation, which was all about a reckless charge, this is almost a complete contrast. Lu Qian looked at the changes in the simulator, also somewhat amazed. The growth speed of this simulated avatar is too fast. Not only in strength, but also in mental acuity, almost starting to transform into a true upper echelon figure. Among this, there is the influence of the dragon and phoenix demeanor. But more importantly, its real experience. Unlike his main body, which can relax, the avatar in the simulated world, if it relaxes, might lead to irreparable consequences. Leaving no whole corpse. Many plans have already been set in motion, everything depends on the old emperor's birthday banquet. You don't care about the little interlude with Liu Ruyue, focusing entirely on finding the location of Zhuan Fuzi. This Grand Summer Empire's celestial talisman master is of great significance to you, capable of temporarily blocking the powerful presence of the old emperor. If Lao Deng wasn't he dead, that would be one thing, but now you suspect he isn't dead and is still hiding on Yi Cheng, which is troublesome. Chapter 160, The Mad Zhuan Fuzi, the inheritance of the celestial talisman master. If it weren't for the middle-aged teacher knowing he hadn't done it, he would suspect he had amnesia, as that recording was simply too realistic. Moreover, the words in that recording seemed to carry a strange power that made one instinctively believe. Is that the power of rules? Somewhat reminiscent of certain bizarre evil gods' methods. Big nephew, I underestimated you, didn't expect you to have this kind of means, giving your uncle quite a surprise, you're plotting against me, ha. The middle-aged teacher resembling Chen Ang wore a shadowy smile, already guessing it was you pulling the strings behind the scenes. After all, the timing was too coincidental. He just sent a gift to his big nephew, and then his big nephew sent him a big gift in return, truly the way of reciprocity. With this dirty water splashed, his golden cicada shedding its shell technique was also largely ruined. The old emperor would definitely keep an eye on him. However, at this moment, the most anxious ones are undoubtedly his brothers. At this moment, you, who are meeting Zhuan Fuzi in the secret realm, still have no idea what kind of storm has erupted outside. Because of your actions, your uncles, brothers, and the princes of the Grand Summer Empire have collectively gone into an uproar. Chapter 161, Celestial Talisman 9 Zhuan Heavenly Vault Returning Ruins Divine Thunder. No wonder the old emperor is so wary of Zhuan Fuzi, keeping him imprisoned rather than killing him directly. It turns out there's this reason. Beneath the Grand Summer Imperial capital lies billions of thunder talismans, which could almost destroy everything, sinking everything, apart from the old emperor, who might survive. Everyone else would likely die. By then, the old emperor would truly be left as a solitary figure. Besides being wary of that mysterious celestial talisman, the old emperor is also reluctant to pay such a huge price lightly. This is simply a table-turning act. Liu Qian looked incredulously at the scenes and dialogues happening in the villain simulator, feeling somewhat numb. Good heavens, this is the means of the celestial talisman master. With one move, it's billions of thunder talismans. Art is indeed a big explosion, right? By then, the entire Grand Summer Empire would almost face a breakdown, fundamentally annihilating those celestial families. Truly ruthless. No wonder during the last villain simulation, the old emperor insisted on luring him to the Imperial Capital University. It was clearly meant to force Zhuan Fuzi to be cautious and not dare to easily turn the table. From the current situation, Zhuan Fuzi has been secretly protecting me all these years. With his presence and deterrence, plus my own value, I've managed to survive for so long. Chapter 162, The Mad Third Prince. Liu Qian is killed. Damn, that old immortal struck again, this time at the Imperial Capital University. What is going on? Is he killing third brother? Is third brother dead? Is third brother dead? Ah, I'm so scared. Someone tell me when third brother died. I want to see his body, attend his funeral. With the old emperor's strike again, it undoubtedly stirred countless hearts, the Chen royal family, noble families, and envoys from various countries. Countless people are now eager to know what exactly happened. Of course, those princes are most concerned about when their own third brother will die. Damn, what does that old immortal in the Grand Summer Palace want to do? Such a huge hand coming down, trying to crush me, right? Having been inexplicably harmed and nearly killed, Yi Cheng is furious, cursing loudly, her heart racing, while the head she is holding is excitedly shouting like a child. He is angry. Deadhead, shut your mouth, I'm already annoyed. Yi Cheng. Disturbed by the noise, gets even angrier, cursing at the head she's gripping. Chapter 163, Both Sides Suffer. The Hidden Laboratory. Chen Luo's expression stiffened as he looked behind him, and immediately saw your proud face along with King Wu, Chen Tai. The ancestors of the Chu family. The Shu family, and numerous celestial powerhouses directly subdued all his men, pressing them to the ground with vastly superior numbers and power. In terms of high-end combat power, the Clown King Chen Tai is much stronger than several of his brothers. Moreover, with you summoning the loyal celestial beings like the Shu family's ancestor, by long. And Tongqing, this moment, Chen Luo, the third prince, was almost thoroughly defeated. He looked in disbelief at this scene. The two of you, who should have deep enmity, are actually standing together. You little bastard, it's you, and old Six, you guys are in cahoots, how is this possible? Chen Luo's mind went blank, looking at Chen Jian's corpse on the ground, then looking at you two, unable to comprehend. What is going on? Old Six is using his own son as a substitute to attack me. How grand of a scheme must this be to sacrifice your own son? At this moment, Chen Luo finally understood. He seemed to have stumbled upon something he shouldn't know. Chapter 164, The Diary Hidden in the Laboratory. Is this the biggest secret of the Liu family? You looked at the laboratory in front of you, feeling an involuntary sense of physiological disgust. Instinctively repulsed by it and wanting to destroy it all. Based on the information you had previously gathered, it was evident that the experimental subject in this laboratory was none other than your childhood self. At that time, you had fallen into the hands of the Liu family. And the treatment you received was naturally predictable. However, the memories from your childhood have now become unclear. Let me see what other secrets this so-called laboratory hides. You walked into the laboratory and discovered that the precision machines inside contained photos, data, and various personality analyses of you from childhood to adulthood. On the blood-stained operating table, there were huge syringes with instruments, remnants of bloody mucus inside. The embryo floating in the formalin was vaguely humanoid, but suspended like a non-spinal animal, motionless. You stared intently at the embryo in front of you, as if sensing a familiar aura, as if it were a part of you that once belonged to you. Chapter 165, Decaying Face, Peak of the Sacred Realm. I think I'm going to die. At the end of the diary, this sentence is scribbled, the writing stained with blood, indicating Lu Zu's despair and fear at the time. The abrupt end of the diary also foreshadows her fate, which certainly cannot be good. The true power of the Supreme Emperor Bone must be beyond what I currently possess. Even as an infant without cultivation, I could kill everyone in the laboratory. Which reflects this to some extent. However, due to the old emperor having drained too much of my marrow and bones, the Supreme Emperor Bone in me has severely degenerated. My childhood memories must have been erased or sealed. It is highly likely related to the old emperor. But what does he mean by the unique Emperor Bone? This old man seems to be very familiar with the Supreme Emperor Bone and appears to know something. The middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses should be the eldest prince. Chen Ang. I didn't expect this guy to start meddling back then, but after obtaining me, why did he voluntarily hand me over? What is his true intention? Chapter 166, Mutation Accident. The Alliance of the Earth. Peak of the Sacred Realm. You didn't expect your cultivation to improve so quickly. The effect of that marrow blood was terrifying, allowing you to leap through multiple small realms in succession. No wonder various forces are eager to seize it. Now, you are only a step away from the celestial realm. Even the progress of the true immortal talisman deep within your soul has surged significantly. It no longer requires 10 years, but only 8 years to condense. With just one marrow blood having such effects, I have a feeling that if I take another, I might be able to break through to the celestial realm immediately. If I were to take a bit more, becoming a terrestrial true immortal wouldn't be a dream. Over the years, that old man has consumed so much of my bone and blood that he is almost draining the Supreme Emperor Bone dry. No wonder he has become so terrifying. Your gaze is filled with shock and anger. You are astonished by the rapid surge in strength, but furious at the old emperor's ruthlessness and greed. Clearly, he is consuming your lifeblood. At this moment, you wish you could kill that old bastard. As your cultivation improves and lifespan increases, the side effects of the 9 steps to heaven have also been reduced by more than half, no longer needing to count in seconds, now. If you burn all your lifespan, you can briefly step into the 9 turns celestial realm and sustain it for half an incense stick, 75 minutes. Chapter 167, Interesting little guy, weren't you supposed to bring my true self? Now I'm here. Lonely won the resurrection match. As a genius like you, you are determined to replicate the great feat of the old Deng pulling his brothers to rebel, bringing all uncles and cousins into your camp. After all, these people have, to some extent, the support of celestial families behind them, with nearly half of the 24 dukes being involved. They are definitely a strong force. Being in the same camp is much better than being neutral and sitting on the fence, or switching sides at a critical moment. Currently, your uncle Yang Hong has not shown up. You need someone to help you break into the Daishu Imperial Palace and block the old emperor's men. This is one of the reasons why you wanted to kill Chen Luo. Without this pretext, how could the clown king Chen Tai gather these people openly to discuss rebellion? However, when you appeared in the guise of old Deng, everyone present nearly wet themselves. The second brother, who had been dead for decades, suddenly won the resurrection match. Who wouldn't be scared? Ha ha ha. Look at your cowardly faces. The clown king, watching the frightened kings, couldn't help but laugh, his eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. Completely unaware that he was once not far from such a state. Chapter 168, Liu Ruyue is dead. Confronting the Queen of Strange Eyes. Queen of Strange Eyes. Swish. You instantly felt your hair stand on end. A bone-chilling sensation surged in your heart, as a snow-white hand quietly reached your spine, seemingly wanting to penetrate through flesh and touch your core. At that moment, your thoughts were suddenly enveloped by a strange whisper, as if pulling you into an endless abyss, turning you into a puppet for others to manipulate. Boom! At the critical moment, deep within your soul, a talisman radiating immense celestial might. The 9 mysteries celestial domes returned to Ruin's divine thunder, suddenly erupted with a trace of thunderous power, actively protecting its master. The power of the terrestrial true immortal. Crackle. The white hand that touched your back was instantly pierced by the return to Ruin's divine thunder, letting out a muffled groan, its movement momentarily halted. Swish. In your hand, 2 identical soul-eating demonic blades merged into one, transforming into a brand new celestial artifact. Get lost. Gripping the celestial artifact. A terrifying pressure erupted from your body. Thunder cloaked you, blood energy surged, almost condensing into a giant blood-colored monster that fiercely slashed at the shadow behind you. Chapter 169, Love your old man, see you at Xuanwu Gate. So now, am I qualified? The corners of your mouth curled up, revealing the proud pressure of a true dragon, your sharp eyes fixed on the Queen of Strange Eyes in front of you, just moments ago. You almost fell into her trap. Luckily, you reacted in time, breaking through multiple illusions and killing your way out, otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. At this moment, you deeply understand what it means to be of a different kind, their hearts must be different. The Queen of Strange Eyes in front of you likely came with the intention to kill you. Had you been any weaker, you would have been killed on the spot. Since obtaining the ability to weave lies, you have always played with others. This time, however, you almost let the strange one play you. If you don't fight back, you'll likely be seen as a soft target. A fierce tiger will not cooperate with a goat. So it turns out, you can bleed too. Drip. 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 A drop of pitch-black blood fell to the ground, and that perfect and flawless enchanting face now bore a huge knife scar, the flesh turned inside out. The intense pain left the Phantom Eye Empress momentarily stunned, as she reached up to touch her face. Her eyes, as dark as night, instantly turned cold. Locking onto you with a fierce gaze, yet her face revealed a strange smile. you are qualified, you are far too qualified to be my prey now. Chapter 170, Liu Qian. I will control the armies of the world. There are still 12 hours until the old emperor's birthday banquet begins. The imperial capital, already turbulent, became even more unpredictable with the appearance of the phantom eye empress. Even though the old emperor acted promptly to expel her, he could not quell the restless hearts of certain individuals. After all, it had been decades since the old emperor had shown himself, and upon his return, he forcefully drove away a forbidden-level bizarre ruler, showcasing his dominance, which seemed inconsistent with rumors of his severe injuries and limited lifespan. Damn! This old man is not dead yet, and he has actually recovered, still so fierce. Could it be that the rumors are true? That this old man is killing his own children to refine pills and devour bloodlines to recover from his injuries? These questions lingered in everyone's minds. Catch the assassin! Catch the assassin! That night, a violent tremor shook the great Xia palace. Countless imperial guards ran amok throughout the capital, sealing off all ports of exit. It is said that an assassin infiltrated during the clash between the old emperor and the phantom eye empress, stealing something. Chapter 171, Nephew, you guessed it right, it was indeed me who sold you out. I will control the armies of the world. Your voice thundered throughout the great hall, shocking countless people, leaving them incredulous. Controlling the armies of the world. That is a power no minister can wield. You are openly rebelling. Moreover, at this moment, you have the support of various kings behind you. You are almost like the discarded prince from that battle years ago. Is history about to repeat itself? Boom! At this moment, in the eyes of countless people, the entire great Xia palace seemed to reveal two true dragons, one large and one small, confronting each other, emanating a terrifying pressure that made it hard to breathe. This is the confrontation and contest between two emperors. Qian. You are trying to imitate the discarded Prince Chen Zhuan's rebellion. A trusted minister of the old emperor, unable to hide his inner turmoil, jumped out and shouted. Looking through history, which emperor of the great Xia Empire was not born from rebellion? There is no normal succession, even that old man is the same, right? This is ancestral law, it cannot be violated. I am following ancestral law, what is wrong with that? You maintained a calm expression, smiling indifferently, displaying the true dragon's dominance, making others bow in submission. Chapter 172, Half-Step Earthly True Immortal. Battle the Old Emperor. The sneaky mysterious figure turned out to be the clown king Chen Tai. This sixth prince, who had always obeyed you, actually chose to betray you at this moment. Betraying all his brothers. No wonder the old emperor was able to prepare in advance and launched a dimensional strike against you. Old Six. You son of a dog, how dare you betray us? Good for you, Old Six, at a critical moment, you actually sold us out. Why don't you go die? Bastard, if you want to betray, why not say it earlier? Seeing it was indeed Chen Tai, the kings were immediately in an uproar, their anger boiling. Facing the king's furious accusations, Chen Tai was unfazed, instead revealing a defiant expression, coldly looking at them. A group of brainless fools, can't you see the situation? Father is the true dragon emperor of Great Xia, the heavens of Great Xia. How could there be a way out following such a little bastard? Now if you surrender obediently, turning from darkness to light, I can still plead with Father to forgive your crimes, do not mislead yourselves. Chapter 173, Something is wrong with the old emperor. Is it finally starting? Liu Qian's eyes trembled, revealing excitement as he fixed his gaze on the upcoming battle of the villain simulation. After 7 rounds of villain simulation, he finally reached the point of confronting the old emperor head-on. The complete, supreme emperor bone of the 9 transformations celestial immortal. The real combat power of the current simulation avatar would undoubtedly not be inferior to that of the discarded Prince Chen Zhuan back then, even if there were mistakes. They would not be significant. The discarded Prince Chen Zhuan was able to defeat the old emperor, and now, the simulation avatar also had some possibility. Of course, all this was predicated on the assumption that the old emperor had only absorbed marrow blood over the years to recover from his injuries without further advancement. If this old man were to advance further in the realm of earthly true immortal, the possibility of retreating would still be considerable, however, at the very least. It could also test his true capabilities. Let me see the limits of this simulation. Asura soul devouring slash. Boom. As soon as you strike, you unleash a powerful blow comparable to that of an earthly true immortal. Unlike the previous villain simulation's realm strength, this time, you are undoubtedly much stronger. No longer needing to choose to self-destruct the celestial artifact to deliver this powerful blow, you can do so with all your might. Chapter 174, You Killed the Old Emperor. You realize something was wrong, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising in your heart. As if you had overlooked something, or ignored something. But before you could continue pondering, you saw the old emperor before you gazing deeply. His eyes seemingly hiding some terrifying existence that was astonishing beyond imagination. Not good. Retreat quickly. Got you. Swish. He actually caught the soul-devouring slash with his bare hands, disregarding the massive wound tearing his hand, staring at you intently. Puff. Suddenly, he spat out a thick, strange black smoke, pouring into your five senses, spreading like a living thing. What the hell is this? Boom. A terrifying will suddenly appeared in your mind, as if some horrifying beast was ruthlessly pulling. You felt your soul and body, at that moment, rapidly losing their connection, being dragged into endless darkness. Not good. Your face changed dramatically, and without hesitation, you abandoned the soul-devouring slash. Wanting to retreat and escape the danger. Damn it. Chapter 175, Celestial Demon Disintegration Technique and Crack. Crack. In your bone-chilling gaze, the old emperor's skin began to crazily fall off, revealing decaying flesh that emitted a strange and foul odor. Accompanied by the shedding of this skin, his aura became even deeper and more bizarre, as if he had transformed into another person. Damn. After painstakingly defeating the big boss, the elder emperor, who was almost out of health, a second form suddenly appeared. Moreover, this form resembles the decaying face you saw in your dream before. This means that just now, you put in all your effort and may have only broken a layer of disguise on the elder emperor. If it weren't for your strong mental fortitude, you might have cursed out loud. What is that sound? Wait, everyone look. It's His Majesty. His Majesty is not dead, he has come back to life. Wait, what's wrong with His Majesty's face? It doesn't look human, more like some kind of heretic. What is going on? How could this happen? This situation left you completely stunned, not just you, but everyone else was shocked by this scene. Chapter 176, Self-Detonation of the Emperor's Bone. The mantis stalks the cicada. The yellow bird is behind. Boom. You violently dismantled your internal organs. And your aura suddenly surged, instantly breaking through a certain threshold. You stepped into the realm of a land true immortal. Your physical body and soul began to undergo transformation. You started to condense your true immortal form. You began the countdown to death. Land true immortal. Your second brother has stepped into the realm of a land true immortal. The situation has reversed, the situation has reversed. Breaking through to land true immortal allows for the condensation of the form, has the ability to reach the heavens and the earth, to move mountains and seas, to fly and hide, and to extend lifespan. Below, seeing you explode again, reversing the situation, breaking through to land true immortal, everyone exclaimed in surprise. As if witnessing a new true immortal descending. Since hundreds of years ago, the Daxia Empire has had no new land true immortals aside from the elder emperor. Compared to the gods of overseas nations, the number is simply too small. But because of the elder emperor's terror, he has almost single-handedly suppressed the gods of overseas nations, keeping Daxia in the top position. But now, the Daxia Empire has gained another land true immortal. Which is undoubtedly good news. Chapter 177, Land True Immortal Yi Cheng. No one expected that Chen Ang would choose to act at this moment. And what he aimed for was your emperor's bone. What's worse is that you are currently in a special state, unable to self-detonate the emperor's bone. And it seems like a strange bug is crawling and gnawing inside you, making your whole body stiff and unable to move. Clearly, this is definitely the result of Chen Ang's long-planned scheme. Back then, Chen Ang seduced Liu Ruyue and took you away in your childhood, undoubtedly placing some kind of backhand on you, waiting for the right moment to activate it. Moreover, his timing is just too good. The elder emperor was injured by your recent explosion, though not severely, but he is temporarily unable to act. Is that Big Brother? Damn. Big Brother is actually not dead. What the hell, does that mean the third brother died for nothing? The kings were shocked. Even Chen Tai had a look of disbelief, wondering how the game could still go on. Seeing Chen Ang attacking, your expression changed from briefly ugly to calm. Seemingly unflustered, as if you had a backup plan. Stop. Chapter 178, Yi Cheng, thank you for your hard work, let me take over from here. Although you don't know how you will restore the emperor's bone, right now, he is the elder emperor with a twisted face. Greedily looking at the emperor's bone in your head, ready to grab the emperor's bone and forcibly take it away. Despite suffering considerable losses and revealing his true appearance. Having the complete emperor's bone is worth it. Liu Qian. Just as he was about to succeed, he suddenly heard an angry roar from behind. Instinctively looking back, he saw a young girl enveloped in blood-colored flames, wielding a blood knife, exuding the pressure of a land true immortal. Kicking towards him with a long leg. Die. Boom. Caught off guard, the elder emperor took Yi Cheng's kick directly on the head. Being sent flying. Elder emperor. Who is this crazy woman trying to kill Liu Qian? Why is she kicking him? Are you blind or what? And she's actually a land true immortal. Now even crazies can become land true immortals. Not just the elder emperor, but everyone watching the battle was stunned. Chapter 179, The Emperor's Bone, My Emperor's Bone, bang. Yi Cheng fell from the air, crashing heavily into a ruin. She looked up with blurry eyes at the brilliant golden figure above, gritting her teeth in anger. Damn it, you old wood. Using me as a gun, huh? Not far away, the leader of the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion. Swish. The golden light that reached the heavens almost illuminated the entire world, the entire Daxia Empire, and even the surrounding sea nations could see it. It's His Highness the Prince. Second brother, he hasn't fallen yet. Damn. Second brother can still fight. The elder emperor, who initially planned to chase after Yi Cheng, suddenly stopped, feeling a bone-chilling sensation. When he looked, his scalp went numb. How is this possible? Swish. Suddenly, a brilliant golden soul figure emerged from the cracked emperor's bone, revealing your dragon and phoenix appearance, the true form of the heavenly sun. How is this possible? The emperor's bone is unique. How could there be cracks? Liu Qian, what have you done? Chapter 180, The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Seeing that he really couldn't kill the elder emperor, this big boss, you decisively chose to run away. Leaving everyone behind without a hint of hesitation, just like the former Chen Zhuan. Even Sumai and Liu Ruyue, who came to save you, were disregarded. You know very well that only by surviving can you obtain more information, more opportunities, and the possibility of a comeback. Moreover, more importantly, you know that these two won't easily die. Sumai and Liu Ruyue, as the destined heroines, have destiny on their side, and won't easily perish, plus, just now. You vaguely sense the presence of the strange Eye Empress, she will make a move. On the other hand, Bai Long, Tong Qing, and Qi Wei, those who followed you this time, are bound to face grave danger. After the elder emperor's victory, they will undoubtedly face catastrophic consequences. Looking at it this way, it feels strangely familiar. In the dark, it seems to resonate with the situation when the former Chen Zhuan rebelled. Is it safe to say that this feels like a cycle? You are not surprised by this outcome, because this was originally part of your plan. In your calculations, this simulation's biggest layout was to test the elder emperor's true strength and the gap between both sides. Chapter 181, The Human Emperor is Dead, Boom. Damn, how can there be so many thunder talismans? Run? No, our mission is to hold this place. If we leave our posts, we'll be punished by His Majesty. Are you blind? Can't you see Commander Pang has already run? The sky is falling. And there's a tall one watching. Shit, why didn't you say so earlier? At this moment, the young residence was also engulfed by countless thunderbolts, heavily targeted. The Imperial Guards responsible for guarding it suffered heavy losses, with the leading commander, Pang Bo, fleeing directly, while the others chose to escape instead of holding their ground. If you're going to put on a show, do it completely. You can't let the Thunder Talismans avoid the young residents, instead, they need to strike hard. Otherwise, leaving such a big flaw would definitely be discovered by the old human emperor. Because you possess the aura of the talisman Dao Seed. Those Thunder Talismans subconsciously avoided you, allowing you to easily infiltrate the young residents and arrive at the clothing tomb of the means or discarded. Means Crown Prince, Chen Zhuan. At this moment, the clothing tomb had been engulfed by thunder, turning blackened, with even the ground plowed through. Open. A trace of the sealed Supreme Imperial Bones aura radiated from the soul-fixing pearl, immediately triggering a chain reaction. Chapter 182, The Human Emperor Chen Zhuan. The missing half of the Imperial Bone, Shish. 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 Yang Hong's phantom suddenly paused after speaking the last sentence, as if stuck, remaining motionless. In an instant, this dragon temple fell into a deathly silence, giving a chilling feeling. The human emperor is dead. Your pupils contracted, startled by Yang Hong's words. A terrifying chill surged from your spine to your brain, causing your hair to stand on end. You instinctively wanted to look towards the great Xie Imperial Palace, but quickly forced yourself to stop. That old immortal's perception is too sharp, you had personally witnessed it before, and one misstep could lead to discovery. Shit! If the human emperor is dead, then who is that in the great Xie Imperial Palace? Could it be? The Chen Zhuan back then did not fail, but succeeded. From beginning to end, the one targeting him was not the old one, but the old one Chen Zhuan. Assuming that the ultimate victor of that battle was Chen Zhuan, with the old human emperor dead. Then what about his corpse? Why is there a soul-fixing pearl, a treasure that can protect the soul, in the head of Chen Zhuan, that is hidden in the great Xie Imperial Palace on the altar? Chapter 183, Even without the Imperial Bone, I can start over. Who took my Imperial Bone? Seeing that half of the Imperial Bone had disappeared, your expression instantly turned ugly, but you quickly calmed down. Currently, only a few people know about this secret realm, and Yang Hong can be ruled out first, while the most suspicious is none other than the Crown Prince Chen Ang. The other party clearly knew about this place earlier and had been here, must have seen the image left by Yang Hong, and knew that there was half an Imperial Bone hidden in the old one's body. Considering various factors, that half of the Imperial Bone was most likely taken by your uncle, who has been hiding in the shadows and colluding with overseas evil gods. And the reason he still wants the Supreme Imperial Bone from you is to complete the Imperial Bone. But the problem is, during the previous battle, Chen Ang did not reveal the Imperial Bone. Was it because he was afraid to take it out? Or did he use it as a bargaining chip for the colluding overseas evil gods? Or perhaps, the one who died was still just a clone, not the main body. Chen Ang, I underestimated you. The old one successfully rebelled, borrowing some innate sage-like power, seized the old one's body, defied the heavens to become an immortal, but encountered some problems, possibly merging with the old human emperor's soul, resulting in a mad personality, obsessed with the Imperial Bone, while also using the Imperial Bone to heal injuries, advancing further. Chapter 184, Chen Zhuan's Memories, The Truth of That Year. You began to attempt to seize and refine the headless corpse before you, to become a puppet that could be inhabited. But unexpectedly, the obstacles encountered were immense. Even without intelligence, only a shell remaining, the headless corpse still maintained a certain spirituality, as if it was still alive. If you were at your peak, with many trump cards in hand, dealing with this headless corpse would certainly have many methods. But right now, you only have a trace of remnant soul left. Your former realm barely at the peak of the holy level, not even a celestial being, relying on the soul-fixing pearl to maintain your soul, almost weakened to the extreme. At this moment, you felt somewhat helpless against the headless corpse before you. Is it because of that dead head? You thought of the still living, talking dead head on the altar in the great Qian imperial palace. Speaking of which, if that dead head finds this headless corpse, could it not be revived, creating a new Chen Zhuan? Hiss! How did the old one manage to create such a thing back then? Chapter 185, The First Demon of Great Qian. The first criminal of the empire. Colluding with strange alien races. Plotting against his own father. Haki Zhuan, this old one is truly sinister. No wonder he could win back then. It turns out he not only had the imperial bone, but also called upon the strange Eye Empress for help. Exploding the old one's gold coins. It's simply insane. The Great Qian Empire in the hands of such a person would undoubtedly lead to national disaster. Great Qian is about to fall. The empire is in danger, the empire is in danger. Right now, only he, the grandson, can step forward, save the falling sky, and rescue Great Qian from the brink of disaster. At this moment, Liu Qian seemed to feel a mission that came from deep within his bloodline. As for him colluding with the strange, that's another matter. For the sake of the empire, it's just a minor detail. The Chen Zhuan plotted rebellion. It was right for me to uphold the great righteousness and eliminate Qian, to clear the court. Shit! Knowing that the strange Eye Empress had dealings with the old one Chen Zhuan, you cursed inwardly, feeling truly trapped, almost getting killed again. Fortunately, you were right to fall out with the strange Eye Empress earlier, otherwise, who knows if you would have been stabbed in the back. However, from the previous situation, Chen Zhuan and the strange Eye Empress's relationship does not seem as good as imagined, it's more of a mutual use for interests. Chapter 186, Lord Liu Qian. The Holy Envoy has been waiting for me here for a long time. Oh no, after the battle 10 years ago, almost everyone suffered heavy losses. And only Chen Tai became a lucky winner. After the old human emperor retreated to the background, he took control of the entire Great Qian Empire. Although he was only a crown prince, he exercised the authority of the human emperor, almost reaching the peak of life. This is simply going to heaven. Even though the Great Qian that Chen Tai took over is a severely damaged empire that has not yet recovered its vitality, it is still a top-tier empire. Looking at the fragments of memories that came flooding in, you had already anticipated some of this, but you still felt a bit taken aback. Damn! Could it be that this deadbeat Liu really has some kind of destiny, actually sitting in that position? Back then, I specifically arranged for him to have several thunder symbols for explosions, yet I didn't take him down in one go. It must be said that this truly is a disaster that has lasted for 1,000 years. Who would have thought that the biggest beneficiary of all this would be some clown king? Of course, knowing the true nature of the clown king, you are well aware that the real mastermind behind all this should be a certain noblewoman, the clown king's mother, that Zhu Guifei from the Daxia imperial palace. Chapter 187, Shock. The second Liu Qian. Chen Ang is really hard to kill. Not only does he hold a high position in the Daxia Empire with the identity of the royal firstborn, but it seems he also has another layer of connections overseas. Goodness, how can he be so slippery, like an old turtle, with a bunch of disguises and changing them from time to time? But how did the other party know you would come here? Was it through some means, or did they just want to take a gamble? Holy Envoy. Chen Ang. Lord Liu Qian, you will naturally know when you meet the Holy Envoy. Raphael seems to want to keep it a mystery, and did not give a direct answer. To be honest, the holy envoy asked me to bring you a message. The thing you want is in his hands. If you want it, you can come with me to the kingdom of Jinsha, and then you will naturally get what you wish for. Boom. Your mind jolts. Sure enough, that half of the imperial bone was indeed taken away by this guy Chen Ang. Right now, the other party is hiding in the kingdom of Jinsha. The kingdom of Jinsha is also a powerful kingdom belonging to the human race, very close to the Daxia Empire. And it is said to have the presence of a true god. Chapter 188, Mysterious Evil God. Encountering Liu Qian again. In the end, this matter was suppressed. And the extremely evil Liu Qian was listed as the most vicious wanted criminal within the Daxia Empire. It is rumored that Liu Qian has likely broken through the realm of land true immortal. Although this matter was suppressed, it was still learned by spies from other countries, who became aware of the current weakness of the Daxia Empire. If it weren't for the fact that the human emperor is still alive, and the residual power from back then remains, it might have led to some small thoughts. This is someone committing crimes in my name. All the dirt being thrown onto me, such a familiar tactic. Liu Qian was somewhat bewildered, and then immediately reacted. This is exactly what he used to do to frame others. Previously, Chen Ang and the others were taught a lesson by him. Now, unexpectedly, he was being treated with his own methods. Truly, heavenly justice is cyclical, heaven spares no one. At this moment, he has vaguely guessed the true identity of the person behind the mask resembling him. It is likely related to some hot-tempered individual with a narrow mind. What a grudge to play like this. Chapter 189, Reunion with an Old Friend. A sword from behind. Damn. I don't know if it was because I didn't check the calendar before going out, but knowing the whereabouts of the half of the imperial bone was a huge blessing, only to immediately encounter an evil god from overseas, and then turn around to meet a ghost. Moreover, it was a vengeful spirit with a face exactly like yours from 10 years ago. Now you were a bit flustered, only able to silently hope that the other party would subconsciously ignore your existence. 10 years without cultivation, no breakthroughs, such a long period of stagnation. Coupled with being completely empty-handed, you are almost certainly no match for the other party now. What's worse is that damn headless corpse. You can sense the headless body starting to struggle, showing signs of losing control. Ultimately, you are not the true master of this corpse. The real owner has already arrived. Please don't come over. Step. 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 The bouncing headless corpse moved towards the ruins of the Grand Prince Chen Ang's mansion, wearing a silly expression, constantly sniffing around, as if trying to confirm something. Chapter 190, Everyone, see you next time. Liu Qian. Dressed in red. The stunning beauty Yi Cheng has already exploded in anger, staring fiercely at your fleeing figure, trembling with rage, her voice filled with endless resentment. 10 years. A full 10 years. I finally found you. Over the past decade, she has spent countless efforts to find you, killing countless people and almost traversing the entire Daxia Empire. Yet, she has found nothing. She went to the Hidden Dragon Land and fought Yang Hong, wanting to search for your whereabouts, but was chased away by a land true immortal level evil dragon that Yang Hong released from below. The Chu family was almost exterminated by her, along with all the bloodline of Chen Tai, all killed off, and she even went to the Daxia Imperial Palace, hoping to kill Chen Tai as well. The scum from the Yenyu Sword Pavilion were all killed by her. And after putting a knife to Yang Xiao's neck and failing to extract your whereabouts, she also killed him and took the 1,000 changes, almost being intercepted by the human Emperor Haji Zhuan. She suspected you might have fled overseas, living a two-person world with Sumai, and immediately exploded in anger, specifically running overseas to find the territory of the Guizhong tribe, wanting to kill Sumai, but after fighting with the Guizhong Empress, and finding no trace of you, she hastily fled. Chapter 191, Simulation Ends, Easter Egg Segment. Liu Qian, He silently looked at the abruptly ended villain simulation in front of him. Feeling a bit blank in his mind, and couldn't he help but rub his temples. What's going on? Why did I commit suicide and die? Damn! I thought my simulated avatar was abstract enough. Unexpectedly, I could encounter Yi Cheng, this gifted player. Some people spend their entire lives and still can't compare to the true chosen one. If I hadn't met her, the simulated avatar could have lived a bit longer, gone overseas to the kingdom of Jinsha, explored, and found the location of that half of the imperial bone. There might even have been a chance to continue fighting, to defeat Lao Deng Chen Xuan, and clear the level. But now, alas, fortune and misfortune depend on one another. It's hard to say clearly. If I hadn't gone to the Grand Princess mansion, but had directly fled Daxia to go overseas, I might have been able to avoid Yi Cheng, but I wouldn't have known the whereabouts of that half of the imperial bone. In comparison, that information is still more important. The choice of the simulated avatar at the last moment was obviously correct. Once captured by Yi Cheng, it would indeed mean trouble. Liu Qian sighed inwardly. He realized that 10 years later, the destined protagonist Yi Cheng has clearly reached the realm of land true immortal, having undergone almost a complete renewal. Chapter 192, Pseudo-Golden Talent. The opportunity to break through to land true immortal. Swish. At the end of the scene, a stunning beauty in blood-red attire stands at the pitch-black abyss, her gaze fixed ahead, her right hand extended as if to penetrate time and space. At this moment, Liu Qian suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, as if the unparalleled beauty in the river of time had seen through the ages and gazed at him. Her mad eyes, for just a fleeting moment, became clear. I will find you. Hiss. This guy at the end. Could it be that he became strong enough to break the constraints of the river of time? Liu Qian's expression changed. This was a situation that had never occurred before. This kind of method seemed to have surpassed the realm of earthly true immortals. It felt somewhat eerie. Whoosh! The river of time suddenly unraveled, and the beauty in blood-red attire began to dissipate. Yet those mad eyes were deeply etched in Liu Qian's mind. Swish! A golden orb fell from the released river of time, revealing a faint soul engulfed in black flames, on the verge of death. The soul's face was calm, seemingly indifferent to the flames burning on it, quietly watching its own body. Chapter 193, Purple Talent, Late Bloomer. With my current combat power, I fear I can already rival an ordinary earthly true immortal. Liu Qian looked at the simulation panel before him, roughly estimating all his abilities, and finally made a vague calculation. After all, he didn't know much about the realm of earthly true immortals, and was unclear about its hierarchical divisions. Ultimately, it was due to his own knowledge gap. If he had truly received the teachings of the Daxia royal family since childhood, he would naturally be knowledgeable. But he had been raised as a spoiled son of a noble family. Even though he later gained opportunities, he still lacked knowledge in certain areas. And in the simulation world, where danger lurked everywhere, survival was already a challenge, leaving little time for learning. The Qingdi Longevity Classic, though a technique of the earthly true immortal level, only mentioned how to break through to the earthly true immortal realm without detailing the specific divisions of this realm. And in the entire Daxia Empire, only the excessively powerful earthly true immortal Ren Huang Lao Deng existed. He had only fought against him once, and could not ascertain his true level. Chapter 194, The Realm of Earthly True Immortals, The Strength of Ren Huang Lao Deng. Simulation start. This time, you have gained a late bloomer special talent, which clearly requires time to verify. Perhaps you can choose to hide. Wait 100 or 200 years, and once you become invincible, then reveal yourself. But your current situation is extremely dangerous, and time seems to be the most lacking. Indeed, too many people are coveting your life, among which the most dangerous is undoubtedly some old Deng. Even if you escape overseas, you might still attract countless wolves eyeing your prey. But clever as you are, you quickly think of a shortcut. If I use the 9 steps to heaven and burn my lifespan, wouldn't he that accelerate this process? 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years. The more I burn, the more I can fully unleash the true effects of this powerful talent. The older, the stronger, if possible. Then it seems that this simulation can be quite reckless, not needing to be as cautious as in previous simulations where I had to save my lifespan. Chapter 195, A New Mysterious Scroll. Damn! This old immortal not only eats my imperial bones, but also devours all the human and earth immortals in Daxia. No wonder Daxia has always had only this one earthly true immortal. At this moment, Liu Qian finally understood why Lao Deng was so difficult to deal with. This guy was simply a bottomless pit, a glutton that eats everything. And that's Wan Shuzi, who has been locked up and not killed, is probably destined to become food. However, was this tradition started by old Lao Deng, or did it begin with old Deng? If it started with old Deng, then old Deng's rebellion might have some explanation. If old Deng didn't rebel, he would probably have been eaten too. No. Is it the Daxia royal family's ancestral tradition of patricide? Right from the start, they put pressure on me, demanding strength if you're not strong enough. You can't be my Daxia Chen family's child. A bunch of lunatics with sick minds. Upon learning such a secret from the mysterious sword soul, you almost cursed. Clearly, you have realized the dark heart of the human Emperor Chen family's ancestral tradition. Feeding one person with the flesh and blood of the earthly true immortal of the entire Daxia, how could it not be strong? No wonder the strange alien races don't dare to come easily. Compared to that old Deng in the Daxia royal palace, they are as tender as new recruits. Chapter 196, The Young God Emerges. Not good. The commotion has gotten a bit too big. As you step out of the secret realm holding Liu Ruyue, your face suddenly changes. A warning from the heavenly officials rings in your mind, and you quickly put away the soul-devouring demon-slaying knife, which had transformed into a celestial weapon, erasing all traces, disappearing into thin air. Boom! Outside the magic capital C, a terrifying strike erupted suddenly, comparable to an earthly true immortal's attack, instantly alarming countless people. Rip! Suddenly, a huge gap was cut open in the mysterious secret realm, revealing a scene of a collapsed apocalyptic world. The sky above the magic capital was even cleaved open by a massive abyssal rift. Unable to heal for a long time, almost stunning everyone. What happened? What was that aura just now? It was so terrifying. Was it a celestial being? Impossible. Celestial beings aren't that terrifying, it's an earthly true immortal. One strike split the sky open. What a terrifying sword technique. The Daxia magic capital actually has a hidden earthly true immortal. Did they come out from that mysterious secret realm? Are they human or a strange alien race? In the Daxia royal palace, the old emperor, who was having a meal, suddenly paused. A hint of blood red flashing in his eyes, looking towards the direction of the magic capital. Chapter 197, Entering the imperial capital, meeting Yi Cheng again. Succeeded. You and Liu Qian spoke simultaneously, with identical expressions on your faces, making the scene extremely eerie. At this moment, you can almost control the physical body before you through the separated soul and spirit. However, due to the incomplete soul, you can only unleash up to 80 of your combat power, but even so, it is sufficient. 80 of combat power is equivalent to that of a human immortal realm. If you also factor in the existence of the young god, it's almost equivalent to the combat power of 2 human immortal realms. This nearly doubles your combat power, and your survival ability has surged significantly, starting to rival those old coins. However, the only certainty is that the consumption of emerging the young god seems to be quite terrifying. Just after setting out not long ago, you felt signs of fatigue in your soul. My realm is still too low, and the strength of my soul is too weak, making it somewhat difficult to bear. Your brows furrow slightly, even with the nourishment of the soul-settling pearl. It still feels a bit strenuous. If only I could have another soul-settling pearl. No wonder cultivating the young god is so easy, on one hand. It might be due to your high talent and compatibility, but the consumption is also extremely terrifying. Chapter 198, Deceiving Yi Cheng. Breaking through to the celestial being. Perhaps because you are too familiar, you haven't clearly seen the person's appearance, but you have already recognized her identity. She is indeed the destined protagonist, Yi Cheng. But the problem is, how did this person appear in the Liu family? During the last simulation, she didn't come to the Liu family, did she? Could it be that your disappearance has caused the original plot to change? Could this person suspect that you are hiding in the Liu family? Sneaking around with a knife, intending to cut you? What kind of hatred, what kind of grudge is this? Or is it that the Liu family has some hidden opportunities? Yi Cheng has come to seek treasure. Or perhaps both. However, how long has it been since the current time period, and this person has already changed into a woman's appearance? It's a bit outrageous, and moreover, this person surprisingly gives me a strange sense of threat. Perhaps because of cultivating the young god, your soul has become more sensitive. And the young god within you actually sensed a trace of temporal aura from Yi Cheng before you. Could it be that she has already obtained the time ability of the doubled stars bug in advance? Chapter 199, Awakening the Imperial Eyes. In the end, your speed of cultivation surged and stabilized at the peak stage of the 3 turns celestial being. Finally breaking through to the celestial being realm and condensing the domain. A hint of excitement appeared on your face. This is the first time you have stepped into the celestial being realm without relying on the 9 steps to heaven. The marrow blood of the Supreme Emperor Bone is indeed extraordinary. It elevated you from the peak of the holy realm directly to the 3 turns celestial being. This time, the villain simulation guarantees at least the celestial being realm. You feel that if you could have 2 more vials of marrow blood, you might directly surge to the peak of the celestial being realm. If you take a gamble, the Earth Immortal might not be impossible. You also wonder if swallowing Old Deng could replenish the marrow blood you lost before, making up for the Emperor Bone. You can't help but think of this, but the difficulty seems to be quite significant. During the second time swallowing marrow blood, the Supreme Emperor Bone seemed to have undergone some changes. You felt the restlessness of the Emperor Bone within you, and a warm current flowed from your spine towards your eyes. Your Supreme Emperor Bone has partially recovered, and you begin to awaken a new ability. Chapter 200, The Imperial Eyes Show Their Might, Foreseeing the Future. Phut! The soul-devouring demon knife suddenly pierced through Chen Ang's chest from behind, causing his pupils to constrict in disbelief. Uncle, did you call for me? A sinister voice suddenly appeared from behind, and the blood knife that pierced through twisted forcefully, almost shredding the heart. Clang! The skull of the god of hunting fell to the ground, rolling casually, and the green flames in its eyes dissipated somewhat. Chen Ang felt as if the blood within him was instantly devoured, his flesh becoming withered, and he experienced excruciating pain from his soul. But even so, it was still not as shocking as the astonishment in his heart. He never expected that you would suddenly stab him in the back. After all, he had not interacted with you for over a decade, and you shouldn't know of his existence. However, from your tone, it seemed like you were extremely familiar with him. This seriously exceeded this old cunning man's expectations. He was unaware that you had a simulator, allowing you to start over again and again. He only thought you had been hiding and knew everything since childhood. Having been a hawk all his life, he ended up being pecked in the eye by the hawk, underestimating you. Chapter 201, Saving Yi Cheng. Stirring up the storm. Foreseeing the future. A look of astonishment appeared on your face, and you also realized that the fragment that just appeared should be what the Imperial Eyes saw about future events about to occur. My dear uncle, you really have endless tricks up your sleeve. A hint of cold light flickered in your eyes, clearly realizing that this was the scheme of that old cunning Chen Ang. You killed one of his avatars, and he immediately prepared to backstab you. At this moment, there is actually an unknown eerie monster hidden in the altar beneath your feet, and it can even evade your senses. If, according to the previous fragment, you accidentally get caught and leak your aura, attracting the attention of the Emperor Old Deng, it would likely cause quite a bit of trouble. Sooner or later, I will take down this snake that likes to hide in the shadows. You sneered, using the soul-devouring demon knife to tear open space and escape, not giving the monster below the altar any chance. That monster, which can evade your perception in the future, seems to be a creature transformed from the corpse of a low-ranking god, just in time to attract Old Deng's attention. Ah, what a monster! What kind of monster is this? It cannot be killed at all. Chapter 202, Qian, that kid is not yet. Liu Qian. Master seems to place great importance on your request to meet. Although he didn't show much reaction on the surface, he indeed hinted to me privately that the sooner the better, and no need to wait 3 days. Regarding what you entrusted, Liu Ruyue is obviously very attentive. After returning to the imperial capital, she contacted the master through special channels and quickly received a reply. Upon learning that you wanted to meet her, Yang Xiu showed a rather eager attitude, as if hoping for it to happen soon, and wanted to convey this through Liu Ruyue. Perhaps Yang Xiu believes that Liu Ruyue, being the child bride she has nurtured for many years, can understand her intentions, but is completely unaware that Liu Ruyue has already sold her eager attitude out. Yang Xiu is very anxious to agree to meet you. Hearing Liu Ruyue's news, you nodded, said nothing more, as if you had already anticipated it. Just silently looking at the cracked heavenly officer's blessing, noticing that no golden light warning had appeared. At this moment, after several simulations, you have begun to grasp the usage of the golden talent, heavenly officer's blessing. It seems that Yang Xiu did not inform the Emperor Old Deng about the meeting, bringing people to ambush me, otherwise, there would have been an early warning. So it seems my guess was correct. Over the years, the relationship between these two must have encountered some issues. Chapter 203, The True Face of Yang Xiu. The Demon from Beyond. Phut. Yang Xiu looked in disbelief at the blood knife that pierced through her chest, feeling a chill in her heart. The ominous premonition just now has completely come true. Boom! A supreme domain instantly enveloped her, swiftly robbing her of all spiritual energy. At that moment, Yang Xiu felt her cultivation dissipate in an instant, almost being knocked down to the level of a mortal. What kind of bizarre power is this? She trembled and turned around, incredulously staring at the newcomer, only to be met with a youthful and handsome face that bore the features of a dragon and phoenix, radiant like the sun. Although it was their first meeting, she recognized the identity of the person before her, as the bloodline connection between them was impossible to disguise. Qian, why? Yang Xiu's voice trembled, and as she retracted the blood blade, she fell to the ground, blood staining the earth. She never expected to be outmaneuvered by a child. This was not what she had anticipated. Chapter 204, The 9 Great Demonic Stars, Invasion from Beyond. Shut up. You damn demon from beyond, do you know how much I love him? Do you know how much he loves me? Do you know? Clearly. After being provoked by your series of taunts, Yang Xiu completely lost her sanity, and went into a frenzy. For someone with a love-stricken mind, other tortures might not cause her pain, but the moment you mentioned Chen Zhuan not wanting her anymore, it made her explode with anger on the spot. At this moment, she, who had been triggered into a rage, had completely shed her earlier weakness, like a madwoman, pointing at you and cursing, revealing a shocking secret. Demon from beyond. Yang Xiu seemed to have long known your identity as a demon from beyond, a traveler, which caught you completely off guard. Even Liu Ruyue, who stood nearby, changed her expression slightly upon hearing demon from beyond, looking at you in surprise. The deliberate provocation seemed to have yielded unimaginable results at this moment. I knew it. Back then, he was telling the truth. You are an extremely evil demon from beyond, you don't belong to this world. He said that while I was still in my womb, you killed my child and took my body. I didn't believe it at the time. Chapter 205, The Shame of the Traveler. Damn. If seeing the first half of Yang Xiu's fragmented memories made you question whether you had a problem. Could it be that you were really the villainous demon from beyond who would destroy the world? But when you saw the latter half, witnessing the journey to the west, a certain monkey, and Chen Zhuan's shocked, ignorant dead expression, it instantly made you feel red-hot. What nonsense, demon from beyond? What nonsense, world-destroying invader? You haven't even read the original mythological stories, right? Wait, it seems this world really doesn't have journey to the west. Nor does it have a certain immortal monkey. Damn it. At this moment, you have roughly figured out the course of events. 18 years ago, you suddenly crossed over and entered a recently deceased embryo, only to be discovered by an old sage with saintly talent. Then, the other party saw that you didn't belong to this world and wanted to soul search, but didn't achieve much, only obtaining some useless information. And then attempted to communicate. At that time, you might have realized that you had come to a world of cultivation, and couldn't help but think of certain scenes from Journey to the West you saw in your past life. As well as a certain immortal monkey. With your simple and somewhat honest personality, you also tried to communicate, wanting to pursue the path of cultivation. Completely unaware that you had fallen into a den of evil. Chapter 206, Your Majesty, it's time for the medicine. Daxia Imperial Palace, why do I feel a sense of loss and gain, as if something is wrong? Perhaps due to the bond between husband and wife. The Emperor of Humanity, Chen Zhuan, seems to vaguely sense that something has happened to Yang Xiu, but cannot confirm it. Just as you suspected earlier. This black-hearted old sage still has feelings for Yang Xiu, but indeed, he has been tainted by you, the demon from beyond, back then. However, he quickly discarded this emotion. Compared to everything else, he cares more about the news of your disappearance. After all, your existence poses too great a threat to the Daxia Empire and to him. Why did Chen Qian suddenly go missing? Is someone plotting against him, or has he sensed something, regained his memory, or has he been enduring all these years? You have underestimated this demon from beyond. Perhaps he should have been crushed in the cradle back then, and not allowed to survive for so many years. Wanting to concoct great medicine, leading to future troubles. Currently, it can be confirmed that he is still in Daxia, has not left. And this demon from beyond has my bloodline, has the bloodline of the Daxia royal family, which cannot be denied. Leaving easily would provoke the will of Daxia's dragon energy. Chapter 207, Hiding the Flesh, Young God Leaving the Body, the layout begins, see you again, Zhuangzi. Swish. Under the gaze of the imperial eye. The centipede that seemed to be a living thing, which had been residing within the flesh and body, suddenly revealed its true form and a series of origins. Flesh-bone centipede, a bizarre product cultivated from part of the energy of the half-stopped emperor bone, half virtual and half real, undetectable by the naked eye, having no self-awareness. Contains countless tiny insect eggs, capable of invading the target's body and lurking, at a critical moment, at the cost of self-detonation. Catalyzing countless insect eggs to devour the target's body, briefly controlling the target. The flesh-bone centipede is such a thing. No wonder there was a sudden mishap during the last simulation, rendering you unable to move. This old coin, Chen Ang, placed such a thing within me. Looking at the flesh-bone centipede before you, your eyes were filled with coldness. No one would be happy to have a big bug placed inside them. Especially since this thing was cultivated using the aura of your half-emperor bone, no wonder the emperor bone in your body has not reacted significantly. At this moment, your killing intent towards Chen Ang was almost uncontrollable. Chapter 208, Zhuangzi, the Emperor of Humanity, Chen Zhuan is the demon from beyond. During the last villain simulation, you learned that the black-hearted old sage seemed to fear the thunder method, so naturally, you wouldn't let go of Zhuangzi's life-bound celestial talisman. The 9 Zhuan's heavenly vault returning ruins divine thunder. Moreover, if you could comprehend this celestial talisman, you might also be able to advance to become a celestial talisman master. In addition, you wanted to use the mouth of this former national master of Daxia, the prince's teacher, to learn some secrets about the emperor of Daxia and the origins of the so-called Qian monitor. With the contacts from previous simulations, you could probably ascertain Zhuangzu's attitude towards you, which should be positive, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Furthermore, Zhuangzu must, like Yang Xiu, understand the black-hearted old sage. Perhaps he could uncover more secrets. The young master's vitality and spirit have evidently reached the 8th tier talisman master realm, and the aura on him is extremely familiar. Seemingly from my lineage. It appears that over the years, he has had considerable opportunities and obtained the true teachings I left outside, escaping the control of those people. Right now, is he planning to comprehend my life-bound celestial talisman to advance to become a celestial talisman master? This is indeed a joyous event. May the ancestors bless us. It seems the lineage inheritance of my Zhuangzi has not been completely severed. Chapter 209, The Treasure of Ascension, the Qian monitor attacks. Damn. From a logical perspective, Zhuangzi doesn't seem to be wrong. The human Emperor Chen Zhuan really does resemble a demon from beyond the heavens. Liu Qian's lips twitched, and his eyes widened as he watched the situation unfold with the villain simulator, instantly understanding the situation. It seems that this Grand Master of the Daxia Kingdom has misunderstood. Or rather, has confused the identities of both parties. However, it's not surprising that Zhuangzi would think that the human Emperor Lao Deng is a demon from beyond the heavens. Given the series of deaths and chaotic operations by the black-hearted Lao Deng back in the day, it looked no different from being possessed by a demon from beyond the heavens. In comparison, he, the true demon from beyond, seemed harmless. Zhuangzi had his doubts about him, but quickly dismissed them. After all, what kind of true demon from beyond the heavens could be so easily subdued by the local natives? And even locked up as a test subject? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was obvious that he was innocent. Chen Zhuan, oh no. I've become a substitute. As for why the human Emperor Lao Deng didn't clarify things with Zhuangzi. What a ridiculous international joke. With the crazy and bewitched look on black-hearted Lao Deng's face, he clearly regarded him as a possession and naturally wouldn't share it with others or let anyone know. Chapter 210, The Death of the Jester King, Dragon Chi Nourishment. These powerful figures from the Qian monitor seem to have some restrictions on their appearances, and cannot remain in the outside world for long. Moreover, their relationship with the human emperor is not as respectful as imagined. It resembles a transactional cooperation, wherein they need to follow orders to a certain extent. Elder GE, then let's go. According to the customary agreement, we cannot easily interfere in the internal affairs of the Daxia royal family. Even if we find them, we cannot kill the young powerful figures of the Qian monitor, who seem to hold a lower status, and we are quite respectful towards the old Taoist holding the compass. The sordid affairs among the royal family are not something the old Taoist wants to get involved in. If it weren't for that guy giving orders personally, the old Taoist would still be in the dragon vein. With that time, it would be better to study those great sun demon stars. The power contained within is far beyond what exists in this world, hiding too many secrets, which may be of great benefit to us. Elder GE. I fear this matter is not simple. Over the years, our emperor seems to have been a bit strange. After killing his father, he changed into such a form and even took the initiative to stop investigating the demons from beyond the heavens. Do you think our emperor might? Chapter 211, The Secret of Human Emperor Chen Zhuan Night. After receiving your order, the revived Chen Zhuan, like a wandering soul, left the Wu Wang mansion and began to roam the imperial capital, attacking various princes. When the princes saw their second brother suddenly appear, they were almost scared to death. But strangely, after the attack, Chen Zhuan merely appeared to scare them and then quietly disappeared. Only the traitor from the Jiyu family was brutally exterminated. In an instant, countless rumors began to spread throughout the imperial capital. But all rumors ultimately pointed to one thing: the soul of the deposed Crown Prince Chen Zhuan had returned. Then, the entire Daxia imperial capital was in an uproar. As the next day was the old human emperor's birthday banquet, and Chen Zhuan's appearance now seemed to be for revenge. Oh no, second brother is filled with resentment. Coming back to seek revenge on Lao Deng. Oh second brother, grievances have their source and debts have their owner. Just go seek revenge on that old immortal. We brothers have no grievances with you. Blood is thicker than water. Second brother, fourth brother has a weak heart. Don't scare me in the middle of the night. Father's heart is good, go talk to him and share some heartfelt words. Chapter 212, You saw the future, you died. The old eunuch rushing over is named Eunuch Hai, who has secretly allied with you over the years. Every time there was a report, he was responsible for guiding you. Though he doesn't know why you came without a notice this time. It doesn't hinder his immense respect for you, a prince who is very likely to become the future human emperor. Your Highness. The old servant is here to guide you. Under Eunuch Hai's lead, you swaggered into the magnificent Daxia imperial palace. The first thing that caught your eye was the ancient buildings infused with a sense of technology and history, the heavily armored guards, and the half-human, half-mechanical technological puppets. Giving off a bit of a cyberpunk Qian vibe. Although the Daxia Empire is situated in modern technology, unlike the countries overseas, its extraordinary factors almost overshadow technological power. The entire Daxia imperial palace is grand to an extreme, divided into inner and outer cities. At this moment, you are still in the outer city and need to enter the inner city to truly reach the core and meet the Daxia sovereign. Suddenly, you notice that not far away, there were golden-haired, blue-eyed figures waiting, surrounded by a team of guards, not knowing what they were doing. Chapter 213, Trapped in a deadlock, Yi Cheng reappears. This is how the grandeur of a great nation is calculated, right? Eunuch Hai was a bit confused, secretly cursing the lustful heart, and found it difficult for His Highness the Wu Wang. Isn't it bad for these two to come to celebrate the emperor's birthday? If they get discovered, it would be troublesome for him. What is wrong? They are just women from two barbarian small countries. If you didn't know better, you might think they were the old immortal's favored concubines. What are you complaining about? The true colors of the Jester King are instantly revealed. After the birthday banquet, just say they are spies from overseas enemy countries, and take them to my residence. This king will personally interrogate them. But, hey, if you keep talking nonsense, this king will get angry. The old servant understands. Among the envoys from overseas countries, the queen with the deceptive eyes disguised as a human princess is staring intently at you, her eyes flickering. Not knowing what she is pondering. The beautiful face behind the black veil revealed a strange smile. The grandeur of a great nation is interesting. Beside her, Sumai, also disguised as a human, appears somewhat downcast, her face pale, breathing rapidly, like a sickly person. Chapter 214, Pure Love War God Yi Cheng. Minotaur warrior Lu Qian, you mean, you disguised yourself as Chen Tai and entered the Daxia imperial palace to find Lu Qian, suspecting he has been hiding or imprisoned here. Yes. Then, you plan to secretly infiltrate during the human emperor's birthday banquet, to fish in troubled waters, looking for people while also reaping some benefits. Yes. You possess a divine eye ability and notice that there are issues here, with strange foreign races swaggering around in the palace. Suspecting that the human emperor has been contaminated by the strange. Yes. Facing Yi Cheng's inquiry, you remained calm and half-truthfully began to deceive. Aiming to form an alliance with the other party. At this moment, you have confirmed your involvement. About to face the attacks from Lao Deng Chen Zhuan and the strange queen, knowing you are definitely not their opponent. The only chance for survival now lies with Yi Cheng before you. Your heavenly blessing has already shattered, and you have lost your protection. To survive, you must rely on the other's destiny. Chapter 215, Tai Talisman, Innate Tao Symbol. Facing your words, Yi Cheng raised her eyebrows, nodded, and remained noncommittal. Neither agreeing nor disagreeing, this reaction was somewhat unexpected for you. Yi Cheng looked at Chen Shi in front of her with confusion, feeling something was off. Weren't we supposed to find something? Why suddenly meet this noblewoman Chu? The contrast seems a bit too much, almost like a split personality. Moreover, more importantly, with her strong spiritual sense, she felt that something seemed to have left just now, but she couldn't be sure if it was just her illusion. Forget it. Since he wants to go, she will accompany him this time. I want to see what exactly you plan to do. At this moment, she was completely unaware that the package she was carrying on her back contained a severed head that seemed to sense something and was looking up. Smack it in the next moment, it was as if the head had been slapped by the air, becoming aggrieved, and even the other soul-setting orb beside it disappeared. A fierce threatening voice appeared in its mind. Shut your mouth, or you'll regret it. It was surprising that the spiritual sense of that severed head was somewhat astonishing. No wonder it could nurture a treasure like the soul-setting orb. Chapter 216, Owner of the Imperial Bone, interested in making a deal. As the birthday banquet began, the princes of the empire, nobility, ministers, and envoys from overseas began to enter the inner city, arriving at the Xuanwu Hall, which was responsible for organizing the banquet, and entered in an orderly manner. Everyone wore smiles on their faces, regardless of what they thought inside, but they definitely had to smile. Everything seemed to be starting in an orderly fashion. But at this moment, no one realized that a fierce figure was approaching them. Moreover, as it got closer, it began to build momentum, as if preparing to present a grand gift. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Just as the birthday banquet was starting, Chen Shi and Yi Cheng from the Imperial Harem arrived at the quarters of noblewoman Chu, and saw the mysterious and powerful noblewoman. She was a voluptuous and beautiful woman, wearing a simple palace dress that accentuated her alluring figure, with fox-like eyes that were captivating. At the moment he saw this beautiful woman, even Chen Shi couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. It's hard to imagine that such an extraordinarily beautiful woman could give birth to the foolish and overweight Sun Chen Tai. Chapter 217, The Painted Skin Evil God Rages, the Human Emperor. Noblewoman Chu's expression suddenly stiffened, and then her eyes became unpredictable, glaring at Chen Shi as if in disbelief. She never expected that this little guy, who should have been easily controlled by her, could actually know her true identity. This undoubtedly exceeded her expectations. How could you? Swish, a terrifying pressure suddenly emerged from the Xuanwu Hall ahead. The shocking pressure almost reaching the level of a terrestrial true immortal, instantly interrupting her questioning. Then, a massive explosion came crashing in from the front. Xuanwu Hall. Just as everyone began to take their seats and the human emperor was about to appear, suddenly an uninvited guest forcefully barged in, holding a bloody severed head high and shouting, "Your son Chen Zhuan presents a congratulatory gift, a head of young Xiao, wishing the emperor a long life." Chen Zhuan, that means or abandoned, means crown prince. Upon hearing the voice of the newcomer, everyone present was thrown into an uproar. And when they looked at the figure of the newcomer, and the bloody head of young Xiao in his hand, they were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 218, Three flowers gather at the crown, the talisman master emerges. Realm surges. 9 transformations of the celestial. Damn you. Before the old man could finish speaking, a blade came swinging down. At this moment, Chen Shi had already instantly burned his lifespan, using the 9 steps to heaven. His aura instantly reaching half a step into the terrestrial true immortal realm, holding the immortal weapon soul-devouring demon-slaying blade, he slashed out. A true dragon's pressure intertwined with the blade of the soul-devouring demon-slaying blade, faintly revealing the true dragon's law form, carrying the power of suppression that could reach heaven and earth. The supreme domain unfolded domineeringly, almost robbing all the spiritual energy around, forcibly controlling it, making it impossible for anyone to use any power, as if they had lost their cultivation and become mortals. This blade was extremely ferocious, almost erupting with terrifying might comparable to a terrestrial true immortal, even ordinary terrestrial true immortals would not dare to ignore it. One misstep could lead to serious injury. This sudden explosion stunned everyone. No one expected you could unleash nearly terrestrial true immortal level combat power. 18-year-old terrestrial true immortal combat power. It's simply unheard of. How is that possible? Chapter 219, Liu Qian, today I will take them away, let's see who can stop me. Is it reaching the limit? Yi Cheng gripped the knife, panting, blood trickling down her forehead, her eyes starting to blur, but she still refused to step back, blocking the path towards Liu Qian's body. She had already forgotten how many times she had died. Facing the monster in front of her, death was almost instantaneous. And if it weren't for the time-divine ability of the star shift, she would have collapsed long ago. But time ultimately wasn't a power she could easily wield. When her left arm was torn apart just now, she didn't even have the strength to use time reversal to restore her severed arm. At this moment, she could barely stand straight and raise her knife, relying solely on a breath, fighting to the death. At this moment, she couldn't even discern why she was doing this. Chen Qian, do you really think I'm a fool? I've seen that broken knife before in the Demon City secret realm. Even the knife is divided into male and female. You are male and I'm female, bastard. Am I that stupid? You bullied me in the Demon City, and now you're fooling me in the Imperial capital. I'm very smart. Why? Why did you die at someone else's hands? What am I? Chapter 220, at worst, I'll take the entire Great Qian with me, or accompany you to the grave. Boom, a terrestrial true immortal level pressure erupted from your body. The dragon's roar and Phoenix's cry emerged from within. The terrifying recovery power of the mutated dragon and Phoenix talent, this pseudo-golden talent, restored the disintegrated organs, achieving a strange balance. A yin-yang five-element grand array appeared beneath, gathering the three women behind you. With a thought, you condensed the life-reviving dew talismans, scattering them to heal the injuries of the three women, pulling them back from the brink of death. Having already reached the 9 transitions of heaven and man, the soul of the celestial talisman master within you. Without activating the imperial bone, and merely using the heavenly demon disintegration technique, you steadily reached the human celestial realm, experiencing a transformation in your physical body, revealing the 3 flowers on top, with a magnificent and blurry behind you. In the human celestial realm, the old emperor's eyes changed. Different from the earlier terrestrial true celestial level of combat power, at this moment, you had truly stepped into the realm of this level. Moreover, unlike ordinary human celestials, at this moment in his eyes, you were far more dangerous than the peak of human celestials, even more so than some earth celestials. Chapter 221, Unexpected betrayal. Faced with your threat, the old emperor seemed somewhat agitated. The Great Qian Empire, he could disregard. If it was gone, it was gone. He could still go west, occupy other powerful empires, and become the human emperor again. However, if the supreme imperial bone was lost, all his years of planning would be completely ruined. This result was undoubtedly difficult for him to accept. Moreover, he could not determine whether the power of the imperial bone's self-detonation could inflict fatal harm on him. At this moment, he was clearly hesitant. And this was undoubtedly your opportunity. In the previous simulations, you had already roughly grasped the old emperor's character: cunning, suspicious, treacherous, and gloomy. You decided to add fuel to the fire, suddenly shouting with intensity, "Queen of the Mysterious Eyes, my previous deal with you still stands. Let us join forces to kill this old immortal. I will be the human emperor. Whatever you want, I will grant it. What that old immortal didn't give you back then, I will give you 10-fold, 100-fold. Would you be interested in a human emperor puppet that even a heavenly immortal cannot deal with?" Chapter 222, The Shift of Stars. Hearing Sumai's words, your pupils contracted, feeling a chill run through you, with pain, confusion, and a hint of expected calmness in your eyes. Queen of the Mysterious Eyes, Queen of the Mysterious Eyes. At this moment, the voice that came from Sumai was eerily identical to that of the Queen of the Mysterious Eyes. Under your gaze, her eyes were pitch black, her expression blank, tears streaming down her cheeks involuntarily, like a puppet being controlled. Clearly, over the years, the Queen of the Mysterious Eyes had been searching for Sumai. Not for the so-called family reunion, but for deeper schemes. Perhaps to seize her bloodline, perhaps to refine a puppet, perhaps. But at this moment, this small detail became a lethal opportunity at a critical time. Even the Queen of the Mysterious Eyes chose to join the camp fighting for the imperial bone. No wonder in the future scene you saw earlier, your headless corpse had a fatal wound where the head had been severed, staring in disbelief at someone. It seems that at that moment, when you were betrayed by Sumai, your heart must have turned cold, and until death, it was somewhat hard to believe. Chapter 223, Fleeing the Great Xia, heading overseas. Perhaps it was just now when Yi Cheng kicked. Or perhaps the injury to the Queen of the Mysterious Eyes weakened the power controlling her, allowing her to regain her consciousness. But at this moment, she was already covered in injuries, affected by the aftermath of the battle between the Queen of the Mysterious Eyes and the old Emperor. Her life force had become precarious. Death was merely a matter of time. In her final moments, she felt no fear, but instead continuously recalled the scene of her brother Liu being pierced through the heart by her blade. Her heart ached. Brother Liu, Maya didn't mean it. Suddenly, a pair of peculiar eyes opened in the abyss of the sea, staring fixedly at the disoriented Sumai, who was trapped in endless sorrow, on the verge of death. Child, do you want power? Do you want to live? I want Brother Liu. At that time, handing Sumai over to the Queen of the Mysterious Eyes was indeed a mistake. If it weren't for this simulation, having seen these in advance, you might have fallen into a trap later. Some things are always hard to guard against. Chapter 224, The Mother of Calamity in Your Solar State. You can clearly perceive the magnificent forest within a radius of several hundred miles, as well as some signs of human existence. Evidently, this should be a human nation. However, you did not lose your vigilance because, based on what you had previously learned, the situation in overseas countries was no better than that of the Great Xia. The Great Xia Empire had the old emperor suppressing it. Those evil gods were strange and did not dare to act rashly. If they dared to invade easily, they would be met with a heavy blow, primarily focusing on brutality. Not to mention the strange evil gods, even you, their own son, had been heavily struck and killed several times. In contrast, the situation in overseas human nations was somewhat chaotic. The Great Xia Empire followed the path of self-cultivation and ascension to immortality, overseen by the old emperor, and almost no one dared to stick their head out. Whoever did would die, regardless of whether they were their own or outsiders. The Western nations followed the path of faith to become gods. An empire could exist, with several deities forming followers to compete for faith, fighting fiercely, and involving some inhuman evil gods causing trouble, as well as the participation of strange alien races. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was a time of dire straits. Chapter 225, Chen Ang is dead at this moment, under your solar gaze. The details of the two evil god followers before you were almost stripped bare. These two followers were not particularly strong, but not weak either. One was equivalent to the Holy Realm, and the other was a preliminary entry into the Celestial Realm. However, their levels were built up using external forces of faith, and had not truly undergone training. If according to the Great Xia cultivation system, they were pure dregs created by demonic means, using them to scare people was fine, but beyond that, forget it. In terms of willpower, they might not even match some battle-hardened warriors. Just as the two evil god followers were distressed about how to gain the favor of our god, suddenly they seemed to hear some strange whispers in their ears. Your offerings during this period have been too few. The Mother of Calamity is not satisfied. Perhaps you can offer that party, who intends to betray our god, as a sacrifice. At that time, our god will bestow more blessings. Boom! The sudden voice seemed to have a captivating power, gradually making people subconsciously believe it, and then sinking into it, unable to extricate themselves. Chapter 226, The Truth of Death. The location of the altar Chen Ang is dead. Hearing this news from the skull of the god of hunting, even you were somewhat surprised. This old coin, which has been hiding behind the scenes and plotting against everyone from start to finish, actually died like this. How is this possible? You have to know. The other party is almost second only to the human Emperor Lao Deng in your heart. Slap. You slapped the skull of the god of hunting in your hand and asked again, but still received the same answer. How is this possible? This guy hid so deeply, with a bunch of avatars outside. Even during the last simulation, Yi Cheng couldn't kill him, and now he is actually dead. Is there anyone in the Kingdom of Gold who could have done this? Could it be the Mother of Calamity that killed him? Could Chen Ang have seen the Mother of Calamity severely injured by the human Emperor Lao Deng, and wanted to kill her, only to be counterkilled? Considering that these two suddenly went missing some time ago, it's not impossible. With this inference, you suddenly have some clarity in your heart. Chen Ang. This old coin wanted to learn from the old Deng of the year, but ended up crashing and burning. Chapter 227, God of Savagery. In a mysterious secret realm hidden beneath the tombs of the Kingdom of Gold, three figures cloaked in dark high bishop robes gathered together, seemingly discussing something. I wonder how the Mother God is doing right now. That traitor Chen Ang actually dared to act against the Mother God's great blood sacrifice, and secretly let out the evil blood of a calamity god. The blood of the calamity god contains their frenzied bloodline, cursing all existence. I wonder where that madman got it from. And that madman, where did he find helpers who could even harm the Mother God? Clearly not a true god. Yet the power he unleashed is even more terrifying than that of a true god, especially that blood knife. Where did that useless Raphael go? He has been gone for so long, why hasn't he returned? Suddenly, a short and fat saint frowned, seemingly a bit impatient. While the other two exchanged glances, but did not speak. This short and fat saint had previously been at odds with Chen Ang, but had been suppressed for a long time, not daring to act rashly, and had to obediently listen. Now that Chen Ang is dead, she is extremely disgusted with Raphael, who was once Chen Ang's confidant. Chapter 228, Human Emperor Form. Your face darkens, as you coldly stare at the god of savagery in front of you, a belly full of anger instantly exploding. What an unobservant thing. Transform. Human Emperor Form. Boom. You transform into Human Emperor Chen Zhuan, gaining some of his traits. You have gained partial Supreme Emperor body. Rip. Your face begins to rot and ooze pus, your eyes turn green, your skin becomes dry and wrinkled. Your figure grows taller, and you don a dragon robe. An endless stream of terrifying power begins to emerge from your body, making you feel as if you could shatter everything in the world with a single punch, as if even celestial artifacts cannot harm you in the slightest. Your mind begins to split, as if experiencing some sort of mental fracture, like two conflicting selves staring at each other, opposing one another. Swish! The black mist that was once a bit unrestrained in your heart seems to be frightened, trembling, and instantly becomes obedient. Is this my power? Truly formidable. Chapter 229, Chen Ang reappears. You end the Human Emperor form, and the power on your body rapidly dissipates, an inexplicable sense of emptiness and fatigue sweeping over you. At this moment, you are not only fatigued, but also cannot help but feel a bit emotional. Since obtaining the ability of transformation, it has almost become your core skill, combined with the ghostly words, unleashing unimaginable effects. But what changes are brought about are ultimately illusory. I don't know when I will be able to obtain the complete Supreme Emperor bone. If I can get Lao Deng's Supreme Emperor body at that time and combine the two, I can't even imagine how strong I would be. It seems this is also the goal of that old immortal Chen Zhuan, otherwise, he wouldn't keep his eyes on you. The consumption is too great. Compared to the wasteful prince form, the Human Emperor form at least multiplies the consumption by dozens of times. Just for a short while, your spiritual energy is almost drained. However, although the consumption is high, the effects are also significant. For now, among the several major forms dominated by the transformation, the Human Emperor form is the strongest. Once transformed, the power and defense reach a terrifying level, making it almost like child's play to kill ordinary lower gods. Chapter 230, The Appearance of Qian Ang's Dead Emperor Bone, That Damned Mark. Is this a residual image left behind? You squint your eyes, staring intently at the Qian Ang in front of you, not quite believing that this old coin would leave such a thing in advance. There must be something wrong. Emperor's eye activated. Your eyes suddenly burst forth with a domineering light that pierces through everything, instantly revealing the essence of the Qian Ang before you. At this moment, under your gaze, the Qian Ang in front of you is no longer in human form, but a sticky mass, resembling bloody mucus, with no thoughts. No soul, only a fragment of residual memory. However, at the back of that bloody mucus, there is a faint black shadow. In your young god perception, it hides a pocket-sized, split soul in a certain state. It is Qian Ang. Finally, I've caught you. A wicked smile suddenly appears on your face, full of malice. If it weren't for the support of the Emperor's iron young god, I really wouldn't have been able to discover it. Chapter 231, Emperor's Eye Shatters, The Future Reappears. Finally found it. Liu Qian looked at the scene in the simulator, and was almost brought to tears. After enduring so much suffering, he finally saw a return, finally saw hope. Although the suffering was borne by the avatars, the injuries on the avatars hurt the heart of the main body. He bears the expectations and hopes of countless versions of himself. If all goes well, after this simulation ends, he will welcome an epic enhancement. This time, he is really going to lack nothing. The value of this simulation is rising sharply. Beside him, Liu Ruyue, who was responsible for feeding him, saw Liu Qian like this and thought it was because her cooking was too delicious, feeling delighted. So he likes the food I make. I knew it, to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Emperor Bone, Emperor Bone. Once upon a time, the Emperor Bone that you had been searching for finally appeared before your eyes. After 8 simulations, 7 avatars died. With their foundation and efforts, you finally saw the harvest. At this moment, you feel that the Supreme Emperor Bone, which is full of cracks inside you, begins to reveal a joyful emotion. As if long-lost lovers are meeting again. Chapter 232, The Terrified Goddess of Calamity. Is it about to end? Looking at the future scene in the simulator, Liu Qian's expression froze, and a hint of gloom appeared in his eyes. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, it was almost a dead end. Unlike before in the Great Xia Empire, when Emperor Lao Deng might still have some scruples, now, being overseas in the kitchen, Liu Ruyue, who was cleaning the dishes, obviously did not notice his change in expression, and still wore a smile. Is it another dead end? The Imperial Bone was just found. And the fusion has not yet begun. Calamity will soon come knocking. The Goddess of Calamity and Emperor Lao Deng are coming one after another. This is undoubtedly a deadly matter. If only you could have another 10 years, no, even 5 or 3 years. You would have the confidence to get through this crisis. But right now, you have no more time left. At this moment, you are at most half an hour away from the countdown to death. What's worse is that your imperial eye has forcefully peered into too many futures, seen your own death calamity, and is on the verge of collapse, unable to be used any longer. This undoubtedly cuts off your last glimmer of hope. Chapter 233, The True and False Emperor. What the hell? How did this old monster appear here? At this point in time, he shouldn't be in the Great Xia, right? The Goddess of Calamity is now flustered, no longer the capricious and aloof figure she just showed, only extreme fear remains. Good news, he's just in time to block the thief trying to take the Imperial Bone. Bad news. That thief inside seems to be even more ruthless than him. He is not a match, and if it comes to a fight, the chances are at most 3 to 7, with a high possibility of him splitting 7 times within 3 minutes. At this moment, she has lost her desire for the Imperial Bone. All that remains is the possibility of survival. Previously, one of her avatars lurked in the Great Xia Palace. Having been with that person day and night for many years, and even bore him a son, she naturally knows the terror of this person. To deal with this old monster, it would require several taboo rulers or upper-level gods to join forces for it to be possible. The rest are just giving the opponent some snacks to chew on and swallow. Run! The goddess of calamity turned and ran without the slightest hesitation. As if fearing that if she ran slowly, she would be caught up by the pursuing Emperor Chen Zhuan. Chapter 234. The mad Emperor Lao Deng. After silently praying for the goddess of calamity, you decisively continued to flee without stopping. You know very well the terror of Emperor Lao Deng, although the goddess of calamity is strong, in terms of oppressive feeling. Emperor Lao Deng is the strongest existence you have encountered in your 8 simulations of villains. I'm afraid the goddess of calamity won't be able to hold out against Lao Deng for long. At most, she can only buy you some time. From the perspective of the oppressive feelings on both sides and Lao Deng Chen Zhuan's covetousness for your imperial bone, the possibility of being caught up is very high. With his methods, you have an 80 to 90% chance of not escaping. Even if you do manage to escape, with the gaze of the eye of heaven, being caught up is only a matter of time. This battle is destined to be unavoidable. The closest human kingdom to the kingdom of Gold Sands is the Crescent Moon Kingdom, which has a mid-tier god, the Moon God. Overall, its power is also among the strong in the overseas human kingdoms, second only to a few top empires. If a fight is really necessary, you must find a geographical advantage that is beneficial to you to rely on. At that time, you can also involve that Moon God to share the pressure. Chapter 235, Imperial Body with Imperial Bone, Fighting Emperor Lao Deng. Clearly, from the beginning to the end, Emperor Lao Deng has seen through your intention to flee to the Crescent Moon Kingdom, aiming to pull the Moon God into the fight. But this person, possibly the strongest emperor in the history of the Great Xia Empire, uses his fists to show you what true power is. With just one punch, the mid-tier god-level Moon God was instantly obliterated. The entire Crescent Moon Kingdom was plunged into despair in an instant, shrouded in endless shadows. It's over, it's over. The Moon God is dead. What should we do? What should we do? Without the protection of the Moon God, we are simply not a match for this monster. Even if he does not kill us, those strange evil gods will not let us go. Just as they fell into despair, a sound of footsteps suddenly emerged from the dust and fog. Conspiracy. Old guy. Do you really think I want to play conspiracy games with you? From the beginning to the end, I have been ready to fight you to the death. Facing the resentful gazes around, you calmly walked out, with phoenix flames appearing on your wounds, quickly healing, restoring to your peak. Chapter 236. Summoning the spirit of the future, with the spirit calling talisman. Seeing you appear, Emperor Lao Deng couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, stopping his killing actions and revealing a mocking expression. Back then, he expended an unknown amount of effort to condense the supreme imperial body, and had to be cautious. This shows the complexity of it. If the fusion of the supreme imperial bone and the supreme imperial body was that simple, why would he have waited so many years? He could have dug out your bones and fused them long ago. Even I do not dare to easily fuse these two powers, fearing that if something goes wrong, it would explode directly. How dare you do this? You truly are bold. Fool, do you really think I just stood by and watched you improve without doing anything? It was precisely for this moment, to let you serve as my test subject first. That is a cursed existence. Do you really think the imperial bone is that easy to use? This time, I specifically came to find you, expending quite a bit of cost, even cutting out a substitute, consuming some strength, to deceive those dog bastards. Ha ha ha. After you backlash and die, the imperial bone left behind will naturally be well kept by me. One day I will completely fuse these two and reach that supreme realm in the dark, leading all humanity to escape this hellish place, letting those high and mighty dog bastards. Chapter 237. Imperial form exploding against Lao Deng. Emperor Lao Deng is not a fool. The so-called talismans all require a caster to maintain them. As long as I kill you, the so-called time immortal talisman in front of me will naturally be broken. Moreover, at this moment, your cultivation has already dissipated like flowing water, thrown into the nine heavens galaxy, and you simply cannot withstand his god-slaying punch. Yet, facing such a dire situation, you remain calm and fearless, seemingly indifferent to life and death, your gaze firmly fixed on the mysterious figure moving above from the nine heavens galaxy. What will your future self be like? Tap 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 in the nine heavens galaxy. That essence of the future seems to sense your death aura and finally steps out, revealing its mysterious true form. Unlike the youth and middle-aged figure you imagined, this is actually an old man with white hair, a dignified face, exuding an intimidating presence without anger, emaciated and somewhat sickly, with no trace of cultivation aura. The old man's face is strikingly similar to yours, but it carries a sense of having weathered the vicissitudes of life, as if it has pierced through time. Chapter 238, The Emperor's Sword and the Emperor's Knife. Liu Qian looked at the scene in the simulator, and felt an uncontrollable excitement in his mind. After numerous reincarnation simulations, he finally possesses the power to defeat old Deng Chen Zhuan. Although this power requires a considerable cost and has limitations, objectively speaking, this is the strength he is destined to achieve in the future. He wonders if that mysterious old man is his self from that time period. His cultivation strength is unfathomable, likely stronger than the current human emperor old Deng. Given this situation, defeating old Deng is just a matter of time. In the Daxia Imperial Palace, Xuanwu Hall, a certain human emperor, old Deng, who was holding a bowl of divine blood, suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. As if someone was plotting against him. Although this premonition was faint and almost negligible, it made him feel somewhat alert. Who wants to harm me? Your Majesty. What's wrong? Why aren't you drinking? Beside him, concubine Chu looked surprised at the paused action of human Emperor Chen Zhuan, feeling somewhat puzzled. Stop drinking for now. You may leave. Chapter 239, The Emperor's Bone Explosion. The human Emperor sword is powerful, but your Emperor's knife is equally formidable, not the least bit inferior. You don't believe that the grade of your Supreme Emperor's bone can be weaker than a human Emperor sword, right? As for why only half of it is taken out and not the whole, on one hand, the two halves of the Emperor's bone have not truly fused yet. On the other hand, if the entire bone is taken out, it might affect your current Emperor form. Considering all this, taking out half of the Emperor's bone to fight is the most appropriate choice. You madman. Seeing you actually pulling out your half of the Emperor's bone as a weapon, human Emperor Old Deng was momentarily stunned, clearly caught off guard. He thought that pulling out a human Emperor sword that surpasses celestial weapons would level the playing field, but unexpectedly, you countered with this move. Directly pulling out your bone as a knife. So, this is how you play, pulling out your spine to chop people. Let us see whether your human Emperor sword is sharp, or my Emperor's knife is stronger. Boom! You fiercely struck. And the terrifying supreme pressure instantly overwhelmed human Emperor Old Deng, who barely had time to react, only raising the human Emperor sword in front of him instinctively. Chapter 240, You killed the second stage human Emperor Chen Zhuan. Seeing that human Emperor Old Deng is so difficult to kill, you realize that within 18 breaths, your chances of killing him are slim. Unless that mysterious old man can continue to lend you strength, but the possibility of that is evidently low. Once the Emperor form ends, the one who will die will definitely be you. Since that's the case, you can only take a risky move and directly self-destruct your half of the Emperor's bone, dragging the human Emperor down with you. It's just half of the Emperor's bone, so it can be discarded. If it weren't for the other half of the Emperor's bone just being refined and not fully fused, and the self-destruction needing time to accumulate, you might have dared to blow them both up. Supreme Emperor's bone, no. Human Emperor Old Deng was going crazy, never expecting that you would be so reckless. Wanting to self-destruct the Emperor's bone. He wouldn't dare to bet whether he could withstand such a close-range explosion. Rip. His sharp claws left deep scars on your face, almost disfiguring you, But you remained unfazed, instead laughing maniacally. Let's die together. Boom. Chapter 241, You died in front of Yi Cheng. Hearing Yi Cheng's shout, your pupils constricted, and combined with the earlier words of the mysterious old man. You seemed to realize something. Could it be that human Emperor Old Deng isn't dead yet? But at this moment, you have already lost your cultivation, and cannot do anything. Phut! A giant hand suddenly pierced through your chest from behind, directly pulling out your heart. Although you have lost your cultivation and become immortal, the simulation talent on you remains. And the terrifying recovery ability granted by the dragon and phoenix constitution is still at work. You turn back in disbelief, only to see a pair of enormous indifferent eyes, devoid of emotion, suddenly emerging from the void behind you, filled with resentment, staring intently at you. Then, a new figure of human Emperor Old Deng began to coalesce, but strangely, his body did not appear solid, more like a phantom, yet carrying a powerful pressure of heaven and earth. That decayed, pus-dripping face now only had flesh and blood left, without skin, staring at you as if it wanted to swallow you alive. Chapter 242, I Will Find You. As time shifts and stars move, a force of time instantly acted upon the front, seemingly trying to revive your deceased self. But the resurrection of the dead clearly exceeds the current signs of Yi Cheng. Moreover, there was the intervention of the heavens. She failed. This was her first time using the star shift and failing, phut, due to the backlash. She spat out a mouthful of blood, 3,000 strands of hair turned white in patches, and her complexion turned pale. The crushed flesh briefly reassembled for a moment before splattering again, in all directions, hastily arriving. She was instantly splattered with your blood and flesh. Looking somewhat dazed, staring blankly at the scene before her, lost in thought, still holding a half-piece of the imperial bone radiating heat. Dead, dead, how could this be? How could he be dead? Wasn't it said that calamities last for 1,000 years if you're dead? Who am I going to settle accounts with? Chapter 243, Strange Immortal Talisman. Due to your death, Yi Cheng and Liu Ruyue have completely gone mad, especially the former, whose erupting might seems limitless, soaring continuously. She is actually using the star shift to accelerate her own time, prematurely overextending her future power. This move has a similar miraculous effect to your previous spirit summoning talisman, but while you consumed your entire cultivation and most of your lifespan, she is directly burning her life in just a few breaths. Her once black hair has turned into an explosion, her face transforming from youthful beauty to enduring charm. Moreover, with your half-piece of imperial bone as a weapon, she swings it with great force, directly smashing it against the head of the Emperor Liu Deng. In contrast, Liu Ruyue is more like a restraining force. Their joint effort has caused Emperor Liu Deng to retreat step by step, in a state of embarrassment. Those two damn bitches. If that little bastard hadn't ruined my imperial body, how could you two think to break through my defenses, if it were my peak period? Killing you would be just a few punches. Chapter 244, Innate Talisman. For a second life, under normal circumstances, when you died, this simulation should have ended. However, the ongoing villain simulation means you are dead, but not completely dead. Back then, when you received the gift from Zhuan Fuzai and went to the National Master's mansion, you not only obtained the Tai Talisman, which contains 3,000 immortal talismans, but also half of a broken innate talisman for resurrection. With this talisman, even if only a wisp of residual soul remains, it can, with the passage of time, reshape the body and come back to life, living another life. Cunning as you are, upon hearing the Emperor's "I predict the future," and seeing the inevitable doom, you prepared for the worst, leaving a backup plan. Daring as you are, when you deliberately startled the Mother Goddess of Calamity, you placed the innate resurrection talisman in the altar that originally hid half of the imperial bone, and left behind a wisp of residual soul. If the deadlock can be broken, you will naturally return to retrieve a wisp of residual soul and the innate talisman. But if there's no way out, then this hidden backup is your only chance of survival. Chapter 245, Cultivation Lost. Reduced to immortal, loneliness has come back to life. Bang, from the sand buried in the altar, a figure slowly crawls out, revealing its form after a year. The innate talisman for resurrection has finally taken effect, and you have successfully lived out your second life, returning once again with your appearance. The entire secret realm began to tremble, as if some kind of anomaly was about to reveal itself. But it was quickly suppressed, the innate aura on your body began to dissipate, and the incomplete innate talisman started to vanish, turning into dust after such a long time. You finally came back to life. A year isn't much time, unlike the last simulation, which took 10 years. Everything seems to be still in time. I wonder how things are outside. Previously, I handed the imperial bone to Yi Cheng, and with her incredible luck, perhaps even Lao Deng couldn't snatch it from her. In the future, I might still have a chance to retrieve it, with Yi Cheng's talent and luck. Plus my imperial bone, in this year's time, she could probably soar straight up, making Lao Deng suffer. Chapter 246. Yang Hong is dead. Seeing this scene, you feel a stir in your heart, uncertain whether they are friend or foe, instinctively wanting to release your divine sense to investigate, just having been resurrected, living another life. In such a sensitive situation, with the Daxia Empire's ship arriving, it's hard not to be suspicious. Could it be that Emperor Lao Deng, through the eye of heaven, foresaw your resurrection and specially sent someone to assassinate you? But at this moment, you have already lost all cultivation. Even your original land immortal level young god divine sense is shattered, becoming feeble and difficult to project outward. Troublesome. I forgot that I have lost my cultivation. However, I don't think it's that old immortal, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a lack of killing intent. The white-haired old man frowned slightly, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. But in his heart, he was not overly worried, possessing his own confidence, although lacking cultivation, with the talents of dragon and phoenix, and the ability to deceive oneself. Ordinary people still cannot easily kill you. It's just a pity that the golden talent of heavenly blessing has shattered. Of course, if it comes down to a critical moment, you can always try to deceive yourself with the ability to regain peak status. Chapter 247. Qian, you are dead. Uncle has no relatives left in this world. Upon hearing the news of Yang Hong's death, you fell silent for a few moments. His death means that one of the few people who cared for you in this world is gone, no matter what his previous motives were. They generally lean towards you. Some things, regardless of actions or intentions, have no perfect person. Regarding the rebellion mentioned by Zhao Xuanyuan, you clearly do not believe it. Yang Hong doesn't seem like the impulsive type, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to endure the situation back then and find ways to protect you. Did he hear about my death, and couldn't he hold back? Or was it because Emperor Lao Deng started targeting him? Or perhaps both. Lao Deng has begun to play with blood sacrifices again over the years. Is he planning to reshape the supreme imperial body? It seems that this old immortal still hasn't given up, which makes sense. With the supreme imperial body that is indestructible, the sense of security is indeed different. At least for now, besides my imperial bone. There's no one who can break through this shell. There is a huge difference between Emperor Lao Deng with the supreme imperial body and without it. The sense of oppression is vastly different. Chapter 248. Hidden behind the scenes, watching the storm. As long as the emperor does not die, the imperial bone will not perish. So that's how it is. Woo. While you were sensing the subtle changes within your body, you suddenly heard a faint whimpering sound. And then saw a small hole that had been dug behind your grave. Inside the small hole was a yellow puppy that had just opened its eyes. The little puppy clumsily crawled out, stirring up dust, and then tripped, rolling directly to your feet, affectionately rubbing against your pant leg, making adorable puppy sounds with watery eyes looking at you. This is the first life you encountered after arriving in the hidden dragon land. It seems this little puppy is related to your uncle's yellow-winged great sage. It must be its offspring. Before dying, it even hid a pup for me to watch over the grave. You seem to have a connection with me. The aged you looked at the little puppy at your feet, as well as the unusual changes gradually appearing within your body, and had already made a decision in your heart. You can roughly determine that being here seems to have some special benefits for you. Chapter 249. The final battle begins. Yi Cheng reappears. Since Sumai swallowed the Queen of the Evil Eyes and soared to greatness, she teamed up with Liu Ruyue to deal with Yi Cheng and the Emperor Lao Deng. Has this girl changed so much? Liu Qian raised his eyebrows, also somewhat surprised. Such a change is quite different from his previous impression. It's likely she was stimulated in some way. After all, she was controlled by the Queen of the Evil Eyes, stabbed the simulated avatar, and witnessed the death of the simulated avatar. But with their abilities, dealing with Yi Cheng and Emperor Lao Deng, even just one of them, would probably be quite difficult. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Yu, who had been living in seclusion at Peach Blossom Residence, had not been discovered by the guard stationed there or the powerful figures from the Bureau of Celestial Observation, and instead had the rare opportunity to enjoy peace. Even the little puppy you picked up back then had become plump and strong, more imposing than the previous yellow-winged great sage. Moreover, you and the puppy occasionally went down the mountain to Hidden Dragon City to bring back some living supplies for your own use. With your unseen talent, the entire Hidden Dragon City almost instinctively ignored your existence. Chapter 250, Greatness Comes Late Initiated. Yi Cheng has appeared. This child of destiny, who had been missing for nearly 11 years, unexpectedly showed up at this critical moment. Moreover, she blocked a strike from Emperor Lao Deng as soon as she made her move. This sudden scene instantly shocked everyone. After 11 years of absence, her appearance had changed dramatically. Her beauty was unparalleled, with flowing white hair, still exuding charm, wearing a gradually red robe, her eyes cold. Yet her former appearance was still visible. In her hand, she held a half segment of the imperial bone. But it had lost some golden color, and gained more blood-red hue, losing its noble dominance, and gaining a bizarre madness. Yi Cheng is you. Even Sumai and Liu Ruyue, who were rescued, were somewhat dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief, wondering how she appeared to save them. They didn't remember that Yi Cheng had any special relationship with them. If you were still alive, you might indeed save them. It's you finally appeared. My imperial bone. At this moment, seeing Yi Cheng appear, the most excited was none other than Emperor Lao Deng. His greedy green eyes were fixed on the supreme imperial bone in Yi Cheng's hand, not hiding the covetous light. Chapter 251, Your lifespan only has 7 days left. Originally on the verge of death, lying in a rocking chair, you suddenly widened your eyes, nearly spitting out curses. I only have a few days left to live. Almost dying, and you're telling me greatness comes late is initiated now. Are you sure it's greatness comes late? If you wait any longer, I'll be dead. What the hell are you doing? Although you were so angry you wanted to curse, the greatness that was initiated within you showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it began to burst forth wildly. The changes that followed, however, were severely beyond your expectations. Due to nearing death, the characteristics of your purple talent, greatness comes late, were greatly enhanced, gaining special bonuses. Your potential reached a terrifying level never seen before. You began to crazily absorb the dragon vein energy of the hidden dragon land, plundering the luck of past emperors, endowing yourself with immense power. Your dragon and phoenix talents began to advance, becoming a true golden talent. Dragon and phoenix talent, golden. Your soul has received the protection of a true dragon, gaining the true dragon lore avatar. Your flesh has received the protection of the ancestral phoenix, gaining the will of immortality. Chapter 252, Now I lack nothing. Gulp. The main brain of the three-headed evil dragon stared blankly at your aged yet imposing figure, feeling a void in its mind, with an itchy scalp and a chill down its neck. Although the elderly human before it had no cultivation, the feeling it gave was even more terrifying than that of the original emperor. But how is this possible? The original emperor was a peak celestial being. Such cultivation could almost be said to be the limit of this world. Moreover, it hadn't forgotten that you just referred to yourself as I. You are this generation's great sheer emperor. How is that possible? This king remembers that the emperor of this generation should be that parricidal madman, not you. Moreover, how can someone without cultivation exert such terrifying pressure? Wait, Could it be that you are not on the path of cultivation, but rather on the path of the mind? Damn it, how could such a person appear in such a small place? Escape. Without hesitation, the recently escaped three-headed evil dragon broke free from the seal below. Its massive body intending to flee, no longer maintaining the high and mighty demeanor of wanting to give the newcomer a chance. Chapter 253. I am merely following the ancestral system to reclaim what belongs to me. How could it be? Who else can threaten me in the great Xia Empire? My supreme imperial body has been upgraded, reaching a new realm. Combined with the power of the Eye of Heaven, I have already achieved invincibility in this realm. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? Yet, such a terrifying, suffocating feeling has almost never appeared before. Emperor Liu Deng's expression remained unchanged. But a storm surged in his heart. Since ascending the throne, he had never felt such a terrifying sense of threat. The last time he felt a threat of death was during the battle with the old emperor. But that battle's danger was not even 1% of what he felt at this moment. Could it be that a terrifying existence beyond the celestial beings has descended to the lower realm? HMPH, let me see who exactly can threaten me. The eye of the sky opens. Without any hesitation, this emperor of the great Xia directly uses his innate talent to probe the future, attempting to glimpse the source of that danger. Boom! Under the effect of the eye of the sky, the consciousness of the emperor instantly merges with the heavens, starting to glimpse some future fragments through a certain method. Chapter 254. The sky is immortal, the sky is dead. Wow, that was instant, as expected of me, invincible. A certain beggar's true body was first shocked, then elated, letting out a thunderous cry, drooling, and banging the bowl and chopsticks together, almost jumping up and down. What does it mean to step into the heavens in one leap? This is what it means to step into the heavens in one leap. Instantly eliminated. Once upon a time, that enormous shadow of the Emperor of the Great Xia that always loomed over you was easily eliminated by you in this moment. Such a terrifying scene instantly stunned everyone in the Great Hall. Sumai and Liu Ruyue gasped, unable to believe it. They never expected that after your 21 years of disappearance, you would become this terrifying. Although old, still fierce, and perhaps a bit too fierce. Making an entrance at the peak. Starting off by taking down the Emperor. Just as Sumai was immersed in an unending joy and excitement. Liu Ruyue looked at your aged face, tears unable to hold back, falling down. Qian, how much suffering do you have to endure to achieve such astonishing cultivation? Chapter 255. Qian, father was wrong, please leave father a way out, blood is thicker than water. The sky is immortal, the sky is dead. As your voice fell, it was like everything was suddenly solidified. This undoubtedly made the emperor above, Liu Deng, feel a bit frightened, his scalp tingling. But soon he reacted, looking around and finding that nothing seemed to have happened, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, pretending to be a god. Who do you think you are? Just one sentence and you think you can kill the heavens. Dream on. With his laughter, the entire sky began to tremble. And the cold, indifferent eye of the sky above revealed a hint of mockery, as if looking down on ants. At this moment, the confidence that was originally shattered by you seemed to have returned quite a bit. I admit you are strong, but in this world, there is no one who can kill me. Boom! Before the Emperor Liu Deng could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a massive shadow descending, darkening the world. And couldn't help but look up, only to see a terrifying scene. He saw that the eye of the sky above had become pitch black, revealing an incomprehensibly vast shadow. Chapter 256. Emperor Chen, your father is already crippled, poses no threat to you, spare your father. Just as your father did not strike you back then. You are already invincible in this world, destined to be the future ruler of humanity. Why add the title of parricide? As long as you spare your father, he can tell you everything, and you can imprison him in the hidden dragon land. To be a guardian for the ancestors, seeking atonement. Emperor Chen Zhuan clung to your thigh, tears streaming down his face, crying loudly. In a posture of repentance and pleading for forgiveness. This scene directly shocked everyone present, some still in a daze, some showing signs of delight. But the wise ones quickly bowed their heads, covering their ears, not daring to look or listen further, revealing no emotion. Father kneeling, son crying. The emperor pleading with the crown prince, such a scandal of the great Xia royal family, to look any longer is to disrespect one's own life. Who knows what thoughts you might have later? After all, Emperor Liu Deng is still your biological father. What if you suddenly become filled with filial piety? Chapter 257, The Imprisoned Land Once Accomplished. A great scholar will debate for me. Becoming the emperor of the great Xia posed almost no obstacles for you. In fact, it was exceedingly smooth. The historians recorded your legitimacy based on facts, and the noble families were the first to express their submission. Your fame began to resonate throughout the great Xia. Overseas, during this time, no one dared to make even the slightest move, everything was orderly. Perhaps due to the unique rebellious history of the great Xia royal family, they were accustomed to such situations, having their own ways of handling things. And when you sat on that blood-soaked throne, the humanitarian fortune of the entire great Xia empire began to surge towards you, augmenting your being. At this moment, you could feel that you had a special connection with the entire empire. At critical times, you could borrow the fortune of everyone in the empire to enhance yourself. But all of this was of little use to you. What truly mattered to you was the submission of the astronomical bureau. This claw of the great Xia emperor was instantaneously stripped of its mysterious veil. Chapter 258, The So-Called Divine Race. I hope you won't let me down. Listening to the description of the three-headed evil dragon, you could roughly determine that it looked somewhat ferocious, but to say it was truly evil, it wasn't. Even exceeding the average level in terms of moral values. This could be seen from the fact that after escaping, it still thought of giving you an opportunity. Taking you away from this place to the upper realm. One can only say that the prejudices in people's hearts are like a mountain. This guy was somewhat unfortunate, first provoking an existence in the upper realm that he couldn't handle, fleeing for his life, and thinking that with his celestial level cultivation, he could be invincible, only to encounter the peak first-generation emperor, directly receiving a millennium imprisonment gift package. If he had known he would be imprisoned for thousands of years in the lower realm, he would rather hide in the upper realm. Combining the words of the three-headed evil dragon and the little old man from the monitoring team, you roughly understood the character of those so-called divine races in the upper realm. Even the usually tyrannical and mad Emperor Liu Deng was quite dissatisfied with those guys. Unable to tolerate them, which shows how arrogant they are. These guys are probably completely out of control. Chapter 259, Visitors from the Upper Realm. Although the talent of late bloomer is somewhat of a double-edged sword, a bit too late. It cannot be denied that it is indeed very powerful, and in some respects, it is powerful. As time passes, you can clearly perceive your physical body beginning to decay and rot, vitality dissipating, but what you gain in return is an explosive increase in power. You are dying, but stronger. The next day, you sit quietly in the Xuanwu Hall, browsing through many secret histories, techniques, and manuals of the great Xia Empire, paying no attention to any political affairs. At this moment, no one dares to disturb you. Although you have lost your cultivation, your understanding of training is skyrocketing at a rocket-like speed. You combine your own Qingdi longevity scripture with various royal manuals and the characteristics of your supreme imperial bone to create a new life technique, the Supreme Emperor Scripture. This technique encompasses everything and can significantly enhance combat power. It is currently the most compatible with a certain beggar-like physique. Unfortunately, you are just an ordinary person and cannot cultivate this. Chapter 260, Lu Qian's lifespan is coming to an end. He won't survive until sunset. That is the aura of nearly 100 earthly true immortals. How is it possible to have so many earthly true immortals? It seems that the human race hasn't seen this many earthly true immortals in nearly 100 years. What is going on? Why are so many earthly true immortals gathering in the great Xia Empire? The leading figure has a terrifying aura. Almost 100 times stronger than the war god of my White Eagle Alliance empire. Could it be that the Great Qian Empire has offended the heavens? And they have specifically sent down divine envoys to impose divine punishment. Those gods aim at the Great Qian, ha ha ha, those arrogant Qian people are about to face retribution. When the many divine clans from the upper realm descended, the entire human realm was in turmoil. Especially when these divine clans arrived. Those bizarre rulers and top evil gods seemed to see their master's dog and approached the leading divine king to start guiding the way. Making one feel a bit scalp-tingling. Except for those top powerhouses who knew the secrets of the upper realm, most others were still in the dark. Unaware of the vastness of the world. They only viewed this world through their own understanding, and when they suddenly saw things beyond their vision, they were filled with a sense of fear and anxiety. Chapter 261, Let the sun stand still, or let it set. The more they disbelieved, the more the unease in the heart of this divine king became apparent. Right now, there's still some time until sunset. Should we test the waters? You all go and attack the Great Qian, storm into the Great Qian Imperial Palace, and kill that person. Upon thinking of this, the mysterious divine king's face revealed a hint of ruthlessness, as he looked at the several bizarre evil gods comparable to celestial beings gathered beside him, ordering them to attack the Great Qian and kill you. Compared to having the divine clan behind him do it, it is naturally better to have these watchdogs do it. Although they were somewhat unwilling and cursed in their hearts, under the gaze of this mysterious divine king, several bizarre rulers and top evil gods could only comply. Boom! In an instant, the entire Great Qian Empire was engulfed in the flames of war. However, these bizarre rulers and top evil gods were not fools. They knew of your terror and did not want to die. They only pretended to engage, leading many subordinates to begin skirmishing with the Great Qian, resulting in a stalemate. Time passed little by little. The sun, hanging at the top of the dome, also began to set, as if the last rays of life were about to extinguish, falling into a silent darkness. Chapter 262, Recreate the yellow sky, replace the azure sky. These divine clans descending from the upper realm probably never expected that you would start by throwing them a sun. Who can withstand this? In an instant, nearly 100 earthly true immortal level divine clans vanished into thin air, along with the internal traitors of this realm being wiped out by you. Only a figure in blue battle armor of the divine king remained, struggling under the sun's pressure. He was still alive and somehow able to endure. Even in the face of the sun's oppression, a terrifying chill erupted from his body, directly confronting it, as he let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the Great Qian. Human Emperor Qian, dare you? The others could die. But if this divine king encounters trouble in this realm, it would bring about a catastrophe. No one could protect the human realm. Even if you don't care about the Great Qian Empire, you should think of yourself. Don't push things to the extreme. Some matters are beyond your bearing. With your qualifications, this realm's restrictions on you are too great, like a caged dragon, with no possibility of further advancement. As long as you are willing, this divine king can guarantee your ascension to the upper realm to become one of us. Chapter 263, Unexpectedly, in the end. It was an old friend who came to send me off on my last journey. 10 years, this is the development time you left for Sumai and Liu Ruyue, the two destined female protagonists. With their talent, it is not impossible for them to break through to celestial beings, or even beyond celestial beings. By then, whether they stay or leave, whether they fight or flee, it should be enough. As for what this world will become in 10 years, that is unknown. After all, by then, you will have died. Of course, in your heart, rather than saying these 10 years are for Sumai and Liu Ruyue. It is more accurate to say they are for someone else. Ultimately, it seems that only that person can shoulder the heavy responsibility now. Liu Qian. Brother Liu. Seeing your expression of giving final instructions, Liu Ruyue and Sumai reacted greatly, instinctively hugging you and crying out loud. The two have waited over 20 years. only to gain a few days of your company, followed by death. This undoubtedly demands their lives. Swish! Swish! 2 golden rays shot from your hands. Entering Sumai and Liu Ruyue's minds, these were the most suitable techniques you deduced for them, each a share of genuine transmission opportunities. Along with a drop of your imperial blood. Chapter 264, with my 8 lifetimes of simulation, forge an invincible path. Finally, it has ended. Looking at the bloody ending of the villain simulator before him, Lu Qian couldn't help but show a complex and excited expression, his body trembling uncontrollably. This time's villain simulation could be said to be the strongest in history. All the previous frustrations were almost entirely vented. The simulated avatar ultimately reached the position of human emperor, and its power reached an unimaginable level. If it weren't for the simulated avatar's lifespan coming to an end, limiting him, he could have even fought his way to the upper realm to settle accounts with those so-called divine clans and reclaim his 9 great solar demon stars. If human Emperor Qian were a bit younger, who knows what might have happened. The problem is that if one is too young, they cannot activate the talent of late bloomer. How can one achieve extreme power without reaching the peak? Everything seems to have become a contradiction. Moreover, it is feared that in the end, the simulation will continue to simulate, and the clone will become the main body. The clone does not die, but the main body cannot absorb new enhancements or utilize new simulations. Chapter 265, The Deeply Hidden Mastermind, the Generous Rewards of the 8th Simulation. That aged figure is none other than the Emperor of Humanity, Qian. Without a doubt, his appearance has shocked countless people. The Emperor of Humanity, Qian, who fell 10 years ago, has actually resurrected. This scene left even Liu Ruyue and Sumai stunned, seemingly in disbelief. However, they soon noticed something off about this Emperor Qian. Although his aura was identical, his demeanor leaned towards the effeminate. It was clear that this was a counterfeit. But the aura emanating from him was too real. The 2 women suspected that it was Yi Cheng in disguise. And it was highly likely that he had swallowed the corpse of Emperor Qian to have such a genuine aura. Boom! Just as the world passage opened. Before the divine races from the upper realm could descend, Emperor Qian directly killed his way up with the Emperor's sword, slaughtering indiscriminately. At that moment, the dominance he displayed seemed no weaker than that of the Emperor Qian from 10 years ago. Boom! In just an instant, the numerous divine races originally surrounding the world passage were all wiped out. It was evident that Emperor Qian intended to single-handedly charge into the upper realm and fight to the death against those divine races. Chapter 266, The Double Emperor Bone. Among the 13 reward choices, most of them could be obtained in the real world. Emperor's Sword, Sun God, Innate Talisman, Tai Talisman, Marrow Blood, Emperor's Dragon Robe, these rewards could all be harvested from the real world. A trip to the Great Xia Imperial Palace, smashing Old Deng, could yield nearly all of them. Earth Immortal Talisman Master and Emperor Form could also be retrained. Only a few remaining options are absolute must-chooses. Supreme Emperor Bone, Words Become Laws, Dragon and Phoenix Qualities, Late Bloomer, and a half-step Earth True Immortal Cultivation. There is no need to elaborate on the Supreme Emperor Bone. It is the strongest core of Lu Qian's upcoming system, the source of all power. So far, the strongest trump cards have all been derived from a Supreme Emperor Bone, Supreme Mode, Emperor's Eye, Emperor Form. Words Become Laws has no limits, theoretically anything is possible. And it belongs to the category of cheat means. Dragon and Phoenix Qualities provides both physical and spiritual defense, compensating for the shortcomings of the main body in other aspects. Late Bloomer is an extreme killing move. It can be omitted but cannot be absent. In the future, if the simulation encounters extreme situations, it can instantly swap out a big account to explode with the opponent. Chapter 267, Earth Immortal Cultivation arrives in the Imperial Capital. I really got mixed up and actually overlooked this. If only I had chosen the Supreme Emperor scripture just now. I am now very close to becoming an Earth immortal and perhaps could break through in one go. Clearly, this Supreme Emperor scripture is the most suitable cultivation method for me, tailored just for me, and took a lot of effort from Emperor Qian. If I don't obtain it, wouldn't that be a waste? Am I supposed to find other cultivation methods to practice? Liu Qian's face was sorrowful, slightly depressed, and full of regret, but his eyes occasionally glanced at the river of time beside him. It was evident that he deliberately did not choose Supreme Emperor scripture, and his calculations were naturally understandable. It is important to know that Supreme Emperor scripture was specially prepared for him by Emperor Qian, the most suitable one, which consumed a lot of effort. This should have been a must-choose option, yet he chose not to. Ultimately, it was because at the end of this simulation, Emperor Qian clearly had few regrets, and the possibility of hidden rewards seemed slim. But even if given, it might not align with his wishes. Chapter 268, the Emperor form reappears, exploding old Deng's coins. Boom! Emperor Chen Zhuan's mind felt like it had been struck by thunder, and his scalp tingled. The eye of heaven began to give frantic warnings, lighting up its red light, as if some fatal calamity was descending. All previous premonitions seemed to coalesce into substance at this moment. He looked up in disbelief, only to see a familiar figure he had longed for standing brazenly above the Xuanwu Hall, overlooking him, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict. "It's you, old shaggy hair. No need to check, I have arrived." Suddenly, a figure radiating terrifying pressure appeared in the sky above the entire Great Xia Imperial Palace, recklessly spreading its aura. Looking down below, in an instant, countless people in the imperial capital showed expressions of shock, incredulously gazing upwards. That is the aura of an Earth true immortal. How is this possible? Besides the Emperor, my Great Xia actually has a second Earth true immortal. Who on earth is this? Wait, that is Liu Qian, the rumored Great Xia Prince. He actually is an Earth true immortal. How could a playboy turn into an Earth true immortal? This is impossible, I don't believe it. Does that mean everyone else has become a joke? Chapter 269, Garlic Bird, Your Majesty, you cannot defeat him, it's not easy. His Majesty actually cannot even break through Liu Qian's defense. His Majesty's fists could even withstand those bizarre dominators and top evil gods. How could he not even break through the defense? How is that possible? What kind of terrifying defense is that? What are those golden patterns? And how did that golden battle armor come about? The screams just now were actually emitted by His Majesty, the hurriedly arriving kings, 24 dukes, and royal family offerings stared blankly at the scene before them. Initially, they thought they would witness a battle of equals, but unexpectedly, they saw a crushing match of an adult beating a child. At this moment, their emperor looked like a child, jumping up to hit the opponent's knee, resulting in no damage, but his hand was broken, and he was screaming loudly. "It's fake, you are all lying to me, all deceiving me. Illusion, ah." A certain clown king, Chen Tai, emitted a high-pitched scream like a groundhog, kneeling on the ground, holding his head and crying, feeling that the world was fake. Everything was fake. Chapter 270, Instant Kill of Old Deng, Sudden Change. With each simulation, Liu Qian had already become familiar with all of Emperor Old Deng's tricks. Even if Yang Xiu were to resurrect, he wouldn't know the opponent as well as he did. From start to finish, everything about the opponent had been seen through by him. This battle had no suspense from the very beginning. Boom! In an instant, even the sky turned gloomy and dark, filled with a terrifying sense of oppression, as if some divine will had descended. Crack! Crack! The blood and flesh that had been trampled on began to undergo strange changes, slowly recongealing into a huge eyeball. That indifferent giant eyeball coldly scanned the entire scene, and the onlookers, in fear, instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at it. Only when the indifferent giant eyeball saw the tragic death of Yang Xiu did it show some emotion, carrying a hint of sorrow. At this critical moment, only one woman jumped out wanting to avenge him, while the others remained indifferent. Ha ha ha, this is my loyal minister. Rip. Rip. A pair of arms as white as snow, smooth as a baby's skin, suddenly stretched out from the pupil of that giant eyeball, tearing open to reveal a majestic figure of a naked emperor, coldly staring at the extremely mysterious Liu Qian, his face showing a hint of anger and desolation. Chapter 271, Old Deng, can you withstand this punch, the accumulation of 8 generations? The emperor's eye opened. Before the anomaly could begin, Liu Qian directly intervened with his words, forcibly activating the emperor's eye to its maximum extent, predicting the future. Whoosh! A ray of light bestowed by the heavenly officials began to appear, helping to glimpse the future. Crack! Crack! The space before him suddenly froze and shattered, revealing fragments of the future. Ha ha ha, little bastard, you forced me to do this. I originally didn't want to use this item, but you pushed me to it. Fortunately, a few days ago, I sensed something was wrong and contacted those people in advance, exchanging that item for this treasure. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Whoosh! The once quietly lying emperor, Old Deng, suddenly began to undergo drastic changes. A huge corpse tooth had pierced his chest at some point, quickly merging with him. In an instant, he was infused with a strange, mad power of faith, directly transforming into a terrifying zombie with green face and tusks, a hideous appearance, rotting and oozing pus, exuding a foul aura. Or rather, a zombie emperor with a special bloodline. The original Supreme Emperor's body began to rapidly revive, becoming pitch black and hard, shrouded in endless resentment, making his size grow larger. Chapter 272, The Unmoving Underworld King Seal, Golden Talent Scroll, 3 million villain points. A comeback. But halfway through, the game was lost. Phut! The Emperor, Old Deng, was directly knocked silly by a punch, his face still showing signs of madness, his eyes turning white. As the ancestral corpse tooth was pulled out, his aura began to plummet. Forbidden spirit. With the words spoken, the Emperor, Old Deng, who had just broken through to the Zhuangxian level, almost instantly fell to rock bottom, losing all his cultivation and being sealed. How could this be? How could I lose so quickly? In Old Deng's expectations, he thought he would at least have one chance to turn the tide, but he was still knocked out by a single punch. External power is ultimately external power. Liu Qian, expressionless, looked behind him, gazing at the ancestral corpse tooth in his hand, which emitted an evil aura, his eyes flashing with coldness. Since he could see the future, it was natural that he wouldn't let the opponent walk that path. Directly gathering the strongest punch to incapacitate the opponent was the right way to go. Did he really think he was some mindless villain? The Emperor's eye glowed, seeing through the origin of the item in his hand. Ancestral corpse tooth, the fateful tusk of an ancestral zombie at the peak of Zhuangxian, accumulating the resentment and malice from its life. Once pierced into flesh and blood, it begins to transform the body into an ancestral zombie, escaping the 5 elements and not falling into reincarnation, but has some side effects, easily influenced by the hidden malice, a trap deliberately left by the upper realm's divine race, later deceived into hand by the Emperor Chen Zhuan through fraudulent means. Chapter 273, A Massacre, Collecting Interest. When the 3 million villain points, the Golden Talent Scroll, and the unmoving Underworld King Seal were placed before him, Liu Qian clearly understood the value of the Emperor, Old Deng. Previously, everything he did to obtain villain points was not even comparable to the small change he got from Old Deng. The value of the Emperor, Old Deng, was continuously rising. If he could play for continuous development, wouldn't that mean he could continuously explode gold coins? In that case, having the Emperor, Old Deng, alive was more valuable than having him dead. Of course, even without this point, he had no intention of killing Old Deng for the time being. After all, as the gatekeeper of the human realm and a protector, Old Deng's existence was extremely important. Killing him would mean confronting the upper realm's divine race ahead of time, which would inevitably cause a lot of trouble. Moreover, more importantly, there was still a divine race from the lower realm with 2 great sun demon stars. And they were still hiding around, unable to return to the upper realm. Killing Old Deng would only help them. Whoosh! The Emperor, Old Deng, who felt a bit creeped out, swallowed hard, seemingly sensing something was off, but unable to confirm it. Chapter 274, Reversing the Future, the Eye of Death. The Mother of Calamity looked at the golden sun god in front of her, who had a friendly smile, and felt her scalp go numb, her legs nearly giving way. She had just witnessed the terrifying scene of Emperor Chen Xuan being instantly killed through the blood and flesh avatar. The next moment, the sun god appeared. How is this possible? How could he know her location when she was hiding so well? This was simply a dimensional strike, easily reaching her lair. Damn it! Why did she feel a suffocating sensation? He was just a sun god. At this moment, the Mother of Calamity already had thoughts of wanting to run away. But someone had to hold him off for a moment. Chen Shengxi, let's strike together. I know you have connections with those strange rulers and the people of the upper realm, you must have some items in hand. This is merely a sun god with 30% of his power. Before she could finish speaking, the Mother of Calamity was shocked to find that Chen Eng beside her suddenly exploded like a bubble, his main body disappearing without a trace. In the far distance, a shadow could be seen running away quickly without looking back. Chapter 275, The Emperor of the Lower Realm is truly too impolite. The Great Xia Empire, the imperial capital. Xuanwu Hall. The false emperor, Chen Zhuan, frantically killed his father and imprisoned his son, slaughtering his kin, fortunate to be blessed, the new Emperor Chen Qian. The Liu family of the Great Xia, the Jiyu family, and the Chu family were all false emperor's dogs, rebellious ministers exterminated their 9 clans. From this day forth, the history of the Great Xia will turn a new page. With the defeat of the Emperor, Old Deng, everything has already settled. The submission of the entire empire did not come as a surprise. The person sitting on the throne is ultimately from the Chen family, which everyone can accept. Moreover, with Liu Qian bearing the great responsibility of the crown prince, no one dares to obstruct him. If suddenly someone else were to take over, it would likely not go as smoothly. As for the new Emperor Chen Qian appearing slightly rebellious and holding his father to a high standard, everyone naturally chooses to turn a blind eye. The new emperor is still young and somewhat rebellious, which is normal, as long as it doesn't affect them. Among those present, only one confused figure stared blankly at the scene before him, gazing at the emperor figure that drew everyone's attention. Chapter 276, The old Emperor Chen Zhuan on a dog leash. The hidden female deity of the divine race was about to explode with anger. After being arrogant and domineering in the upper realm for so many years, she had also struck hard in the lower realms, making others too afraid to retaliate. Yet, upon arriving in the human realm, she was the one who got hit hard. Previously, when negotiating with the human Emperor Chen Zhuan, both sides had been on good terms, with the other party displaying the demeanor of an emperor. But right after she received what she had bargained for, she got punched in the head, nearly knocked out. The other side turned hostile faster than flipping a page, going from regal to bandit-like in an instant. Initially, she had her cultivation suppressed upon entering the human realm, and the human Emperor Chen Zhuan was further empowered by the heavens. Although he was merely a celestial being, combined with his heavenly blessing, he was almost equivalent to an immortal. Moreover, he was an immortal that couldn't be killed. If it hadn't been for an odd ruler choosing to self-destruct and block the attack, she would have truly been in trouble. As if that wasn't enough. Midway through, some of the 9 great sun demon stars she had obtained suddenly cracked open and exploded, nearly taking her out in one go. Chapter 277, Internal and External Troubles. The deeply hidden old Emperor Liu Qian hadn't expected Old Deng to become that strong, actually because of the great sun demon stars. Just by receiving a trace of the leaked power, it had already exceeded the limit, forcing him to simulate 8 cycles of reincarnation to overturn the other side. This shows the terror of the great sun demon stars. But the problem is, those stars originally belonged to him. And old Deng's actions were undoubtedly seizing the power that rightfully belonged to him. Thinking of this, Liu Qian's smile grew even more amiable. Damn this little beast. Old Deng Chen Zhuan felt his scalp tingle, and a sense of suffocation. He hadn't expected that the topic would turn to him. Previously, he had been relieved that Liu Qian was merciful, and after his surrender, had ceased actions, merely tying him up, seemingly unconcerned. But now, he was directly faced with a deadly question. He could tell that this damn little beast was somewhat petty, harboring a grudge, and if he wasn't careful, it would cost him his life. Qian, your father actually has something to say about the great sun demon stars. Old Deng Chen Zhuan swallowed hard, showing a terrified expression, panicked and cautiously trying to explain. Please address me as your majesty. Liu Qian suddenly spoke up, correcting old Deng's form of address. Chapter 278, Ninth Villain Simulation, Start. 7, 203, 500 villain points. This is the total gain for Liu Qian after his recent aggressive actions. Among them, the human emperor Old Deng contributed over 3 million, nearly half. The rest, after squeezing the likes of the strange-eyed empress, disaster mother goddess Chen Ang, and the Liu and Jiyu families' clown kings, only amounted to a little over 3 million. This is why he is reluctant to easily kill Old Deng. Old Deng's value is still extremely high, worthy of his title as the early stage big boss. Moreover, there is still potential for future extraction. During this time, with the Liu family siege, the marrow blood hidden in the laboratory beneath the Liu family was also retrieved. However, for him, who currently lacks nothing, the so-called marrow blood holds little significance. At most, it would only slightly increase his cultivation power. Now, Liu Qian was preparing to conduct the 9th villain simulation in the Xuanwu Hall. After his aggressive actions, he would definitely need to proceed with caution. After all, even though he was powerful now, he was still not powerful enough, far from being reckless. In the shadows, there remained a figure more insidious and cunning than Old Deng, possibly possessing even more terrifying strength, as well as the lackeys of the divine race from the upper realm, and perhaps some other unknown entities. Chapter 279, Born Supreme, Golden. You are a naturally supreme powerhouse. After every battle, you will gain insights, obtain special rewards, and become stronger. When you defeat an opponent, you randomly acquire one of their abilities. Born Supreme, the guaranteed golden talent has appeared. Liu Qian's pupils constricted, and he was somewhat shocked upon seeing the effect of a Born Supreme. After battle, one can gain insights and become stronger. This is akin to a variant ability of some sort of Super Saiyan. Moreover, defeating an opponent allows one to randomly gain one of their abilities. This seems a bit too overbearing. I really like your talent, now it's mine. This is directly taken on the spot. This is practically a golden talent that allows one to grow stronger through battle. It can be said that as long as one keeps fighting, one can continuously become stronger. This fits perfectly with what lies ahead for him. I choose Born Supreme. Without any hesitation, Liu Qian decisively made his choice. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the temporary golden talent, Born Supreme, starting the 9th simulation. Simulation begins. You have just ascended to the position of human emperor. Thinking you are invincible in the world, but reality gives you a cruel blow. Your grandfather, the old emperor, seems to be hiding in the shadows. And there is a threat from the celestial beings. Chapter 280, The Heavenly Emperor's Eye kills Chen Zhuan, Eye of Heaven, Sage Talent Child of Heaven. Can harness the powers of heaven and earth, foresee the future of all beings in a realm, peer into heaven and earth, and see everywhere. After gaining a trace of the power of the great sun demon star, it evolves, allowing one to merge with the power of heaven, becoming immortal and indestructible. Hiss, the Eye of Heaven, which should have been old Deng Chenjuan's strongest talent, has now fallen into your hands like this. This is a golden legend revealed right from the start. The Eye of Heaven, this age talent, in your eyes, possesses all aspects. Not only can it control the powers of heaven and earth, but it can also foresee the future and peer into everything, making it comparable to a golden talent. No, in terms of effect, it may even be more overbearing than most golden talents, otherwise, old Deng Chenjuan wouldn't have been so terrifying before. At this moment, you realize the terror of the golden talent born supreme. Boom, in an instant, you, who have obtained the Eye of Heaven, suddenly feel a special connection to the human realm. It seems you can easily use the Eye of Heaven to project your vision across this world. Almost like a natural probing artifact. Chapter 281, The Strange Sun Demon Star, the Golden Sun God Under Siege. Crack, you maintain a blank expression as you twist the neck of old Deng Chenjuan, domineeringly searching his soul, but you are blocked by a force. Seeing no memories at all, only a blank void. Once again, just like last time's simulation, what does this old man know, that his memories can be shielded? Is it from the upper realm, etc.? No, wait. You suddenly realize something and think of a matter. It seems you have fallen into a certain cognitive trap. Given old Deng's attitude towards the upper realm, as well as his selfish and distrustful character, he would have to be insane to allow others to place restrictions in his mind. But if that power doesn't come from the upper realm, where could it possibly come from? Could it be from the old man emperor? No, with old Deng's dead appearance. He would sell out the old man emperor in an instant, he wouldn't help conceal anything. Moreover, during the last simulation, even the human emperor Qian couldn't probe. And the old man emperor shouldn't be capable of that level yet. Swish, you suddenly turn around, your gaze falling upon the 7 floating sun demon stars ahead. Chapter 282, Liu Qian doesn't eat beef. The golden sun god looks indifferently at the bull-headed strange master at the forefront, his face showing no expression. Instantly recognizing him, as one of the followers beside that mysterious god king, during the last simulation, akin to a lackey from the upper realm. For their appearance, the golden sun god is somewhat surprised, yet also somewhat expected. The battle of the Great Xia Empire had a significant impact, leading the outside world to know about the defeat of the human emperor Old Deng, and the ascension of this new emperor. Among them, those internal traitors who descended from the upper realm are undoubtedly the most concerned, and plus, during this time, the golden sun god has been handling matters overseas. Making him a target is also normal. After all, it is precisely because of the successive human emperors of the Great Xia Empire that the passage from the upper realm has always been blocked, making it difficult for those divine clans to descend easily. There is enmity between the two sides. When the master is in trouble, these lackeys must serve. However, these guys seem to have chosen their timing a bit too coincidentally, since it just so happens that he has just left the Strange Eye clan. You may not be aware, but the origin of the Strange Eye Empress is extraordinary. In terms of bloodline strength, it can be said to be the most intense among the Strange clan in this world, and is a close relative of that great figure from the upper realm. Over the years, we have been secretly watching this side to ensure she doesn't fall easily in this world. If you kill her, it will be a huge problem. Chapter 283, is Yi Cheng from the upper realm's divine clan. You defeated the strange master-level existence, the 10-headed bull demon, and obtained a special ability from him, Split Bull Head. You defeated the strange master-level existence, the Flesh Monarch, and obtained a special ability from him, Flesh Regeneration. You defeated the strange master-level existence, the Abyss Sea Demon, and obtained a special ability from her, Sea Demon Appearance. You defeated the strange master-level existence, the Flame Serpent, and obtained a special ability from it, Giant Serpent Intimidation. You defeated the strange master-level existence, the Elemental Spirit King, and obtained a special ability from it, Elemental Control. Located in the Great Xia Palace, after exterminating the 10 strange masters, you instantly gained a bunch of new abilities through the innate supremacy. However, Most of them seem rather bizarre and not very effective for you. Such as the ability to split bull heads, which just gives you more bull heads. The sea demon appearance makes you take on the ugly form of a sea demon, which has an intimidation effect. On the other hand, abilities like flesh regeneration, giant serpent intimidation, and elemental control do have some usefulness. Chapter 284, Peak Earth Immortal. Emperor Bone Mutual Consumption. Is Yi Cheng from the Upper Realms Divine Clan? Hearing this news, you are somewhat surprised and unexpected, but on the surface, you reveal no emotions. Explain the reason. Your Majesty, due to certain previous situations, I had been paying attention to Yi Cheng and investigating her. I found that she seems to have relatives, but in reality, they are all false, artificially added. Her true traces in the human realm are almost a blank slate. Moreover, the fortune on her body is unusual, extremely strange and terrifying. I once clashed with her, using the great sheer dragon chi to strike, but was severely injured. Her fortune far exceeds that of past human emperors, even surpassing the entire Great Xia Empire. Her identity and origin are highly suspicious, with astonishing fortune, clearly not human. She is very likely a reincarnation of a divine clan from the upper realm, aiming to scheme for something and overturn the human realm. Chen Ang's remnant soul trembles as he divulges the information he possesses. The reason he noticed this was due to Yi Cheng's connection with you, which led him to investigate, but the more he investigated, the more astonished he became. Chapter 285, The Secret of the Fated Protagonist Yi Cheng. The struggle for the Emperor Bone has always been like this. The Emperor Bone is unique. How could there possibly be two Emperor Bones? Originally, that new Supreme Emperor Bone did not take action against the old Half-Emperor Bone, probably because it found it too small. But now, the remaining Half-Emperor Bone overseas has returned, forming a complete Emperor Bone, and it has begun to prepare to act. One side is the complete peak new Supreme Emperor Bone, while the other side is the old Supreme Emperor Bone, which has just fused and is still in the fusion period. The gap between the two is enormous, and the final result is naturally predictable. In this regard, as the Emperor, you view it with indifference, showing no intention to intervene. After all, regardless of the outcome, you are the one who ultimately benefits. Let them fight, let them consume. Just let me see what the Emperor Bone, after devouring and evolving, will look like and what surprises it can bring me. Crack crack, with the mutual consumption of the two Supreme Emperor Bones. You can clearly sense that the Supreme Emperor Sutra within you is also beginning to show signs of evolution, automatically evolving into chapters beyond the celestial immortal. Chapter 286, Yi Cheng walks on two rabbit feet. How can one distinguish between male and female? Girls with male appearances walk on two rabbit feet. How can one distinguish between male and female? You thought I was a brother. Actually, I'm a sister. What the heck? What is this? Yi Cheng is a woman. She has always been a woman, not through some special transformation technique, but has always looked this way. Lu Qian's pupils constrict as he looks at the text from the antagonist simulator, and he is also shocked. As the antagonist of the simulator, his greatest opponent, the fated protagonist Yi Cheng, has actually always been a woman. Goodness, if that's the case, then many of the previous questions seem to have answers now. No wonder Yi Cheng displayed a feminine appearance during several simulations of the later stages, and it was so natural, without a hint of a transgender quality. With this thought, Lu Qian couldn't help but glance at Liu Ruyue, who was massaging his shoulders behind him, his eyes revealing an unmistakable strangeness. So, it turns out that the initial Yi Cheng was actually a pure lily. Liu Ruyue was the target she first set her sights on, intending to take her little by little, but ended up having me snatch it away directly, causing her to blow up, darken, and ultimately turn love into hate, and hate into love. Chapter 287, Chen Qian, the lower realm is up to you. I will wait for you in the upper realm. For the deeply hidden old Deng, you naturally won't show any mercy. The existence of the other party is definitely more sinister than old Deng Chen Zhuan. Don't be fooled by how they seem to help Yi Cheng in the previous simulations, indirectly helping you. But there is a high probability of some sort of calculation involved. Even the previous old Deng Chen Zhuan was ultimately schemed against by the other party, showcasing their ruthless heart. Their ultimate goal, it seems, is to have some thoughts about Yi Cheng, the destined protagonist, and you, but from previous situations. It seems they ultimately did not succeed. For such uncertain hidden dangers, you personally feel that a heavy strike is the most appropriate. After all, Yi Cheng's existence is clearly more important to you now. As filial as you are, even old Deng was crushed to death, so what's one more old Deng? Moreover, the other party seems to have gained more power from the Great Sun Demon Star leak and knows many opportunities, including your initial Sky Step 9 and soul-devouring Demon Blade, all originating from them. Thus, it is evident that this is no longer an ordinary old Deng. A heavy strike must be executed. Chapter 288, The Bronze Hall, The Secret of the Human Emperor. Phut, the head of the old human emperor, vanished into nothingness, leaving only a meaningful phrase behind. Ding, you have successfully defeated one of the strongest bosses in the human realm, one of the upper realm's projections, the old human emperor of the Zhuanxian realm, and are beginning to randomly acquire one of their abilities. You have obtained the True Spirit 9 transformations. The True Spirit 9 transformations originate from a special secret method of ancient times, allowing for the devouring and cultivation of true souls, ultimately gaining various True Spirit transformation abilities, unpredictable in change. The True Spirit 9 transformations seem to be a special and powerful ability, but it overlaps somewhat with the concept of endless transformations. However, unlike the diversity of endless transformations, the True Spirit 9 transformations belong to a qualitative metamorphosis, capable of obtaining all abilities of the True Spirit without the restrictions of endless transformations. These are clearly two completely different paths. However, at this moment, you have no mood to care about these things, your gaze coldly fixed on the disappearing old human emperor. The upper realm awaits me. This old Deng has actually long gone to the upper realm, leaving only a projection in this realm. Chapter 289, All Are Villains, Entering the Forbidden Zone. The 21st generation human emperor Qian, born supreme, master's reincarnation, suspected to be destined for greatness, or entangled with destiny, will eventually die by the hand of destiny. Watching the new bronze coffin appear before you, your eyes slightly moved, your gaze lingering on the constantly evolving text above. But when the text evolved to die by the hand of destiny, it began to appear chaotic and blurred, seemingly filled with some unknown. Clearly, this bronze coffin seems to not have fully seen through the remaining secrets on you, unable to fully comprehend, yet can still know some future events. Even so, it is still astonishing. The bronze door can continuously spit out multiple bronze coffins, recording some secrets of past human emperors, evidencing its uniqueness. Almost like some kind of living thing. Dying by the hand of destiny, does this imply that I will die at Yi Cheng's hands? You frown slightly, seeming to trust the first half of the text on the bronze coffin, but remain reserved about the latter half. In previous simulations, many have tried to kill me, but only Yi Cheng has not. Chapter 290, Too much nonsense, let your father speak to my true body. Demon Star, found it. The descending young god avatar ignored the so-called divine girl below, and the strange evil god of the upper realm. His gaze fixed on the two floating great sun demon stars. After knowing the location coordinates, it naturally became a key target for attack. The young god avatar focuses on speed and strong execution, giving no chance whatsoever. As for the dangers of the death forbidden zone, it's just a little vortex. What's dangerous about it? Just push through. Lord Mengluo, this person is the newly ascended human emperor of the Great Xia Empire, Qian. Known for his ruthlessness and cunning, having endured for many years before killing his father to seize the throne. Not good. This child's terror is likely above that of the monster Chen Zhuan. If a conflict occurs, we may not be able to retreat unscathed, and the losses could be severe. HMPH, I don't believe that a mere junior can possess such great power. You go first, I'll cover for you. In an instant, the strange dominators surrounding the female divine clan, top evil gods, gasped in shock upon seeing the newcomer, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 291, Emperor's Bone Fusion, Peak Celestial Being. You have successfully defeated the second-generation ancient divine clan Medusa Meng Luo, and are beginning to randomly acquire one of their abilities. You have obtained the beauty of Medusa. With Medusa's beauty, your appearance will drive both genders mad, causing them to kneel at your feet and become your captives, but behind beauty, there will inevitably be some cost and coveting. Futtered after exterminating Meng Luo, the young god avatar suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of being watched. As if an ancient existence was casting its gaze upon you from the void. Clearly, it was one of the strongest among the ancient divine clan in the upper realm, the mysterious god, having killed a descendant of theirs for no reason. It seems they have already harbored a grudge against you. I'm waiting for you in the upper realm. In the void. An ancient threatening voice suddenly crossed the boundary, appearing in the young god avatar's mind, almost tearing apart its soul. The source of this ancient pressure seems to far exceed the current true body, something it cannot contend with. However, in response, the young god avatar remained expressionless. Appearing extremely calm, controlling the celestial emperor's eye to continue tightening the connection to this realm, severing the gaze, while also collecting the divine blood contained within the exploded flesh mash before it. Chapter 292, The Strange Pitch-Black Door, A Warning from the Future. So quickly to the peak celestial being. Seeing the simulation avatar in the simulator advance so rapidly, a certain beggar was nearly overjoyed, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, ever since retrieving the Supreme Emperor Bone, his own talent has returned. Coupled with the addition of another new Supreme Emperor Bone, soaring to great heights seems to have become an inevitability. At this speed, the distance to charge into the reincarnation true realm, explode Lao Lao Deng, and sweep away the ancient divine clan seems to be just around the corner. Compared to the previous frustrations, he has now begun his invincible path after achieving great success. No matter how insidious and cunning those old immortals are, they still cannot match my simulated cheat. Boom boom boom, inside the bronze hall, a dazzling golden imperial figure emits terrifying light, almost illuminating the entire universe. With 9 great sun demon stars revolving around it, spinning wildly. The new Supreme Emperor Bone is beginning to return to its place. And a certain powerful bloodline within the body is undergoing changes. At this moment, those bronze coffins have been squeezed into the corners, no longer exhibiting the previous freedom and ease, and the only coffin carrying Lao Deng Chen Xuan is pressed to the very bottom by the rest of the bronze coffins. Chapter 293, Eye of Death, Annihilating the Divine Clan. Your feelings towards Uncle Yang Hong are undoubtedly complex, in a sense. Your greatest transformation came during the 4th simulation, when you went to the 10,000 mountains, and had your first meeting with Yang Hong. With that meeting and the other party's reminder, you preliminarily confirmed some matters and identified your true opponent within the entire Great Xia Empire. Perhaps he is the only one who genuinely cares for you, even surpassing some old Deng and your mother. Moreover, you can roughly confirm that the possibility of Yang Hong turning against you is slim. On one hand, previous simulations can verify this, and on the other hand, he is too weak. This former war god of Great Xia has only just broken through to earthly true immortal. In terms of version updates, he has already been left behind. It seems there should be no problem now. You are Qian. Swished. You can clearly sense that when Yang Hong heard you speak, he seemed to tremble for a moment, with an indescribable complex emotion appearing on his face. Once upon a time, that baby who needed his protection has now reached this point, becoming the ruler of the entire Great Xia. Chapter 294, Yang Hong. Be careful of Xuan Fuzi. Listening to Yang Hong's description, you feel a stir in your heart, which coincides with what you had thought before. If that's the case, then that bronze door is indeed a retreat for the lower realms. Moreover, in the reincarnation true realm, Lao Deng should have some influence, otherwise he wouldn't have mentioned that someone would come to assist. It seems that the previous Lao Deng Chen Xuan was also aware of this matter. And after being defeated by you, he has been thinking of fleeing to the upper realm, waiting for the right moment to seek revenge on you. Had it not been for the vigilance at that time, if he had really let him go, it would have been another hidden danger. However, back then, Yang Hong, who wasn't even an earthly true immortal, managed to survive amongst the high-end players like Lao Deng. That is indeed impressive, and his luck is rare. It's just a pity that he is too weak. Back then, both Lao Deng Chen Xuan and Lao Deng placed restrictions on Yang Hong to control him. The former polluted Yang Hong's human bloodline with a strange bloodline, while the latter used some means on his soul. After your investigation, you find that in the current situation, Yang Hong has already been polluted by the bloodline, and the poison is deep, under normal circumstances. It seems he cannot live for many years, but within him, there is a strange force that is constantly harmonizing, maintaining his vitality. Chapter 295, Meeting Xuan Fuzi again. Even though you have reached invincibility in the human realm, your uncle Yang Hong still taught you a lesson. Some things cannot be improved just by having great strength. When Xuan Fuzi realizes that you are the true demon from beyond the heavens and have killed his best disciple Chen Xuan, I wonder what his reaction will be. Perhaps he alone might not matter, but this person comes from the upper realm, has a sect inheritance behind him, and hides certain secrets, one misstep, and he could easily be harmed. I have learned from you. You rise solemnly and clasp your fists. After meeting with Yang Hong, you prepare to leave. Originally, with the human Emperor Lao Deng dead, and Lao Deng's avatar also killed by you, the hidden dangers within Yang Hong's body seem to have been eliminated. It appears unnecessary to continue staying in the hidden dragon land, and you also express that he can return to the imperial capital, but he still chooses not to leave. Perhaps staying here for decades has made him accustomed to this life, and he has no thoughts of leaving. Master. Really not returning to the imperial capital with the young master. Faced with the big yellow dog's puzzled expression, Yang Hong slightly shook his head and said no more. Chapter 296, Secrets of the Upper Realm, Lord of Reincarnation. When Xuan Fuzi sees you appear, he knows everything and understands the truth. You are the true demon from beyond the heavens. But unexpectedly, he does not go hysterical or go mad. He just stares blankly at you as you walk over, his eyes dazed, as if he is foolish. Under normal circumstances, you could play the tragic role, extracting information about the reincarnation true realm from Xuan Fuzi, but as soon as this thought surfaces, you dismiss it directly. By now, you have reached this point. Becoming the new human emperor, why bother to deceive a loyal old man? Moreover, you do not believe that even if he knows Lao Deng Chen Xuan is not the demon from beyond the heavens, he would change his mindset and feel remorse for misunderstanding the other party. After all, the level of beastliness of human Emperor Lao Deng is not something that can change overnight. How could there still be so many things loyal to him? Additionally, you have already passed the stage where you need schemes and tricks to achieve your goals. What has happened to him? Chapter 297, Xuan Fuzi Your Majesty. Yang Hong has issues. Hearing Xuan Fuzi's description, you can't help but feel shocked, as his account seems somewhat similar to your own. Whether it is the so-called Qian Immortal Court, or the mysterious Lord of Reincarnation, especially the latter, when you hear his name, you always feel like there is some special connection between you. Could it be that I am the reincarnation of that Lord of Reincarnation? At this moment, this absurd thought emerges in your mind. Could it be that I really am the reincarnation of that Lord of Reincarnation? Lu Qian's expression changes, seemingly shocked by the speculation of the simulated avatar. Because, in a sense, from Xuan Fuzi's words, he also feels that he seems to have some special connection with that legendary Lord of Reincarnation. Especially since, in the Bronze Hall, The description of himself indicates that he holds dominion over reincarnation. If that is true, then it would be somewhat ridiculous. I am actually the highest existence of the ancient divine clan. Or is there some hidden truth behind this? This doesn't make sense. If I truly am that transcendent lord of reincarnation, how could I have fallen to this state today? Chapter 298, The Death of Xuan Fuzi of the Great Luo Secret Store. Wow, you guys are playing undercover here, each one like a werewolf, hiding pretty deep. At this moment, even if you had some foreknowledge, you were still silenced by Xuan Fuzi's words. But in your heart, you still have more trust in Yang Hong. After all, during the repeated simulations of villains, Yang Hong provided you with more support, even dying a few times because of it. Even if the other party has issues, it should not be a big problem. However, if you really look at it this way, it seems that Yang Hong's familial affection is not that pure, and there may be some mixed interests involved. The situation changes so quickly that even I can barely tell. Thinking of this, you can't help but feel a complexity in your heart, as if experiencing the taste of being a solitary person. It seems there is no such thing as good or bad in this world. Only strange shades of grey. 1 second you're on the same front, and the next you could be on the opposite side. The path you chose is not as easy as you imagined. If it weren't for the villain simulator, allowing you to simulate life after life, you might not have even been able to leave the magic city back then. Chapter 299, The Third Route of Departure, the Emperor of Destiny, Qian, is running out of time. Fate seems so fickle. Unknowingly, you have begun to walk down the path of the old Chen, deeply entangled in schemes and intrigues. However, compared to the old Chen, your strength allows many people's plots to only intervene roughly with certain means, unable to directly interfere. Your Majesty, although Liu Ruyue does not understand your situation, she can feel your disappointment and is about to comfort you, but you interrupt her. Just call me Liu Qian. I'm not at the point of enjoying being a yet. Liu Qian, Ruyue, I'm leaving now. I'm temporarily entrusting the Great Xia to you. Can you take care of it for a while? Boom, your seemingly calm voice struck Liu Ruyue like thunder, leaving her stunned in place, her eyes reddening, feeling as if she was about to be abandoned. Endless grievances began to surge in her heart. Liu Qian, are you planning to abandon me? You are too weak. Your true body is not even a terrestrial true immortal. The road ahead may not guarantee my survival. And if you follow, you will only become my weakness and vulnerability. Chapter 300, The Fall of the Imperial Star, Yang Hong goes missing. News of Emperor Qian's imminent demise spread like a gust of wind, instantly sweeping across the world, reaching the ears of countless concerned individuals. Suddenly, rumors began to circulate. According to some insider information, Emperor Qian may not have fallen into madness, but rather is gravely injured and in critical condition. Previously, although he won the battle against Emperor Chen, it did leave some kind of aftereffects, and after fighting against the strange alien race, his injuries flared up again. There are also rumors suggesting that the reason Emperor Qian was able to become the strongest in this realm at such a young age was due to using some evil methods to forcibly elevate himself, leading to his shortened lifespan. Statements like these are countless and have a high degree of credibility. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why this child could overturn the renowned Emperor Chen in such a short time. In an instant, the entire human realm began to stir. If that newly crowned monster of the Great Xia is about to die, then the powerful Great Xia Empire seems to lack a new heir, and will lose its current strong ruling power. Chapter 301, Trapping the Turtle, Capturing Yi Cheng Alive. Yang Hong has gone missing. The uncle of the current emperor of the Great Xia suddenly disappeared without a trace overnight. Along with him, the big yellow dog and the entire city's populace also vanished. This sudden situation left a terrestrial true immortal level strongman from the Qian supervisory agency, who was responsible for monitoring dumbfounded. You must know that besides him, there was also a terrestrial immortal level elder responsible for the Qian supervisory agency. bringing many strong men to seal off the entire hidden dragon area under the pretense of building a royal tomb. In this situation, the entire hidden dragon area could be said to be impenetrable, not even a mosquito could enter or exit. But now, everything has vanished. No matter how they turned the entire hidden dragon area upside down and searched everywhere, they didn't even see a ghost shadow. At this moment, the most anxious one is undoubtedly the elder from the Qian supervisory agency, who was seen pulling the responsible idiot in front of him. Angrily cursing, "Are you saying that overnight, the entire city's population disappeared, along with the target Yang Hong and his dog, without a trace?" Chapter 302. I don't want to hear apologies. No one can apologize to me. Of course, I'm not dead, foolish woman. Looking at Yi Cheng kneeling at your feet, you feign disdain, sneering openly, not hiding it, as if looking at a fool. You are not surprised by her appearance. On the contrary, it would be strange if she didn't come. Through repeated villain simulations, you have thoroughly grasped every aspect of Yi Cheng. In conversation and play, she is just a pawn in your hands. You lied to me again. Yi Cheng gasped, trembling with anger, but for some reason, looking at the lively you before her, a certain disappointment in her heart dissipated, and instead, she secretly sighed in relief. Perhaps, she had already prepared herself psychologically before coming here. However, she did not expect that the other party would make such a grand show just to trick her, even going so far as to fake death. It was simply insane. But she did not know how the other party would deal with her. Foolish woman, do you think you are worthy? You underestimate me. My vision is not so small. You are at most just an accessory. Chapter 303, Yi Cheng. I am waiting for you to come and kill me in the upper realm. In response to Liu Ruyue's apology, you show no intention of accepting it. You dislike when someone says sorry to you because if there is one apology, there will be a second. In contrast, you prefer to send those who wronged you down to apologize to yourself. In a sense, Liu Ruyue's transformation technique has improved, but unfortunately, she encountered Yi Cheng. This bug, who noticed the oddity at a glance. But this is not an excuse. I have given you almost all the resources I could offer. But you have disappointed me greatly. Qian, Liu Ruyue trembled, almost ashamed to the extreme, shaking her head, and daring not to argue. During this time, with your help, she has successfully cultivated the 9 steps to heaven, and refined the Emperor's sword. It can be said that she has reached the top in 1 step. You are not wronging me, you are wronging yourself. If you continue to make little progress and cannot keep up with me, then our fate will come to an end. You showed no mercy, reprimanding coldly. Chapter 304, The Secrets Behind the Bronze Door. Yi Cheng looked at the ancestral corpse tooth thrown in front of her. Her angry expression suddenly froze. Clearly, she sensed the terrifying energy contained within, which was thousands or tens of thousands of times her current power, bringing her immense benefits. This is for her. But what does it mean? Her previously angry emotions at this moment became muddled. She didn't know whether to be angry or happy. There was nothing to be done. You had given too much. Moreover, this was the first time she received a gift from you. When she looked at you in confusion, she was illuminated by a dazzling light, almost blinding her. Boom! A brilliant golden light suddenly emerged from the main hall, piercing through the heavens and the earth, causing a dramatic change in the weather. Strangely, at this moment, all living beings in this world seemed blind, unable to see that terrifying golden light reaching the sky and the ground. Outside the hall, the 3-headed evil dragon, which had been showing off, suddenly transformed into light and returned, turning into the Emperor's dragon robe. Chapter 305, The Treacherous Old Emperor. The young god avatar sensed something was off and seemed to recall something, feeling inexplicably uneasy. This young god avatar had only a fraction of the main body's combat power. Even if it died, the impact on the main body would be minimal. Just entering, he saw such an explosive scene. Who knows what else he would see later. But his mission was to investigate certain matters, so he could only grit his teeth and continue. Damn it, in the next life, I will also be the main body. The young god avatar manipulated the headless imperial corpse and continued walking forward. The corpses piled ahead became increasingly fewer, while a sense of being watched began to surface in his heart. The seemingly lit bronze passage appeared to come alive, with shadows writhing under the shining lanterns, as if they had life. However, the young god avatar remained oblivious and continued walking forward. Soon, the corpses ahead began to dissipate, and the number of lanterns started to decrease. His steps finally paused for the first time, as a headless dog corpse pierced into the ground by a long spear appeared ahead. Chapter 306, Smuggling Ascension. A mysterious figure dressed in the Emperor's dragon robe, exuding a faint supreme golden light, and an aura that defied all laws, stepped on the void, with surrounding spatial turbulence daring not to approach, avoiding its presence. However, at this moment, the mysterious figure couldn't help but frown, its eyes carrying a hint of coldness, clearly having seen everything that happened behind the bronze door in its memories. Old thing, daring to kill my avatar, I will remember this debt. You had anticipated the fall of the young god avatar. But there is a world of difference between anticipation and something actually happening. That old man now dares to kill your avatar. What else will he dare to do in the future? Rounded up, isn't he trying to kill you? From this, it can be seen that the other party has already taken a path to death. Although it is unclear whether Yang Hong blocked a calamity for you or had some other thoughts, the old man's vicious temperament is evident. If it weren't for being in the spatial turbulence and not knowing the other party's true realm, you would have planned to confront the old man. At worst, it would just be another change at the Xuanwu Gate. However, with the death of the young god avatar, and Liu Ruyue remaining in the human realm, it should be able to temporarily confuse the other party, allowing the main body to first explore the reincarnation true realm and learn some things. Chapter 307, Reincarnation Virtual Realm. Mysterious Ancient Tree. With the general explanation from the three-headed evil dragon, you also understood the situation. The reincarnation true realm in the upper realm has oppressed and exploited the lower realm to the point of being deeply ingrained, almost treating it as a backyard that can be freely entered and exited. Under such circumstances, if people from the lower realm want to ascend, they have almost only two paths: either ascend and voluntarily become someone's dog, or have an elder go up first to become a dog and pull them up once they reach a certain status. As for those with special backgrounds, they are exceptions among exceptions. In this situation, if one wants to ascend but does not want to be a dog, the only choice is to smuggle ascension. This was the path Yi Cheng chose last time, during the simulation, and it is also the path you are choosing now. However, smuggling ascension is not as safe and friendly as imagined. Not to mention the constant torment of spatial turbulence, there are even more terrifying threats. Namely the existence of slave-catching teams. Some powerful forces in the reincarnation true realm have their own slave-catching teams, silently lurking on the road to the reincarnation true realm, targeting powerful individuals who try to smuggle ascension. Chapter 308, Father, why are you barking like a dog? No way. Lu Qian's pupils contracted. Even though he had now become the emperor of the Great Xia, holding the top position in the human realm, no longer the easily slaughtered little guy he once was. He was still deeply shocked upon seeing this scene evolved from the villain simulator. The so-called human realm, the so-called countless lower realms, along with the reincarnation true realm, are all evolved from individual Dao fruits. This scene is almost identical to the reward screen after every villain simulator ends. Could it be that he is currently in some kind of simulation? No, not just him. It is as if all beings in the countless lower realms, including the reincarnation true realm, are also in a simulation. Are they not real existences, but rather some simulated, illusory products? If the guess is correct, then who exactly is in charge of the reincarnation virtual realm, capable of simulating all realms? What level of cultivation does that person possess? Great Luo realm. Transcendence realm. No. It must be more than that. Chapter 309, Brother, I have a path for you, low risk, high reward, guaranteed ascension. Is this brother also preparing to smuggle into the reincarnation true realm? Not far away, a Dao fruit world much larger than the human realm suddenly revealed several figures, approaching you and subtly surrounding you. These figures mostly have different expressions and appearances. Some have azure skin, humanoid shapes, but with gills on their cheeks for breathing. Some have the head of a lion and the body of a tiger, walking upright, their eyes fierce and not resembling good beings. Most of these existences are at the peak of earth immortal, and some are even at the celestial immortal level. The leader is a middle-aged man with a thick beard and a slender figure, resembling a member of the human race, and he is the one who just spoke casually. However, at this moment, under the gaze of your supreme imperial eye, behind this seemingly human middle-aged man is a pair of strange black wings. And his cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm. Even more interestingly, there seems to be a red glowing treasure on him that shrouds his figure along with those behind him, causing his aura to be extremely faint, almost non-existent. This effect is even more terrifying than You Can't See Me. Chapter 310, Obtaining a Rare Treasure, Talent Evolution. When the other party spoke, your expression instantly turned cold. From ancient times to the present, it has always been you robbing others. When did it become someone else's turn to rob you? You haven't even asked for the rare treasure on the other party, and they dare to ask you for something. This is simply turning the heavens upside down. This time, if they dare to ask for your three-headed evil dragon, wouldn't they next dare to ask for your life? Their actions undoubtedly indicate they are seeking death. It seems that a heavy blow must be struck. However, the three-headed evil dragon, which has become the center of public opinion, shows no signs of panic. With all three dragon heads relaxed and unafraid. These people who dare to rob this calamity's belongings are simply looking for death. With such uselessness, they are probably not enough for this calamity to strike back. After all, this calamity has the blood of thousands of ancient divine clans on their hands. And the number of profound immortals that have died at their hands exceeds 10. At this moment, the smugglers behind the middle-aged man also started to make noise. Speaking without any politeness, instead behaving recklessly and looking at you with unabashed malice. Chapter 311, New Golden Talent of the Ancient Divine Clan. You have obtained a new golden talent. You can't see me, golden talent. When someone sees you, they will forget your existence in the next second, ignore everything about you, and leave no memory at all. This effect decreases with more people operating it. Hiss! Another new golden talent. Your pupils trembled, clearly not expecting such a surprise. The current talent of You Can't See Me can be said to have evolved to a conceptual level. A glance, and the next second will be forgotten. The brief numbers reveal terrifying information, far stronger than the previous effect by thousands, or even tens of thousands of times. Previously, as your strength increased, the effect of this red talent on you had actually been diminishing, but now this update has given you a big surprise. To be honest, at this moment, only a golden level talent can assist you, everything else is just empty. Just having left the human realm, to encounter such a fortuitous event, it seems you must head to even broader worlds. Chapter 312, Is Liu Qian the first generation of the Divine Clan? According to the information obtained earlier, the ancient Divine Clan responsible for guarding the entrance has a heavenly mechanism, gate, that can probe everything that approaches. Although you have obtained a new golden talent, You Can't See Me, and you are confident you can hide from those ancient divine clans, you are uncertain if you can hide from that heavenly mechanism gate. That thing is not a living being but an inanimate object, making it difficult to determine. Who knows if there will be any oversight? Moreover, you haven't forgotten that the entrance seems to have the presence of a first-generation ancient divine clan. The first-generation ancient divine clans are almost all unfathomable existences. One of the sources of all ancient divine clans, and it is hard to guarantee that you can hide from their eyes. In this case, to minimize your risk, You naturally have other plans. That is to use True Spirit 9 transformations to transform into an ancient divine clan and swagger in. Using Meng Luo's identity is certainly not possible. This person is a second-generation divine clan, and also has the bloodline of that strange god, a well-known existence. So you can only borrow their bloodline to transform. Chapter 3:13, Reincarnation. Finally entering the true realm. Boom! All the ancient divine clans present looked at the scene before them in shock, seemingly unable to believe it. The vast anomaly caused by the blood that dripped on the heavenly mechanism gate made them feel as if they were facing a high-level first-generation divine clan. No. This feeling is even older and more terrifying than most first-generation divine clans, making them want to kneel in submission. The gaze of the leading green-faced ghost god looking at you is now devoid of doubt, instead carrying a hint of innate fear and respect. The ancient divine clans value bloodlines greatly. The heavenly mechanism gate is a fragment of the power of the heavenly mechanism mirror, which can probe the authenticity of ancient divine clans. Such an anomaly has already proven the authenticity of your identity. Evil Ghost Temple. The first-generation divine clan responsible for guarding this place seems to have sensed some ancient aura, awakening with a look of astonishment in their eyes. This aura. Sir. We have been presumptuous. The green-faced ghost god's attitude towards you has undergone a 360-degree change, and their tone has become much more humble. Chapter 3:14, The stunned green-faced ghost god, Liu Qian targeted. When entering the true realm from the void realm, random teleportation occurs, which carries a certain degree of uncertainty. Unless there is a special positioning teleportation, one cannot directly reach the desired destination. Otherwise, if the random teleportation goes wrong, one could end up in a dire situation. Therefore, the path of smuggling can be said to be fraught with peril. In fact, earlier, the green-faced ghost god had already indicated that they could personally escort you to the territory of the ancient divine clan, but how could you truly agree to that? Knowing that your bloodline is amiss and suspected to be related to the Lord of Reincarnation, how could you take on such a big risk? Once you enter the territory of the ancient divine clan, if something goes wrong, you might lose your life, so it was naturally impossible to agree. Teleport to a place most beneficial to me. But you also cannot simply allow for true random teleportation and intervene with your words and actions. Swish! A force distorting reality suddenly appeared and acted upon you. Chapter 3:15, Unpleasant Visitors. Reincarnation Space. Unexpectedly, the ancient divine clan has such restrictions, and it seems that internally they are not entirely united. Liu Qian's expression darkened as he stepped on the old man, who had been beaten and was covering his groin. Looking at the strange changes in the villain simulator, it seems that the ancient divine clan's pursuit of bloodlines is somewhat extreme. As long as the first generation does not die, the later generations can hardly reach its height. If that's the case, it's fine in the short term, but over time, it's impossible to say that those later generations have no resentment. Perhaps, each of them wishes for the first ancestor to die. But if that's the case, then is the disappearance of the legendary reincarnation god also related to this? With him suppressing them, the 9 main gods are unable to make further progress, leading to some major changes. Combining the various pieces of information currently at hand, Liu Qian began to draw some conclusions. To be honest, he didn't know when it started. But the villain simulator also began to no longer limit itself to simulating the perspective of avatars, but also included the perspectives of others. This undoubtedly provided him with many more channels for information. Chapter 3:16, Liu Qian digs a pit. How did it turn into an infinite flow? Old friend. Reincarnation space. Your pupils constrict, and your heart shakes, seemingly not expecting that the first words from the newcomer would be like this. This seems very different from what you expected. Originally, you thought the other party would come directly to kill, wanting to plot something. Or perhaps was one of those who conspired against the reincarnation god back then, but it seems that's not the case now. With the heavenly emperor's eye, You can tell that the person is not lying, nor are they using any delaying tactics. After all, the other party's real strength is at the Tai realm. Nearly 2 major realms higher than you, a celestial immortal. From the perspective of realm comparison alone, the other party has a crushing advantage over you. Moreover, at this moment, you seem to have gleaned an even larger secret from the other party's tone. Reincarnation space. This seems somewhat similar to certain novels about main gods and infinite flow spaces that you knew before. According to the information obtained earlier, the ancient divine clan was not originally an indigenous group of the reincarnation true realm, but rather outsiders, and their numbers were few, yet their strength was terrifying. Quickly becoming the strongest force in the reincarnation true realm. Chapter 317, Ultimate Emperor Form. Perhaps unable to contain himself, Xuanming ultimately revealed some of his intentions. At this moment, he seems to regard you as one of the reincarnators from back in the reincarnation space. Wanting to probe into the divine system you exchanged for back then. He can clearly sense that when you just heard about his S-class Xuanming bloodline, you showed no reaction, and your eyes flashed with disdain, suspecting that you might have a higher bloodline heritage. And at this moment, upon hearing this statement, you instantly understood the other party's intention. All the previous setups were clearly for this moment's gain. This guy, indeed, has ulterior motives. Is he planning to engage in black eating black? At this moment, you have a rough understanding of the other party's thoughts. They might be coveting some of the bloodline abilities you possess. Is this guy planning to seize it by force? It seems that bloodlines and abilities between reincarnators can be mutually plundered. You vaguely guess this possibility. The other party has been coming at you all along. Yet with a certain hidden malice, constantly testing, wanting to confirm before making a move. Chapter 318, Reverse Time, Instant Kill Xuanming. Ultimate Emperor Form. Since the fusion of the 2 Supreme Emperor bones earlier, a certain special transformation has occurred, directly evolving into Emperor Bone 20. Even the original Emperor form has evolved again, possessing even more terrifying combat power and a new battle form. That is the ultimate Emperor form. Boom! The terrifying aura of the ultimate Emperor erupted instantly, golden light shining, carrying an ancient and heavy supreme intent, almost freezing time itself. At this moment, your peak celestial immortal cultivation directly skyrocketed, reaching the Xuan immortal realm. From start to finish, you never thought of escaping, after all. The Xuanming in front of you has seen your true form, and once you let him go, there will be endless troubles. Who knows if he will report you to the ancient divine clan? Since that's the case, it's better to strike first. To be honest, at this moment, you actually don't know how terrifying your real combat power is. Even when you fought against the human emperor in the lower realm, you had only used less than 30% of your power. Chapter 319, Xuanming's Primordial Spirit Master stares. Is Xuanming's face turned terrified, staring at you as if he saw a figure that should have existed, but had long since died. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Swish! Before he could finish, his body stiffened, and his soul suddenly disintegrated and shattered, falling on the spot. He died. This scene was almost identical to what happened with the human emperor and Uncle Qian earlier, as if being intervened by some power, directly erased. That force again. Seeing Xuanming's death, your expression under the ultimate emperor armor turned somewhat ugly. When that force descended, you wanted to intercept it. But you were indeed a step too late. Originally, you planned to soul search and interrogate Xuanming as a member of the ancient divine clan. Although his cultivation was a bit wasted, he was still an old monster who had lived for millions of years, and he must know a lot. If you could capture him alive, you would undoubtedly learn a lot of information, which would be quite beneficial for you. Chapter 320, He has returned. Although Xuanming is a waste, no matter how wasteful, he is still a member of the ancient divine clan, who has lived for millions of years and knows many secrets. His existence also has its uniqueness. Moreover, he has a certain friendship with the 9 main gods, After all, they all came from the reincarnation space. Previously, Xuanming was almost killed by an angry main god for allegedly killing a second-generation divine clan member with a powerful bloodline and seizing the bloodline. But he was ultimately saved by a powerful main god with whom he had some friendship, and was sent to the entrance of the virtual realm, indirectly saving his life. But now, his sudden death also instantly alarmed the death god of the reincarnation temple. This main god, one of the 9, is an extremely terrifying existence. He had some friendship with Xuanming in the reincarnation space, and it was he who saved Xuanming's life and sent him to the virtual realm. Xuanming's waist strength is not much in the reincarnation true realm, but after all, he is a member of the ancient divine clan, and was once a team member of this main god, with a special identity. Coupled with the protection of this main god, few dared to kill him. Chapter 321, 20 years ago, he could, and I can too, human realm. Daxia Empire, with your departure, it has already been 20 years in the lower realm. 1 day in the heavens equals 1 year on the earth. It seems that you have only just arrived in the upper realm, but for the lower realm, there have already been earth-shattering and terrifying changes. In the span of 20 years, the power of the Great Xia Empire has become increasingly terrifying, almost conquering all foreign nations, and even exterminating the strange rulers. The human realm is now entirely under the control of Great Xia. Over the past 20 years, the Great Xia Emperor Qian has broken through to the celestial immortal realm, his strength becoming ever more unfathomable, and he has shown little regard for desires. Over all these years, he has only taken one queen named Sumai. In the Xuanwu Hall, a man and a woman, the Emperor Qian and Queen Sumai, are conversing. It has been 20 years. I have spent a full 20 years in the human realm. It has been 20 years since I last saw him. And I am starting to forget what he looks like. Sister Liu, we have accumulated so much over the years and have reached the limits that this world can bear. We are just one step away from the Xuan immortal realm, and have qualified for ascension. Chapter 322, Peak of the Xuan Immortal. Despite already knowing the extent of Yi Cheng's incredible abilities, it still pales in comparison to the shock of witnessing it now. Liu Qian, who is having a meal, twitches at the corner of his mouth, as his simulated avatar, after much hardship and countless simulations, has finally condensed its cultivation, and is breaking through to the Xuan immortal realm. Yet, Yi Cheng directly surged upward, attacking the higher realm with the power of a Xuan immortal. For a moment, he couldn't tell who was the one cheating. Wow, so this is how it's played. His simulated avatar has gone through 9 lifetimes of accumulation, continuously growing stronger, yet a certain destined female protagonist can always catch up with some 50-50 ability. In comparison, Liu Ruyue and Sumai, the 2 destined female protagonists, seem to pale in comparison. The simulated avatar has yet to establish a foothold in the higher realm. And now Yi Cheng has come charging in. Things are about to get interesting. Just then, the old dog tied below suddenly growled, looking at him with a face full of flattery. Clearly, the old dog was hungry. It had been tied up for several days without food, unable to sleep well, and still had to endure 9 beatings every day. Chapter 323, The Black Hand, Life Hanging by a Thread. Not good, there's a problem. The sudden sense of a death threat made your pupils shake violently, and your expression changed slightly. Just after breaking through, you felt this way. Could it be that someone has set their sights on you? Or has your identity been exposed? Your imperial eyes opened without hesitation, and you decisively activated them to glimpse a thread of the future. The surrounding space began to shatter, and in the next moment, the future unfolded before you. Boom! 3 breaths later, the entire Xuanwu city was instantly shattered, suppressed by a terrifying force. A black hand descended from the sky, heavily slamming down towards your small courtyard. The power contained in that black hand had already surpassed the realm of the mixed yuan. It was far beyond what you could resist at this moment. How dare anyone cause trouble in Xuanwu City? This is the territory of the great. The loyal marquis responsible for guarding Xuanwu City attempted to resist. But in an instant, he was directly obliterated by that dark hand. From beginning to end, this mixed Yuan realm powerhouse couldn't even block for a moment before being erased without a trace. Chapter 324, The Heavenly Talisman Sect. The Heavenly Talisman Sect was once a top sect of the Great Qian Immortal Court. Relying on its unique talisman techniques and the protection of an ancestor at the Great Liu realm, it was almost invincible for a time. At its peak, the Heavenly Talisman Sect was on par with the three major sects of Buddhism, Taoism, and Demonism, ranked among the four major sects of the Great Qian. Second only to the imperial family of Great Qian, truly one beneath the heavens and above all others. In fact, during a special period when Great Qian faced turmoil and the emperor mysteriously disappeared, the four major sects even controlled the entire Great Qian Immortal Court, enjoying unparalleled glory. However, everything changed drastically after that battle. The ancestor of the Heavenly Talisman Sect was killed by the strongest of the ancient divine clan, the Reincarnation Lord, leading to the complete decline of the Heavenly Talisman Sect, which ultimately became a third-rate force. Nowadays, the entire Heavenly Talisman Sect doesn't even have a single mixed Yuan realm powerhouse left, only a newly advanced Tai Yi realm sect master holding up the facade. The former glory has become a thing of the past. The current Heavenly Talisman Sect has long since lost what it once had. Even the lands granted by the Great Qian Immortal Court have been divided among other forces, leaving almost nothing behind. Chapter 325, The Forgotten Liu Qian. The Horror of Golden Talent. Your luck seems to be good. You unexpectedly ended up in the territory of the Heavenly Talisman Sect. This can be considered the safest place for you. This location is close to the capital of the Great Qian Immortal Court, Qiandu. And even if the ancient divine clan had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare come here to kill, unless they wanted to start an all-out war. Moreover, no matter how useless the Great Qian Immortal Court is, they wouldn't allow the ancient divine clan to reach Qiandu. That would be the same as wanting to destroy a nation. At this moment, the Heavenly Talisman Sect is not in its prime, rather, it is extremely weak. With the strongest being merely a Tai Yi realm powerhouse, posing little threat to you. Instead, you can rest easy and temporarily hide here, observe the situation, and take this opportunity to search for the great Liu relics left behind by the ancestor of the Heavenly Talisman Sect, Qian Fuzi. After investigating the information about the young boy, Xuan Mingzi, you learned quite a bit about the situation outside. You also found out that the ancient divine clan and the Great Qian Immortal Court have already gone to war. And both sides have started fighting, drawing all attention away. Meanwhile, you, the culprit, have become the safest one. Chapter 326, The Rebellious Emperor Qian. That madman uses people forward. And when he doesn't need them, he pushes them back, turning his back on them. When the ancestor was targeted by the Reincarnation Lord of the ancient divine clan, he didn't lend a hand, leading to his tragic end. I suspect that the incident with the ancestor back was likely manipulated by him behind the scenes. What a great Emperor Qian! The other three major sects thought they could reap benefits after my Heavenly Talisman sect fell, but they indeed underestimated that person's ferocity. Their situation these years has also been quite grim. Ha ha ha, this is all retribution. Listening to the conversations and complaints of Xuan Mingzi and others in the hall, your expression became somewhat strange. Based on their discussions, you grasped a lot of information, including the fact that before the ancient divine clan appeared, the Great Qian Immortal Court was the only overlord of the Reincarnation True Realm. The first emperor, who established the Daqian Xianting, mysteriously disappeared after 1,000,000 years, causing the entire Daqian Xianting to briefly fall into internal chaos. Chapter 327, The Tomb of Qian Fuzi hidden under the latrine. Even if you guessed that the Daqian Xianting's emperor might be one of your ancestors, at this moment, you felt no joy, only vigilance. Ever since being harshly dealt with by Lao Deng Chen Xuan, you had seen the true nature of your lineage, which had no familial affection, when it came to killing. They were ruthless. If you dared to go to their door to acknowledge kinship in the morning, you might not even have lunch, and would miss the afternoon sun. If this speculation were true, then Lao Deng Chen Zhuan's worth was still declining. No, it had already hit rock bottom, pulling down the average line of all emperors. Lao Deng Chen Zhuan struggled to unify the lower realm. If he came to the upper realm, he would at most create a few splashes, causing little commotion. Given the current situation, you absolutely could not meet that so-called emperor before reaching the great lower realm, otherwise, there was an 80 to 90 chance you would die. If we were to speculate based on time, the most likely candidate for the rebellious emperor should be the first human emperor. But the timeline still didn't quite match since the rebellion occurred 1,000,000 years ago. Chapter 328. Rapidly increasing strength, treasure hunting in the latrine. Regardless, during the simulations of previous lives, Xuanfu's help was real. He died for you multiple times and even tried to save you from Lao Deng Chen Zhuan when you were young. In some ways, Xuanfu held a status in your heart nearly equal to that of Yang Hong. According to previous information, Xuanfu had suffered persecution back then, which forced him to flee to the lower realm, and subsequently, he was pursued multiple times. From various information sources, the one who took action must be the current Xuanmingzi. Therefore, if your strength allowed, you would not refuse to take revenge for Xuanfu. A mere Tai realm cultivator, just having broken through not long ago. Couldn't he even match Xuanming, making it easy for you to kill him, like slaughtering a chicken? Xuanfu. Xuanming's eyes widened in shock. For a moment, he seemed bewildered. Opened his mouth as if to curse angrily, but his throat was nearly severed, rendering him voiceless. He then looked at you with resentment, his face twisted. And with a thud, he fell to the ground, motionless, seemingly unable to close his eyes in death. Chapter 329. Who is Xuanfu? In the main hall of the Qian Dao sect. After Xuanming's left, you did not depart. Instead, you stayed in the hall, surrounded by corpses, your expression calm. You had walked through mountains of corpses before, so you naturally would not fear these bodies now. However, hours passed as you waited. Yet there was still no sign of Xuanmingzi. You wondered if he had drowned in the latrine. Just a moment ago, you left a trace of divine essence on him, confirming he was still alive. But as time passed, your brow began to furrow tightly. For some reason, you started to feel an inexplicable sense of panic. This feeling hadn't appeared in a long time. It was something you experienced only when you were weak. You instinctively wanted to run first, being cautious. But for some reason, a strange voice in your heart whispered to wait a little longer. Under the influence of this psychological suggestion, you did not leave. Chapter 330. Qian. Xuanmingzi felt very aggrieved. As the sect master of the Qian Dao sect, he was originally enjoying hot pot with the elders, singing songs, discussing the future of the sect. Suddenly, a murderer appeared, killing all the elders, and even he, as the sect master, was taken down in an instant. The assailant even claimed it was his junior brother Xuanfu who sent his regards. In this generation, the Qian Dao sect was not a single inheritance. He was the only heir, so where did this junior brother come from? Who is Xuanfu? You think you can destroy my Qian Dao sect? Just do it directly. No need to fabricate as Xuanfu. It was precisely because of this that he died with such resentment, glaring at the mysterious youth before him, wishing to unleash his fury in questioning. Yet, for some reason, when his throat was severed, a mixture of pus and phlegm appeared out of nowhere, blocking him from making a sound. Only just now, when a warm golden light shone down on him, he felt that the accumulated phlegm and blood began to melt away like ice, restoring his ability to speak. Chapter 331. Human Emperor Chen Qian vs. Qianfu. Originally, according to the plan, after Qianfu took over Xuanming's body, as long as you got close, he could easily control you. For this, the legendary figure, who had reached the great Luo realm, and was as powerful as one of the 9 great deities, did not hesitate to get himself dirty to disguise himself. He even disregarded his former demeanor and the aura of a strong person, showcasing his insidiousness. Moreover, he activated a certain secret and powerful talisman to influence your reason and emotions to achieve his goal. Unfortunately, at a critical moment, it all fell apart, and you, being cautious, managed to escape a calamity. The sudden golden light that appeared just now was also recognized by him as some kind of destiny. Your Majesty is indeed cautious. I had prepared to wait for you in the tomb, but you avoided me, otherwise, everything would have been simple. Qian Fuzi smiled, but when he looked at Xuanming's corpse, he gritted his teeth, clearly a bit angry. Chapter 332, Seizing the Taijuan Talisman, Escaping with My Life. You activated your invisible golden talent. The Celestial Talisman Master forgot about your existence, his memories of you dissipating, making him seem like someone with dementia, standing still and caught in a state of self-doubt. At this moment, he didn't even know what he had come to do. In that instant, a huge flaw was revealed. Ultimate Emperor Form. Boom! Transforming into the strongest Emperor form, you suddenly appeared out of nowhere, your right fist bulging with muscle, the battle armor erupting with terrifying golden light, carrying supreme pressure. Accelerating time almost 100-fold with the shift of stars. Ultimate Emperor Destruction Fist. Before the Celestial Talisman Master could react, he directly took your thousands of punches on his old face and was sent flying, crashing heavily against the palace wall, even neglecting the 2 talisman books in his hands. At this moment, the power of your fist, unleashed with all your strength, was something even a primordial realm expert might not withstand. However, just a moment ago, you felt as if you had struck a tough cowhide. It seemed you hadn't completely broken through his defenses. Chapter 333, Death Trap, Yi Cheng Strikes. With the enhancement of the Talisman of the Horizon, your speed had reached a terrifying level. With one step, you could cover 1,000 miles. At this moment, you had already escaped the territory of the Celestial Talisman sect, rapidly approaching the direction of the Qian capital. At your speed, you would soon be able to enter it. Although you had just given the Celestial Talisman Master a blow, pushing him back, you couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding. The opponent had been hesitant to use his full power from the beginning. But you would never underestimate a monster that had lived who knows how long. The best course of action now was to hide in the Qian capital, as long as you were in the capital of the great Qian Immortal Court. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to come in. Moreover, at that time, as long as you spread the news that the Celestial Talisman Master was not dead, and that the great Luo's treasures were still intact, he would become a dead man in no time. Trouble arose as you had just ascended and already offended a large number of people, with numerous schemes weighing heavily upon you, leaving you almost no time to catch your breath. Chapter 334, Yi Cheng Caught You. Originally, Yi Cheng, who had just ascended and was in the chaotic transmission stream, had prepared for random teleportation, but unexpectedly, she was struck by a bolt of heavenly lightning during the transition, causing her to be thrown out. After being struck by the lightning, she directly appeared in an unfamiliar grand hall. Before she could check her surroundings, still feeling a bit dizzy, she sensed a familiar aura. It was the aura of Chen Qian. Whoosh! The previously dizzy Yi Cheng instantly regained her clarity, full of spirit. Standing up unsteadily, her gaze fixed on a certain old undying creature in front of her. Finally found you. At this moment, the Earth Talisman Master was completely unaware of the anomaly behind him, his attention entirely focused on the prey he was about to pull back. The continuous setups had been repeatedly destroyed, consuming too much of his mental energy, but the final result was still good. The backup plan he had buried long ago finally played its role at a critical moment. Since that year when the Celestial Talisman Master descended with this incarnation, it had been the most adventurous gamble, but now, it had yielded a rich reward. Chapter 335, A Mindless Foolish Woman. Got you. Yi Cheng smiled with a wicked, pathological grin, like a cat that caught a mouse. She never expected that right after ascending to the upper realm, she would encounter such a situation. Seeing you heavily injured and unable to resist, The Earth Talisman Master, having all his attention on you and being completely unguarded, was easily killed by her. Everything seemed as if the heavens were helping her. 20 years had passed, she had waited for you for a full 20 years, and finally, an opportunity had come. 20 years ago, your humiliation of her was still fresh in her memory, driving her to madly cultivate over the years, and she had even used that ancestor zombie tooth, directly boosting her cultivation to the peak of the profound immortal realm, almost on par with you. No. At this moment, after killing the Earth Talisman Master and absorbing all his blood, Yi Cheng's aura had undergone a significant transformation. Clearly, she seemed to be on the verge of another breakthrough. The destined protagonist, terrifying indeed. Chapter 336, Qian Emperor. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, you decisively chose to abandon Yi Cheng and flee, not foolishly standing there to endure. Clearly, that Black Hand's target was you. Staying put would mean certain death. As for whether Yi Cheng would be harmed because of you, that was pure nonsense. If you died, she might not even die. From previous encounters with the villain simulator, it was evident that she always survived to the end. She had a far tougher life than you. Moreover, with her helping to take the heat, your chances of surviving were definitely greater. Whoosh! As you leaped into the vortex, you took out the teleportation compass again, intervening with 100-fold time flow to forcefully teleport. Chen Qian. Yi Cheng's furious voice came from above the vortex, sounding like a betrayed wife. She never expected that you would betray her again, it was utterly despicable. At this moment, she clutched her chest, trembling with anger. However, you had no time to care about the feelings of this foolish woman. During the teleportation, you didn't forget to use your words to cast spells, transmitting your voice through the vortex to the entire Celestial Talisman sect. Chapter 337, The Great Qian Immortal Court is doomed. As expected, the one who had attacked previously was none other than the extremely mysterious Qian Emperor. Everything was orchestrated by him behind the scenes. Even the battle between both sides was manipulated by this person, while a certain death god became an inexplicable scapegoat. Lu Qian's eyes froze, filled with coldness, as he watched the scenes unfolding in the villain simulator, a wave of murderous intent spreading within him. This scene confirmed one thing: the Qian Emperor was 99. 9 likely to be the first human emperor. It must be said that the Pangshang, for persecuting later generations and imposing harsh trials on them, had been passed down through generations. If it weren't for the fact that the simulated avatar had a strong enough life force, it would have probably been killed by the opponent long ago. However, there was still one thing he couldn't comprehend. Why did the Qian Emperor provoke a war with the ancient divine clan, especially at this time shortly after your ascension? Also, the strength of this Qian Emperor seemed excessively terrifying. He had single-handedly destroyed the entire Celestial Talisman sect and killed the Celestial Talisman Master with ease. Chapter 338, Twin Pearls. The Great Qian is doomed. This is not only your thought, but also the thoughts of many others. Even a small character like the little beggar thinks this way, which shows how chaotic the entire Da Qian Xianting is. You have thought about it, this might be fishing. After all, you played like this when you were in the lower realm, but the cost of such fishing seems a bit too much. One must know that, in terms of overall strength at present, the ancient divine clan is still above the Da Qian Xianting. In this situation, the death of a Da Luo Zhenxian level Shura king, while not completely crippling for the Da Qian Xianting, has still harmed its foundation. A Da Luo Zhenxian has achieved the unique path, stepping into a brand new height, akin to breaking through from a low-dimensional existence to the peak combat power of a high-dimensional being. That is a level you have yet to touch until now. Moreover, you always feel that something is subtly wrong. The situation seems to be changing too strangely. The reaction of the ancient divine clan is also too intense. It seems somewhat reactive. Let me sort this out. The ancient divine clan wouldn't go mad for no reason. And they wouldn't spare any cost to kill one of the 6 kings of the Da Qian Xianting. the surer king, unless something has happened. Chapter 339, In this life, I will either live or die, without taking anything in between. Qian. A coldly dressed female sword immortal is holding a sword, looking at the Qian capital with a complex expression. A year ago, she was transported to one of the four major Da Luo sects, Taizhuan Dao, where a Da Luo Zhenxian ancestor discovered her innate sword bones and was overjoyed, taking her as a disciple. But it was also on that day that she heard about the drastic changes happening in the Qian Fu Dao sect and the news of someone's death. That sudden upheaval nearly made her world collapse. If it weren't for the mysterious sword soul suppressing her, she would have rushed to the Qian capital to find the murderer who killed you. However, in her moment of despair, she discovered that the emperor sword you left for her had some unusual movement and response, indicating that you, the emperor of Great Xia, were not dead. This undoubtedly made her ecstatic. But a year ago, Taizhuan Dao was sent to the front lines to fight, even she could not avoid it. Until now. With the confrontation between the Da Qian Xianting and the ancient divine clan, she finally has the opportunity to return to find you. At this moment, she is holding the Emperor sword in her hand. Chapter 340, Reincarnation Space. Seeing the situation around you becoming increasingly dire, you no longer have much concern and are ready to take a gamble. Although you still have the Taizhuan Lu, a Da Luo level talisman book in your hand, gathering even a trace of spiritual energy feels particularly strenuous. Even the ability to speak spells cannot completely heal your condition, it can only temporarily suppress it, fundamentally treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. In this situation, there is no point in practicing any talismans. The only option is to place yourself in a desperate situation and then seek rebirth. Despite the previous examples of Lao Deng and others being erased, you are still prepared to go all in. Blocking the space. Ultimate Emperor form. You use the ability to speak spells to intervene in reality, avoiding too much noise that would lead to exposure, and then deceive your inner self with nonsense, temporarily returning to your peak state. In an instant, the damaged Supreme Emperor bone within you begins to shine brightly, revealing the Ultimate Emperor form. However, compared to the complete version of the Ultimate Emperor form from before, the Ultimate Emperor armor that appears now seems intact, but has visible cracks. Chapter 341, Number 001 Reincarnation Master God welcomes back. Indeed, it is the reincarnation space. Lu Qian's expression remains unchanged, but he can't help but clench his fists, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the 9 great sun demon stars hidden on his body. It is said that the origin of all reincarnators, the current ancient divine clan, is actually in your hands. In a sense, the level of existence of the reincarnation space has already surpassed all existences in the current reincarnation true realm. But the question is, why did this thing appear with his birth? This seems a bit unreasonable. Looking at the dark sphere before you and the strange mechanical voice echoing, you can't help but feel shocked. You actually guessed right. The great sun demon stars are indeed the reincarnation space. Moreover, everyone who enters it will be transformed into a reincarnator. In this way, the previous erasure of Lao Deng and others seems to be explained. However, the number assigned to you in this reincarnation space is actually 683244063, which begs the question, does this mean that there have been 60 million reincarnators before you? Chapter 342, Love keeps a little notebook in the reincarnation space. Number 001 Reincarnation Master God welcomes back. The cold and eerie voice of the reincarnation space at this moment actually carries a hint of gentleness, or perhaps fear. The former is like a cold goddess facing a loser stranger, showing her indifference. The latter is like facing a peerless powerhouse, who can knock the cold goddess to the ground with one punch, being extremely courteous. Such a bizarre change would leave others unable to react for a while. But you listen clearly and notice the anomaly within. However, you no longer have time to lament the change in tone. Upon hearing the gentle voice of the reincarnation space, you seem struck by lightning, frozen in place. Your mind blank. Number 001 Reincarnator. Reincarnation Master God. Wow! This has been officially certified. Although you had some guesses before. Nothing compares to the shock of the current official certification. Chapter 343, Unreasonable Extortion. Although the reincarnation space before you seems somewhat incomplete, and has been rendered dumb. Speaking in a stammering manner, it is evident that it still holds grudges, and likes to keep a little notebook. For those who rebelled back then. Not a single word is missing. The list before you contains a total of 216 people, among which, besides the 9 divine lords, are the titles of the other original reincarnators. In the last corner of the list, you even see the name of the unfortunate Xuan Ming. Seeing this, you can't help but fall silent, unsure how to view the reincarnation space before you. If you say it's foolish, it still holds grudges, remembers the names of its enemies, and selectively forgets you, the chief culprit. But if you say it's smart, it can place the little notebook in front of you. Just short of saying it will take revenge one by one in the future. Moreover, you also notice that in the identity of number 002 Reincarnator, Time Divine Lord, there is a scratched out blank, as if a name has been crossed out. Without needing to say, you know that the name that was crossed out must be some unfortunate beggar's true body. Chapter 344, The Reincarnation Space Exposing Its Fangs, Hunting the 9 Great Divine Lords. Upon hearing that the reincarnation space actually has hidden energy, which can activate the repair authority, extract the spatial power from your body, restore your flesh and soul, and even allow your Supreme Emperor Bone to awaken again, and gain new abilities, your eyes immediately lit up. Indeed, even a rotten ship has 3 inches of nails. This reincarnation space, even if it's damaged, must still be rich beyond measure. If only I could extort a bit more. Wouldn't that allow me to soar to the skies and directly deal with the likes of the Qian Emperor and the old 9 great divine lords? As for whether these things would pose a problem, you in such a state now, almost half destroyed, what hope do you have left? Moreover, at this moment, you are in a villain simulation. If the reincarnation space has any means, it would naturally be discovered, and it will have its consequences in the future. So, are you just trying to send these things to beggars? How about this? I don't want much. And I don't need you to restore my former peak as the reincarnation lord. I'm someone who warms up slowly and prefers to cultivate myself. You can exchange for a Pangu axe, East Emperor Bell, Hunyuan Pearl, or something like that. And casually give me the cultivation of a great Luo true immortal at its peak, and then this matter will be settled. Chapter 345 Warning, Warning. A reincarnator is approaching. You clearly sensed an increase in power. The Supreme Emperor Bone is undergoing some kind of transformation, with the temperature rising to hundreds or thousands of times that of the sun. At this moment, you are almost more dazzling than the sun. If you were in the outside world, it would likely reveal terrifying phenomena, and that horrifying high temperature could destroy all matter. Fortunately, at this moment, you are in the reincarnation space, which perfectly conceals the various phenomena emanating from you. Boom! At this moment, you feel as if your flesh and soul are undergoing some kind of transformation, and your ultimate emperor form begins to turn crimson, as if burning with radiant flames. Even the Supreme Emperor Qi within you is starting to boil, as if it has reached some kind of limit. Unexpectedly, you have reached the threshold of breaking through to the Tai realm without realizing it. Swish! You decisively swallowed the Tai true immortal pill, and the terrifying medicinal power instantly spread like a surging tide throughout your limbs and bones. You have broken through to the Tai realm. In an instant, your aura surged like a tide, and the crimson flames on your body began to show a hint of gold. Chapter 346 You are looking for me. Huh? What's going on? Why has the aura disappeared? The suddenly intruding mysterious reincarnator was dumbfounded upon entering the dilapidated temple. Because the entire broken temple Apart from some straw on the ground, is completely empty, making it almost impossible for anyone or anything to be hidden here. But just now, he clearly sensed the aura of the reincarnation space, and the talisman array outside the temple can't possibly be fake. Just as this mysterious reincarnator fell into silence and doubt, he was completely unaware that just beside him, at a close distance, stood a boy wearing a somewhat tattered dragon robe, looking at him with strange eyes, holding 9 spherical sun demon stars in his hands. That boy is you. Under the effect of your golden talent, the other party almost directly overlooked your presence, and even any memory of you disappeared completely. At this moment, you are closely observing the true appearance of the mysterious reincarnator. He is a rough-faced brute, with bulging muscles, resembling a mountain of flesh. And you can vaguely see strange scales beneath his muscles, suggesting some kind of bloodline. Chapter 347, This great Qian is probably in trouble. Xiaohua, who was being lifted by the neck, had his pupils shake, looking incredulously at the suddenly appearing emperor figure in front of him. His face reddening as he struggled to breathe. He never expected that such a mysterious and terrifying existence would suddenly appear out of thin air. He instinctively tried to struggle, but it was useless. His fist, which he unleashed with all his strength, struck your golden emperor bone armor without even producing a spark. This is a gap in strength. But how is this possible? The aura emanating from the emperor figure in front of him only reached the initial stage of the Hunyuan realm. They are clearly at the same level. He should be at least one small rank higher than the person in front of him. Yes, at this moment, you, who had already reached the peak of the Tai true immortal realm, after activating the Supreme Emperor Bone and entering the ultimate Emperor form, have directly crossed a major realm, reaching the initial stage of the Hunyuan true immortal realm. This may not seem as domineering as before, where you directly crossed an entire major realm to reach the peak, but the higher the level, the greater the gap in strength between major realms. Chapter 348 Qian, have you left? Passerby A, you are just a passerby who can only shout 666, your life is calm and uneventful. Destined to become just a background character in those legendary epics, full of ambition but lacking the fate for it, and almost no one will remember you. Simply subconsciously ignoring you. Looking at Passerby A's ability, you immediately understand that Xiaohua's life is indeed a joke, otherwise, there wouldn't be such an ability appearing. However, this ability is quite compatible with your golden talent of being unseen, greatly reducing your presence and allowing people to overlook you. It seems that even a great Luo true immortal would subconsciously ignore your existence. At this moment, you have already deeply grasped the true teachings of survival. And it seems you won't easily fall. However, the only thing that puzzles me is why the Mountain King would send Xiaohua to this broken temple. With such a clear destination. Could it be that he discovered my hiding place? But that can't be. If it were true, he could have just come personally. Chapter 349 I, the Old Man Mountain King Ying Chen, of course, you can also call me that. Liu Ruyue, who possesses the human emperor sword, somehow sensed your aura and directly chased after you. Although she was a step behind, at least she has gradually begun to determine your whereabouts. At this moment, she is eagerly wanting to see you, and even the mysterious sword soul within her is useless in dissuading her. Qian, I'm coming. Soon after she left, several figures appeared, coming to investigate this place. They were mysterious figures dressed in the attire of the sun, moon, and stars. If you were here, you would find that their clothing closely resembled that of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau in the human world. The aura of the ancient divine clan is deeply concealed by those hybrids. Even Qian has infiltrated. Wait, why is there also an aura of those remnants? Back then, His Majesty should have, as one of the 6 kings of the great Qian immortal court, and the opposite sex king closest to Emperor Qian. The residence of the King of Support was originally located in the heart of Qian City, not far from the Qian Imperial Palace. Chapter 350 What? It's actually the first-generation ancestor. I am the King of Support, Ying Chen, and you can also call me Elder Chen Yin. Boom! That tall figure suddenly turned around, revealing a sinister face, with a wolf-like gaze and a head of reversed bones. But with a wave of turbulence. As if a stone was thrown into the water, his face changed, showing a remarkably heroic visage. Although his hair was white, he showed no signs of aging, exuding an overwhelming aura. This face bore some resemblance to the human Emperor Liu Deng, like an older version of him, and without mentioning anything else. His features were absolutely first-rate. I must say, the genes of the Qian royal family are indeed good, otherwise it wouldn't be possible for each generation to have love-struck individuals who are utterly devoted. The king of support is actually Elder Chen Yin. Lu Qian looked at the situation in the villain simulation, and was somewhat dumbfounded. He never expected this old immortal to be hiding so deeply. He actually directly ran to the upper realm, disguising himself as an opposite-sex king of the great Qian immortal court. Moreover, he even called the Emperor Qian his brother. If he guessed correctly, the so-called Emperor Qian was actually the first-generation human emperor. Chapter 351, The Ancestors are rebelling in the upper realm. As for this matter, I don't know, but the first-generation ancestor seems to have gone mad. He wants to eliminate anything that poses a threat to him. After all, this is also the karma he created back then. Seeing you so shocked, Liu Deng remained non-committal, not knowing whether to believe you or not, only sighing deeply. His expression natural, showing no signs of acting. Just right, there are some matters that you should know. With a melancholic expression, Liu Deng invited you, a little Deng, to sit down in the stone pavilion of the bamboo grove, and began telling a story. It was a story of what he saw and heard after his ascension. Back then, he obtained some fortuitous opportunities and ascended to the upper realm by chance. Before leaving, he left some backup for the great Xia Empire, so that future generations could make use of it and prevent the empire from declining. Through the tomb of the first-generation ancestor in the hidden dragon land, he learned of the secret from back then. It turned out that the first-generation ancestor and the other 18 generations of human emperor ancestors did not die, but instead ascended together to the true realm of reincarnation. Later, he ascended to the true realm of reincarnation, coincidentally entering the territory of the great Qian immortal court, where he concealed himself, preparing to plot a foundation for future generations to ascend, while also probing for news about the first-generation ancestor and others. But he heard that the Emperor Qian of the great Qian immortal court seemed to be like the first-generation ancestor. Chapter 352, A Deadlock. Liu Ruyue arrives. You begin to realize that something is wrong. Under normal circumstances, Liu Deng doesn't seem to be so kind. Nor is there a need for him to tell you so much. From the previous events, even if he saw the human Emperor Liu Deng fall, he wouldn't bat an eye, let alone have any generational affection for you. At this moment, although you have gained some strength, you are still just a tiny true immortal, which is 2 major realms lower than him. Your help to his plans is minimal. So why would he want to cooperate with you? Is it because you are weak, or because of your imperial bone, or your reincarnation space? That's it. It's the reincarnation space. As a reincarnator, Elder Huang must have seen the terror of the reincarnation space. How could he not be tempted? That is a reincarnation treasure that even the 9 great divine lords covet. How could he not have thoughts about it? But the problem arises, if the other party's goal is the reincarnation space. Then the 9 great solar demon stars that sealed the reincarnation space were in his hands from the very beginning. Why not take them? Chapter 353, The Emperor Qian has arrived. Found it. The cold female sword immortal they found along the way is none other than love-struck Liu Ruyue. However, even she, the destined female protagonist and love-struck, cannot handle Elder Huang and cannot save you. But if someone were to open their heavenly eye at this moment, they would find that behind Liu Ruyue, there seems to be a faint ethereal shadow following her. The Liu Ruyue, who has been pursuing you, appears to have a seemingly awake gaze, but carries a hint of concealed fear and determination. As if she also knows someone is following her. But for some reason, she still came looking for you. Because she seems to have sensed your danger. Or perhaps it was that mysterious sword soul that sensed it. Liu Ruyue knows she may not be able to do much. So she intentionally wandered around the entire Qian city with the human emperor sword, bringing a mysterious and terrifying presence. Chen Qian, hold on. Chen Qian. I came to find you. Chen Qian, I came to find you. At this moment, you, already on edge, upon hearing Liu Ruyue's voice outside. Your first reaction is not relief, but rather annoyance at the chaos. Chapter 354, Emperor Qian. No one understands the dangers of future generations better than I do. Unexpectedly. The one to break the deadlock is actually Liu Ruyue. Originally, I had prepared for the possibility of simulation failure, or the missing Yi Cheng surfacing. This is truly unexpected. Liu Qian looked at the villain simulation inside, and seeing himself escape another calamity, he felt a sigh of relief. He had not held out much hope this time. With Lao Deng in front and the first-generation Lao Deng behind, it was simply life-threatening. These old coins are not easy to deal with. One wrong move could lead to their schemes. Things like the human emperor sword must have the first-generation Lao Deng's backup plan. It's probably not safe to keep them on him. If he guessed correctly, Liu Ruyue's sudden return to Qian City must have the Emperor Qian's involvement. Otherwise, given the current situation in the villain simulation, where the Great Qian Immortal Court and the Ancient Divine Clan are in a war phase, and the three major Da Luo sects are being summoned, the likelihood of Liu Ruyue returning is extremely low. It must be that the Emperor Qian wants to use this to explore the whereabouts of the simulated avatar. However, the only thing that surprised him was that this time, Liu Ruyue's intelligence was finally online, and she actually used some cunning. Chapter 355, Chen Qian, don't blame me. At this moment, you already feel the threat of death. The entire Qian capital was directly blocked off, with several Da Luo Zhenxian-level foreign kings stationed in various locations, almost cutting off all your chances of survival. In this situation, you simply couldn't escape from Qian capital. You can't see me, and neither can passerby A, but that doesn't mean we are invincible. Once the original Old Deng finishes dealing with the Old Deng, he will be able to come and deal with you, this little Deng. By then, even if you hide in a crowd, it will likely be useless, you will be found sooner or later. Moreover, to be honest, you have no confidence. You can't see me, passerby A, or that red thread clay figurine, and combined, we might not even be able to hide from the Qian Emperor, this original Old Deng. From the current information available, after the disappearance of the reincarnation Master God, the strongest being in the entire reincarnation true realm is the Qian Emperor. Previously, there was Old Deng Chen Yin shielding you, but now, he's struggling to protect himself, and is just hoping for the best. Right now, you, who should have just escaped from danger, have suddenly fallen back into it and cannot extricate yourself. Chapter 356, I underestimated you. In the Great Xue Imperial Palace, Xuanwu Hall. Lying on the dragon chair, seemingly admiring the scene below where Emperor Chen Qian was witnessing what was happening in the villain simulator, his pupils trembled. And a storm surged in his heart. At this moment, Liu Ruyue had already peeled the grapes and presented them to him, but he ignored her. He turned his head stiffly, his gaze calm yet containing a chilling coldness, as he looked at one of the women he trusted the most. To some extent, Liu Ruyue was his number one in terms of trust, even surpassing Yi Cheng, because Yi Cheng still had a certain level of uncontrollability. Although she had saved him several times and was powerful, she had also stabbed him in the back numerous times, and even wanted to imprison him. On the other hand, Liu Ruyue was undoubtedly more obedient, although she was weaker most of the time, acted recklessly, and was a bit love-struck. She was more controllable to him than uncontrollable. However, the current simulation drama had genuinely taught him a lesson. A smile appeared on his face, bright and radiant, showing no signs of abnormality. But there was indeed a hint of terrifying chill underlying it. Chapter 357, Lucky Kid, meeting the silly girl, you can consider it your good fortune. A sigh suddenly emerged from within Liu Ruyue, and a mysterious sword soul abruptly appeared, revealing a blurry female figure. Her appearance was unclear, but she exuded an innate nobility. Although weak, it was far more terrifying than your imperial pressure. The mysterious sword soul glanced at you, then at Liu Ruyue. And a hint of helplessness flashed across her blurred face. She never expected that her perfect plan would ultimately be defeated by a love-struck girl, and moreover, it was a little girl she had watched grow up. Over the years, having resided in her, she had been both a father and a mother to her. But in the end, she was stabbed in the back by her. For all those years, Yang Xiao seemed to be her adoptive mother, but in reality, she had always been accompanying her, and their relationship had deepened to a level that surpassed familial bonds. In the end, this silly girl actually broke off with her for a man, threatening her life. She wouldn't say it was a total loss, but she had indeed lost more than half. Chapter 358, The True Identity of the Mysterious Sword Soul. All of you, retreat. As soon as these words were spoken, the numerous powerful figures in the Xuanwu Hall instantly vanished. The court beauties, who had been as still as wooden figures, also tiptoed back. In an instant, the entire hall fell into dead silence. Only the emperor, bound by a dog leash and covered in bruises, and the two on the dragon chair, Lu Qian and Liu Ruyue, remained. He still maintained his grip on Liu Ruyue's neck without releasing it, his gaze calm, showing no trace of emotion. In stark contrast to his earlier indulgence. At this moment, he had already vaguely guessed the true identity of the mysterious sword soul through the content of the villain simulator. It was not certain, but there was at least a 50 to 60% chance. This person's identity was special. They belonged to the highest echelon in the entire human realm, if not the entire reincarnation true realm. Silly girl, he really wants to kill you. Give me control of your body, I will burn my soul, completely activate your innate sword body, and unleash an innate sword aura. At such a close distance, even if his imperial bone is strong, he might not be able to withstand it. By then, you and I will still have some chance to escape. Chapter 359, Indestructible Dragon Fist. You were knocked to the ground by a punch from the mysterious sword soul, her face pale. Looking incredulously at the boy emperor standing above her, her body trembling. The anger of being called a tyrant, and a king of a fallen country dissipated in an instant under the impact of that punch. She never expected that her identity would be exposed so quickly. Clearly, this little guy in front of her was just a bumpkin, who had never even been to the upper realm. How could he know so much? Moreover, he was so ruthless, showing no mercy and directly throwing a punch. It was ridiculous that she had previously had some goodwill towards this child, always helping him at critical moments. This undoubtedly made her feel a great humiliation. However, her instinctive reaction completely exposed everything. At the same time, it also thoroughly verified all of Lu Qian's previous conjectures. Qian Ershi, the tyrant of Da Qian, this was the true identity of the mysterious sword soul. At the same time, he was the unfortunate one who was defeated by the original old Deng, losing the title of Qian Emperor. This way, the previous events seemed to be explainable. Chapter 360, Jinshan Pass. Where is this? You gradually began to regain consciousness, but felt a sharp pain in your neck, which must have been caused by Tai Shuzi's heavy hand. However, based on the conversations before you lost consciousness, you should be safe. Liu Ruyue had almost risked her life to calculate the mysterious sword soul and Tai Shuzi to exchange for a way out for you. It seems that, according to the mysterious sword soul's plan, they intended to capture you and do something to you, but it was all thwarted. As for the true identity of the mysterious sword soul, you have roughly guessed it. It was merely a fallen, unfortunate soul who died a second time. However, you didn't expect that the seemingly unremarkable Liu Ruyue actually harbored such a big secret, and it suddenly exploded. It was ridiculous that you had planned to take care of Liu Ruyue while you were in the lower realm. only to almost be taken care of by her after coming up to the reincarnation true realm. You began to suspect whether you had threatened that mysterious sword soul a bit too much in the past. And that woman might hold a grudge, and want to take revenge on you. You just didn't know if that good-for-nothing beggar was aware of it or could guess it. Chapter 361, Deep in the Battlefield, all parties make their appearance. Sumai, when you hear this name and news, you are a bit surprised. Wondering if it's just a name coincidence. You quickly realize it's not just a name coincidence, it's indeed the Sumai you remember. Once upon a time. That girl who constantly needed your rescue seems to have started to stand on her own, and has made quite a name for herself. She appears to be thriving among the ancient divine clan, having gained the trust of the mysterious divine lord, holding a high position, and beginning to shine. 2 days ago, after learning through spies from the ancient divine clan that you were being hunted in Qian, Sumai decisively devised a series of plans targeting the great Qian immortal court. Naturally, this included the strategic plan to attack Shanshan Pass, which, on the surface, was covered by the 5 divine lords, attracting countless people's attention, while secretly, it was a surprise attack that directly pierced through this important core defense line of the great Qian immortal court. At present, the great Qian immortal court has already discovered her uniqueness, and issued a series of bounties. Although not as severe as yours, they are still quite terrifying, showing the great hatred of the great Qian immortal court. Chapter 362, Trace Leakage. One must say, Sumai is undoubtedly lucky. When she ascended, her bloodline was so powerful that it almost exceeded that of the ordinary second-generation divine clan, which led to her being discovered by one of the original divine lords. The mysterious divine lord, who took her back to the ancient divine clan. The mysterious divine lord recognized the potential of this descendant, which far surpassed all second-generation divine clans, and regarded her as a core for cultivation. Coupled with Sumai's terrifying potential and some military talent, in a short time, it seemed like she had a cheat code, establishing her foothold within the ancient divine clan and quickly breaking through to the Tai realm, soaring to new heights. Moreover, with the recent war between the great Qian immortal court and the ancient divine clan, Sumai, under the tip-off from Liu Ruyue, frequently provided strategies, allowing the ancient divine clan to be aware of every move of the great Qian immortal court, directly forcing the great Qian immortal court to retreat repeatedly while her position kept rising. Especially with the strategic victory in the attack on Shanshan Pass. She earned the attention of all the divine lords in the ancient divine clan, receiving rewards, which included a treasure taken from the reincarnation space that could enhance her cultivation. Chapter 363, I've found you unexpectedly here. The mysterious divine lord's androgynous face has now turned hideous, greedy, and frenzied. He never dreamed that happiness would come so quickly. Before leaving, for some purpose, he took a fragment of the heavenly mechanism divine realm, which unexpectedly played an unprecedented role. He actually discovered the target's location through this, and based on the fragment's situation, the target is not far from him. Even very close. To this end, he didn't hesitate to find a way to drive away the Death Divine Lord, wanting to monopolize the reincarnation space. Unexpectedly. It came without effort. Once he seizes the reincarnation space, he can choose a hidden place in the lower realm to hide and investigate its secrets, catching them off guard. As long as he can break through to the transcendence realm, then the entire reincarnation true realm will be his. In the Great Shu Imperial Palace, Xuanwu Hall. It seems that this simulated avatar is hard to escape a calamity. When Liu Qian saw this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 364, You have some nerve, I've found you. Swish. The sharp, hoarse, strange voice suddenly echoed throughout the fierce beast mountain range. A figure draped in a blood-red cloak, with an eerie face, seemingly male and female, beautiful yet somewhat unreal, appeared suddenly, blocking the way. At the moment of its appearance, the entire fierce beast mountain range fell into a deadly silence, the sky darkening, and a certain mysterious law began to unconsciously spread. causing all living beings to fall into a strange state. Trees and fierce beasts began to emit eerie howls, undergoing mutations. At this moment, you felt an overwhelming sense of terrifying coldness sweeping over you, almost freezing you, as the entire world began to show malice towards you. At this moment, the pressure you felt from the person in front of you was significantly higher than that of Tai Xuanzi before. Moreover, this person also gave you a faint sense of familiarity, not from bloodline, but from the soul. Although it was the first time you met, you instantly recognized the true identity of the visitor. In the reincarnation true realm, only the 9 divine lords possess such terrifying pressure. Chapter 365. The frightened mysterious divine lord. You have some nerve of boom. The mysterious divine lord's pupils trembled, instantly feeling a fear that penetrated to the bone and soul, crazily spreading and flooding into his heart. At this moment, he looked at the slowly raised, both unfamiliar and familiar face in front of him, feeling his scalp tingle, almost suffocating, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Back then, in the reincarnation space, he was so arrogant and reckless until he met that person who casually twisted off his head and used it as a chamber pot for hundreds of years before letting him go, treating him like a dog. Since then, his mind began to exhibit some kind of disorder, and even the bloodline of the mysterious divine lord showed some problems, becoming the androgynous, dead state he is today. For him, that was a nightmarish existence. The so-called 9 divine lords back then either had been beaten by that person into submission, or had passively bowed their heads. Chapter 366. Life and death on the line. Don't kill me. The fear of that person caused the mysterious divine lord's current mental disorder, leading him to directly run away, not daring to make a move against you, fearing that if he hesitated for even a second, you would kill him. However, at this moment, if he turned around to take a glance, he would be surprised to discover something bizarre and humorous. That is, as he turned to flee, he mistakenly believed that you, the reincarnation lord, were also running away without looking back, doing so without hesitation. The movements of the two were perfectly synchronized, like a mirror image. What does it mean to fear both sides? This is it. One is strong yet cowardly, the other weak yet defiant. Damn. Almost fooled myself, almost went up to deal with him. As you fled, you slapped yourself, for just now, when you saw the mysterious divine lord wanting to run, you truly had the impulse to go up and kill him, but quickly calmed down. If you really made a move, it would completely expose you. At that time, who knows who would end up killing whom? Chapter 367. Old mysterious divine lord. Let us first kill this child. At the exit of the fierce beast mountain range, the mysterious divine lord's figure appeared, blocking the only path of survival, staring intently at the heavily injured you. At this moment, he no longer had the deep-seated terror and fear from before, his face displaying a mix of mockery and excitement. Indeed, my guess was correct, you really can't do it anymore. No wonder you didn't make a move before. It turns out you no longer possess that invincible cultivation from before. Ha ha ha, the Lord of Reincarnation, you have today too. If others saw you in such a sorry state today, they would probably be overjoyed upon realizing that you are no longer the invincible Lord of Reincarnation from years past. The mysterious divine lord's excitement was almost beyond words, his strange face, reminiscent of a human-demon hybrid, twisted with a sinister grin, as if he had swallowed a large piece of ice in the middle of summer. Once, he was an existence he dared not look at or offend. But now he had become so weak, easily suffering a heavy blow, like a dead dog by the roadside. The grudges accumulated over 1,000,000 years were on the verge of being completely released at this moment, driving him mad with rage. Chapter 368. There's no time to mourn. Next to appear is if at first, old Deng Qian had a somewhat dismissive attitude towards you, after Qian was tricked by you, he completely took you seriously. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to be a future hidden danger. Perhaps the previous stimulation from old Deng Qian was not enough. Like a child playing, but you, his grandson, have genuinely taught him a lesson, putting this old man in his place. A dignified Da Luo true immortal was actually tricked to death by a Tai Yi true immortal. If this got out, it would surely be laughed at. Moreover, he had a certain premonition that you seemed to have known about his arrival long ago, but you just didn't reveal it, seemingly stalling for time to wait for something. This is why he directly spoke up, wanting to kill you first and foremost. Of course, apart from that, there was another more important reason. This young man is actually the legendary number 001 reincarnator, Lord of Reincarnation. No wonder he cultivates so quickly. It turns out he is restoring the power of his previous life. Chapter 369 Emperor Human Qian, let the sun stop. At the moment he heard that old, weak voice, the mysterious divine lord's body froze, instantly sensing a chilling fear sweeping over him. The hand that was about to twist off your head suddenly paused in midair, unable to fall. Crack, crack. His head was stiff, making a strange cracking sound. As he looked up at the sky, what came into view was not the sun, but the Milky Way cascading down from the heavens. The Milky Way poured down, surging wildly, stirring up endless splashes of water, faintly revealing a mirror image of another world. It was outside the palace of a vast human empire, where an old, frail emperor lay in a rocking chair, his eyes murky, as if he were about to breathe his last. The old emperor had no aura of cultivation, seeming just like an ordinary person. But strangely, when the mysterious divine lord saw him, an instinctive sense of terror swept over him. It was as if the old emperor contained a power capable of annihilating him. And as he approached death, that power seemed to be rising at an alarming, unreasonable speed. Chapter 370 I knew that mysterious guy had a problem. Wait, Lord of Reincarnation, I admit I may have spoken too harshly just now, spare me, and I will still be your loyal dog. Please don't kill me. Seeing himself targeted, the mysterious divine lord was almost scared to death. That old Deng, who was nearly on par with his strength, was taken down in a single move by that old guy. He definitely couldn't withstand that. He seriously suspected that the summoned existence had already touched the realm of concepts. No, this is precisely the existence of concepts. The person before him almost certainly had some transcendent aura, likely a contingency left by that person from back then. In such a situation, whoever goes up will die. The best method is to delay, to drag it out until the other side dies of old age. Of course, there is another equally good method, to kill you, the summoner. If you die, then this old monster will probably disappear too. Thinking of this, a mad glint appeared in his eyes. As someone who had lived for millions of years, he couldn't truly hope that begging for mercy would allow him to survive. Damn it, let us do this, die. Chapter 371 Revive, Yi Cheng. I knew that mysterious guy had a problem. This guy is notoriously selfish. How could he care about the life and death of destruction? I chased all the way and unexpectedly gained something. Swish! A figure emanating a sense of death, draped in a tattered trench coat, with a grim face and bones like white skeletons. Exuding a presence more terrifying than the mysterious divine lord suddenly appeared. A pair of sunken white eyes stared intently at you, the face full of seriousness, showing no sign of underestimating you. You should know that just now, he witnessed you kill a Da Luo true immortal and nearly slay the mysterious divine lord. Such a terrifying achievement. Previously, he had seen through the mysterious tricks, so he naturally wouldn't leave easily but instead followed quietly. As a result, there was such an unexpected surprise. Long time no see, reincarnation. The newcomer seemed somewhat familiar with you and did not attack directly, detecting that the reincarnator was nearby. Chapter 372 You are dead, simulation ended. Revive, Yi Cheng. Boom. Under the enhancement of the source and the power of spoken law, an unbelievably terrifying reaction occurred. That originally just a mud doll like Yi Cheng began to become lively, gradually transforming from the mud doll's body, showing human characteristics. And during this transformation, a talisman appeared silently in your hand, merging into her body. The god of death, who had been paying attention to the situation, silently watched the scene before him, showing no intention of intervening. He could see that you had expended your remaining power to revive this woman. For him, this was undoubtedly a good thing. And he would even be pleased to see it happen. Your power being wasted for no reason is much better than holding onto it to fight him. If you were to summon another future version of yourself, it would still be him in trouble. The lessons learned from old Deng Chen and the mysterious Divine Lord were right before him. And he was unwilling to engage in a battle with no certainty of victory. Didn't he expect that after so many years, you would become so indecisive? Reincarnation. Chapter 373. The ninth simulation ends with an Easter egg segment. Is it over? Looking at the bloody ending screen of the villain simulator, Liu Qian still had a hint of astonishment in his eyes. This time, the ninth simulation can be said to be the longest one ever, as well as the most difficult and full of twists. Faced with one strong enemy after another, even he, the main body, felt despair. But each twist and change left him in awe. In particular, the simulation clone was able to withstand the pressure and caused such a commotion in the entire cycle of the true realm, allowing him to gain an abundance of information and resources. Uncle Yang Hongzhuan, the nine great deities, the great sun demon star, the cycle space, the cycle main god, the invincible Qian emperor, and the mysterious sword soul. This time, both humans and ghosts were showcasing their abilities, and they were doing it spectacularly. If it weren't for the simulation clone constantly fighting and fleeing in the upper realm, given his current situation, once he went up, he would have been easily outmaneuvered and killed by those old immortals. Each of them was cunning. Clearly, there were top figures above. Yet they still laid out traps in the lower realm. Chapter 374. Brother Liu, this is just the beginning. At the moment she saw your broken headless corpse, Sumai completely collapsed. This woman, revered as the Valkyrie in the ancient god clan and hailed as the most promising young deity of the new era, lost her usual composure and broke down on the spot, letting out a piercing scream. She waited for you in the human realm for a full 20 years. And after ascending to the upper realm, she thought of nothing but finding you. Previously, Liu Ruyue could still see you alive. But now she was faced with a lifeless body that had lost all vitality, and even its head. The intense shock nearly made her dizzy, drove her mad, and turned her dark. At this moment, she only hated her own weakness, wondering why she had been held back for so long by the schemes set by the mysterious main god, unable to even catch a last glimpse of you. Under various stimuli, her strange eyes began to exhibit a certain transformation, and her peak cultivation of the Tai true immortal began to break through. She advanced to the Hunyuan true immortal. She started to become calm, suppressing her anger and hatred deep in her heart. Instead of collecting your remains, she turned and left, allowing your corpse to rot in the wilderness. Chapter 375. Two dominators, one dead, one crippled. The death of the mysterious main god had a significant connection to Sumai. Back then, it was precisely because of the blocking tactics of the mysterious main god that she didn't even get to see Brother Liu for the last time. Therefore, her resentment towards the mysterious main god was understandable, second only to that of the death god. To this end, she set up a killing trap to lure the mysterious main god out, teaming up with the forces represented by Liu Ruyue, the leftover of the great Qian. To slay him, Liu Ruyue had already broken through to the Hunyuan realm. If she merged with Yingji, they could unleash combat power at the level of the Da Luo true immortal. In addition, there were also Tai Xuanzi, the hidden law Buddha, and two other, among several Da Luo true immortals. Under such a terrifying siege, the death of the mysterious main god seemed to be a foregone conclusion. The leftover of the great Qian killed a first-generation main god, boosting their morale and confidence. Sumai indirectly avenged you by eliminating an enemy and breaking the shackles of her bloodline to advance to the Da Luo true immortal. Both sides gained benefits. Because of your death, the two destined female protagonists were now like madwomen, seeking revenge. Chapter 376. I will revive you. At the end of the Easter egg segment, most of the cycle true realm had turned into ruins, with hardly any place left to stand. The ancient god clan was nearly wiped out, with only 5 of the 9 great deities remaining and 1 missing. Once the strongest dominator, they had fallen apart, quietly nursing their wounds and briefly choosing to exit the historical stage. The leftover of the great Qian also took this opportunity to reclaim the previously lost Qian capital, beginning to recuperate and restore their strength. On the contrary, the once indecisive Sea clan became the biggest winner, with the strongest force, the Dragon clan, stepping onto the historical stage. From then on, billions of beings in the lower realm suffered, with corpses lying everywhere, ushering in a new era of suffering under oppression. Countless people recalled this catastrophe with fear. And all of this was simply because of your death 300 years ago, which led to the madness of 3 women. As the final scene of the Easter egg segment in the River of Time unfolded, a figure whose appearance was unclear seemed to roam through the void, searching for something. This person was the mysterious powerhouse who had previously ambushed Ji Cheng. Chapter 377, Liu Qian, I am terrifyingly strong now. Previously, Liu Qian had suspected that the villain simulator might be a core component of the cycle space. However, he had never been able to confirm it in a meaningful way. But at this moment, he could roughly conclude. Because this time, the villain simulator did not reward him with the cycle space sealed with 9 great sun demon stars. As one of the core components, the villain simulator clearly could not materialize its main body. During the previous simulations, when first entering the cycle space, it had always indicated a lack of core components and lost most permissions. Of course, it was also possible that during the 9th simulation, he had handed over the Great Sun Demon Star to Yi Cheng, which did not count as a reward. However, Liu Qian had considerable confidence in his conclusion. Moreover, he suspected that the so-called villain simulator might have been modified by the cycle main god, leaving behind some contingency. As someone who had once defeated the cycle space, Liu Qian did not believe that the cycle main god could die so easily. Even if he were dead, it was impossible that he hadn't left some contingency behind. Chapter 378 Chapter 378, Host, Liu Qian, Age, 18, Longevity of 3 million, Profession, Earth Immortal Talisman Master, Tier 10, Realm, True Immortal, Peak Tai, Cultivation Method, Supreme Emperor Scripture. 13th Layer Talisman Master Inheritance, Qing Emperor Longevity Scripture 9th Layer, Earthly True Immortal Level, Primordial Dragon Elephant Scripture 4th Layer, Heavenly Human Level. Thousand Shadow Demon Technique 8th Layer, Mutated, Talisman True Record, Talisman Diagram, Divine Powers, Ultimate Emperor Form, Shadow Emperor Form, Supreme Emperor Flame, Supreme Form, Indestructible Dragon Fist. Immortal Talisman of the Universe, 9 Profound Sky Dome Returning Ruins Divine Thunder, 5 Saint Talisman Array, Qing Emperor Longevity Body, Dragon Elephant Dominance Body, Shape-Shifting, Vast Dominance Dragon Fist. 9 Steps to Heaven, 1000 Changes Physique, Supreme Emperor Bone, SSS Level Bloodline, Talent, Oily Feet, Blue, You Can't See Me, Red, Talisman Deosia Gold, Endless Nonsense Purple. Heaven Official's Blessing, Gold, Dragon and Phoenix Talent, Gold, Words Become Law, Gold, Late Bloomer, Purple, Born Supreme Gold Abilities, Gate of Flesh and Blood, Bystander A. Emperor's Eye of Heaven, Immortal Demon Transformation, Blood-Colored Cloak, Within Reach of Heaven and Earth, Items, Golden Talent Scroll, Purple Talent Scroll, Supreme Emperor Bone Marrow Blood. Soul-Devouring Demon Blade X2, Semi-Divine Weapon, Replacement Blood Escape Talisman, Zhuan Yin Treasure Mirror, Heavenly Human Artifact, Heavenly Demon Stone. 6-4 Heavenly Human Legacy Gifts, Chapter 379, You're Not Well Behaved, Gulu looking at the Dao fruit in front of him. Liu Qian couldn't help but show a hint of greed and surprise on his face, swallowing hard. He never expected that this time the red-clothed Yi Cheng would be so special, that it could even interfere with the granting of the Dao fruit. Could it be that it was pried out from that dried head? This was even more special than the previous few simulations. It seemed that as the number of simulations increased, the situation with the red-clothed Yi Cheng became increasingly bizarre. Even her power was continuously increasing, starting to interfere with reality. It was hard to say whether this situation was good or bad, but the benefits in front of him were undeniably real. Looking at the seemingly foolish and dirty-looking red-clothed Yi Cheng, Liu Qian swallowed again, instinctively wanting to step back, but his feet couldn't help but take a step forward. As if enchanted, reaching for the Dao fruit. If he could obtain another Dao fruit, it would undoubtedly be good for his own strength, and would also be beneficial for the next simulation. Swish in the next moment. The Dao fruit in the red-clothed Yi Cheng's hand appeared directly in his hand. Chapter 380 Liu Ruyue Yi Cheng, you're a woman, ding. Detected that the strongest boss in the human realm, Emperor Chen Zhuandao, has collapsed in heart, feeling fear towards the host, no longer proud of being a filial son. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward of 800,000 villain points, and 10 Zhuan immortal pills. Zhuan immortal pill, a 12th tier immortal pill, contains terrifying medicinal power. Capable of allowing peak heavenly immortal level experts to directly break through to Zhuan immortal, with no side effects. Faced with the sudden reward, Liu Qian appeared indifferent. His gaze never once looking at the stunned Emperor Lao Deng below. He did not kill him like in the 9th villain simulator. For Emperor Lao Deng, the stronger Liu Qian became, the more he felt like he was living in hell. Instead of killing him directly and ending it all, it was better to let him live in fear. As for the 10 Zhuan immortal pills, although they were useless to him at the moment, they could be used by Liu Ruyue and the others. Compared to these 10 Zhuan immortal pills, Liu Qian valued the 800,000 villain points even more. With 800,000 villain points, he was already a third of the way to the next villain simulation. Chapter 381 Capturing Yi Cheng Dam. Liu Ruyue never expected that she would end up in the situation herself, while just wanting to watch the drama. Initially, regarding Liu Qian wanting to take her to meet an old friend, she only held the attitude of wanting to spend time alone with Liu Qian, and didn't think much of it. Even when she saw Yi Chen, she didn't react much, as if she was seeing a stranger. But now, seeing Yi Cheng transform into a woman in front of her, she ultimately couldn't hold back. She never expected that Yi Cheng would be a woman. Moreover, a stunning beauty rivaling her. It should be noted that previously, Yi Cheng had been madly pursuing her, acting like a sycophant, following her around and frequently throwing her flirtatious lines. But now, you're telling me she's also a woman. His thinking of this, Liu Ruyue felt a bit of a chill. This cunning Yui. Luckily, she had been wary of the other party back then. Otherwise, if she had succeeded, what would happen? What if Liu Qian doubted her purity? Just as Liu Ruyue was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly came to a realization. Chapter 382 Yi Cheng is the Time God Lord. Liu Qian gazed deeply at the bronze door inside the bronze palace, knowing that there was a trap behind it. That old Lao Deng was hiding there, preparing to ambush. At present, his strength was still insufficient, and there was no need to confront the other side. Meanwhile, the other party likely wouldn't dare to come down easily. On one hand, the human realm simply couldn't support the descent of a great Luo true immortal. It would likely crack apart. At that time, it would cause quite a stir, attracting the arrival of the Emperor Qian, and he would probably face dire consequences. Since this old Lao Deng couldn't move for now, he would first deal with the others. My good uncle and Zhuan Fuzi. However, at this moment, I still needed a collaborator. Just as he was pondering, Liu Ruyue, looking at the unconscious Yi Cheng imprisoned inside, suddenly had a surge of compassion, and began to plead. Liu Qian, I see that Yi Cheng is also a pitiful person, why don't you let her go, far away? After this defeat, she probably won't dare to come find you again. Who said love-struck brains lacked intelligence? When it came to Liu Qian, Liu Ruyue's IQ skyrocketed. Chapter 383 Yang Hong is one of the 9 God Lords. You've come. The usually taciturn Yang Hong suddenly raised his eyes to look at the group of people who suddenly appeared, especially the leading figure. A smile of relief appearing on his face as he spoke. Clearly, young Hong seemed to have known about Liu Qian's potential arrival. "Uncle, long time no see." In response, a strange and complex expression appeared on Liu Qian's face, as he tightly stared at his uncle before him. If anyone in the entire human realm was the most unfathomable to him, it would undoubtedly be young Hong. This person had too many secrets. Having saved him from peril multiple times, yet he seemed to know too many things, and was unwilling to disclose them. During the last simulation, he had even subtly reminded him that Xuan Fuzi was suspicious. Under various signs, it is clear that this former great battle god has considerable issues, or one might say, secrets regarding this person's true origins, which are likely not inferior to those of Xuan Fuzi. Nevertheless, the repeated assistance from the person before him has been genuine. At the very least, in the previous 9 simulations, the other party indeed never took action against him. Chapter 384, the 10th villain simulation begins. Everything has been almost prepared. It is time to start the 10th villain simulation. After addressing the potential hazard posed by Xuan Fuzi, most of the hidden dangers in the human world have been cleared. Next, it is also time to draw back and conduct the 10th villain simulation. At present, what Liu Qian lacks the most is time. He glanced at all the villain points obtained after the clearance. Villain points 34803,500. Over 30 million villain points is quite astonishing. However, if it were simply to exchange for a villain simulation, it could only be converted into 2 villain simulations at the Tai realm. Calculating this way, it seems not as much as imagined. It's time to begin. This time, he is 1,000,000 times stronger than the last simulation. And with a good grasp of most matters in the reincarnation true realm, he can naturally do better. The only purpose of this simulation is to enhance his cultivation to become stronger. Not to mention breaking through to the Da Luo true immortal. Even merely breaking through to the Hunyuan true immortal, he is confident he can confront some Da Luo true immortals head-on. Chapter 385, Illusory Phenomenon, Golden, Late Bloomer, Golden. Faced with these 3 options, even Liu Qian fell into a brief silence at this moment. If possible, he truly wanted to select all 3 golden talents at once. Can the villain simulator allow multiple talent selections? Liu Qian tentatively inquired. He had already given up hope. However, the subsequent response from the villain simulator left him momentarily stunned. Host permission insufficient. Insufficient permission. Liu Qian's eyes lit up as he instantly understood the implication within. Does that mean as long as he raises his permissions, he can obtain more talent options? How to gain higher permissions? Source. The villain simulator's answer was incredibly succinct. Without any concealment. Upon hearing the response, Liu Qian was first taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Previously, the reincarnation space also required the source to enhance permissions. And if the villain simulator is indeed a core component of the reincarnation space, it can achieve the same effect. Thus, the source is indeed an extremely important existence. Not only does the reincarnation space want it, but even the villain simulator desires it. Chapter 386, Liu Qian, don't guess randomly, I am your father. With the new golden talent Late Bloomer, your confidence has instantly surged, adding a touch of boldness. At this moment, in your heart, the Late Bloomer talent has surpassed the innate supreme, and become the most valuable golden talent in your possession. Moreover, you can sense that the undying dragon fist, derived from the great Qian's ancestor, seems to have a high compatibility with your supreme imperial bone. You merely check the cultivation method of the undying dragon fist in your mind, but within a short time, you have mastered it, can easily execute it. And your proficiency is continuously skyrocketing. It is feared that in just a few days, you will be able to cultivate the undying dragon fist to its peak. This unexpected discovery undoubtedly brings you joy. You can feel that the power of the undying dragon fist is unlikely to be weaker than the supreme imperial flame. The great Qian's ancestor back then was likely extraordinary, definitely a prodigy, otherwise he couldn't have established the great Qian immortal court and become the sole overlord of the reincarnation true realm. Even after his disappearance and the arrival of the primordial divine clan, the great Qian immortal court could still share the world with the primordial divine clan, demonstrating its terrifying foundation. Chapter 387, Yingji, you're not dead. Don't guess randomly, I am your father. Seeing that Yingji seemed to have misunderstood something and was about to go mad, you decisively interrupted her spell casting. As soon as these words came out, the entire Xuanwu hall fell into a deathly silence. Liu Ruyue was shocked, her mouth agape, thinking you had some sort of kink and considering whether to cooperate. Yingji's sullen face turned red, not knowing if it was from anger or excitement. Trapped in a cage and falling into a coma. Yi Cheng turned over and perked up his ears. How dare you insult me? Yingji's eyes were ablaze with fury, gritting her teeth, shaking with anger. She never expected that she, the dignified lord of Great Qian, and former supreme ruler of the reincarnation true realm, would be humiliated by a little brat, who hasn't even grown hair yet. Under such extreme humiliation, she was completely enraged, wanting to show you her strength. Despite being just a remnant soul, if she truly went all out, she could briefly unleash the battle power of a Da Luo true immortal. But the final cost would be quite significant. But just as she was about to strike, a sudden surge of undying will emanating from you instantly widened her eyes. Chapter 388, Yingji's Test, Liu Ruyue's confusion. It seems that the effect of the illusory phenomenon is quite good. Looking at the various phenomena within the villain simulator, Lu Qian's eyes were almost glowing. This ability may not be strong in direct combat, but as long as no one takes action, it can be said to be invincible. Such phenomena would scare any Da Luo true immortal to their knees. As long as they lack the courage to take action, their hearts will gradually weaken, ultimately succumbing. Clearly, Yingji did not have the courage to act, so she could only passively believe in him. Under the enhancement of the illusory phenomenon, you displayed a terrifying phenomenon at the peak of Da Luo true immortal, with an oppressive feeling that approached that of the great Qian's ancestor back then. In this situation, even if Yingji had 10 times the courage, she would not dare to turn against you or act. Even though there was still a hint of doubt in her heart, but she could only hold it back. To be honest, over the years, I haven't had many memories of my past life, but as my strength has increased, some things have gradually surfaced in my mind, including the undying dragon fist. As for the great Qian dragon robe, it was also obtained shortly after acquiring the undying dragon fist. Chapter 389, The Problematic Three-Headed Evil Dragon. It is evident that Liu Ruyue is also confused by your complicated relationship. She doesn't care about Yingji's origins, but is somewhat concerned about certain matters. I call you sister, you call me mom. And we each have our own discussions. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the thought, clearly. This eliminated the possibility of Yingji competing with her for Chen Qian from the root. One hidden potential rival less. Now, as long as she could let Yi Cheng go, there would be only her beside Chen Qian. One must say, the love-struck brain is truly a love-struck brain. In some aspects, the calculations are quite profound. However, at this moment, she was unaware of the truth that you were about to leave the human realm. After learning about the specific forces behind the remnants of the great Qian that Yingji was involved with, certain plans in your heart became more refined. At the same time, you were also preparing to ascend and head to the true realm of reincarnation. Compared to the previous solitary struggle, you now had the support of a force. As long as you could control the power of the great Qian remnants, you would become one of the top 3 powerful forces in the true realm of reincarnation, second only to the ancient divine clan and the great Qian immortal court. Chapter 390, The Golden Talent of Second Transformation. You began to dig a pit. Not for Yi Cheng, but for that old man, Qian Fuzi. This old man was hiding beneath the latrine of the Qian Fudao sect, wanting to scheme against you and take over. Since that is the case, you would send a target for possession over. However, You were not setting Yi Cheng up, you were genuinely giving her a tremendous opportunity. With Yi Cheng's terrifying luck. Having gone through 9 rounds of villain simulations, giving Qian Fuzi 10 lives would not help him succeed in possession. The probability of being backstabbed was as high as 100%. Even during his peak, if Qian Fuzi tried to take action against Yi Cheng, he would likely fail. And if he wasn't careful, a mysterious powerful being might suddenly appear and kill him, allowing Yi Cheng to pick up the pieces, inherit the legacy, and rise to prominence. The legacy of a great Luo true immortal could absolutely propel Yi Cheng forward by leaps and bounds. At this moment, I don't have the time to engage in a battle of wits with that old coin, Qian Fuzi, nor do I want to waste words with him. I'd rather let him talk to my Yi Cheng, and let him experience what a dimensional strike feels like. Once Yi Cheng deals with Qian Fuzi and obtains the Taizhuan talisman, I will go to her, no, I will ask her for it, and given our relationship, she won't refuse. It's simply a win-win situation. Chapter 391, the layout begins, reincarnation reinitiated. That stone of annihilation actually has such an effect, enhancing the effect of the golden talent. If in the future, I can use it a few more times, wouldn't that imply the possibility of advancing beyond the golden talent? Liu Qian looked at the continuously refreshing screen of the villain simulator, his eyes filled with a hint of surprise. The effect of that stone of annihilation seemed to exceed expectations. Such a treasure could indeed be considered a supreme treasure. But I wonder where Yulin obtained it. If I could find the source, it would be greatly beneficial to him. After feeling the power of the stone of annihilation, you felt a bit regretful for having acted too quickly. It would have been better if you had taken your time. However, since Yulin is a member of the Qian Yu clan, and has just ascended from the lower realm where the Qian Yu clan is located, she must have found the stone of annihilation there. In the future, I can find an opportunity to investigate. But for now, I still decide to head to the true realm of reincarnation first. With the enhancement of inch to 1,000 miles, you quickly arrived at the entrance to the true realm of reincarnation. At a glance, you instantly saw many members of the ancient divine clan guarding the entrance. Chapter 392, The Horrifying Truth. Welcome back, number 001 Reincarnator, Reincarnation Supreme God. Perhaps sensing that your strength had increased in an unusual way, several major realms higher than anticipated. The attitude of the reincarnation space towards you was significantly different from the last simulation, quickly acknowledging your identity as the reincarnation supreme god. Even the responses were no longer stuttered, but much more fluent. However, it remained tight-lipped about any new rewards. Finally, the facade was revealed. Such a stark contrast in reactions confirmed that this foolish space had wanted you to believe it was truly foolish during the last simulation. At the same time, due to your weakness in the early stages, the reincarnation space had some intent to support and test you, arranging enhancements for you. But this time, it clearly thought your realm was too high and might lose control if not careful. I'm back, are you really happy, reincarnation space? Your voice began to deepen. And the aura around you started to change, with a hazy figure appearing behind you, exuding the cultivation level of a peak great Luo true immortal. Chapter 393, Liu Qian this time, who is the pawn and who is the player, is yet to be determined. Different times, different places, yet the same method of death. How can this not make you suspicious? If you were to say that your death back then had no connection to the reincarnation space, you wouldn't believe it. At this moment, facing your heart-piercing words, the entire reincarnation space fell into a dead silence, as if even breathing had become exceptionally clear. It was evident that your sudden question had completely caught it off guard. If it could be anthropomorphized, it probably would have been scared to the point of having its soul fly away. No, absolutely not, definitely not. The stunned reincarnation space quickly denied it 3 times, seeming extremely fearful of you. However, its attitude revealed traces of a guilty conscience. Clearly, your suspicions were correct. But the question is, How did the already crippled reincarnation space manage to act against you? Furthermore, more importantly, if it had a part in it back then, why is it still in a sealed state now? Could it be that it gained no benefit from it at all back then? Chapter 394, Seeing the Elder Deng. Screwed up, damn it. How could my Qian clan's prodigy fall? How could this be? I need to find out who killed my bloodline and that stone of annihilation. That is the hope for the rise of my Qian clan. The ancestor of the Qian clan was filled with regret and unwillingness, his intense anger causing him to grit his teeth and his expression to become ferocious. Originally, he had been hiding near the entrance of the reincarnation void realm, preparing to pick up his bloodline Yulin. Just before his success, he suddenly sensed the fall of his bloodline, and it felt like the sky had collapsed. You must know that Yulin's talent was the strongest in the entire Qian clan, qualified to challenge the Taiyi realm and the Han Yuan realm, destined to lead the entire Qian clan to reach a higher peak. For this, he did not hesitate to ascend proactively when someone calculated the time of Yulin's birth ahead of time, serving as a subordinate to the Wang of the Mountain for thousands of years, just to earn Yulin a chance to meet the Wang of the Mountain and present gifts to become a disciple. But now, all of that was ruined. Chapter 395, Killing the Great Luo True Immortal. What made him even angrier was that the blood curse mark after Yulin's fall actually disappeared, failing to mark the murderer. The sudden situation left you stunned for a moment, but then you instantly realized that the person in front of you was not Liu Deng, but the real Kaoshan Wang. This point was also verified when you communicated with the reincarnation space inside the devouring immortal talisman. The person in front of you was not a reincarnator, but a native of this world, one of the 6 kings of the Dacian immortal court, Kaoshan Wang. Clearly, Liu Deng had not truly taken over and killed the other party yet. On the contrary, it seemed that you had arrived a bit too early, because you had broken through the various traps set in the human realm in advance, combined with your invisible abilities like mine and passerby-A's interference. Even Liu Deng could not determine your existence, so he was unable to lock onto your position. Everything was like a butterfly effect at this moment. Liu Deng clearly had not had the time to deal with Kaoshan Wang, and was probably still searching for you on the way. Instead, you had encountered the unfortunate Kaoshan Wang a bit too early due to a certain cognitive misdirection from the last simulation. Now, it seemed a bit chaotic. The original plan was to have a brief cooperation with the old coin Liu Deng, but unexpectedly, this old immortal hadn't come yet, and instead, I had encountered the unfortunate Kaoshan Wang ahead of time. Chapter 396, The Fall of Kaoshan Wang. Boom. It was a monster made entirely of grey bones. Its chest filled with sharp white bones, its limbs formed from bone blades, and it had a long bony tail behind it. At first glance, it looked like a natural killing machine. Swish! Before Kaoshan Wang could react, he was struck head-on by a bone knife, with the wound deep enough to see bone, nearly dismembering him. The speed of that bone old demon was too fast, so much so that he almost couldn't react in time. At a critical moment, a vast mountain-like law manifestation appeared on him, blocking the monster in front of him. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Terrified, Kaoshan Wang never expected that you could throw such a thing at him. The bone old demon in front of him was clearly not something to be trifled with. Rip! Suddenly, the bone old demon let out a shriek, and the bone powder on its body shook off. Kaoshan Wang suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his chest, only to see that the residual bone powder from the previous wound began to mutate, revealing small bone old demons that frantically tore at his flesh. Chapter 397, Kaoshan Wang's Memory, and the Cunning Liu Deng. This simulation started with a critical hit, directly killing a great Luo true immortal. Lu Qian enjoyed Liu Ruyue's shoulder massage, Ying Ji's leg pounding, and ate the delicacies brought to his mouth, occasionally ruffling Yi Cheng's hair while watching the changes in the villain simulator, nodding in approval. It should be noted that this was an achievement that wasn't reached during the last villain simulation. Unexpectedly, this time it was achieved so easily. It seems that the golden talent, the illusory manifestation, was indeed the right choice. As soon as the illusory manifestation appeared, any enemy would be terrified. And even producing 30% of their power was impressive. This time simulated avatar was also used well, deserving praise. Of course, more importantly, it was his wise choice of this talent. Truly worthy of me. Boom! Indestructible dragon fist smashed down. That seemingly world-destroying power actually only created a huge dent in Kaoshan Wang's head. Ultimately, the illusory manifestation only provides a false image. The real damage still depends on your actual cultivation. Chapter 398, You Should Really Die, Reincarnation. This old eunuch was actually Elder Emperor Chen Yin. Who would have thought that Lao Deng, before killing Kaoshan Wang, was hiding inside the Dacian Immortal Palace, disguised as a eunuch? Even the original Lao Deng had not detected his presence, allowing him to wander right under their noses. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. He seemed to have figured it out. Moreover, lurking for a while longer to wait for the opportunity, if that kid Chen Qian had not shown up. He could only start plotting early. The advancement of the undying cicada was important, but the threat of that old immortal was even more troublesome. He had previously died in its hands several times, nearly having the undying cicada crushed. This debt could not be settled so easily. Furthermore, as long as that old immortal remained alive, any trace of his exposure would lead to being targeted, destined to be a shadow for a lifetime. Among the 6 extraordinary kings of Dacian, the Shura king was the strongest in combat, second only to Emperor Qian, and even he didn't have much confidence. The Zhejiang king had deep foundations, and was extremely difficult to kill. Only Kaoshan Wang, this fence-sitter, was the easiest to kill. And he had the most solid relationship with that old immortal. Chapter 399, Someone is peering into my past. What the hell? The sudden scene left Liu Qian dumbfounded. And he tightened his grip on the celestial immortal talisman for a moment. He never expected that the strongest person in the Dacian Empire, Emperor Qian, the original Lao Deng of the Daxia Empire, was actually a reincarnator. If that were true, it would be laughable. As the supreme ruler of the Dacian immortal court, a hegemonic force capable of contending with the ancient divine clan, he was actually a reincarnator. If this matter were to spread, it would surely cause a huge stir in the entire reincarnation true realm. The Dacian immortal court had actually been infiltrated by reincarnators many years ago. If the powerful figures of the Dacian immortal court learned of Emperor Qian's true identity, they would probably go into an uproar and revolt in no time. After all, the Dacian immortal court and the ancient divine clan had long-standing grievances, and would never allow a member of the ancient divine clan to become their emperor. However, this matter indeed had a somewhat darkly humorous aspect. The last villain simulation ended with the 2 major hegemonic forces seemingly fighting each other, but in reality, it was just infighting among the reincarnators. Moreover, the original emperor, Qian Huang, actually held some grudges against you from back in the day, and had even put in a lot of effort regarding your death incident. Chapter 400, The Furious Qian Huang and the Compassionate Liu Qian. How many years has it been? Qian Huang has lost count of how many years it has been since he encountered such a situation. Surprisingly, there are still people daring enough to pry into his past. Let me see who dares to be so bold. Bang! A force that reversed the past and future instantly emerged from his hand, revealing a mirror, as if probing the true identity of the person who had just spied on him. However, unexpectedly, the spying person's methods were extremely special. And they moved so quickly that he didn't even notice, and there was also a mysterious force intervening, preventing him from seeing the true appearance of that behind-the-scenes little bug. In the end, the mirror in his hand only reflected a blurry image of Qian City, without revealing any target's appearance. But how is this possible? Even those few useless beings from the ancient divine clan could not have such means. Moreover, in the entire reincarnation true realm, Only 2 or 3 people could achieve this, but those 2 or 3 are already dead now. Unless some anomaly appears. Chapter 401, Before I Return. All matters of Da Qian shall be handled by Wen Kaoshan. What is this thing? Xiaohua asked, frowning in confusion, without much courtesy, carrying a hint of questioning. As a member of the first-generation divine clan, directly under the god of death, he had little respect for you, who were pretending to be Wen Kaoshan. As you should be in a cooperative relationship to some extent. Moreover, back in the day, he also came through the reincarnation space. Rolling in the wind and trudging through fire, and truly looked down on you, a native, from the bottom of his heart. Of course, even so. With his Hunyuan true immortal cultivation, he naturally didn't dare to speak to you, a Da Luo true immortal, like this. But earlier, at the entrance to the Void Realm, the death of the first-generation divine clan's Xuanming seemed to have been caused by you disguised as Wen Kaoshan. Although he was unclear why you wanted to kill Xuanming, it seemed that the ancient divine clan had some dissatisfaction with you. While cooperating with them, you also killed their people. It's hard not to make people suspect whether you have ulterior motives. Faced with the implicit questioning, you showed a cunning smile. Looking at the person in front of you, as if watching a joke, and pointed upwards. Chapter 402, Liu Qian is in trouble. I've become the acting emperor. A sudden piece of good news instantly stunned you, your mind buzzing as if you had been hit by a gold ingot. What does it mean to start with a king bomb? This is what starting with a king bomb means. Qian Huang is preparing to strike and chase after the old emperor. Letting you temporarily handle all affairs of the Da Qian immortal court, just act accordingly. Doesn't this mean that before the other party returns, you have already become the acting emperor of the Da Qian immortal court? Some old emperor has endured for many years, lingering at the bottom, often having to be on edge in front of the old eunuch. As a result, you arrived at the Da Qian immortal court for less than half an hour, and have already jumped to become one of the 6 kings, Wen Kaoshan. And then became the acting emperor. This speed of rising is beyond any common sense. With your eyes closed and then opened, this future great villain, the great rebel, directly became the highest ruler of the Da Qian immortal court. This sudden situation made you momentarily doubt whether you are the destined protagonist. Could it be that this time you are taking over Yi Cheng's identity? This counts as stepping into the sky in one leap, right? Chapter 403, What qualifications do you have to be sarcastic? The Da Qian immortal court is all on my shoulders. Congratulations, Wen Kaoshan, congratulations, Wen Kaoshan. Stepping into the sky, regent of Da Qian, becoming one of the few at the pinnacle of the entire reincarnation true realm. Xiaohua, the first-generation divine clan, appeared in front of you to congratulate you, wearing a flattering smile. At this moment, he no longer showed the impatience from before, instead, he had a bit more awe and fear toward you. Clearly, he had already regarded you as an old coin. With his position in his heart skyrocketing to the same level as the god of death. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but regret his previous attitude toward you, which seemed a bit arrogant. If you were to gain power and soar, even if not for long, you would definitely be the most important strategic collaborator for the entire ancient divine clan at present. If you were to kill him, even the god of death wouldn't say much. Instead, he might even praise you for a good kill. In the grand scheme, his small life as a mere first-generation divine clan member is not worth mentioning. You naturally saw through Xiaohua's concerns and flattery, merely chuckling and slapping him in the face in a humiliating manner, like kicking a dog on the roadside. Chapter 404, The King of Shura. Ying Sheng, you looked at the supreme position representing the Da Qian immortal court, your eyes flashing with a glimmer of light. Now is also the time to contact those remnants of Da Qian to see if those so-called loyal ministers are truly loyal. Based on the last villain simulation, that Da Luo true immortal Tai Xuanzi from Tai Xuan Dao should not be a problem. However, the other Da Luo true immortal still needs to be verified. According to Ying Ji, There are two Da Luo true immortal level existences among the remnants of Da Qian. One is Tai Xuanzi from Tai Zhuan Dao, and the other has a particularly special identity, actually being one of the 6 other surname kings. That person's true identity is the king of Shura, Yin Sheng, who is responsible for guarding the borders of the Da Qian immortal court and directly countering the ancient divine clan. This person is not of the human race, but of the Shura race, the strongest general under the first-generation old emperor. Having reached the pinnacle of Da Luo true immortal, with combat power already at the top among the 6 other surname kings, possessing a strong killing talent, a violent temperament, and a penchant for slaughter. Chapter 405, Bastard, I'm here to take revenge on you. You led that guy away. But now you want me to hold back. Interesting. It seems that the events of the past have indeed made you a lot smarter. Facing your probing, the king of Shura appeared extremely calm, seemingly not surprised by your return. Human realm. Great Xia Empire, Imperial Palace. After 5 years. The token has finally been activated. It seems that my father has begun to contact them. I wonder what the situation is like up there after all these years. The most changeable thing in the world is human hearts. The second generation of Qian, Yingji, possessing Liu Ruyue's body, seemed to sense that you had activated the token, looking up toward the upper realm and murmuring to herself. At this moment, 5 years have passed since your ascension. But in the upper realm, it has only been 5 days. However, what Yingji is concerned about is that you did not directly use the token after heading to the reincarnation true realm, but waited until now. This result makes her vaguely feel that there may have been some changes in the reincarnation true realm. Chapter 406 Who is the support king above? Yingji, she never expected that she would slap herself in the face so quickly. At this moment, she can feel the strange gazes from Liu Ruyue and Sumai behind her. Just a second ago, she was saying that Liu Ruyue and the others were already at the peak of the human realm, and there couldn't be anyone stronger than them. But the next second, Yi Cheng, this even more unreasonable existence, directly surfaced. In just 5 years, a little guy who wasn't even a land immortal has suddenly crossed several major realms and has directly transformed into a Tai true immortal. Moreover, it is the peak of Tai true immortal. Such a terrifying cultivation speed cannot be explained by common sense. Even Liu Ruyue and Sumai seem a bit ridiculous in comparison. This terrifying cultivation speed is not even slightly inferior to that person. If that person hadn't already ascended, and their aura, appearance, and gender were all wrong, I would have mistaken them for someone else. To some extent, these two seem to be too similar. Qian Du, an old Taoist wearing a monkey mask and a dark robe, whose true face is obscured, silently entered Qian Du Chapter 407 The Deceived Tai Xuanzi. At this moment, Tai Xuanzi felt as if his head was about to explode, looking incredulously at the mysterious figure shrouded in shadows at the very top. Who are you? Want to know? At this time, the support king sitting on the supreme throne suddenly lowered his eyes slightly, and his royal robe instantly dissipated, transforming into a grand Qian dragon robe, exuding a terrifying peak pressure of a Da Luo true immortal. A vast, indestructible giant dragon appeared out of nowhere in the Qian imperial palace, coiling and twisting, its body almost occupying the entire palace, its eyes coldly staring at Tai Xuanzi, who was mere inches away. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in endless murderous intent and pressure. At this moment, even Tai Xuanzi, at the Da Luo true immortal level, felt an extreme sense of fear. In his eyes, the figure sitting high on the supreme throne seemed to be infinitely elevated, as if one hand could grasp the entire reincarnation true realm and crush it at any time. Boom! At this moment, Tai Xuanzi was almost scared to tremble. When he saw the grand Qian dragon robe on you, a scene hidden deep in his memory was suddenly unlocked. Chapter 408 Conspiracy Exposed, A Shocking Crisis. Upon hearing you speak, indicating that you had set up a trap, and were ready to deal with the pseudo-emperor and the ancient divine clan. Tai Xuanzi was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly recommended himself, expressing his willingness to serve you. During the last simulation, he was so obedient to the unhealed Yingji, the useless second emperor of Qian, which shows his loyalty. Now, he is even more loyal to you, the great Qian Taizu. At the same time, Tai Xuanzi expressed his willingness to act as a lobbyist for you, to win over that old bald donkey from the Dazang temple. Your Majesty, that old bald donkey from Dazang temple has been suppressed by the pseudo-emperor for many years, cut off from incense, and is already dissatisfied. If you are willing, he will surely kneel before you. Upon hearing about the old bald donkey from Dazang temple, you nodded slightly. Although this person is fickle and like a wall grass, he is at least temporarily usable. With the title of the great Qian Taizu to intimidate, unless there is absolutely no hope, he can still be used for now. During the last villain simulation, that old bald donkey had fought against the mysterious divine lord, whose defensive power was so strong that the opponent could do nothing. And he ultimately escaped calmly, which shows his strength. Chapter 409 following behind, even the ghosts don't know, this is troublesome. Lu Qian's eyes moved, ignoring the insane biting hand of Haki Cheng, and fixedly stared at the villain simulator. He never expected such an unexpected situation to arise. Most of the plans of the simulated avatar were directly exposed to outsiders. If things go wrong, there is a possibility of a premature failure. The only good news is that the king of the underworld does not seem to be as loyal as imagined, but has his own plans. This means that for a short time, there should be no issues, but it is still a hidden danger. It is unclear whether the simulated avatar can detect and respond to this. One must say, the 6 different surname kings under the Qian emperor are truly talented and all loyal individuals. The support king is preparing to sell his master for glory. The Shura king is a remnant of the great Qian, one of the biggest rebels. The king of the underworld is an ambitious schemer, born with rebellious tendencies. It is likely that the other 3 different surname kings are not much different, and are not weaker than anyone else. At this moment, the king of the underworld has clearly made some preparations, ready to hide until the end to seize the final victory. Chapter 410 The Emperor's Heart and Schemes. Yi Cheng is in trouble. Tai Xuanzi clearly understood your meaning in an instant, and without hesitation, jumped into the map of the country and the people, directly launching a lethal attack on the king of the underworld. It's over. What kind of method is this? In an instant, this king has been drawn into the painting. This pretender posing as the support king, the great Qian Taizu, truly possesses unfathomable strength. But why doesn't the other party directly kill me? Could it be that they still find me useful, and want to recruit me? The king of the underworld, trapped in the map of the country and the people, looked around at the magnificent mountains and rivers, the 9 Heavens River. These landscapes are nearly indestructible, just recently destroyed, they will soon recover. At this moment, the king of the underworld cannot easily break free, and can only suppress the fear in his heart, trying to guess your thoughts. No. It seems I can only save myself. A hint of determination appeared in the king of the underworld's eyes. He still has a token given by the Qian emperor, which can temporarily establish contact with the other party. The current situation is too dangerous. It is better to keep a backup plan first, contact the Qian emperor, and then find a way to delay time until the Qian emperor returns. Chapter 411 The Terror of Haki Cheng. Boom! That virtual realm storm just appeared and was instantly obliterated by terrifying power, but it was clearly a moment too late. The Qian emperor could not help but frown and released a terrifying divine sense, instantly covering the entire reincarnation void realm, but he could not sense Yi Cheng's aura. Is she dead? The virtual storm just now came at a perfect time, unexpectedly eliminating that wicked woman before he could act, which is somewhat strange. However, with that wicked woman mysteriously disappearing and her life or death unknown, the anger from being insulted earlier still has no way to be released. As the invincible Qian Huang of the reincarnation true realm for so many years, Even those useless members of the ancient divine clan wouldn't dare to insult him like that. Your Majesty. The king of Zhejiang beside him provided timely support. The first generation of the old ancestor snorted coldly, in the end. He did not continue to investigate, but directly headed into the virtual realm secret place before him. For now, the most important thing is to find that damned descendant of the old ancestor, Chen Yin. The rest can be ignored. Chapter 4:12, The terrifying dark art of the underworld. You have obtained a new ability, Underworld Art. The Underworld Art originates from the strongest secret technique of the Nine Nether clan, allowing one to transform into an underworld form, achieving a state of detachment from reality. Slipping into the Nine Nether, becoming invisible and untouchable, possessing extremely strong shuttling capabilities, able to traverse between the underworld and reality. The Underworld Art is indeed the special ability used by the Underworld King just now, and is also his signature technique. This bizarre ability can be considered a top-tier assassination method. Although it may not be as hidden and powerful as being invisible, it has a significant advantage in speed, far surpassing all your current conventional escape methods. At present, you are indeed at a disadvantage in terms of speed. You are not very fast. With this ability, however, your speed can match that of an ordinary Da Luo true immortal. The blood-flesh gate ability obtained from the mysterious God Lord is a life-saving measure, once used. It will consume a large portion of flesh and blood, which is quite dangerous and requires preparation time. The appearance of the Underworld Art is just right. It can be utilized by you. Chapter 4:13, Gift from the Ancient Divine Clan, SS level Dark Bloodstone. At this moment, you can't help but admire the terrifying methods of the old ancestor Chen Yin. The secret technique of the undying celestial demon transformation is simply extraordinary and unimaginable. Right now, you have only seen part of the Underworld King's memories and have already gained quite a few chips. When your own realm rises even higher, and you use the undying celestial demon transformation to don the Underworld King's skin, you will be able to obtain his complete memories. From the overall effectiveness of this move, you personally believe that the potential and creativity of the old ancestor Chen Yin are unlikely to be weaker than those of the first-generation ancestor. If only the old ancestor had a bit more time, he could probably have matched the first-generation ancestor. These two have generations of ancestors between them, and their realms are almost catching up. It is unclear how Chen Yin managed to achieve this. Next, you can try to find the burial places of the 18 fallen emperors of the Great Xia to see what remnants are left inside. Of course, this is secondary. The real goal is to completely disrupt the entire reincarnation true realm, increasing development time and cultivation time. Chapter 4:14, Chaos Arises. You are not unfamiliar with this SS-level Dark Bloodstone. During the last villain simulation, it was ultimately obtained by Sumai, allowing her to become the 10th God Lord and soar to great heights. Sumai was able to acquire this item because she collaborated with Liu Ruyue, Ying Ji, and other remnants of the Great Qian, selling various intelligence about the Great Qian to assist the ancient divine clan in breaking into the Great Qian immortal court. To some extent, what you are doing now resembles a replay of the history of the last simulation. But the difference is that this time you are not starting from the bottom. You are directly planning from the highest position in the Great Qian Immortal Court, making your actions more far-reaching and impactful. Perhaps even the Great Qian Immortal Court itself did not realize that before they surrendered, their emperor had already begun to sell out the country. This special Dark Bloodstone not only grants the power to use dark laws, but can also be directly used at the peak of the Mixed Yuan True Immortal stage, increasing the chances of breaking through to the Da Luo True Immortal by 30%. Even Da Luo True Immortals can use it to enhance their own foundation with the power of dark laws. Chapter 4:15, The Rise of the Clown Emperor. Breaking through to the Mixed Yuan True Immortal. Ha ha ha, with these rebels gone, the Great Xia Empire is still my territory. This is the victory of the human emperor. The released human emperor Chen Zhuan couldn't help but laugh wildly. As long as he drives you away, The entire Great Xia and the human realm will still be under his control, as long as his Eye of Heaven has not been extinguished. Restoring his peak and breaking through to the Zhuan Immortal is just a matter of time. It is a pity that the previous reincarnation task was not completed, otherwise. As long as he obtained that item, that rebellious son would not be able to turn the tables. I will still be the new Lord of Reincarnation. Moreover, that second-generation ancestor Chen Sheng, who escaped from the upper realm, left behind those items in the Bronze Palace during his dying moments, most of which were snatched away by that old immortal Chen Yin. Otherwise, how could that old immortal's cultivation have increased so quickly? However, fortunately, back then, that old immortal Chen Yin also overlooked a legacy treasure, and now it is time to use it. At that time, I can also take a trip to the upper realm. Chapter 4:16. Show muscles at the peak of Da Luo True Immortal Boom. You instantly break through the barrier, and reach the mixed Yuan True Immortal stage. This realm has already touched the laws of the Great Tao, and your body has begun to form a world of its own. Any drop of blood within you can cultivate autonomously, like a living cultivator. Within a mixed Yuan True Immortal, there are almost millions of cultivators constantly cultivating at all times. Even a single drop of blood can unleash a force that nearly crushes a Tai Yi True Immortal. This is the terror of the mixed Yuan True Immortal. It is said that once a mixed Yuan True Immortal falls, their corpse can propagate a world, giving birth to countless beings or condensing secret realms, possessing endless resources. At this realm, in the eyes of people in the lower realm, you are akin to a creator, an omniscient and omnipotent supreme existence. There is even a rumor that those so-called millions of lower realm Tao fruits are actually the corpses of mixed Yuan True Immortals, or Da Luo True Immortal level corpses condensed together. And at this moment, you have already reached this realm. This level of power places you among the high-end combatants in the entire reincarnation true realm. No matter which side you join, you can become one of the upper echelons, qualified to touch the highest levels. Chapter 4:17. Shocking and unsettling. It is no wonder that Blood Fury King has such careful thoughts. Even the Shura King has been secretly plotted against and killed by the ancient divine clan. Currently, he has been deployed to the front lines by you. And the probability of death is still extremely high, so he naturally harbors resentment towards you. He certainly has thoughts of wanting to escape. At worst, after the Qian Huang returns, he can come back out, or hide among the Xi clan, and that would be it. In any case, with his high-level cultivation as a great Luo True Immortal, he is sufficient to occupy a territory. As long as the Qian Emperor was still around, he wouldn't dare to have such small thoughts. But it is evident that the previous you did not have the qualifications to intimidate him. You probably wouldn't dare to do anything to him either. However, at this moment, your sudden outburst, showcasing your muscles, has already created the possibility of killing him, and he instantly became more obedient. At this moment, beside him are Tai Xuanzi and Master Daozang, two great Luo True Immortals. Moreover, currently inside the Mountain Suppression Pass, aside from the millions of celestial soldiers and generals from the Great Qian Immortal Court, there are also many elders and disciples from Taizhuan Dao and the Tathagata Temple's Qianmo sect and Qianfu Dao sect. Chapter 4:18. The Death God's Calculation. In response to the words of the mysterious God Lord, the Death God merely chuckled, seemingly not refuting, as if tacitly agreeing. Since ancient times, one must be wary of others. As the current strongest of the ancient divine clan, how could he not leave some backup? Who knows what schemes this Mountain King, hiding so deeply, has? The previous promise seemed sincere, but in reality, it was just to stabilize you. If the Mountain King truly wishes to join my ancient divine clan, then everything can naturally be renegotiated. The void and space are already building a passage. And it seems it can be activated soon. At that time, breaking through the current city will just be a matter of time. These natives of the true realm really underestimate those of us who have come out of the reincarnation space. After all, we have gone through countless realms and controlled powers that they cannot even imagine. By the way, that brainless woman, Guangming, hurry up and send someone to find her. Make sure to bring her back. At a critical moment, she actually dropped the ball and ran away without any sense of the bigger picture. This is war. Not a game of love. Chapter 4:19. The mysterious statue of Great Qian's ancestor. Ha ha ha, then this king thanks you all for your gifts. In the Qian Emperor's palace, you chuckled, not showing yourself, but the voice containing terrifying pressure echoed throughout the Great Qian Palace, resonating in everyone's ears. That voice, still carrying an overwhelming pressure from just breaking through, made many feel their hearts race, blood surge, and their faces pale, as if a vast mountain pressed against their chests. Clearly, at this moment, you have almost mastered the illusory intention of this golden talent. Soon, everyone quickly left, and countless gifts appeared out of thin air in the Qian Emperor's palace. Among them were many treasures, which are quite useful to you at present. And the sheer number is astonishing. Clearly, all the prominent figures from the capital and various strong ones from Great Qian sent gifts, in order to express their sincerity. And also to follow the trend. There's no way around it. Sometimes, you may not remember who gave gifts, but you will certainly remember those who did not. The current situation is not right. Who would dare to be the one to stick their neck out? Chapter 4:20. The danger of the cause and effect. The Great Qian ancestor, who went missing millions of years ago, surprisingly did not die, but has been hiding in the Qianyu clan's world. Liu Qian's pupils shrank, clearly not expecting this to happen. This time, it is indeed the real deal. Encountering the genuine article. Fortunately, the simulated avatar at that time was cautious enough not to go personally, but sent a human emperor avatar instead. And that form was transformed into old Deng Chen Zhuan. Otherwise, the simulated avatar would have faced great danger. Indeed, some matters cannot be taken lightly, caution is necessary. It seems that these old monsters, who have lived for who knows how long, are better at hiding than they appear, seemingly missing or dead. But occasionally they suddenly pop up. If one does not have some courage, they would probably be scared to death in an instant. However, what did his words? You finally came, mean? Could it be that the so-called stone of extinction is a special bait to lure people in? If that's the case, the possibility is quite high. Using human greed. Then the question arises, does Yingji know that the Great Qian ancestor has not truly died? Does she know he is hiding in the Qianyu realm? Chapter 4:21. The one who acts is the clown emperor, has nothing to do with me. What happened? Your pupils shrank, as you gradually felt a chilling sensation sweeping in. In your mind, the memories of the human emperor avatar, just before death, seemed to be affected by something. Rip. At that moment, the images that were merely fragments of memory suddenly became real. A white hand appeared out of thin air in the Qian Emperor's palace, reaching for your head. Finally here. Not good. Your hair stood on end, never expecting the Great Qian ancestor to be this formidable. He could influence the illusory and the real, and attack you through memories. It hasn't been long, and he can directly reach out to you. Terrifying indeed. If that's the case, the causal path you suspected might indeed be the path the opponent has cultivated. At this moment, you can feel the power contained in that white hand is beyond your current ability to contend with. Once it grabs your head, you will either be crushed or dragged away, with hardly any other possibilities. You can sense that you have been locked on. And even if you cannot see me with this golden talent, it would likely be useless. Chapter 4:22. My life is like walking on thin ice. The owner of that white hand is evidently just awakening, not fully alert, leading to some limitations in action. Coupled with the intervention of the red string clay figure, you narrowly escaped this calamity. Otherwise, you would have to rely on the fortune pearl to gamble for a glimmer of hope. In contrast, a certain clown emperor, Old Deng, is in a terrible situation. The human emperor Old Deng can be said to have truly blocked a calamity for you. The consequences he faces are self-evident, with the possibility of death reaching 200. Based on the backup left earlier, you naturally heard Old Deng's self-talk and learned about the inheritance treasures. It's somewhat regrettable. I originally wanted to use old Deng Chen Zhuan's hand to search for a certain treasure left by the innate divine Emperor Chen Sheng in the human realm. But now it is evident that it will be very difficult for him to do so. As for me at present, I still need to oversee the overall situation, with no time to pay attention to too many matters. If I send another human emperor avatar to search, what if another old monster pops up? Well, whatever comes in the face of life. So-called treasures can also be discarded. Chapter 423, The Death of Chen Zhuan and the Anomaly of the Bronze Coffin, Calculating the Time. Liu Ruyue and Sumai should also have ascended to the upper realm by now. Tai Xuanzi should have already brought them there. Sumai lost the chance to rise with the Dark Bloodline Stone, and it seems even more troublesome for her to become the 10th Divine Master. However, I can help plot against the mysterious Divine Master. If Sumai can devour the mysterious Divine Master, she will undoubtedly become even stronger than in the last simulation. Given her uniqueness, advancing through the ancient Divine Clan sequence will be relatively easy. As for Liu Ruyue, as long as there are sufficient resources, it won't be difficult for her to grow stronger, and she can play a certain role in balancing Yingji, the second-generation master of Da Qian, at critical moments. The current situation is not good and is getting worse. It seems necessary to speed things up. Perhaps I can use the Mountain Suppression Pass as a bargaining chip to demand the source of reincarnation from the 9 Divine Masters. This item, as the source power of the reincarnation space, must have considerable benefits for me as well. If luck is on my side, I might gain an opportunity to break through to the Great Luo ahead of time. Chapter 424, The 3 Women Encounter Calamity with the 8-Headed Evil Dragon. What did you say? My father, upon returning to the reincarnation true realm, killed the Wang of Reliance, disguised himself as him, and directly used certain means to deceive that pseudo-emperor, thus seizing power, and also killed the king of the underworld. Currently, among the 6 alien kings of the Da Qian fairy court, 2 have already died. 1 was an ally and the other was not part of Da Qian, following the pseudo-emperor. The remaining 2 are also under control, with compromising information in hand, easily disposable. The Dazang Temple and the Heavenly Demon sect have completely switched sides, joining the remnants of Da Qian. At present, the entire Da Qian fairy court has fallen completely under my father's control, with half of the Great Luo true immortals surrendering. And the foundation of the remaining pseudo-emperor is already unstable. Moreover, my father has reached some kind of agreement with the ancient Divine Clan, and is preparing to completely eliminate all remaining forces of the pseudo-emperor. When Yingji, the second generation of Da Qian, heard this news, she was completely shocked into silence. She never imagined that in just over 10 days since your rise, you could change the entire pattern of the reincarnation true realm and manipulate the battle between the 2 major overlords.